Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101 Contribution to the Treatment. Reese waved his left hand, and the mud on the ground rose into the air, forming a large sphere around Quirrell's body, completely containing the explosion's shockwave within the ball. With his right hand, he beckoned to Voldemort's fleeing soul, and Voldemort suddenly felt the air around him become viscous, pulling him uncontrollably towards Reese. He was utterly terrified. He no longer had a physical body, so how could that monster still restrain him? If Reese knew Voldemort's thoughts, he would surely smile and say, "Without a body, don't you still have magic?" "Indeed, I cannot easily manipulate the magic within your soul, but I can use the interaction between magical forces to retain you with the magic under my control. In this area, unless you have neither a body nor magic, you will always be within his control and influence." Voldemort was thus gradually pulled towards Reese. Now, Voldemort appeared as a dusky yellow phantom, with a grimacing face occasionally emerging from it. Reese could hear its indistinct, incomprehensible howls. He ignored Voldemort's howls and focused on studying the nature of the entity before him. Unlike Harry and Daphne, Reese knew very little about him. He didn't even know this was Voldemort. He only knew that the main villain was Quirrell and the entity on the back of Quirrell's head. However, to Reese, who this thing was didn't really matter. He wasn't particularly concerned about it. After studying for a moment, Reese saw through the essence of Voldemort. Foolish thing. After seeing through Voldemort's nature, Reese couldn't help but make a sharp comment. The yellow phantom in Reese's hand made even louder noises. No form, just a shadow and some vapor, even less than a ghost or a wandering soul. What meaning does such immortality have? You people who make Horcruxes, do you even deserve to call yourselves immortal? Reese's face showed a hint of disdain. To him, these wizards who achieved immortality through Horcruxes had simply lowered the prestige of the term immortality. Seeing the battle had ended, Daphne urged the nightmare forward, riding it closer to Reese. When she was within 10 feet of him, she dismounted the nightmare and stood respectfully behind Reese. She couldn't help but be cautious. In Daphne's eyes, the battle that had just erupted was incredibly shocking. The magic he used had already surpassed her understanding. She had previously fought Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, and she knew well how powerful the enemy was. If not for the help from the nightmare in the crystal ball, she wouldn't even have had the chance to fight back. On her own, she couldn't even penetrate his defenses. Yet, such a powerful monster was toyed with as if it were a mere plaything in the hands of the person before her. Seeing the respectful Daphne, Reese felt a surge of anger just looking at her. He didn't want to deal with her at the moment and just waved his hand, signaling her to stand aside and not get in his way. Noticing Reese's impatience, Daphne could only stand there, feeling aggrieved. Fortunately, the nightmare stood with her, making the situation less awkward. While Reese was studying Voldemort, Daphne was also studying him. To be honest, she felt that this wizard before her looked very familiar. From his attire, he somewhat resembled the image of Slytherin she had seen in the Chamber of Secrets. His voice also had an inexplicable familiarity. After thinking it over, Daphne furrowed her brows. She finally found the source of that familiar feeling. This green-robed wizard's voice was very similar to Reese's. But Reese was supposed to be in the hospital wing due to potion poisoning. Wait a minute. Two thoughts appeared in Daphne's mind one after another, confirming each other, leading Daphne to a bold guess. To prove her suspicion, she nudged the nightmare beside her and moved closer to the green-robed wizard. Watching Voldemort struggle in his hand, Reese felt a sense of indecision. He could easily crush this wandering soul or seal it in a dark place forever, but he couldn't kill it. This was determined by the nature of Horcruxes. A wizard with Horcruxes cannot be killed until the last Horcrux is destroyed. Even if their physical body is destroyed, they can survive in this wandering soul form. With the help of magical rituals or nourishment from the soul fragments in the Horcruxes, they can be revived. This is a characteristic of wizards who use Horcruxes. They are very hard to kill, which is one of the few advantages of having a Horcrux. Wizards who use Horcruxes are somewhat like potatoes. They cut off a part of their soul, which can then regrow. The thing in Reese's hand was just a piece of this potato. Even if it was destroyed, the potato could grow back from other pieces. Though Reese didn't think much of the Voldemort fragment before him, it was still a piece of a soul and could be useful. A bold idea formed in Reese's mind. He thought that this soul fragment might help with Ravenclaw's illness. Ravenclaw's problem was that her soul had been polluted from staying in the depths of the seal for too long. Reese's initial treatment plan involved using potions to wash away the dirt attached to her soul. He had prepared several types of potions. Some might loosen the bond between the pollution and the soul, some could fuse with the pollution to strip it away, and some could directly purify the dirt. The core difficulty of this treatment plan was that the insane Ravenclaw would likely not cooperate. The cleansing of the soul is painful, and even if she didn't have a high desire to fight, she might instinctively attack the healer. Reese's task was akin to pulling a decayed tooth from a strange lion without anesthesia. With this soul fragment, the difficulty would be reduced. He could directly merge the fragment with Ravenclaw's soul, letting the fragment absorb the pollution. As for whether the fragment would in turn corrupt Ravenclaw's soul, Reese thought that was overthinking it. He didn't hold the fragment in high regard. Reese had a new treatment plan. Looking at Voldemort in his hand, Reese's lips curled up slightly. He really had to thank this gentleman for his outstanding contribution to Ravenclaw's treatment. And the specific content of the contribution. Who said being used as a medicinal ingredient doesn't count as a contribution? Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 102, Containment. After moving at a snail's pace for a while, Daphne finally arrived beside the green-robed wizard. The reason why she did this was because she had an extremely bold guess. She believed that the mysterious green-robed wizard in front of her was most likely Reese. Wasn't it strange? Would potion poisoning really happen to Reese? Daphne was skeptical about this. She even thought Reese had done it on purpose. As for the reason for doing so, it might be to provide himself with an alibi. Daphne knew Reese had secrets and he didn't want to expose himself openly to the school professors. This did make him seem like a villain, but after spending a year with him, the girl felt he wasn't a bad person. However, there were still some things Daphne couldn't figure out. She hadn't even sought Reese out yet, so how could he have known in advance to prepare an alibi? There were many suspicious points. There were also many areas for debate, such as the fact that the green-robed wizard's figure didn't match Reese's. But this could also be explained if Reese had taken Polyjuice Potion. If Daphne could make such a potion, Reese certainly could, and he even had the ability to guide her. A little to the side, just a bit more. Daphne cautiously moved her steps, trying to catch a glimpse of the face under the green-robed wizard's hood. Unfortunately, the edge of the hood was too long, completely obscuring his face. So why not blow a gust of wind to knock his hood off? Daphne had a very bold idea. Daphne dared to be so bold because the green-robed wizard had shown a friendly attitude toward her ever since his appearance. He could have done nothing and let Voldemort kill her, but he chose to save her instead, which indicated that he wouldn't really make things difficult for her. If the situation were analyzed dichotomously, it could be simply divided into two possibilities: either the green-robed wizard was Reese or he wasn't. If he was Reese, knocking off his hood wouldn't be a big deal compared to their relationship. If he wasn't Reese, then he was a highly skilled elder wizard in the magical world, like Dumbledore. Such a person wouldn't trouble a mischievous little girl, right? In short, Daphne realized that she was in a position to do whatever she wanted. If he wasn't Reese, she would just apologize sincerely. So she acted. Daphne gathered a burst of magic and knocked off the hood of the green-robed wizard. Reese was deep in thought about how to use the soul fragment in his hand for a potion and hadn't paid attention to what Daphne was doing. As a result, he was caught off guard, and Daphne succeeded. After seeing his face clearly, Daphne was certain that the person in front of her was Reese, or at the very least, someone closely related to him by blood. As there was no other explanation for the resemblance, the face looked like a masculine and older version of Reese and the hairs were not platinum blonde. All in all, this person seemed very similar to Reese, she asked tentatively. Reese. He realized he had been a bit careless. Even a child like Daphne could recognize him at a glance. If Dumbledore were really here, it would definitely arouse his suspicion. Given his personality, if he were willing to drink Polyjuice Potion made from another young wizard's hair, Daphne might not have recognized him. But he refused to do so. Faced with Daphne's inquiry, Reese chose not to respond at all. He just glanced at Daphne before continuing with his work. A slight awkwardness passed through Daphne's mind, and she began to doubt her hypothesis a bit. Could this really not be Reese but his brother or something? It was possible, but unlikely, as Reese had never mentioned having a brother. Maybe he had reasons for not admitting it. But regardless, he was indeed very powerful. With Big Reese unwilling to engage with her, Daphne, having nothing else to do, simply lowered her head and stared at her toes. Then she noticed an amazing detail. She was already back on the ground, but the seemingly sticky mud had not clung to her socks. She lifted her foot and looked at the sole. It was clean, without a trace of mud. That was very curious. She stood on tiptoe and tapped the ground lightly with her toes. She noticed that the mud seemed to have its own consciousness, sliding off her toes like water droplets on an oiled cloth. Daphne was a bit curious and didn't understand why. This area is completely under my magical control, so the soil won't stick to your clothes without my permission, Reese said, facing away from Daphne but somehow aware of her confusion, providing an explanation. Complete control. Although Daphne didn't fully grasp the intricacies, she instinctively felt that this was quite impressive. If I wish, I can even use this soil to gain the 5 senses: smell, sight, hearing, touch, and taste, but it's not necessary. That's so amazing. Daphne exclaimed, covering her mouth. Well. It takes some time to set up, and it can only fool those who don't understand it, Reese explained briefly before falling silent. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing his left arm, and pressed Voldemort's residual soul against it. As soon as it made contact, countless root-like tendrils sprouted from the soul fragment, connecting to Reese's arm. In no time, a grotesque face appeared on Reese's left arm. Daphne. No. What are you doing? She was utterly shocked. That was potentially a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Even if it wasn't, it definitely wasn't something good, so how could he attach it to his arm? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm just temporarily imprisoning it here. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to find a suitable container for it at the moment, Reese said, extending his right hand to poke the ugly face. Voldemort, having just found a new host, was about to open his eyes, only to have a finger angrily jab into his face. Voldemort, what? The next moment, a surge of magic enveloped Voldemort's soul fragment like a vacuum seal, tightly sealing him. The sealed Voldemort fell into a deep sleep. This was a good thing for him, because in this sleeping state, he would not have to feel the endless pain. Daphne swallowed, she still felt it was a little creepy. After doing all this, Reese was ready to leave. He first found the unlucky Harry in the corner of the swamp. After Daphne broke the crystal ball, he was knocked unconscious by a tree that popped out. But fortunately, there is nothing serious wrong with my body. When Reese leaned over and picked up Harry from the swamp, Daphne noticed that Harry, like herself, was in the swamp, but there was not a trace of mud on his robe. After putting Harry on Nightmare, the swamp in front of Reese surged and several pieces of crystal ball fragments appeared in front of him. Read 12 advanced chapters at Chapter 103, 103, Dumbledore's Trouble. Seeing the crystal ball fragments, Daphne couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. She whispered, I didn't know how to release the nightmare inside. At the time, Voldemort was pressing hard, and in a moment of desperation, I smashed it. Was it very expensive? Expensive. Reese felt the temperature on his forehead rising. The value of the crystal ball couldn't merely be described as expensive. But in the end, all his thoughts were reduced to a sigh. What else could he do? He couldn't get angry with her. After all, it was his own fault for not telling her how to operate such an item in advance. He had to take at least 80% of the responsibility, and for various reasons, he couldn't even explain everything to Daphne. If he kept bottling it up, Reese felt he might just explode. So he decided to tell Daphne about the origin of the crystal ball. Although he didn't plan to make her pay for it, she should at least know what it was that she had broken. This was a treasure left behind by one of the founders of the school, Rowena Ravenclaw. Daphne. She was even more relieved that it was an unowned treasure. Otherwise, taking this crystal ball outside, given its unique background and the magical properties attached inside, it could probably rival Gryffindor's sorting hat. She bowed her head in shame, studying the patterns on her socks. After putting a bit of pressure on Daphne, Reese turned his attention to the remains of the crystal ball. Perhaps Ravenclaw could help repair it once she regained consciousness. This thought popped into his head, followed by a rather absurd idea. The crystal ball should still be under warranty, right? Because he remembered that Rowena had promised that if it broke, she could fix it. Isn't that essentially a lifetime warranty? However, he couldn't rely on Rowena right now, could he? He decided to try fixing it himself first. If it worked, great. With this thought in mind, Reese pointed at the crystal ball fragments and tried a simple repair spell. The fragments of the crystal ball immediately came together. It's fixed. Daphne exclaimed, lifting her head. Reese shook his head. He had only repaired the outer shell, the internal enchantments were already destroyed. The crystal ball might still be able to hold objects, but what would happen inside was uncertain. Suddenly, Reese felt one of his markers being triggered. He raised an eyebrow and turned to Daphne, saying, someone's coming. You can leave now. Huh. Daphne didn't understand what Reese meant. I mean, take him and the red-haired boy and leave quickly. Reese pointed to Harry on the nightmare's back. He suspected the person who triggered his marker was likely Dumbledore. He didn't want to meet the current headmaster of Hogwarts right now, so he decided to speed up the cleanup of the remaining traces. All right. Daphne nodded dumbly. As she mounted the nightmare, Reese suddenly slapped the nightmare's rear. With the impact, the nightmare burst into an incredibly fast speed, almost throwing Daphne off. As Daphne was about to leave the room, she heard faint sentences behind her, obscured by the wind. Let me show you real water magic. After the nightmare carried Daphne out of the room, Reese drew his wand and thrust it forcefully into the ground. The next moment, the floor began to shake. Reese knew that this underground building was separated from the Black Lake by just one wall. All he needed was a slight nudge to the lake's water, and it would flood in, submerging this classroom and the entire series of obstacles. Once the water flooded in, no traces would be left. Forbidden spell, Tide Summoning. With the use of the spell, the vibrations expanded from the floor to the entire room. Cracks began to appear on the walls, and swamp mud rapidly seeped water outward. Within seconds, the floor accumulated an inch-thick layer of water, and dirty water started streaming down the walls. Eventually, the walls and floor couldn't hold up anymore. Large sections of the stone bricks collapsed, and the ground erupted like a volcano, spewing huge torrents of water. Boom. The water surged into the underground classroom like a giant dragon, sweeping away and obliterating everything. Blub, blub, blub. A series of bubbles rose to the surface of the calm black lake. Splish. Hiss. Reese emerged from the surface of the black lake. He took a couple of deep breaths of fresh air, cast a disillusionment charm on himself, and then rose from the lake, flying towards the castle. The scorching summer sun and warm wind dried the water from his clothes, and by the time he returned to the hospital wing, his clothes were already dry. Dumbledore was in trouble. The Ministry of Magic had indeed sent him a letter, but contrary to what he had arranged, this letter was truly urgent. Minister Fudge's tone was nearly in tears. As Dumbledore hurried out of the castle gates, he was astonished to find Cornelius Fudge waiting for him outside. As soon as they met, Fudge delivered a shocking piece of news: Gringotts Cursebreakers had gotten into serious trouble in the northern part of Scotland. The Cursebreakers are employees of Gringotts, tasked with finding and excavating the ruins left by ancient wizards, effectively acting as the daredevils of the wizarding world. The incident began with the discovery made by several senior Gringotts Cursebreakers in northern Scotland. They had found a site that was highly likely to be a relic left by the founders of Hogwarts. After years of relentless deciphering, they finally opened the entrance to the site. Unfortunately, the ruins did not contain the treasures left by the founders. Instead, they were met with a mindless monster. It was clear that this site was a seal left by the founders. By the time the Ministry of Magic received the news and arrived at the scene, all the Cursebreakers were dead, and over 100 Muggle villagers had witnessed the battle. This news was a massive blow to the Ministry of Magic. After mobilizing all available forces, Fudge came to Hogwarts for reinforcements. He hoped Dumbledore could help them deal with the monster now roaming free. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dumbledore immediately set off for the accident site. This is why he was truly absent from Harry's trial. It wasn't because he was overly confident in Harry or indifferent, but because he was genuinely unable to come to see Harry. The situation worsened. Dumbledore eventually found the monster that had escaped from the seal, and after engaging it in combat, he was shocked to discover that the creature's strength exceeded his expectations. Moreover, it could use a strange, domain-like magic, allowing it to escape from Dumbledore. At this point, Dumbledore's plans were completely disrupted. In his haste to pursue the monster, Dumbledore could only send a message to Professor McGonagall using his Patronus, hoping she could fulfill his duties. When Professor McGonagall received the message, she felt utterly overwhelmed. Read 12 chapters ahead at Chapter 104, Busy Dumbledore. Minerva, I need your help. Harry Potter is currently in the room under the third-floor corridor. Please go there. Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus delivered this message, immediately overwhelming Professor McGonagall's brain. After hearing the full explanation, she felt her blood pressure rising. Albus. Professor McGonagall slammed her desk, toppling the ink bottles on it. Even Albus Dumbledore could not do this. Professor McGonagall decided she needed a serious conversation with Dumbledore when he returned. After a flick of her wand to clean up the spilled ink, she prepared to leave. According to Dumbledore's instructions, she was to observe whether Potter could handle Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, and ensure his safety. She found this request absurd and unreasonable. Just then, a flash of gold and red light appeared, and a large gold and red bird, the size of a swan, materialized in her office, holding a worn-out hat in its beak. Dumbledore's Patronus had mentioned bringing his Phoenix, Fawkes, and the Sorting Hat. Now that both had come to her, she didn't need to make an extra trip to the headmaster's office. Clamping the Sorting Hat under her arm and grasping one of Fawkes' outstretched claws, the next moment, she and the bird flew to the forbidden corridor on the third floor. As soon as Professor McGonagall opened the trapdoor, she heard a strange sound. It seemed like the sound of water, but why would there be the sound of water here? She jumped down, and upon landing, she saw a shadow with blue flames beneath it rushing toward her. Professor, run! Just as she was about to cast a spell, she heard Daphne's voice. Luckily, her hearing was sharp enough to recognize it and put away her wand just in time. Miss Greengrass, you, Professor McGonagall began to ask what had happened but was interrupted by Daphne. No time to explain, Professor, we need to go up quickly. Daphne, riding the nightmare like a gust of wind, dashed to Professor McGonagall's side. The nightmare made a sudden stop, throwing the unconscious Harry and Ron off its back. If Professor was not in front of her, she wouldn't have stopped at all. Professor McGonagall immediately understood the urgency. A torrent, like a giant dragon, was rushing towards them with overwhelming force. She knew that even the most skilled wizard caught in such a flow would not survive. By now, Daphne was already pulling the nightmare's horn to float up to the trapdoor above. Professor McGonagall didn't have time to think about what was happening. She bent down, tucked the two unconscious young wizards under her arms, and grabbed onto Fawkes' tail. In a flash of golden light, Fawkes carried Professor McGonagall and the two young wizards back up to the trapdoor. Shortly after, Daphne and the Nightmare also emerged from below the trapdoor. Not long after they escaped, a thunderous crash echoed from below, shaking the entire Hogwarts castle. Even from dozens of meters away, droplets of water splashed onto their faces. Professor McGonagall knew that the torrent below had hit the end of the passageway, and the raging flood was finally halted by the sturdy mountain rock. With that roar, everything below the trapdoor came to an end. Meanwhile, Fluffy, the three-headed dog, continued to sleep soundly, completely unaware of the chaos outside. "Oh, Albus. How are things on your end? What about that damned creature?" Fudge hurried over to Dumbledore, a fawning smile on his face. It was clear he had been very busy. His beautiful silk hat was smeared with some dust on the side, and his chubby face was covered in sweat. Erasing the memories of hundreds of people was no easy task. It was especially challenging now, given the various ways Muggles could communicate. They had to investigate whether any of the Muggles had shared what they saw through different means. After all this trouble, once they were sure no Muggles knew anything, Fudge felt utterly exhausted. Dumbledore did not immediately respond to Cornelius Fudge's question. The encounter with the creature had given him a profound feeling, sparking a new understanding of magic. He was trying to grasp this elusive inspiration. After a while, he finally paused his exploration of this newfound magical insight. It got away. Got away. How could that happen? I mean. Fudge immediately felt displeased. After being busy all day, his words carried a hint of anger. But after speaking, he realized he shouldn't use such a tone with Dumbledore, especially since he still needed Dumbledore's help to deal with the creature. The Aurors at the Ministry of Magic were no match for it. Cornelius, it was severely injured and won't be causing any trouble in the short term. We have plenty of time to track it down. More importantly, although it isn't very intelligent, it had regained human form when we fought. Even if Muggles see it, it won't cause much of a problem. Dumbledore left one thing unsaid: that creature was highly lethal, and any Muggle who encountered it wouldn't be left alive. Ah, that's really great. Fudge forced a smile, though his true feelings were hard to discern. At this point, Fudge knew that the incident was mostly settled. It was time to consider the aftermath and the potential risks. His mind raced with calculations. The creature was wearing a robe with a Nordic style. Could he shift the blame onto the Finnish or Norwegian Ministry of Magic? But the creature was found on Scottish soil, which complicated things. Should Gringotts be held responsible instead? Or was it possible to suppress the whole matter? Fudge thought his immediate priority was to cover up the incident. He could put some pressure on the Daily Prophet to ensure they didn't mention it for now. If things blew up in the future, he could throw Gringotts under the bus as a scapegoat for everyone to vent their frustrations on. As for the cursebreakers who died here, Fudge didn't care at all. They had caused him so much trouble that if it weren't for the bad optics, he would have wanted to grind their bones to dust himself. They were just a few foreigners, not British wizards. Fudge really didn't care about their deaths. Oh, right, wasn't there a Weasley kid working as a cursebreaker? Next time he saw old Arthur, he'd advise him to get the boy a position in the ministry, even if it was a minor one. Fudge now had a very poor impression of cursebreakers. At that moment, a cat-shaped Patronus appeared at Dumbledore's feet. It didn't speak, just sat there quietly, looking at Dumbledore. Dumbledore. His expression turned stiff. Sighing, he said to Fudge, "I have some matters to attend to. Please excuse me for a moment. Underscore. Read 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 105, 105, Dumbledore, you will regret it." Dumbledore knew very well that Minerva McGonagall was angry. Sending only a silent Patronus was purely to save his face. If he didn't show understanding or couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation, the next thing that would arrive might be a howler. So, he hurriedly bid farewell to Fudge and rushed back to the school, where he found Professor McGonagall standing in the school infirmary, her face stern. Daphne stood beside her, head bowed, but her eyes kept glancing at a hospital bed in the corner of the room. Behind them, a magical creature made entirely of bones, with flames flickering from its forehooves, was standing idly. When Dumbledore saw the necro-unicorn behind Daphne, he couldn't help but be a bit surprised, but he quickly collected himself and focused his attention on Professor McGonagall. "Minerva, I'm back," Dumbledore said, a gentle smile on his face as he greeted Professor McGonagall. The response to his warm greeting, however, was a cold reception. She looked at Dumbledore with a blank expression and then pointed to the bed where Harry and Ron were lying. "Mr. Weasley has a broken thigh bone. Madame Pomfrey has already given him some medicine. Potter hit his head and has a bit of a concussion. Oh. It's good that there's nothing too serious," Dumbledore said, still smiling warmly. In his view, the outcome wasn't too bad. But judging by Minerva's expression, he realized that a serious conversation was necessary. He walked quickly to Daphne's side and gently ruffled her hair. "You're a very brave young girl. If Potter and Weasley hadn't kept slandering Professor Snape, I would never have gone down there with them." Daphne's words were firm, leaving both Dumbledore and McGonagall a bit embarrassed. "Now that the truth is out and Professor Snape is innocent, I hope you can correct Potter's misconceptions. Not every Slytherin is as bad as he thinks." Dumbledore gave an awkward but polite smile. He was well aware that over the years, the rift between the four houses had deepened, particularly between Gryffindor and Slytherin, animosity that had only worsened after Tom Riddle emerged from Slytherin, turning the two houses into bitter enemies. He felt powerless in the face of the current state of the school. This wasn't something he was adept at handling. Minerva had done well. She had always handled conflicts between the two houses with fairness, but fairness alone couldn't mend the growing divide. Dumbledore wasn't sure what direction the school would take in the future, but he could only hope that future generations would be wise enough to resolve these issues. For now, he felt cautiously optimistic, especially since Gryffindor's Harry and Slytherin's Daphne had ventured together. This was a promising start. "You're absolutely right," Dumbledore said with a smile, looking at Daphne and speaking very earnestly. "You have truly inherited the best qualities of Slytherin." Dumbledore was being a bit crafty with his words. He praised Daphne for inheriting Slytherin's admirable qualities while cleverly sidestepping the house's more problematic pureblood ideology. Daphne was embarrassed by Dumbledore's sudden praise. She blushed and lowered her head in silence. Did she really inherit the spirit of Slytherin? Why not ask Reese later? He should know more about Slytherin, right? "So can you tell me what happened?" Dumbledore's half-moon glasses flashed with curiosity. He really wanted to know what happened under the trapdoor. Daphne naturally would not refuse, and when she told the story, Professor McGonagall stood aside with her eyes downcast, listening quietly. If she wanted to settle the score, she had to wait until Daphne left. However, Daphne did not tell the whole truth. When describing the battle with Voldemort, she attributed most of the credit to Nightmare and downplayed her own role in it. In her description, she was just floating in the sky, occasionally throwing a stone at Quirrell on the ground to disturb him. "Oh. You got a crystal ball from the Mirror of Erist." After hearing that Daphne got a crystal ball, Dumbledore hoped that Daphne could talk to him more about the crystal ball. Daphne was embarrassed. That crystal ball was quite beautiful. There's a forest inside, and Nightmare was walking in it." When she said this, she suddenly hesitant. "Can I take a look at that crystal ball?" Dumbledore became more interested in the crystal ball that Daphne mentioned, because it was quite similar to a precious alchemical tool he had seen in a record. Beads of sweat appeared on Daphne's forehead. After a moment of confusion, she told Dumbledore desperately that the crystal ball was smashed by her. "I didn't know how to use it, and Quirrell and the monster possessing him were pressing me. What could I do?" Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. He comforted Daphne and told her that she was glad that she was okay. "Does that crystal ball have any special origin?" Professor McGonagall, who was listening quietly at the side, was also intrigued. "I have read a manuscript left by a medieval wizard, which contains a story." Daphne. "Did you also get information from medieval wizards' mails and manuscripts?" Dumbledore did not notice Daphne's change of mind. He told Professor McGonagall that the letter recorded that Slytherin once bought a crystal ball from Ravenclaw with a room full of books. The manuscript of the writer was, she, Rowena, threw away the books she had read and only kept the ones she had not read and wanted more books she hadn't read. "For this reason, Salazar sent me a letter and bought hundreds of books from everywhere to make up the number of books to exchange for the crystal." From Daphne's description, what she got was the crystal ball that Slytherin had gone to great lengths to exchange from Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. After listening to Daphne's story, Dumbledore understood what happened under the trapdoor. Daphne didn't need to participate in the next thing. So he stood up and asked Daphne to go out and find Madame Pomfrey for a detailed examination. If there was nothing wrong with her body, she could go back to the lounge to rest. As for the nightmare that Daphne got from the crystal ball, Dumbledore suggested that she give it to Hagrid and let him take care of it. After Daphne led Nightmare out of the ward, Professor McGonagall could no longer bear it. She walked quickly to Dumbledore and said sternly, "Dumbledore, you will regret this." Dumbledore couldn't help but take off his glasses, sighed, and rubbed his sore temples. "Minerva, please allow me to explain." Reese, who was lying in the corner of the ward, pricked up his ears silently and listened carefully to the conversation between the two. 12 Advanced Chapter. Chapter 106, 106, You can't wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. "So. Do you have anything to explain?" Professor McGonagall crossed her arms. "Potter nearly died down there." "But he didn't, did he?" Professor McGonagall seemed at a loss for words. What Dumbledore said made perfect sense, yet she felt that something was off. Harry has the magical protection left by his mother. With that magic's blessing, Quirrell wouldn't have been able to harm a single hair on his head before he comes of age. But that magic is specifically against you-know-who. Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort. I'm sorry I hadn't told you that before. Possessed by him. Professor McGonagall's breathing grew heavier, clearly shaken by this revelation. Listening to Dumbledore and McGonagall's conversation, Reese suddenly understood the source of Dumbledore's confidence. Harry had the magical protection of his mother's love, and the Voldemort-possessed Quirrell wouldn't have been able to harm him. The magic of love has such astonishing effects, it's truly unbelievable. Reese couldn't help but marvel at the magic cast by Harry's mother after hearing Dumbledore's explanation. Though he hadn't witnessed this magic firsthand, Reese could understand its principles. The key to casting this kind of magic isn't a wizard's power but pure love, the kind of love willing to sacrifice everything. With the strength of such emotions, even a weak wizard can cast a spell with terrifying effects, one strong enough to destroy a Dark Lord of unparalleled power and keep its protective effects on a child until they come of age. However, this spell isn't as miraculous as it seems. Its effectiveness was largely due to the Dark Lord's arrogance and lack of clarity, which led to his downfall. If he had chosen mercy and spared Harry, he wouldn't have ended up in his current state. Putting himself in that situation, Reese believed he wouldn't have harmed little Harry, at least not personally. But the Dark Lord was different. He cruelly refused a mother's last request and wouldn't even spare a baby in swaddling clothes, ultimately suffering the consequences. Reese also gained a crucial piece of information. The extremely evil entity possessing Quirrell was none other than the infamous Voldemort. The name of this Dark Lord was legendary to Reese, mentioned in every contemporary magical history book he had browsed since waking up, not even by his true name, but through terms like Dark Lord, you-know-who, and He Who Must Not Be Named. This piqued Reese's curiosity. He was eager to understand what kind of person could achieve such notoriety that people feared to even utter his name. He had never encountered such a figure before. And yet. Is that it? The one I just fought, or rather the one I beat up single-handedly, is the Dark Lord whose name wizards dare not speak. Isn't this a bit of dark humor? But judging by the reactions of the other wizards, their fear of him seems genuine, which is puzzling. Could it be that he's lost all his power, forcing him to possess others, and that's why he didn't show his full strength in the fight with me? Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore remained silent for a long time, before she finally spoke in a low voice. Albus, you must be mad. You, Merlin's beard. You let someone possessed by you-know-who into Hogwarts, and he taught the children defense against the dark arts for an entire year. You let the Dark Lord teach defense against the dark arts. She had always placed unconditional trust in Dumbledore, but given the current situation, she needed an explanation from him. His condition was poor, he spent most of his time in a state of dormancy, Dumbledore replied calmly. I only confirmed later that the thing possessing Quirrell was Voldemort. He's coming back. Professor McGonagall's breathing was heavy, like a bellows. Seizing the moment, Dumbledore continued, the children need experience. Kids raised in a greenhouse won't be able to handle Voldemort, Minerva. I'm almost 110 years old. Even in the midst of her intense emotions, Professor McGonagall had to admit that Dumbledore was right. Voldemort wouldn't even need to do anything, he could simply wait a few decades to make a comeback, outliving Dumbledore easily. By that time, she would be elderly and frail. If the younger generation couldn't shoulder the burden, who would stand against you-know-who? Snape. Perhaps Dumbledore could ask his friend Nicholas Flamel to make the elixir of life for him to extend his life, but since Dumbledore hadn't taken the elixir himself, it indicated he had his own reasons and considerations. She couldn't use the excuse of Voldemort to force him into taking it. Dumbledore had already made enough sacrifices. However, she suddenly remembered another matter. What about the Greengrass girl? She doesn't have any kind of love magic protecting her. In the end, it was she who fought Quirrell and that other person. If it weren't for her luck, she'd have died underground. This time, it was Dumbledore's turn to fall silent. I miscalculated, there were too many unexpected variables in the plan, he admitted frankly. It was beyond his expectation that Daphne had carried a fireproof potion with her. What was even more critical was that he hadn't been able to accompany them the entire time. All right, Albus, you have your reasons, but why couldn't you have followed those kids secretly? What they were doing was incredibly dangerous. Even if it's supposed to be a learning experience, there should be some kind of safety net, right? Because there was a real emergency, Dumbledore explained, recounting to Professor McGonagall the entire incident where the seal had been broken and the creature had escaped to wreak havoc. Reese, who was pretending to sleep in his hospital bed, was shocked. He hadn't expected that the young wizards of the future would be capable of causing such chaos. The sealing magic they had set up, even after 1,000 years of weathering, shouldn't have been so easily broken. As soon as he heard this, Reese understood that those curse-breakers had mistaken the seal they left to handle the corpse of the Norse false god for a treasure site. While it's true that a processed divine corpse could indeed be made into powerful magical artifacts, they simply didn't have the capability to process it. He really didn't know how to evaluate these curse breakers. If you called them incompetent, they managed to break the seal he and his friends had set up together. But if you called them sharp and capable, they somehow mistook such a seal for an ancient relic. Reese sensed something unusual. He wasn't sure whether the current magical world even had the ability to break the kind of seal they had left behind in their time, especially since they didn't even know how to manage the flow of mana anymore. He decided this was something he needed to investigate. After listening to Dumbledore's explanation, Professor McGonagall reluctantly accepted his reasoning, and the two of them left the infirmary together. No sooner had they left than Daphne slipped in. "Hey, Reese, wake up." She nudged Reese, who was lying in bed, hoping to wake him up. She suspected Reese was only pretending to sleep. But clearly, she hadn't heard the saying, "You can never wake someone who is pretending to sleep." Reese lay in the hospital bed, looking exactly the same as Harry and Ron, who were actually unconscious beside him. After a brief moment of thought, Daphne decided to take a more daring approach. Just as she was about to put her bold plan into action, Madame Pomfrey appeared just in time and promptly pulled her out. "Out. Don't disturb the patients. Please wait a moment." "No way." Reese silently praised Madame Pomfrey's sense of duty. ____________________ 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 107, 107, Don't You Have Polyjuice Potion? The events that took place in the dungeons with Harry and the others somehow spread like wildfire throughout the school, causing a massive uproar. Everyone quickly learned that two remarkable first-year students had successfully thwarted Professor Quirrell's plot to steal Dumbledore's secret treasure. For a while, the school was abuzz with discussions. However, many people were puzzled as to why a Slytherin would team up with two Gryffindors to go on an adventure. Then, more details emerged. Before their mission, the young wizards hadn't known who was after the treasure. Daphne had entered the dungeons voluntarily to clear Professor Snape's name. In the end, she was recognized by an ancient wizard's artifact from a mirror, and with this artifact, she defeated the villainous Quirrell. Daphne's reputation within Slytherin skyrocketed instantly. Of noble birth, wielding mysterious magic, and boldly facing dangers to defend the honor of her house, she had also gained the loyalty of a rare magical creature. This was the epitome of what Slytherin students admired. In no time, Daphne's reputation rivaled that of Harry Potter when he first entered school, before he was demystified. To be honest, even if Slytherin students themselves had to choose a villain between Quirrell and Snape, they would pick Snape. Quirrell simply lacked the aura of a proper antagonist. He was too much of a nobody. The story of Daphne and her companions' adventure in the dungeons helped to lift the cloud of anxiety that had been hanging over the school due to the looming threat of final exams. However, it couldn't prevent the exams from arriving. After the initial excitement, the students had to return to their dull notes and prepare for the upcoming tests. But this time, they finally had a story to comfort themselves with during study breaks. While the young wizards at Hogwarts were busy preparing for their final exams, Reese was not idle either. On the surface, it seemed he was in a coma, lying unconscious in the hospital wing long after Harry and Ron, who had been admitted later, had already recovered and been discharged. In reality, that was Reese's simple illusion clone while Reese was spending his days immersed in his secret chamber, studying the Philosopher's Stone he had obtained and brewing various potions. In his efforts to treat the crazy Ravenclaw, he had concocted over 100 different potions and had even collected a key ingredient for her treatment. It wasn't until the morning after the final exams had ended that Reese, who had appeared to be in a deep coma, finally woke up. The timing was so suspiciously perfect that Professor McGonagall briefly wondered if Reese had staged the whole thing just to avoid taking the final exams. However, when Reese proactively requested to take the makeup exams as soon as possible, her doubts vanished completely, leaving only guilt for having unjustly suspected a good student. "Don't worry too much, the professors will arrange a makeup exam for you, just don't go drinking any strange potions this time," Professor McGonagall said, uncharacteristically gentle as she offered Reese a few words of advice before leaving the hospital wing. Not long after McGonagall left, Daphne walked in carrying a box of sweets. "I brought you some of your favorite pastries." "You finally woke up, but the exams are already over," Daphne said, her suspicion about Reese never fully dissipating. However, Reese's acting had been so convincing that she eventually believed he had genuinely been unconscious, at first, to provide an alibi, and later, due to physical exhaustion from that intense battle. It was clear that Reese was unwilling to admit that he was the green-robed wizard from the day, and Daphne tacitly chose not to bring up the subject again. "Thanks." Reese eagerly accepted the basket of sweets from Daphne and rummaged through it to find his favorite treat. After waking up, Reese had a newfound appreciation for sweets, which he felt would become a lifelong love. After stuffing a piece of cheesecake into his mouth, Reese displayed a satisfied expression. "Professor McGonagall has organized a makeup exam. You'll need to attend it." The exam shouldn't be too difficult for you." "Wait a minute, who did you just say needs to attend?" Reese swallowed the Basque cheesecake in his mouth, then pointed at Daphne. "You." "Daphne, me. The polyjuice potion we brewed last time should still have some left, right? You can just take the exam for me." Reese plucked a few hairs from his pillow and handed them to a bewildered Daphne. Daphne. The final exam, you take it for me. I have a lot on my plate, and I need to focus my energy on potion making, Reese explained, looking at Daphne with hope that she would help him deal with the extremely annoying exams. It's not that Reese couldn't take the exam himself, but he felt it would be a waste of time that could be better spent on other things rather than on an entire day of exams. Daphne pouted. Her instincts told her that Reese was planning something big again but had no intention of involving her, which made her quite unhappy. So Daphne straightforwardly declared, "No way. How could a student take an exam for someone else? Ah. It seems like she is a student of honor and strictly adhered to the school rules." Reese just looked at her silently. "Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are?" After a few seconds of pretending, Daphne, feeling awkward herself, stopped her performance. She quickly added that while taking the exam for Reese wasn't impossible, he would have to include her in his next plans. Now it was Reese's turn to feel troubled. He genuinely didn't want to involve Daphne in treating Ravenclaw because it was extremely dangerous. Treating the current Ravenclaw would be like pulling a tiger's teeth and planting new ones without anesthesia. However, with some preparation, it might not be impossible. For Daphne, witnessing this treatment firsthand would be an incredibly valuable experience. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Reese finally decided to agree to Daphne's request. "I guess I can do that. Hermitian conjugate matrix greater than equal to or less than left semidirect product. Right semidirect product less than equal to or greater than Hermitian conjugate matrix really." Daphne jumped up with excitement, nearly knocking over Reese's basket of sweets. She knew that Reese had been focusing most of his energy on that matter throughout the semester, and now she finally had the chance to get involved. And so, when the makeup exam started, Reese walked into the classroom that the professors had set up for him, right on time. Exams at the magic school generally consist of two parts, a written test and a practical exam. As Reese stepped into the examination hall, the professor smiled warmly and informed him that he could arrange the order and content of the exams as he liked. Without hesitation, Reese went straight through the practical exams for charms, transfiguration, and potions all in one go. After completing the practical exams, Reese received the written test papers from the professors. He then sat down and worked on them for the entire afternoon. Aside from occasionally sipping water from a flask, he didn't take any breaks, not even to use the restroom. Unlike the practical exams, which were identical to the final exams, the written tests had different questions. The professors had replaced them with questions from last year's exams. This presented a challenge for Daphne, Reese, but it didn't prevent him from achieving exceptionally high scores. As soon as he finished a paper, the professors would take it and grade it on the spot, so by the time he completed all the exams, his scores were already out. Reese was the last to take the exams, but his results were the first to be released. ___________. Read 12 chaps ahead of WN. Chapter 108, 108, Inferior to Dumbledore. After the final exams, the young wizards finally welcomed the happiest time of the semester. The period between the end of final exams and the announcement of grades is the most relaxing and carefree time of the year. During this time, students don't need to worry about their studies, and there's no homework. They can freely play around the castle with their friends. Even better, the professors take a lenient approach during this period, allowing the students to blow off steam. Even someone like Snape would restrain his temper and avoid picking on the students, probably because Slytherin had already lost the chance to win the House Cup, and he had a mountain of papers to grade. The more free time the students had, the busier the professors became. They had to grade exams, calculate scores, and determine overall grades, a tedious and time-consuming process, even with the help of magic. If they were unlucky enough to be a head of house, they also had to prepare report cards and worry about students' OWLS and NEWT exam results. For these professors, work was relentless, and McGonagall had it the worst since she also had to take over the assessment of students' defense against the dark arts skills after Quirrell was gone, effectively doubling her workload. On top of that, she was the deputy headmistress and the head of Gryffindor House. In terms of training an assistant and then working them to the bone, Dumbledore was far ahead of Reese, at least by 3 Diagon Alleys plus a Hogsmeade Street. After getting a brief understanding of the professor's workload, Reese felt immensely grateful that his current role was student. If he had made the mistake of joining as a professor, he would probably have already resigned by now. Other defense against the dark arts professors left after 1 year because they were cursed. If Reese had left after 1 year, it would have been because of the overwhelming workload. As for why he wouldn't have quit mid-year, well, it's because he was a responsible person who would see out the entire year before leaving. The professors were busy, and the headmaster wasn't idle either. After explaining everything to Professor McGonagall that day, he set off with Fawkes, the Phoenix, and Gryffindor's sword. He brought Fawkes for faster travel and search capabilities, and taking Gryffindor's sword was a spur-of-the-moment decision. He thought that since the seal was left by the 4 founders, carrying a relic of one of the founders might be effective. Then something miraculous happened. When he found the creature, it merely glanced at him and fled in panic, a stark contrast to its previous frenzied behavior when it saw him. Ultimately, Dumbledore used Fawkes' speed to catch up with the creature and completely annihilate it. He even brought its remains back to Hogwarts. The period of freedom was short-lived. After a few days of leisure, the students received their report cards from the professors. In theory, each person should only know their own grades, but Slytherin House operated differently. Professor Snape obtained the grades of all the students in the school, sorted them, and posted the list on the notice board to motivate and encourage the students of his house to work harder. In other houses, this might have caused some complaints, but Slytherins thrived on this kind of competition. Even Daphne hurried over to check out the first-year students' grades once the list was posted. She pushed her way through the older students in front of her and finally reached the notice board. Then, she anxiously searched for her and Reese names on the list. Unlike Reese, Daphne actually cared a lot about the school exams. The first-year report cards were posted on the far left side of the notice board. As soon as she saw the names, her face froze. First place, Hermione Granger, total score, 700, 1, potions, 50 to 50, 1. Second place, Reese Chazsala Lint, total score, 692, 2. Third place, Daphne Greengrass, total score, 690, 3. Daphne's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on? How did I end up only in third place? She stared at the name at the top of the list, her eyes almost blazing with fury. Reese being in second place was one thing, his score was essentially her score, but what was going on with this Granger girl? Seeing the results, Reese was equally surprised. Was Granger really that formidable? She scored perfect marks in every subject. Several Slytherin students also noticed the situation and were shocked when they looked at the list. Perfect scores. Is she even human? It's one thing to get a perfect score in a single subject, but achieving perfect scores across all subjects was extraordinary. This meant that not only was she proficient in practical subjects like charms, potions, and transfiguration, but she also excelled in more theoretical and dry subjects like astronomy and the history of magic. And, as a Ravenclaw, she managed to get a perfect score in potions, which meant her practical work must have been flawless. Daphne and Reese also got full marks in potions, but given that they were from Slytherin House, it is hard to boast about these full marks. Daphne's face flushed bright red as she stomped her foot in frustration, declaring that if she hadn't missed so many history of magic and defense against the dark arts classes, she would have also scored perfect marks. Reese suddenly had a thought: if they both had perfect scores, what determines the ranking? Is it alphabetical order? In that case, Daphne would still be ranked below Hermione. Pulling the exasperated Daphne out of the crowd, Reese walked with her back to the table by the window. There, he noticed 2 letters on the table. First-year summer homework list. Reese felt his blood pressure rise. Why do we have homework over the holiday? Reese slammed the table in frustration as he read through the list of assignments from the professors. Back in his day, they never gave out so much homework during the holidays. And really, who would want to spend their summer doing all these assignments? Seeing Reese so indignant, Daphne, who had been furious about only getting second place, started to laugh. But her laughter quickly faded when she realized that all this homework would likely fall on her shoulders. The girl was momentarily on the verge of breaking down. However, it was just a momentary lapse, as she quickly remembered that she could outsource the most boring and tedious history of magic assignments. After all, there were plenty of students at Hogwarts who could use some extra money. If you want the latest cosmetics, beautiful new clothes, or fun new toys but don't have enough money, what can you do? Wealthy first-year Daphne is more than willing to solve her older classmates' problems. All they need to do is help her complete a few insignificant history of magic essays. At this point, she seemed to have forgotten the pain of losing to Hermione Granger in the final exams and decisively chose to hire others to do her homework. However, to her surprise, Reese didn't simply toss his own homework list at her as she expected. Instead, he kept it for himself, leaving Daphne confused and uncertain. Could it be that because I didn't score higher than Granger, he doesn't trust me with his homework anymore? For the first time, Daphne felt a sense of crisis. Read 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 109, 109, Dumbledore's Accurate Score Control. Reese, of course, wasn't planning on asking Hermione to help him with his history of magic assignments, as Daphne had imagined. In his view, some assignments were just a formality, enough to get the professors off his back. The reason he didn't ask Daphne to help was that the automatic quill he had been working on was finally completed. All he needed to do was feed it a large amount of assignments, and it would be able to automatically write out homework and essays. With the end of the term approaching, he could now purchase assignments and essays from older students at a very low price, and use them to train his quill's ability to write essays. Should I go ahead and order an essay for you, just like before? Daphne, worried about becoming unemployed, subtly tried to probe Reese about his plans. No need. This time, you don't have to write the essay, Reese replied confidently. He was eager to test his automatic quill on the history of magic essays in the summer homework and had no intention of outsourcing the work. Daphne's face instantly turned pale, her worst fear had come true. You really don't need Granger to write it for you. She's the type who strictly follows school rules, a complete bookworm. She'd never agree to it, and you don't know how the Ravenclaws. What? Rhys was puzzled. He didn't understand what this had to do with Granger. Huh. Daphne also realized she might have misunderstood something. After Rhys gave her a brief explanation, Daphne was utterly amazed. You actually invented something like that? She could hardly believe her ears. Now all I need to do is buy some essays from the 5th and 7th year students, then feed them to my quill, and it'll be all set. Rhys explained the principle behind his automatic writing quill to Daphne in simple terms. The quill works by recording a vast amount of homework and essays and then, when given a task, it can produce a new essay based on the previous records. Such an essay could be a blend of dozens of different essays, and all Rhys would need to do is polish it up once it's written. After hearing Rhys's explanation, Daphne frowned. Every year, graduates and 5th year students who have completed their OWLs do sell their textbooks, notes, and assignments at a low price, but low price doesn't mean free. According to Rhys's plan, he might need to buy the assignments of every graduate in the entire school, which wouldn't be a small expense. In that case, she thought, she might as well hire someone to write her essays. Daphne's comment left Rhys in silence. Rhys hadn't heard of the Industrial Revolution, nor did he know about the phenomenon where some Muggle factory owners preferred to hire workers rather than switch to machines for manufacturing, but at that moment, he felt the same kind of absurdity. Fortunately, this project of his was not concerned with costs. Understanding Rhys's determination, Daphne didn't say another word and went straight to help him buy the materials. Although the misunderstanding was cleared up, the sense of crisis still lingered around her, making it hard to dispel. She needed to find an opportunity to prove herself. Daphne had a good reputation, and both graduates and 5th year students were more than willing to sell their assignments and essays to her. Some kind-hearted older students even warned her that the professors had ways of checking for plagiarism, and simply copying essays from previous years would definitely get caught. To this, Daphne responded with a smile. Soon enough, she had acquired several large boxes of materials. Rhys placed the quill inside one of the boxes and then closed the lid. Eh? Is that it? Daphne couldn't help but ask. The process of using this quill seemed so simple, it was almost like a joke. What else did you expect? Manually dragging the quill line by line. What's the point of developing it then? Rhys retorted. Before long, after the quill had read through the contents of the boxes, it was time to test it out. Rhys first spread out a roll of parchment on the table, then took the quill out of the box and placed it on the parchment. The next moment, the quill stood upright, its tip hovering an inch above the parchment. Write an essay on whether the practice of burning witches in the 14th century was meaningful, Rhys said softly, frowning slightly. The words, burning witches, made him feel physically uncomfortable. However, he also knew that most of the people burned by Muggles were not actually witches. It was rare for real witches to be caught and burned. Even in the rare case when a witch was captured, the magical community would find a way to rescue them and would retaliate decisively in the area. Direct combat might not always go in their favor, but escaping was usually not a problem. As soon as the quill received the command, it began to move swiftly, its strokes flowing smoothly across the parchment as it wrote line after line. Occasionally, it dipped into the ink bottle to replenish its supply. A few minutes later, a lengthy essay, a full foot in length, was completed. Rhys took a quick glance at it and found nothing wrong with it. Daphne. So, can I borrow it to write my summer homework? She pleaded, her eyes blinking hopefully. Rhys promptly rejected her request, explaining that aside from those less important subjects, it was still necessary to complete the other assignments seriously. Ugh. Daphne let out a disappointed sigh. The end-of-term feast arrived soon after. The Great Hall was newly decorated in blue and bronze, the colors representing Ravenclaw, in celebration of their victory in the House Cup. A massive banner depicting the Ravenclaw eagle hung on the wall behind the staff table. The students were buzzing with excitement, discussing their plans for the holidays, until Dumbledore's arrival. Once the noise in the hall subsided, he began speaking. Another year has come and gone. Before we indulge in these delicious dishes, I must first conduct the House Cup award ceremony. The final standings are as follows: in 4th place, Gryffindor, with 376 points, in 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 382 points, Slytherin, with 426 points, and Ravenclaw, with 472 points. Upon hearing Dumbledore's announcement, the Ravenclaw table erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. Even though the Gryffindor and Slytherin students had mentally prepared themselves, they couldn't help but feel disheartened. However, there are a few other things that must be taken into account, and I have some final points to award. Dumbledore continued once the cheers had subsided. First, to recognize the bravery shown by Mr. Harry Potter, Mr. Ron Weasley, and Miss Daphne Greengrass in the dungeons, Gryffindor will receive 100 points, and Slytherin will receive 50 points. The two houses erupted into cheers once more, while Reese frowned. In his opinion, Daphne deserved the full 100 points for her contributions. Damn. Gryffindor. After the cheers died down, the students in both houses began to realize that they might have tied for the House Cup. Could it be that there would be two winners this year? But then Dumbledore spoke again, and the Great Hall fell silent. Miss Hermione Granger, she is the first student in a century to achieve full marks in all her exams as a first year. To reward her diligence and intelligence, Ravenclaw will receive 10 points. With this final award, Ravenclaw, which had been overtaken by Gryffindor and Slytherin, surged back into the lead, securing their championship. Reese couldn't help but marvel at Dumbledore's skill in point allocation. The headmaster had given just the right amount, no more, no less, rewarding the brave trio while maintaining his own sense of balance. It was quite the calculation. _____________. 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 110, Wish-Fulfilling Potion. Reese's intuition told him that if it weren't for Daphne's exceptionally outstanding performance, Dumbledore might have shamelessly awarded the House Cup to Gryffindor. This guy, he wasn't exactly like the Gryffindors Reese had known. He was about to share this thought with Daphne, but Dumbledore's next words caught his attention. Miss Granger's achievements are undoubtedly linked to her talent, but we cannot ignore her diligence, Dumbledore said. Madam Pants informed me that Miss Granger has spent over 1,000 hours in the library this year. I believe this is a significant reason for her success. I encourage everyone to follow Miss Granger's example and spend more time in the library. Dumbledore's words made Hermione blush deeply. She had never imagined that her actions could influence the outcome of the House Cup. Meanwhile, the rest of the students in the Great Hall were stunned by the phrases, full marks in all subjects, and, over 1,000 hours. To put it into perspective, students arrive at Hogwarts on September 1st, and the term ends in mid-July, with a 3-week Christmas break in between. That leaves less than 300 days at school. For Hermione to have spent over 1,000 hours in the library means she spent nearly 4 hours there every single day. The figures were astonishing, especially considering she had 7 classes to attend as well. Reese raised an eyebrow in surprise. Over 1,000 hours, that was no small feat. Even Rowena Ravenclaw, who loved reading, couldn't achieve that because she was often entangled with worldly matters and rarely had time to sit down and read quietly. She had tried to make more time for herself, but in the end, her efforts had failed, and she'd inadvertently caused some trouble for her old friends as well. And so, the end-of-term feast concluded amid twists and turns. As the students savored their last moments at school, Reese once again ventured into the dungeons, this time accompanied by Daphne. Unlike before, Reese had made thorough preparations for this visit. I think it's necessary to explain the purpose of our mission before we begin today, he said softly. Today, I'm here to save a fallen soul. This mission is extremely dangerous. You can turn back at any time. This is not a test or a joke. Daphne laughed, completely disregarding Reese's warning and instead changing the subject. That sounds familiar. When we went with Hagrid to rescue the unicorn, he said something similar. She then asked, who is this person we're supposed to save? If it's really dangerous, should we bring your big snake and my nightmare creature? If things get too intense, they could at least buy us some time. Now it was Reese's turn to laugh. No need. When facing that person, bringing a few more magical creatures won't help. As for who this person is, Reese deliberately dragged out his words. Daphne. Don't keep me in suspense. I can't tell you. She'll have to decide whether or not to reveal her identity once she regains her senses. Reese had intended to inform Daphne that they were on a mission to save one of the founders, Rowena Ravenclaw. However, just as the words were about to leave his mouth, he restrained himself. He suddenly realized that Rowena might not want anyone else to know her identity, just like him. Besides, in her current state, she was nothing like the dignified figure she once was, a withered, half-naked corpse and a mad ghost, a far cry from her former elegance and wisdom. It was best to let her make that decision herself. After warning Daphne once again, to no avail, Reese pulled out a crystal vial filled with a brilliantly colored purple mist. The mist swirled inside the bottle, forming a small vortex that sparkled like starlight, as if an entire galaxy had been captured within. What is that? Daphne was immediately captivated by it. She had never seen such a dazzling potion before. It's a potion made using the desire demon as the main ingredient. Its effect is to make wishes come true, Reese patiently explained. Wishes come true. Daphne's eyes widened in astonishment. Even in the wizarding world, something like a wish-granting potion seemed almost too fantastical. Yes, in the literal sense, Reese added, further clarifying. The wish-fulfilling potion utilized the unique properties of the desire demon, allowing it to materialize whatever one imagined. The larger, more complex, or more intricate the desired object, the more potion it would consume. For example, materializing a 3-tier wedding cake would consume many times more potion than a simple cupcake. Come on, think of something, and then use the method I taught you to extract that memory. Reese gestured for Daphne to give it a try. Daphne followed his instructions, using the tip of her wand to pull a fine silver thread from above her temple. Reese uncorked the potion bottle, and the purple mist inside surged out. At the same time, the silver thread dropped from the wand and was drawn into the swirling vortex. Despite its fine, hair-like appearance, the silver thread acted like a powerful dye, turning the entire mist inside the bottle silver. Seeing this, Reese quickly recorked the bottle, noting that the mist inside had decreased by a quarter. In no time, the mist left outside solidified, and a chubby rabbit appeared before them. It had gray fur and eyes like rubies, resembling the rabbits often seen nibbling on pumpkin leaves in Hagrid's pumpkin patch. The rabbit didn't seem particularly intelligent. After glancing at Reese and then at Daphne, it simply sat down and began grooming itself with its front paws. Amazing! Daphne exclaimed, attempting to pick up the adorable rabbit. However, she startled it, causing the rabbit to dart away. But after only a few steps, it abruptly burst into a cloud of silver mist, dissipating rapidly. Objects created by the potion are tied to our presence, Reese explained. When they move too far away, they dissipate, so the food conjured by the potion won't truly satisfy hunger. It only tricks your brain into feeling full. Daphne hesitated, but Reese anticipated her thoughts, telling her that using the potion to conjure food to eat wouldn't work. Then wouldn't this be the ultimate weight loss tool? Daphne exclaimed, thrilled at the idea. Just conjure a feast with the potion, eat it, feel full, and not gain any weight. This is like a dream come true. This little bottle could easily sell for 50 galleons, Reese reminded Daphne to be a bit more realistic. If she wanted a weight loss potion, he could easily make something that accelerates metabolism and burns energy. Those kinds of potions are cheap and cost just a few sickles to produce. The price is actually quite reasonable. Daphne muttered under her breath, clearly contemplating asking Reese to teach her how to brew such a potion. Reese, accustomed to Daphne's extravagant tendencies, wasn't surprised. The Greengrass family had always been this way, ever since her ancestor Dragonheart. He extracted a memory from his own temple with his wand and added it to the remaining potion mist. This time, the purple mist didn't transform into any specific object. Instead, it turned into a mass of sky-blue fog, appearing more solid than the purple mist from before. _________________________________________ Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 111, Saving Ravenclaw. What were you just imagining? A blue cloud? Daphne asked curiously after seeing the cloud Reese had conjured. She reached out a finger to poke at the mist. Sigma poke. 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 Reese watched her with a cold expression, not stopping her. Ah. Oh. Daphne yelped as a drop of bright red blood welled up on her fingertip. As she poked the mist, she felt a sharp, needle-like pain and immediately pulled her hand back, finding that her finger had been sliced in several tiny cuts. The mist seemed to be made up of countless razor-thin blades that could slice skin upon contact. Why didn't the Sorting Hat place you in Gryffindor? Haven't I told you to be cautious with unknown things? Reese pointed out Daphne's mistake without any mercy. But it's something you created. How was I supposed to know? Daphne responded, her voice full of grief and betrayal. Reese paused for a moment and then sighed. Just be careful next time. Don't touch things you don't recognize, he added. This is the manifestation of that person's magic. I can use this cloud to track their presence. What Reese had imagined was the essence of Rowena Ravenclaw's magic, and with the help of the wish-fulfilling potion, he had simulated a tangible form of her magic. The sky-blue, razor-sharp mist was the manifestation of Ravenclaw's magic. The mist would instinctively drift toward the area with the densest concentration of Ravenclaw's magic, leading them directly to her. After explaining the mist to Daphne, Reese slightly relaxed his control over it, allowing it to drift on its own. The mist floated deeper into the dungeon, and Reese and Daphne followed closely behind. This time, they were fortunate enough not to encounter any monsters along the way, making quick progress. The cloud led them through twists and turns within the dungeon until they arrived at the cavern where Reese had previously encountered Rowena Ravenclaw. However, aside from the cuts and slashes covering the floor and walls, the place was empty. These marks still radiated a strong residual magical energy, distinctively Ravenclaw's. As Reese stepped into the cavern, he felt a prickling sensation on his face. Daphne, following behind him, was wide-eyed in shock upon seeing the marks for the first time. The cuts on the walls made her hair stand on end. She had the distinct impression that any one of them could easily slice her in half. Were these naturally formed? She asked. Reese glanced back at her and told her that they were caused by magic. It's done with a spell like this, Reese said, casually waving his wand. Whoosh. The air in front of him distorted slightly, leaving a shallow scratch on the ground. The simplest spell can become something entirely different when wielded with sufficient power. Listening to Rhys and looking at the countless slashes on the stone walls, Daphne suddenly gained a deeper understanding of magic. A thought flashed through her mind: could the spell Big Rhys, used that day to drain all the moisture from Quirrell's body, be the same one Rhys used on the first day of school to dry her hair? She couldn't help but voice her question. Rhys blinked. If you have a deep enough understanding of that spell and enough magical power, it could indeed evaporate the water inside a human body, but from what you've just described, it's not the same spell. Then which spell was it? I wouldn't know, I wasn't there, Rhys replied, refusing to take the bait and ending the discussion. The concentrated Ravenclaw magic that had been guiding them stopped working once they entered the cavern. The residual magic in the area was too strong, interfering heavily with its ability to lead them any further. But all was not lost. Since the problem was the overwhelming presence of Ravenclaw's magic, why not simply erase it? Besides, Rhys had a trick up his sleeve, making this task less difficult than it seemed. Rhys pulled out several small bottles from his pouch, uncorked them one by one, and used his magic to disperse their contents, potions, ointments, and vapors, throughout the cavern. Simultaneously, he channeled his own magic to gradually erase the echoes left behind by Ravenclaw's magic in the cave. While he worked, Rhys explained to Daphne the reasoning behind his actions. However, when they reached a second site of magical conflict, Rhys abandoned the idea. At this rate, it would take forever to find Ravenclaw. Over the past 1,000 years, Ravenclaw had left her mark all over the dungeon, engaging in countless battles with the creatures sealed within. Clearing them out piece by piece would take so long that he might not even be done by the start of the next school year. He switched to the second plan. A flurry of wings filled the underground chamber as thousands of bats appeared. With a wave of his wand, Rhys sent them flying through several of the dungeon's exits. Some of these bats were caught by the carnivorous creatures lurking in the dungeon, while others fell victim to monsters that had escaped their seals. Whenever the number of bats spread throughout the dungeon dwindled too much, Rhys would release another batch. Not long after sending out the third wave of bats, he suddenly sensed a familiar fluctuation. In the next moment, he pinpointed Ravenclaw's location. As expected, she was engaged in yet another battle with a monster. One of Rhys's small bats had inadvertently gotten caught in the crossfire, turning to dust. He hurried toward the last known location of the bat's signal, but as he neared the spot, he came to a halt and began pulling out various potions from his cloak. Apply all of these, don't skip a single one, Rhys instructed Daphne, gesturing for her to follow his lead. Odor Elimination Potion, to remove your scent; Heat Concealing Potion, which will mask your body heat after drinking; Magic Suppression Potion, to help you conceal your magic. This will effectively prevent anyone from detecting your presence through magical means. Rhys handed Daphne 5 or 6 different potions, which she dutifully consumed. Rhys didn't need most of these for himself. For instance, he didn't require the Magic Suppression Potion; his control over his own magic was so precise that he could perfectly disguise himself. Daphne, on the other hand, still lacked the finesse and could easily be detected by someone as powerful as Ravenclaw during their mission. After completing their disguises, Rhys cast a disillusionment charm on both himself and Daphne before continuing their advance. Soon, they reached the end of the corridor. By this point, there was no need for any detection methods to sense Ravenclaw's presence; she was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a monster that had broken free from its seal. However, once they arrived at this location, Rhys refused to let Daphne accompany him any further. He handed her a crystal ball, adjusted it, and the crystal ball displayed the scene through his eyes, allowing Daphne to see what he was seeing. _________________________________________________ Read 12 chapters ahead at Chapter 112, 112, Rhys comes well prepared. This. Daphne's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. She hadn't expected Rhys to pull out such a crystal ball, completely shattering her chances of following him. She didn't refuse to use the crystal ball or complain about the quality of the view within it, as that would have been unreasonable. She understood very well that Rhys had already done too much for her, going above and beyond what was necessary. While Rhys himself might not care about his own sacrifices, Daphne's upbringing made it impossible for her to accept such generosity without feeling uneasy, and she certainly couldn't take advantage of Rhys's kindness. Sometimes, in the quiet moments of the night, Daphne would feel a sense of panic; she couldn't understand what Rhys was after by doing all of this for her. Daphne even thought that it would be easier if Rhys one day asked for the Greengrass family fortune; it would at least put her mind at ease. She wouldn't even mind giving him half of it. If Rhys knew what she was thinking, he would definitely suggest that Daphne stop being his student and learn from Gryffindor, as that is exactly what that fucker did, wasting his own money from the missions on booze while relying on his 3 friends for life expenses. Once Daphne accepted the crystal ball, Rhys adjusted the monocle on his eye, making sure it fit more snugly. This lens would reflect everything Rhys saw back to the crystal ball, providing Daphne with a live broadcast. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet softened, becoming a mixture of liquid and solid, just like the quicksand that had appeared in the dungeon earlier. This time, Rhys was well prepared and wouldn't be as helpless as he was last time. With his preparation complete, Rhys, along with the patch of quicksand beneath him, silently slipped into the corridor around the corner, where Ravenclaw awaited. After the corner, a downward passageway led to a vast, open platform. At the center of this platform, Ravenclaw's ghost was controlling her physical body, locked in battle with a monstrous creature. The scene was almost identical to what Rhys had witnessed the last time, except the creature she was fighting was different. It was a massive, transparent dragon, with an occasional flash of silver across its scales, affirming its existence. With each movement, the air around the dragon would tear with black cracks, and whenever it breathed, a narrow dimensional rift would appear in front of Ravenclaw, forcing her to either change her position or use other spells to mend the ruptured space. A space dragon. How did this thing end up here? Rhys was astonished to witness a space dragon, a creature he had only heard of in legends. They hadn't sealed such a creature in the dungeon because it would have been an unrealistic task. Space dragons are natural masters of spatial magic, similar to house elves, capable of operating almost anywhere. Sealing such a creature was far less feasible than figuring out how to kill it. This dragon might have been attracted by something or perhaps stumbled upon this place by accident, only to be caught by the patrolling Ravenclaw. In the battle with Ravenclaw, the space dragon appeared to hold an unbeatable position. Whenever Ravenclaw attacked, the dragon would simply open a spatial rift in front of itself, absorbing all the attack spells into the fissure. It could even reopen the rift near Ravenclaw's body, returning her attacks to her in their original form. However, the situation quickly changed. Ravenclaw raised her wand-wielding hand, pointing it straight at the space dragon's head, while her other hand traced a semicircle in front of her, forming a protective shield to deflect the various attacks that the space dragon redirected toward her. The space dragon, as usual, created a spatial rift along the path of the spell, ready to absorb and transfer Ravenclaw's attack. But this time, no visible spell emerged from the tip of Ravenclaw's wand. It was as if she was merely intimidating the space dragon, raising her wand and then lowering it without casting anything. The space dragon seemed slightly perplexed, but in the next moment, it let out a cry of agony. Roar! Its scales flickered with silver light. As it exposed a weakness, Ravenclaw swiftly waved her wand, and dozens of spells struck the dragon, tearing its body apart. Silver blood and scales scattered everywhere. Rhys's brow furrowed. This was Ravenclaw's unique soul-targeting attack, something that ordinary spatial rifts could not block. After taking that hit, the space dragon's soul was likely torn apart. The space dragon was indeed unlucky. Normally, its innate talent for spatial magic would have made it nearly invincible, but it had the misfortune of encountering Ravenclaw, who was extremely effective against it. Grievously wounded, the space dragon didn't hesitate for a moment. It immediately tore open a massive spatial rift behind itself and retreated into it, attempting to flee. Just as the rift was about to close, hundreds of wind blades rushed into the gap. The rift sealed shut, but the air was filled with the sound of the dragon's pained screams, and large amounts of dragon blood, mixed with bits of flesh and scales, rained down onto the ground. While Ravenclaw was busy battling the space dragon, Rhys retrieved a set of potions he had specifically prepared for Ravenclaw. Seeing that she had successfully driven the dragon away, he was about to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on her. But to his surprise, Ravenclaw, having just defeated the space dragon, immediately looked up at the spot where he was standing without a moment's hesitation. Rhys. He couldn't understand why he had been exposed, but years of battle experience left no room for unnecessary thoughts. He immediately manipulated the mud, raising a wall of sludge between him and Ravenclaw, and submerged himself into the mire. Whoosh! Boom! The next moment, the wind blade struck where he had just been. The mud wall he had summoned held for only an instant before it was blasted back into a shapeless mass. The residual force of the wind blades carved marks into the wall, leaving traces of Ravenclaw's lingering magical power. Ravenclaw seemed to have the upper hand, but the ground near the platform had turned entirely into a quagmire after this round of attacks. Rhys emerged from the swamp, flinging a series of potion bottles toward Ravenclaw's position. These bottles, of course, posed no real threat to Ravenclaw. They were shattered mid-air by her wind blades, their contents spilling onto the ground. What followed was almost like a game of whack-a-mole between Rhys and Ravenclaw. Rhys would occasionally pop up from the mire to toss a few potion bottles, while Ravenclaw would effortlessly shatter them and counterattack with wind blades. However, those wind blades, capable of slicing through dragon scales and cleaving iron and stone, were nearly powerless when they hit the swamp. All they managed to do was splash some mud, their strength entirely diminished. Even more astonishing, as the wind blades entered the swamp, their magical energy was rapidly assimilated by the mire, becoming nourishment for the quagmire and causing it to spread even faster. When Ravenclaw had first defeated the space dragon, Rhys' quagmire had only occupied a corner of the platform. But after just a brief exchange, the swamp now covered nearly a fifth of the platform, and the entire corridor outside had turned into a marsh. The spilled potions on the ground were quietly taking effect. Underscore 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 underscore. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 113, 113, Wake Up, Ravenclaw. Long before the confrontation, Rhys had anticipated the difficulty of dealing with Ravenclaw. He knew that even in her lucid state, Ravenclaw had been highly resistant to his potions. It was unlikely that the now insane Ravenclaw would willingly drink any of his concoctions. So, the challenge was how to get these potions to affect Ravenclaw's soul. Rhys's solution was to make the potions volatile. By ensuring that the battle would likely take place in a confined space, he could guarantee that Ravenclaw would be exposed to the effects of the potions through inhalation. As Rhys and Ravenclaw clashed, the potions scattered on the ground had fully evaporated, gradually increasing the concentration of the potion fumes in the enclosed area. Rhys continued to smash bottle after bottle on the ground, as if the valuable potions inside were as cheap as bottled water. His actions were so extravagant that it was as if the potion ingredients cost him nothing. If Ravenclaw had retained her intelligence, she would have noticed the peculiarity of Rhys's behavior. Unfortunately, in her current state, she was just as easily deceived as Gryffindor. The potion fumes in the air began to cling to Ravenclaw's soul. At first, she didn't notice anything amiss, but as the amount accumulated, wisps of black smoke started to rise from her ghostly form. The soul-deep pain caused Ravenclaw's attacks to pause momentarily. Rhys, of course, wouldn't miss this opportunity. He threw the remaining potions in one swift motion. As the potion bottles neared Ravenclaw, one of them suddenly exploded, the shrapnel shattering the other bottles and drenching Ravenclaw in a deluge of potion. This time, Ravenclaw could no longer maintain her composure. She let out a scream of agony. The potions that drenched Ravenclaw were like scalding oil poured onto a living person, causing her immense pain. To enhance the potion's adhesion, Rhys had deliberately made the last batch particularly thick and viscous, so they clung to Ravenclaw, enveloping her completely. The potions had a singular purpose, to corrode the soul and eliminate magic. For an ordinary ghost, these potions would undoubtedly be lethal, but for a soul as corrupted as Ravenclaw's, they worked like white vinegar on tarnished silver, stripping away the decayed parts. The process was excruciating, and if Ravenclaw had been able to retain some level of clarity, Rhys would never have resorted to such a brutal method. Ravenclaw's ghostly and mummy form began to resemble boiling porridge, bubbling with countless blisters that swelled and burst, releasing plumes of black smoke. As the smoke dissipated into the air, shrill screams echoed from the void. Rhys no longer needed to hide himself within the swamp. He emerged from the ground and watched Ravenclaw, who was now writhing in agony. The potions that had adhered to her form had turned pitch black, resembling sludge. It was time for the final step. Rhys rolled up his sleeve, revealing a grotesque, snarling face on the upper part of his arm, Voldemort, who was sealed within his body. Drawing his wand, Rhys traced a circle around the face on his arm with the tip of the wand, and the face was instantly peeled away. Unlike the ferocious, tentacled form it had taken when first in contact with his skin, the face now encased in Rhys magic resembled a water balloon. As Rhys extracted Voldemort from his arm, he coated the surface with a special ointment. This ointment didn't have any particular effect other than enhancing the face's ability to adhere. With the ointment applied, Voldemort could absorb even more of the corruption from Ravenclaw's soul. Carefully, Rhys guided the ointment-coated face towards Ravenclaw. She was too overwhelmed to notice Rhys' subtle maneuver, allowing him to easily attach the face to her spirit form. Pop. The magic barrier shattered, and Voldemort's remnant soul instinctively extended its tendrils toward the nearest soul. In an instant, Voldemort's soul merged with Ravenclaw's, both letting out harrowing screams. At the same time, Ravenclaw's condition visibly improved. The porridge-like substance on her spirit's surface rapidly flowed into Voldemort's remnant soul, while the black, thread-like material within her spirit also began to converge and transfer into Voldemort. This process lasted for about 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Daphne, standing outside the corridor, was growing increasingly anxious. When the countless wind blades had struck, the view in the crystal ball had turned pitch black, as if the lens had been covered in sludge. If not for the occasional sounds echoing from deep within the corridor, she might have thought that Rhys had died in that earlier wave of attacks. However, the noise soon stopped. After a few screams echoed from the corridor below, everything fell silent. Fortunately, the scream sounded like a woman's, otherwise, Daphne might have rushed down to check on the situation. Unlike Daphne, who was filled with anxiety, Rhys was overwhelmed with joy. Ravenclaw's awakening was now only a matter of time. At this point, more than half of Ravenclaw's ghostly form had returned to that of a normal spirit. The remaining portion of her body had also seen a significant reduction in corruption, with only a small amount left deep within her form. In contrast, Voldemort's soul fragment had turned as black as ink. The pain caused by the corruption had twisted his features so grotesquely that it was barely recognizable as a face. This pitch-black, hideous lump resembled a tumor, growing on Ravenclaw's shoulder. Judging by its appearance, the Voldemort fragment was nearing its saturation point with the corruption it had absorbed. Ravenclaw's ghostly form grew quiet, as if she had fallen asleep. Rhys stood by, waiting expectantly. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly conjured a note, sending it up the corridor. He needed to reassure Daphne so she wouldn't be worried. When Daphne received Rhys' note, she breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was fine. However, she couldn't help but wonder, who was this person important enough for Rhys to go to such great lengths? Why were they sealed away? What connection did they have with Rhys and his family? Considering the purpose of the dungeon within the seal, Daphne speculated that the person Rhys had come to rescue was likely an ancestor or some former guardian of the seal. More than half an hour later, when Daphne outside the corridor began to draw a chessboard on the ground and play chess with herself, Rhys noticed that the Ravenclaw ghost's hand trembled. She suddenly emerged completely from the swamp, and the mud slid off her body without getting a single speck of dirt on her robes. Ravenclaw's eyes rolled a few times under her eyelids, and suddenly, she opened her eyes. ____________. 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 114, Conversation After 1,000 Years. What Rhys saw was a pair of bewildered eyes. 1,000 years ago, those bronze eyes had been as sharp as a hawk's, but now they had lost their former sharpness, looking almost dazed. Ravenclaw seemed as if she had just woken up from a deep sleep, suddenly shaken awake, her mind momentarily blank. However, she recovered quickly, and within a minute, a spark of clarity returned to her eyes. She remembered her identity, her location right now, and the duty she bore. Recalling all this, Ravenclaw's gaze naturally fell upon the young Rhys standing before her. A child. Why would there be a child in the dungeon seal? This place is dangerous, not somewhere you should be. You should leave quickly, she said instinctively to Rhys. Rhys. Seeing his old friend regain her clarity, Rhys had 1,000 words stuck in his chest, but Ravenclaw's first words shattered the atmosphere. Did Rowena mistake him for a student of the castle? Seriously, she might not recognize him since she never saw him when he was this young, but could she not notice the unique mud domain? This was his signature move. Rhys thought for a moment, then stomped his foot. Instantly, the ground rippled as if a stone had been thrown into a pond. The change in the ground caught Rowena's attention. She looked at the floor, which was now surging like the surface of the sea, and a flash of realization crossed her face. You are Salazar's. Rhys nodded, satisfied. Descendant, right? Not bad, this domain shows you've inherited some of his true skills. Are you here to atone for his sins? Rhys. What the? He felt like he was about to lose control of his blood pressure. Not to mention, inherited some skills. What was this talk of atonement? Was he the one supposed to be guilty? He decided not to keep up the charade any longer. Who knew what else Ravenclaw might say if this continued? Taking a deep breath, he said in the calmest tone he could manage, Rowena, it really has been a long time. Ravenclaw was taken aback. Those words, that tone, that expression. She squinted, carefully examining the young man standing before her, and her eyebrows gradually arched higher. It's you, Salazar. Rhys nodded. The next second, a massive wind blade sliced right over Rhys's head. Rhys! Exclamation point. He immediately submerged himself into the swamp, and the spot where he had been standing was instantly bombarded by dozens of wind blades. Rhys popped up at the edge of the swamp and shouted at Rowena, Rowena, what on earth are you doing? You, still, have the nerve to come back. Rowena shouted through gritted teeth. With each word she uttered, she summoned another barrage of wind blades aimed at Rhys. However, with the protection of the swamp domain, these spells couldn't really harm Rhys, and Rowena knew this well. These moves were useless against someone submerged in the swamp. She was merely venting her anger. In an instant, the small space felt as if it were caught in a violent storm. After about 5 minutes, the storm subsided. Rhys emerged from the now thoroughly ravaged swamp, looking at Rowena with a face full of helplessness. Have you calmed down? Rowena had already returned to her composed, elegant demeanor. She didn't respond to his question, but instead, with a faint smile on her lips, said, It really has been a long time, Salazar. Huh? Rhys resisted the urge to roll his eyes. What a madwoman. He cursed inwardly. After all these years, Rowena had only grown more neurotic. Can you tell me what era it is outside? Rowena asked, her tone rather casual, as if she were merely chatting with an old friend about the weather. The 20th century. It's been a full 1,000 years since we founded Hogwarts. As Rhys said this, he suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. Time really is a strange thing. 1,000 years, Rowena closed her eyes, as if savoring the weight of that number. When she reopened them, she scrutinized Rhys, a flicker of surprise in her gaze. It seemed that her old friend had progressed further on the path of immortality than she and the other two had. However, there might be some drawbacks to his method, and she might be able to test that. Words alone aren't proof. Do you have any evidence that you're really Salazar? Though she could easily confirm his identity, she deliberately asked this tricky question. Rhys immediately frowned, How was he supposed to prove that he was himself? Rowena, are you just looking for trouble? He stirred the swamp beneath his feet. Rowena shook her head. A domain like that can be inherited, it can be learned. It doesn't count, besides, this domain differs significantly from what I remember. Rhys nodded, pulling out the shard of the crystal ball from his pocket. Rowena's eyelid twitched, and she coldly shook her head. This only proves that you are not Salazar. Salazar would never have shattered this. Rhys felt his blood boiling, rising up in a surge. He immediately drew his wand and pressed the tip against his temple. Rowena Ravenclaw, you're forcing me to do this. You're right. I have a memory, Lady Ravenclaw, that you might want to see. There was this witch who asked me for a potent dreamless sleep potion and then mixed it with a stimulant. Here's what she looked like a quarter of an hour after taking the potion. As he spoke, a silvery wisp of smoke began to wind around the tip of his wand, about to be pulled from Rhys's mind. A sense of foreboding flashed through Rowena's heart. Oh, I am. A faintly female voice could be heard singing from within the silvery smoke. Then a female silhouette came in view. It seemed she was Nake. Okay. All right. Stop. Ravenclaw interrupted Rhys's spellcasting. I believe you are indeed Salazar. Hey, Rhys's lips curled into a slight smile. Wouldn't it have been easier if you'd just agreed earlier? Through their brief exchange, Ravenclaw had gleaned the information she sought. Her old friend's method of achieving immortality seemed flawless on the surface, but his personality had subtly shifted over time, likely due to his physical transformation into a child. After confirming each other's identities, the two fell into silence. After a while, Rhys finally spoke. You've really had a hard time all these years. Ravenclaw remained silent. Her last days had indeed been incredibly difficult. In those final moments, she had often fantasized about what she would do if she ever saw her old friends again. At the very least, the idea of beating Salazar up had now been realized. After a long pause, she finally began to speak slowly, recounting what had happened after Rhys left the school in a calm tone. 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 115, The Trick of Fate. After you left, Godric fell seriously ill. Shortly after his recovery, he too left the school. Later, Helga wanted to find both of you and decided to travel the world as well. She never returned, leaving only me here. Ravenclaw's tone was calm and gentle, but Rhys could sense infinite sadness and loneliness in her words. He suddenly recalled the night Hogwarts castle was completed. On that day, the top of the last tower had finally been sealed, marking the castle's full completion. All that remained was for students to arrive, drawn by the castle's reputation. The four of them had gathered on the newly flattened lawn outside the castle, gazing at their masterpiece. It feels like we could add something more. Perhaps another tower in the middle. Helga had some ideas about the castle's structure. But then what was the point of designing the courtyard? A tower would take up too much space, and if we made it float, it would block the courtyard's light. Salazar had immediately rejected Hufflepuff's suggestion. He believed the castle's design was already near perfect and didn't need any unnecessary additions. Let's not mess with it anymore. These past few days have really worn me out. Godric was strongly opposed to any more changes. He had been playing the role of laborer during the construction, often being the one to gather materials whenever anyone had a new idea. Even with the aid of magic, it was still a taxing job. So when he heard Helga wanted to alter the castle structure again, he was genuinely annoyed. Ravenclaw silently nodded in agreement, also feeling that adding another tower in the middle would make the castle look ugly. Even though the concept of a floating tower that Salazar mentioned was cool, it wouldn't change the fact that it would look terrible. All right then. Seeing her suggestion unanimously rejected, Helga didn't insist further. Gryffindor stretched and then suddenly said, I must say, this castle is quite magnificent. The other three agreed with him. From a distance, Hogwarts Castle resembled a mighty dragon perched on the cliffside, overlooking the surrounding forests and lake. This is our school. Helga proudly puffed out her chest. This will be the best magic school in all of the Europe, and even the entire world, Salazar declared with great ambition, determined to make Hogwarts the top magical school globally. That might take decades of effort, Helga laughed. She believed that even though Hogwarts had only just been completed and didn't yet have a single student, the only thing standing in the way of it becoming the best magic school in the world was time. After all, this was the place where the four of them would be teaching. What other combination could be better than the four of them? When that time comes, I'll pack up my things and set off to travel the world, whether to the west or the east. I'll flip a coin to decide. Rowena was already imagining her retirement. That sounds good. Just remember to leave behind those books you've collected, Slytherin chuckled. I have no plans to move. I'll settle down here and teach students. Sounds perfect. I've used up all my travel allowance for this lifetime. Indeed, it's time to enjoy life. Gryffindor agreed with his old friend. Then I really need to study cooking magic seriously. so you won't keep saying I can only cook a few dishes, Helga's voice came from the side. Then use your cooking skills to keep Rowena tied to the castle. The memories ended there, and Rhys's thoughts returned to the present, filled with endless emotion. The woman who once wanted to travel the world, free like the wind, chose to lock herself in a dungeon, while those who wanted to stay at the school and teach had all left. Fate had played a cruel joke on them. Why did you do this to yourself? Rhys sighed. Rowena stood there quietly, looking at him, as if she had grown accustomed to the hardships of this place. The seal here needs someone to guard it. Why not let the students help? Barrow, Helena, and Adrian were excellent kids. Didn't Helena go out to explore the world? You could have called her back. She might not be as clever as you, but she could still help. Rowena's words puzzled Rhys. He remembered that when he left the school, although there were some unruly characters mixed in, the majority were still outstanding students who should have been able to share the burden. Mentioning Barrow, Rhys suddenly recalled the ghost he saw during the sorting ceremony. The bloody Baron Barrow wasn't a ghost who often wandered around the castle, so Rhys hadn't had a chance to talk to him properly, and more importantly, even if he did find him, there wouldn't be much to say. Without revealing his identity, why would Barrow pay attention to some random young wizard? Barrow, who died young, indeed couldn't offer much help to Rowena, but weren't there others who could? Like her daughter, for instance. Rowena fell silent again. What she was about to say was difficult, but after a moment's thought, she found herself relieved. So many years had passed, what could possibly be too hard to speak about now? I have something to tell you. Rhys nodded, only to have his pupils widen in shock a few seconds later. Helena ran away with my diadem. Ran away. And she stole your diadem too. Yes, Rowena confirmed, indicating that Rhys had heard correctly. Ungrateful wretch. Rhys was genuinely furious this time. If it weren't for you, she would have starved to death long ago, and this is how she repays you. He wanted to lash out at her lineage but managed to hold back. It was this very issue that had led to the falling out with his friends and eventually to that conflict. Now, he saw no need to reopen old wounds. Don't blame her. She had her difficulties too. I know she always wanted to be smarter and more famous than me. She just longed too much to step out of my shadow. You know, the pressure on her was always immense. Rowena uncharacteristically said a lot, hoping to dissuade Rhys from being too harsh on Helena. You shouldn't have kept this from us all this time. We could have at least helped you retrieve the diadem. That thing shouldn't be left out in the world, it's too dangerous. Rhys shook his head. While he found it hard to judge Rowena's family matters, losing the diadem and not reporting it was clearly her mistake. Rowena's diadem, like his own wand, was made from that sacred material, and losing control over it posed a significant risk. There are protective spells I placed on it, it's safe. I believed Helena would eventually return, Rowena sighed, her expression growing more complex. Later, there was trouble at the school, and I was severely injured. I knew young Barrow had always had feelings for her, so I sent him to find Helena. The next news I received about them was the news of their deaths. Barrow killed Helena and then took his own life. Rhys, what? 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 116, Old Friends. Hearing Rowena Ravenclaw's words, Rhys was completely stunned. Helena had stolen Rowena's diadem, and after Rowena fell gravely ill, she sent Barrow to find Helena, only for Barrow and Helena to end up in a fatal conflict. What the? This news hit Rhys hard, leaving him momentarily unable to react. But soon, he noticed something was off. The whole situation seemed strange and full of unanswered questions. Most importantly, where did the diadem go? Even if you put a seal on it, you shouldn't have let Helena carry it around, Rowena. You should understand the dangers of the items we created. I'm not even willing to carry my wand for extended periods, Rhys said. My spell is flawless, Rowena's tone was firm. She glanced at Rhys and added, if you had followed my advice back then, you could use your wand freely now. Rhys was momentarily at a loss for words. Of course, someone as proud and confident as Rowena would never admit that her spell had flaws. To her, the diadem was foolproof. If Helena had the ability to break the seal on the diadem, then her magical skills had inherited a significant portion of her adoptive mother's talents, and she would naturally be able to handle the diadem's influence. He took a deep breath, hoping that everything was indeed just as Rowena had described, a series of unfortunate coincidences, an enraged Barrow accidentally killing Helena and then taking his own life out of shame. Rowena Ravenclaw didn't want to dwell on the topic any longer. Instead, she continued telling Rhys about the changes at Hogwarts after Barrow's death. After the 4 founders established Hogwarts, they each recruited students according to their own preferences. Their plan was to pass the responsibility of managing the school to these students once they had matured and could handle the duties on their own, allowing the founders to retire in peace. As the students grew, their ambitions, character, and talents gradually became evident to the founders. Through a process of elimination, the most talented and virtuous young individuals caught the founder's attention and were given special training. Except for Hufflepuff House, the other three houses had some exceptionally talented individuals emerge. For example, Helena from Ravenclaw House, Barrow and Adrian Dragonheart Greengrass from Slytherin House, and Mary de la Motte, the Crimson Witch, from Gryffindor House. According to the plans of Slytherin and the others, these students, who had been trained in their respective secret chambers, were meant to inherit their founder's will and help make Hogwarts the best magic school in the world. They were also the primary candidates for the daunting task of maintaining the seals in the depths of the castle's dungeons, a task not just any wizard could handle. But then, the unexpected happened. First, a conflict broke out between Gryffindor and Slytherin, leading to Slytherin's departure. This set off a chain reaction, which eventually resulted in Gryffindor leaving as well. This upheaval had a massive impact on the school. After Slytherin left, Slytherin House, which had been the leading house among the four, suffered a significant blow and grew distant from the other three houses. Gryffindor's departure further escalated the conflict between Slytherin and Gryffindor houses, with Adrian and Mary even engaging in a fierce battle outside the castle. In the end, both of them left Hogwarts, each swearing, just like their mentors, never to set foot in the castle again as long as the other was still alive. After that, Adrian returned home to inherit the Greengrass family business, while Mary vanished without a trace. With the subsequent deaths of Barrow and Helena, Rowena Ravenclaw found herself facing an extremely dire situation in her final days. Of the four founders, only she remained, and the next generation of successors had completely vanished. Left with no other choice, Ravenclaw allowed herself to die within the seal, turning into a ghost to take her place in maintaining it. Turning into a ghost as a means of achieving immortality was something she had considered while alive, but the application turned out to be far from what she had planned. In her original vision, she would have become a ghost to travel the world, not to become a bound spirit trapped in the dungeons. After hearing Ravenclaw's story, Reese could only sigh at the unpredictability of fate. He suppressed his unease and shifted the conversation to another topic. Now that I'm back, Rowena, have you considered taking a break and visiting the castle? So much has changed over the past 1,000 years. For instance, their budget has become quite generous, and the food is much better than what we had back then. Reese couldn't help but smile as he added, "Oh, I just remembered, ghosts can't taste anything. No matter how delicious the food or how sweet the desserts, it all tastes like ash to them. What a pity." Ravenclaw glanced at him. "I made some special adjustments to myself. As a ghost, I didn't lose my sense of taste." Reese, what? Ravenclaw, hee. Surprised. With all the downsides of being a ghost, did you think I'd be unprepared? However, she quickly changed the subject, stating that she couldn't go above ground. "I placed a spell on this body of mine that prevents it from leaving the sealed area of the dungeon. I'm well aware of the contamination here. I feared that if I lost control, I might unknowingly wander into the castle. Can't it be undone?" "No, it's the safest measure to prevent any accidents." Ravenclaw glanced at Reese. "How could I have foreseen that someone who swore never to return would come back to help cleanse the pollution in my soul?" Reese immediately explained, "I go by Reese Chasla Lint now. Salazar Slytherin hasn't returned." "Heh." Ravenclaw let out a cold laugh. Reese quickly switched the topic. "But it seems the contamination within you hasn't been fully removed," he said, pointing to the lingering stains on Ravenclaw's spirit. "Perhaps this thing's absorption capacity has reached its limit," Ravenclaw replied, casting a disdainful glance at the distorted form of Voldemort on her shoulder. "Couldn't you have thought of a different solution? Did you really have to attach this thing to me?" Reese glared at Ravenclaw fiercely. "Rowena, why don't you take a guess at what you did to me before? There was no better option than this. No choice, cleaning up trash is just in my nature. You should reflect on why you were deemed something that needed to be cleaned up. Reese, I regret waking you up. Such a great witch, too bad she has a mouth." The two old friends chatted for a long time before Ravenclaw finally brought up the topic of Daphne, who was playing chess with herself outside the corridor. "So, who's that young girl outside? Don't tell me she's... ______________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 117, 117, say something nice to that old lady. Seeing Ravenclaw's gaze, Reese raised an eyebrow. "She's a child of the Greengrass family, a very talented young witch." "Oh." Now Ravenclaw was interested. If Salazar praised someone for their talent, it meant they were truly exceptional. And with the Greengrass family background, could she be the chosen successor of Salazar after his rebirth? Now she wanted to meet this little girl. "But can your successor outlive you?" she silently mocked. Leaving aside Salazar's strange method of immortality, just the fact that his physical age matched that of his apprentice was intriguing enough. Who would outlive whom was really anyone's guess. Ravenclaw wanted to meet Daphne, and Reese certainly wouldn't stop her. However, before leaving, he asked, "How do you plan to present yourself to her? Ravenclaw understood Reese's hint. After a brief consideration, she decided to meet Daphne as Ravenclaw. Given my current state, there's no need to hide, she said. Reese kept his identity hidden because he didn't want to scare the child and preferred to act discreetly. Ravenclaw, on the other hand, had no such concerns. All right, but please remember, my name is Reese Chasla Lynt. All right, Salazar Slytherin. Reese. His steps faltered, hesitant and uncertain. Is there something else on your mind? Ravenclaw immediately noticed that her old friend hadn't said everything. Could you help me fix this crystal ball? A mischievous kid broke it, he asked carefully, taking the shattered pieces of the crystal ball out of his pocket. Ravenclaw frowned. The damage is quite severe, and the spells on it are extremely delicate. Considering my current condition. So, it's a no. I can do it, but you'll have to agree to one condition. Never mind, then. Reese rejected her outright, without hesitation, agreeing to a request from Ravenclaw was not something to take lightly. Accepting it could lead to serious trouble. Ravenclaw. What kind of image did you have of me in your mind before? This time, the thing I need help with is really simple. She wanted to say more, but Reese had already turned and walked into the passage without looking back. Ravenclaw couldn't help but laugh. Very well, still the sharp and cunning Slytherin, but remember, you're not the only one who can get things done. She lifted her head, her gaze seemingly piercing through the thick stone walls. Are you all right? Daphne hurried over as she saw Reese emerge safely from the passage. Heh. It's like pulling teeth from a lioness, and without any anesthesia, Reese shrugged. He was confident that no one else in the world could have treated Ravenclaw's illness like he did. Those with the skill to heal couldn't get close to her, and those who could get close, was there really anyone left in the world with that capability? If they hadn't even mastered their own field, they'd better not go to Ravenclaw to meet their doom. Daphne chuckled. But fortunately, I've treated her for the most part. You can go see her now, Reese said, winking at Daphne. You definitely won't come back empty-handed from this trip. Remember, say plenty of nice things to that old lady. Then she won't let you go without rewarding you. Reese was certain that Ravenclaw wouldn't be stingy with Daphne. After all, this was an elder meeting a younger one, how could Ravenclaw possibly hold back from giving a generous, red envelope? Me. Daphne pointed at herself, full of doubt and uncertainty. She was completely confused, not understanding why that mysterious woman wanted to see her. By the way, the mystery is solved. The person we just rescued is one of Hogwarts' founders, Rowena Ravenclaw. Daphne was in a daze all the way until they emerged from the passage onto the platform. The revelation Reese had just shared with her was so shocking that her brain couldn't process it right away. We rescued Ravenclaw. Daphne suddenly felt like she was riding the coattails of something big. What had she done on this journey? Her only contribution had been chatting with Reese and using up his magical potions. Even the crystal ball Reese had given her for live updates lost its signal at the start of the battle, meaning she wasn't even a spectator. Yet Reese said that they had rescued Ravenclaw together, making her feel like she had just teamed up with a pro and scored 80 points. And that was Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaw. The idea that she, in her lifetime, could meet one of Hogwarts' founders was something she wouldn't have dared to dream of. You seem to have a lot on your mind. A gentle female voice interrupted her thoughts. Daphne quickly looked up and saw a ghost standing alone on the platform. Even as a ghost, Daphne could tell that the witch's robe was exquisitely crafted. The fabric must have been top quality in life, and combined with her well-maintained face and those deep, wise eyes that occasionally sparkled with intellect, Daphne instantly believed that she was indeed standing before Rowena Ravenclaw. As Daphne looked at Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw was also observing Daphne. After her conversation with Salazar, she had learned that the language of the current era had changed significantly. So, she cast a translation spell on herself. While Reese was busy elsewhere, Ravenclaw had also transformed the platform back into a flat surface and concealed her physical body. In just a few seconds, Ravenclaw had thoroughly observed Daphne from head to toe. She had to admit, Salazar's apprentice certainly looked presentable. Now, she just needed to see if Daphne's talent was truly as exceptional as Salazar claimed. Hello, Daphne greeted the ghost in front of her timidly, her voice tinged with nervousness. She couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, she was standing before the legendary witch, Rowena Ravenclaw. Daphne took 2 deep breaths, her eyes involuntarily drifting to the side, hoping to catch a reassuring glance from Reese for some encouragement. But to her surprise, she realized that Reese hadn't come in with her. At that moment, Reese was poking at the glowing barrier at the entrance to the passage, shaking his head helplessly. He had expected Rowena to do this. She wanted to meet Daphne alone. Hello, child, there's no need to be nervous. Come closer, Ravenclaw said with a warm smile, beckoning Daphne forward. The smile melted away Daphne's tension, and she took a few steps closer to Ravenclaw. As she did, a table and 2 chairs appeared out of thin air before her. Please, have a seat. We can sit and chat, Ravenclaw gestured kindly, indicating for Daphne to take a seat first. 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 118, 118, Ravenclaw is overjoyed. So why do you want to see me? Daphne asked this question urgently as soon as she sat down. In her opinion, she was ordinary and had not contributed much to Ravenclaw's resurrection, so why should she be received by her? Just think of me as being too bored and looking for someone to chat with. Ravenclaw said with a kind expression and a smile on her face. Oh. Daphne sat upright in the chair and nodded obediently. Although Lady Ravenclaw didn't say it explicitly, she felt that it was still related to Reese. After all, the reason she got was far-fetched. Ravenclaw's eyes swept across Daphne's face, and Ravenclaw said from the bottom of her heart, "You greengrasses are so good-looking." When Adrian was studying at Hogwarts, he often received love letters from students from other houses, and the little witches who accompanied him changed frequently. My students wrote me several letters of accusation, telling me that he was a real scumbag. Daphne was embarrassed. How could our ancestors have played so extravagantly? However, she was secretly excited to hear gossip from thousands of years ago. Do you know why boys can't enter the girls' dormitory? It has something to do with Adrian. Daphne, stop it, stop it. I did complain to Salazar, but guess what he said? He actually thought that if the wizarding world wanted to grow, they had to have more children, so he supported what Adrian did. Daphne. Reese, stop it, Ravenclaw. Although he couldn't get in, Ravenclaw was considerate enough to use magic to transmit the audio of her conversation with Daphne. Ravenclaw easily dispelled Daphne's nervousness with a little anecdote from when Hogwarts was first founded, and also caused Reese's body temperature to rise as he stood outside the corridor. You really have inherited your ancestors' good looks. You're too kind. You're as beautiful and intelligent as the rumors say. Daphne blushed and began to speak well of Ravenclaw as Reese had instructed. Although she knew that Daphne was flattering her, Ravenclaw was still quite satisfied. She was a person who valued manners and dignity. Before she died, she did not forget to tidy up her appearance and even took potions to make her ghost's face and complexion look less bad. Ghosts would inherit their appearance before death, and Ravenclaw did not want her ghost to look like a wandering female ghost. Well, she couldn't do anything for a mummy form. After being praised by Daphne, her mood suddenly became cheerful. Really? Don't lie to me, little girl. Lady Ravenclaw. I speak from my heart, not a single word is false. Daphne said seriously, her words full of honesty and sincerity. Your robe is really very exquisite, and it is obvious that it was made by an extraordinary master. Thank you. This is exactly what I designed. The fabric looks amazing too. I specially asked someone to get silk from the East. The price is dozens of times the weight of gold. If I hadn't made a deal with, someone and made a lot of money, I wouldn't be willing to spend so much money on clothes. Ravenclaw was even happier to hear Daphne praise the fabric of her wizard robe. In her time, the price of silk was several times or even dozens of times that of gold of the same weight. According to the 13th century book on commodities, a pound of fine silk cost as much as 12 pounds, while a pound of gold of the same weight cost only 1 pound. The one on Ravenclaw was of the highest quality in terms of both texture and craftsmanship, and the price was astonishingly expensive. A robe made of nearly 10 pounds of silk would be a pain even for Ravenclaw, unless it was paid for by someone else. As for who paid a large sum of money for it, everyone knows it. Which wizard in Hogwarts was both rich and often discussed academic issues with Ravenclaw. Well, if you allow me, I will make a similar one, but the color should be changed to Slytherin's silver green. Thank you so much. I'll get you the design right away. Daphne's praise was all-round and comprehensive, from the design of the clothes to the material to Ravenclaw's secret to maintaining her youthful appearance, which made Ravenclaw very happy. The two of them had a very pleasant conversation, and there was even a tendency for them to become close friends regardless of age. By the way, I heard that Hogwarts doesn't teach courses like the flow of mana anymore. Daphne nodded. The knowledge of the flow of mana/magic power was almost lost in the wizarding world. The first reason is that it is difficult to learn and really depends on talent. The second reason is that there are very excellent substitutes, which directly make this knowledge lost. It is like the telegraph among Muggles. With the popularization of telephones, faxes, and the internet, the telegraph gradually faded out of the historical stage. Ravenclaw sighed and said, "It's a pity, but Salazar was quite good at this back then." You can learn from that, Reese. Daphne blinked, quite curious about what the connection between Reese and Slytherin was. He does have some connection with Slytherin. Ravenclaw played a word game. Salazar was indeed from the Slytherin family, and everything she said was true. Daphne understood. As expected, Reese is the legitimate heir of Slytherin. No wonder he came here to try so hard to save Lady Ravenclaw. After this, Daphne invited Ravenclaw to walk around the castle grounds and see how Hogwarts had changed over the past 1,000 years. Ravenclaw shook her head, a trace of loneliness that was very easy to observe flashed in her eyes. She explained to Daphne the importance of guarding the seal and her current situation that was restricted by it. However, if you are willing to do me a favor, I can return to the ground in some way. Ravenclaw changed the subject and made her request to Daphne. Please go ahead. Please take this crystal ball up there for me and put it in the Hogwarts library. Ravenclaw waved her hand, and a mini crystal ball the size of a plum appeared out of thin air on the table. This crystal ball contains a trace of Ravenclaw's magic. In this way, Ravenclaw can bring her own magic out of the seal and trigger the backup plan she left in the school. She could only use this stupid method. After all, the seal she had set up back then was too perfect. No problem. Daphne was not as sensitive as Reese and agreed immediately. You're a good child. Seeing that Daphne was willing to help her, Ravenclaw raised a smile. This is a little bit of my experience. I think you may find it useful. Take it. She winked at Daphne, and a booklet appeared next to the crystal ball. This. Daphne's heart was suddenly moved. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 119, Reese, it's over, I fell into her trap. She gave me a booklet. Upon seeing Reese, Daphne didn't even wait for him to ask and blurted out everything she had received from Ravenclaw in a rush. But she hadn't received much, just a mini crystal ball and a very thin booklet. Even a Muggle radio manual was thicker than this booklet. Did she tell you to keep it to yourself? Reese asked as he took the items Daphne handed over. Daphne's cheeks turned slightly red. How did you know? Because I heard it. I guessed, Reese replied. He took a glance at the crystal ball in his hand and immediately understood Ravenclaw's intentions. It was indeed a clever trick, to use the crystal ball as a medium to carry magic outside, triggering the spell she left behind. As for what would happen next, that was anyone's guess. So this was what Ravenclaw wanted me to introduce her to Daphne. If I had known she wanted me to do this, then I definitely still wouldn't have agreed. At the very least, I would have made her reveal her true intentions. Reese knew that, at her core, Ravenclaw probably didn't want to do anything harmful to Hogwarts. But just because someone's intentions aren't bad, does that mean their actions will be harmless? Not necessarily. A few unpleasant memories surfaced in his mind. Reese remembered the little experiments Ravenclaw had conducted behind their backs. When Ravenclaw did something, it was either silent or resulted in a huge mess. The most serious incident had even required the three of them to clean up her mess together. So, should he take the crystal ball or not? Reese hesitated for a few seconds before deciding to take it with them. After all, it was just a bit of magic being brought out this time, and the entire experiment was under his supervision. There was no way it could spiral out of control. After figuring out what to do with the crystal ball, it was time to deal with the booklet. Under Daphne's expectant gaze, Reese opened the booklet and found that there wasn't a single word inside. Daphne looked puzzled. So, did she just give me a diary? She asked blankly. If you're asking that kind of question, you'll never get into Ravenclaw, Reese said, pulling out his wand and gently tapping the first page of the booklet with it. Next, it seemed as if an invisible hand was writing on the booklet. On the smooth surface of the first page, beautiful cursive Latin letters began to appear. The wind has brought my goodwill, but please do not place this book in a swamp. Reese froze. At the same moment the text appeared, he felt as if someone had hit him over the head with a blunt object, a familiar mental spell, unmistakably the work of that woman Ravenclaw. Reese recognized the familiar style in this. Rowena had thought of everything. She knew that even though she had told Daphne to look at the booklet alone, Daphne would still hand it over to Reese. So, Ravenclaw had left a simple little trap in the booklet to serve as a warning to Reese. Keep it, it's something good. You can take your time studying it at home, Reese said, handing the booklet and crystal ball back to Daphne. But there's nothing in this booklet, Daphne said, her small eyes filled with big confusion. That's just her style. She won't give you something for nothing. With her, everything requires an exchange of value. Of course, you also need a sufficient threshold to access it, Reese explained to Daphne. Unlike the other three founders, Ravenclaw was a bit quirky. Before teaching anything to a student, she would first test them to see if they had enough wisdom. Those who failed the test were not deemed worthy of learning from her, though, of course, you could impress her in other ways to earn another chance. This blank, wordless booklet was Ravenclaw's test for Daphne, to see if she could figure out how to use it. With the booklet in hand, Daphne imitated Reese's actions, tapping the booklet with her wand just as he had done. Then, a sentence appeared on the booklet. Those who imitate others can never walk their own path. Daphne. Sorry, I just closed off one of the ways to unlock it, Reese said, spreading his hands to show that he really couldn't help anymore. If he continued to assist, the booklet might just turn into a brick. Take your time figuring it out. We've got plenty of time, Reese reassured Daphne with a few words before leading her back to the surface. As soon as Reese and Daphne, carrying Ravenclaw's crystal ball, returned to the surface, they headed straight for the library. Reese needed to keep an eye on Daphne while she released Ravenclaw's magic, making sure not to miss any steps in case that woman tried to pull something again. The final exams had ended, and apart from Hermione, the library was empty. At this time of year, shouldn't you be taking a break? Reese was surprised when he saw Hermione there. What's going on? Why are you still here? This is my idea of relaxing, Hermione responded contentedly, patting the book next to her. Dumbledore's praise at the end-of-year feast had caused her some trouble. Because of her performance, Gryffindor and Slytherin had lost their near win of the House Cup. The Gryffindor students weren't too bothered, as they hadn't won the cup for several years anyway, and with the added pleasure of seeing Slytherin lose, they had let it go. However, many Slytherin students were quite upset, and it wasn't uncommon for them to make snide remarks when they ran into Hermione. If the holidays weren't just around the corner and most students weren't already thinking about their vacation plans, Hermione might have faced even more trouble. To avoid all the commotion, Hermione had simply taken refuge in the library with her books, which, for her, was the ultimate form of enjoyment. Reese had to respect that. After a brief chat with Hermione, Reese and Daphne moved to a corner of the library. This time, Daphne didn't clumsily break the crystal ball. Reese had already taught her the key to activating it. Daphne lightly brushed her magic over the crystal ball, and the magic of Ravenclaw trapped inside was released, sinking into the walls of the library. Then, nothing happened. Reese lingered in the library for a while longer, but still, nothing happened. He couldn't help but frown. He could sense the presence of the magic within the library, but he couldn't pinpoint its exact location. Damn it. Reese's expression changed. He had fallen into Ravenclaw's trap after all. She had calculated that he would undoubtedly keep a close eye on the magic's movements and the subsequent effects. That was exactly what she wanted. He had become her unpaid labor, having to monitor the progress of her experiment. Given his distrust of Ravenclaw, Reese couldn't just release the magic and walk away. This was Ravenclaw's open scheme. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 120. I don't think the Sorting Hat has the guts to do this. Then why can't I take these books home to read over the summer? Seeing that his observations were fruitless, Reese was about to leave when he heard Hermione arguing with Madame Pants. Those are the library's rules, Miss Granger. Please put the books back. Madame Pants's voice sounded cold and unyielding. The librarian had an obsessive love for the books in her care. She adored the collection of books in the library, and as a result, she greatly disliked the young witches and wizards who borrowed them, believing that each turn of a page caused harm to her beloved books. In her view, the ideal state of the library was having the shelves filled with books and the tables devoid of people. Ironically, Hermione, who loved to spend time in the library and read a lot, was not favored by Madame Pants. For those students who borrowed books, she strictly enforced the rules and carefully checked the condition of the books when they were returned. Hermione's attempt to borrow books for 2 months was almost impossible for Madame Pants to accept. But. No buts. The maximum borrowing period for students is 1 month. Then I can send the books back by all before the due date. The library is closed during the summer holidays, and books are not allowed to be taken off campus. Books must be returned in person by the borrower. Miss Granger, you can find these books at Flourish and Blots in Diagon Alley. Hermione. After dismissing all of Hermione's excuses, Madame Pants walked away with her head held high, as if she had won a battle, leaving Hermione alone to place a large stack of books to their original places with a sullen expression. Reese clicked his tongue in disapproval. He thought Madame Pants's approach went against the original intention they had when they first established the library. Back then, the 4 founders, led by Ravenclaw, donated a large collection of books, forming the basic framework of the Hogwarts library. Over the next 1,000 years, the school's staff and students worked hard, accumulating a vast collection, making Hogwarts library the largest in Europe. But books are meant to be read, not just to sit on shelves as decorative items. If these books were just gathering dust in the library without anyone borrowing them, Reese would genuinely feel sorry for them. Although Reese disliked Madame Pants as a person, he also acknowledged that she wasn't entirely without reason. As the school developed and grew, it was normal for rules to become more comprehensive and strict. Madame Pants's actions were all backed by school regulations, whereas Hermione's stance wasn't justified. The fact that a rule might be unreasonable doesn't give her the right to ask others to break it for her. She could write to Dumbledore and ask him to amend the school rules. But considering everything, Reese didn't mind helping Hermione out. "Can I borrow a few sheets of parchment?" he said, approaching Hermione. Hermione didn't understand Reese's intention, but she still handed him a stack of parchment. With a wave of his hand, Reese transformed the parchment into replicas of the books Hermione had been holding. "Now you can take them with you. Just make sure to return them at the start of the school year," Reese said, placing the fake books on a nearby table. "Oh my. How, but..." Hermione hesitated. Books sitting on shelves gathering dust is a shameful waste, Reese continued. These aren't dangerous texts or rare editions. Go ahead and borrow them. Just remember to write a letter to Headmaster Dumbledore, suggesting he change the school's borrowing policy. Looking at the stack of books in her hands, Hermione's desire for knowledge outweighed her respect for school rules. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. She nodded many times like a broken doll. She had decided to follow Reese's advice, take the books home, and return them when the new school year began. Despite the young wizard's reluctance, the last day of the school year finally arrived. The students packed their clothes into their trunks and set off for Hogsmeade Station, where they would board the train back to London to begin their summer holidays. Is the Ministry high on some illegal potions? No magic allowed during the summer holidays. Reese muttered, settling into his seat after placing his luggage on the overhead rack. He was reading the notice they had received an hour earlier. Just the title of the notice made it hard for him to keep a straight face. Since when was using magic against the rules for wizards? It's utterly absurd. But then, on second thought, Reese realized that to hide the existence of the magical world, such measures were a necessary compromise. Compared to adults, children seemed more likely to expose the magical world, although the adults weren't much more reliable. Recalling the anecdotes he'd read in the newspapers about wizards playing pranks on muggles, Reese couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat over the enforcement of the statute of secrecy. Keys that got smaller each day until they disappeared, teapots that bit people's noses, lawnmowers that would go berserk once the switch was flipped. The fact that the magical world had managed to remain secret for so long was nothing short of a miracle. In theory, underage wizards aren't allowed to use magic outside of school, but in reality, this rule isn't very strictly enforced, Daphne, who was sitting across from Reese, said dismissively. If you cast spells in Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, or other wizarding areas, the Ministry of Magic won't bother you. You can also cast spells freely on the estates of magical families since the Ministry assumes that adult wizards can properly uphold the statute of secrecy. As she spoke, an idea came to her. How about spending the summer at my family's manor? There aren't any magic restrictions there, and Astoria's potions will need your attention. We should have some dark energy warding fruits stocked up from last year, too. Reese was tempted. It didn't really matter to him where he spent the summer. My father's storeroom might also have some potion ingredients collected, she added, seemingly offhand. Reese immediately decided to spend his holiday as a guest at the Greengrass Manor. But make sure you don't use magic in Muggle residential areas, Daphne quickly added, fearing that Reese might not take the notice seriously. If you use magic, the Ministry of Magic will detect it immediately. My dad says it's because underage wizards have something called a trace on them. Oh. Reese perked up. He was very interested in finding out whether he had the trace on him. Technically, he shouldn't have it since he wasn't truly a part of the modern magical world, and he'd never noticed any locating spells on himself. But then again, there could be exceptions. Do you know what the trace is all about? Daphne shook her head. I only know that wizards under 17 will be detected if they use magic outside of Hogwarts. As for the mechanics of the trace, that's a secret of the wizarding world. If you're really curious, I can help you find out. But all underage wizards who've attended Hogwarts have it, so you're probably no exception. Daphne was aware that Reese had always been in a near-reclusive state before, but she was convinced that Reese wouldn't be an exception to this rule. Listening to Daphne, Reese suddenly felt that the trace seemed to have something in common with the school's acceptance letters. The principles behind them were likely the same. Inside Hogwarts Castle, there was a book called the Book of Admittance, which was the basis for Hogwarts student enrollment. It was an artifact he and his 3 old friends had crafted for the purpose of admissions. The book contained a spell that covered the entire British Isles, capable of detecting newly born young wizards through magical fluctuations and pinpointing their names and addresses, generating an admission list according to their age. Back in the day after his resurrection, Reese had also fooled the Book of Admittance by releasing a magical signal, getting his name onto the new student list. Reese felt that this large-scale group magic of the trace might have something in common with the Book of Admittance. However, could those rookies really create a magical artifact of this level? The Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery was enacted in 1875, and Reese doubted that wizards of that time still had the capability to make something on par with the Book of Admittance. Wait a minute, trace on children that attended Hogwarts. If that's the case, there seems to be a shortcut. Could they be attaching the trace to all the new students arriving at Hogwarts? Then it wouldn't be a large-scale detection spell, it would fall under the category of contract magic. Adding a contract magic to young wizards so that whenever they cast spells, the Ministry of Magic would receive location feedback, that's much simpler than monitoring magical fluctuations across the entire British Isles. The specifics might vary, but this should be the general principle. So, what is something all young wizards have done? The answer popped into Reese's mind instantly. All new students have worn the sorting hat and participated in the sorting ceremony. In the future, when he has time, he can ask the Sorting Hat to confirm this. It's normal that he doesn't detect the existence of the trace on himself. After all, he doesn't believe the Sorting Hat would have the audacity to do anything to him. ________________________________________________________________________ Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 121, 121, I casted your family's Fidley's charm. What are you thinking about? Daphne couldn't help but ask when she saw Rhys lost in thought. Rhys then shared his speculation with Daphne. But if that's the case, those young wizards who don't attend Hogwarts, they wouldn't be under the Ministry of Magic's control in the first place, would they? Rhys revealed the truth with one sentence. There are only two ways for young wizards to learn magic, either they are taught at home by their parents or they attend a magic school. If neither is possible, a very grim future awaits them. And on this land of Britain, no one can resist the allure of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It is one of the top magic schools in the world. As long as you have magical talent and are born on this land, you will receive an acceptance letter. To compare with the Muggle world, it would be like saying that as long as you have a permanent residency card, you can attend Harvard, and for free, no less. With conditions like this, anyone who chooses to study at home would have to be out of their mind. So for those living in Britain who don't go to Hogwarts, it's hard to say what their deal is. They are most likely marginalized individuals of the magical community or even wandering wizards or dark wizards. Expecting them to follow the rules would be very difficult, and the Ministry of Magic doesn't have any expectations of them either, only arresting them when they break the law. I see. After listening to Rhys's analysis, Daphne thought that what he said made a lot of sense. However, she wasn't too concerned about the trace, as it had little to do with her. She was more interested in whether Rhys would come to spend the holiday at Greengrass Manor. After receiving a positive response, she could no longer suppress the upward curve of her lips. She took out a piece of parchment with writing on it and handed it to Rhys. This is the address of my family's summer villa. Remember it, and don't tell anyone else, Daphne said, winking at Rhys. The estate is protected by the Fidley's charm, right? Rhys glanced at Daphne, feeling quite touched. He hadn't expected this little girl to be willing to share even this with him. A building protected by the Fidley's charm cannot be found by anyone other than the secret keeper. When the secret keeper dies, everyone who knew the secret becomes a secret keeper. So being willing to share the address of a house is akin to giving someone a copy of the key, an act that signifies immense trust. You know about the Fidley's charm too. Daphne's surprise lasted only a moment before she relaxed, thinking it was only natural for him to know such things. Of course, how could I not know this spell? Rhys said with a smile. What he didn't mention was that this charm was something they had refined themselves. Initially, when they were planning the defensive magic for Hogwarts Castle, the Fidley's charm was among the spells they considered. However, after considering its extreme complexity and how easily it could be broken, they eventually abandoned the idea. The Fidley's charm hides the location of a building as a secret within the soul of a living person, generating a magical defense of tremendous strength. As long as the secret keeper does not reveal the address, outsiders will never be able to find the hidden building. This charm has very strong yet simultaneously very fragile protective abilities because it becomes ineffective as soon as the secret is leaked. Thus, the fewer people who know the specific location, the better. For a bustling place like a school castle, adding the Fidley's charm isn't really suitable. The Fidley's charm is actually a combination of contract magic and spatial magic. When the spell is cast, it first cuts out the space around the house being protected and hides it within a spatial rift. At this point, the house is no longer in the same space as the outside world. The only bridge connecting the house to the external space is its address, which we can also think of as a key to the space. This key is sealed within a person's soul by contract magic. Rhys explained the principles of the Fidley's charm to Daphne. When Rhys and the others optimized the charm back then, they simplified the casting process and enhanced the confidentiality of the key, making it impossible for ordinary spells or potions to force the address out of the secret keeper. Daphne, sounds pretty impressive. Rhys glanced at Daphne, who seemed awestruck, and thought that only an ancient pure-blood family would have such heritage, capable of placing the Fidley's charm on a large estate. With this charm, the larger the area of the property, the higher the difficulty of casting it. For an ordinary wizarding family, placing the Fidley's charm on a small cottage would be nearly impossible. But the Greengrass family went ahead and enchanted an entire estate. The wizard they hired must have been quite powerful, and he wondered how much that must have cost, truly a testament to the wealth of the Greengrass family. Wait a minute. Rhys looked down at the address of Daphne's home and then couldn't help but laugh. He knew this address because he was the one who had cast the Fidley's charm on this estate. In fact, he had done it voluntarily, without charging anything. I believe this spell has reached a stable state and no further optimization is necessary, Rowena Ravenclaw said, handing a roll of parchment to Salazar Slytherin. But we've only tested it on a small cottage so far. If we expand it to cover the entire school, the situation might be different, Salazar frowned. Don't you have many students who own several estates? Why not have them test it out? Ravenclaw suggested. Who should we ask? Knock. Knock. Professor, this is my written promise. I will never trespass into Gryffindor Tower again. Adrian limped in, holding a roll of parchment, and then noticed that both his professor and Professor Ravenclaw were staring intently at him. Adrian immediately broke into a cold sweat. Could it be that they found out about him asking Helena to join him at the astronomy tower to watch the stars last night? That shouldn't be possible. He really just wanted to learn some astronomy this time. Where was the trust between people? Adrian. Would you like to add a Fidley's charm to your family's estate? Professor, I was really just, Adrian was momentarily stunned, then realized that his professor wanted to use his family's property for another experiment. Professor, this spell won't blow up my house, will it? Last time. That was then, this is now. This spell was personally improved by Professor Ravenclaw. You have to trust her. Salazar said earnestly, examining his student. Adrian. It's precisely because it was improved by her that I'm worried. Ravenclaw cleared her throat. If Mr. Greengrass is unwilling, we won't force it. However, in that case. Before she could finish, Adrian agreed. His intuition told him it was best not to let Professor Ravenclaw finish her sentence. Reese sighed and turned the note in his hand into ashes. I will keep this secret. Just as it had been for the previous 1,000 years. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 122, Lupit's Dessert Shop. Dear passengers, the train is about to arrive at King's Cross Station. Passengers who are preparing to get off the train, please take your belongings with you, get off the train in order, and leave the station in an orderly manner. As the broadcast sounded from the carriage's loudspeakers, the little wizards stood up from their seats, changed their wizard robes into Muggle clothes, and took their luggage down from the shelves. When the train arrived, they all rushed to the platform and were blocked there because the Ministry of Magic sent people to allow only a few people to pass at a time, so that students would not come out of the wall in large numbers at the same time and attract the attention of Muggles. Why don't they cast an illusion spell on the students leaving the station? That way they can go faster. Looking at the long line in front of him, Reese couldn't help but complain. He also felt that this method was not very reliable. He only needed 3 minutes to think of 5 or 6 faster and safer ways to enter and exit the station. For example, they could set up some fireplaces in the station and use the Floo network to transfer students, or they could place the entrances and exits of the platform underground to avoid being seen by Muggles. Having a wizard who is proficient in the disillusionment charm cast a mass disillusionment charm on students leaving the station also seems to be a good option. Is it possible that the disillusionment charm is a very advanced spell, and there are too many students going home for the summer vacation, so the Ministry of Magic cannot cast the disillusionment charm on everyone? Daphne glanced at Reese and said in an uncertain tone, if the disillusionment charm is as simple as the levitation charm, then the invisibility cloak would not be sold so expensively. If it was a year ago, her tone would be very firm, but now she is a little unsure. Because Reese taught her the disillusionment charm, and she learned it. She felt that this spell didn't seem very difficult, and didn't understand why so many people couldn't learn it. Using the disillusionment charm also has great disadvantages. For example, parents who go out to pick up their children at the station won't be able to see their children. Another example, if the disillusionment charm wears off and we suddenly appear, it will cause more chaos. A voice came from behind the two of them. Reese looked back and found that it was a red-haired boy talking to him. Next to him stood a person who looked exactly like him, who was also looking at them with a smile. He recognized them immediately. They were Ron's twin brothers, Fred and George. Obviously, the long wait made these two overly energetic guys feel bored, and they just followed Reese's words and started chatting with him. I'm Fred. George greeted Reese, and Fred, who was standing next to him, winked at him. Hi George, I'm Reese. Huh. George raised his eyebrows, not understanding how he was exposed. Then he understood the next second, because Reese was gonna say the same sentence to both of them, and his reaction exposed his prank instead. As for the source of Reese's suspicion, it was naturally the rich micro-expressions on his good brother's face. George gave his brother a direct elbow. I told you to make faces at the side. Look, now you found out what's wrong. Let's get acquainted again. I'm George and he's Fred. George stretched out his hand to Reese and swore on his broom that he was really George. Remember, I will never make the mistake of being recognized by you next time. Hey, you don't have to think about not making a mistake. I'll be able to figure it out again. Reese patted George's hand. His words made George raise his eyebrows. He obviously didn't believe it. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet. Reese said confidently. It's a deal. George agreed without thinking. Let's bet whether you can recognize us at the opening ceremony in September this year. If you can, we can help you bring some things from Hogsmeade. Whether it's on the permitted list or not, we can handle it. If you recognize it wrongly, I will also treat you to candy, but... Hee hee. It'll be the candy we invented ourselves. George was more confident than Reese, because sometimes their biological mother couldn't tell them apart, let alone the new student who had just met them. If he was lucky and guessed right, he and Fred would not lose anything, but could take the opportunity to expand their purchasing business, which would be a win-win for both of them. The source of Reese's confidence was that he could identify people by distinguishing their magic. Although Fred and George looked the same as if they had drunk Polyjuice potion, there were still subtle differences in the fluctuations of their mana. For him, distinguishing Fred and George was as difficult as distinguishing Harry and Draco. Finally, several people walked out of the platform. The first person Reese saw was Fred and George's family. They all had red hair, which made them very recognizable in the crowd. Their little daughter even shouted excitedly when she saw Harry. Ginny is a huge fan of Harry. I bet her obsession with Harry is no less than her mother's obsession with Lockhart. That's the filthiest thing you've ever said to Harry, George quipped. Not far from the Weasley family stood a well-dressed gentleman. A pretty little girl with brown hair was standing behind him, holding the corner of his suit with her hand. The man was Daphne's father, Mr. Jameson Henry Greengrass, and his daughter, Astoria. What is very interesting is that a middle-aged fat man with a purple face and a big beard is standing next to Henry and talking to him happily. The Greengrass family is different from other pure-blood families. They still retain some industries in the Muggle world, which are managed by the squibs in the family, such as several wine estates. This is also the reason why he successfully attracted Vernon Dursley. You can try to pick grapes with our company's harvester. The efficiency is first class, and we have a complete after-sales warranty service. Mr. Dursley, my family's wine estate has been adhering to manual harvesting and picking since the 10th century. I have no intention of changing the tradition that has been maintained for thousands of years. Oh, sorry, my daughter is here. Jameson Henry walked quickly to Daphne, hugged her in his arms, and kissed her forehead. Harry also walked out of the station and came to his uncle, happily telling him that he had just been chatting with a wizard of astonishing blood purity. Harry was delighted to see Uncle Vernon's fat face turn pale in an instant. Reese also found Lupert, who was waiting for him at the station. After handing his luggage to her, Reese waved goodbye to the new friends he met at school and set off on his way home. He said he was going home, but in fact he was going back to Diagon Alley. Both he and Lupert were homeless, so they had to rent a house in Diagon Alley. But when Lupert brought Reese to the front of the house she rented in Diagon Alley, he was stunned. Lupert's dessert shop. Reese read out the words on the shop sign in an incredible tone. Is this where you live? Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 123, Dumbledore's Enlightenment. Reese was completely stunned. Before heading to Hogwarts, he had left some money for Lupert. This money was meant to cover her rent and living expenses and to support her continued completion of tasks for the secret society. What he never expected was that Lupert would use this money to open a dessert shop. And judging by the size of the shop, it seemed like Lupert's business was doing quite well. Seeing Reese's expression change, Lupert became nervous. She quickly explained, Master Reese. It was too conspicuous for me to rent a room alone at the Leaky Cauldron for a long time, so I rented a place in the alley instead. But the rent here is really high, and it wouldn't be good to just sit back and do nothing. By chance, I had learned how to make desserts and bread while wandering in France, and I remember you really like sweets. So, I took the liberty of opening a dessert shop that mainly sells various cakes, pastries, bread, and iced drinks. If you're not satisfied, I'll close the shop right away. Lupert explained her actions cautiously, afraid that anything she said might upset Reese and lead to punishment. Although she said she would close the shop immediately, deep down, she didn't want to. She had put too much effort into this place, and it was her first real home. How could she be willing to give it up? Reese raised an eyebrow. You don't say. But honestly, he was quite pleased with the idea of living above a dessert shop. In the future, he could simply ask Lupert to make any sweets he wanted. He became even more thankful for the decision he had made back then. After listening to Lupert's explanation, Reese smiled genuinely. I'm glad to see you've built a new life for yourself. Congratulations. Seeing Reese's response, Lupert let out a sigh of relief, her heart finally settling back in her chest. Then she seemed to remember something and quickly pulled out a small notebook from her pocket. Master, this is the ledger for the past year, detailing my profits and expenses. Please check. You keep it. Reese waved his hand dismissively, not interested in looking at it. Though Reese couldn't claim to have wealth all over the world, he certainly wasn't after a werewolf small business, even if her startup capital came from his donation. Doing the tasks I assign you is the best way to repay me. Speaking of tasks, Lupert's expression froze. It wasn't that she hadn't done anything, rather, the secret society hadn't given her any tasks this year. All she had to do was subscribe to a few newspapers, summarize and compile the news, and then send it out by owl. At the end of each month, 10 galleons would promptly be deposited into her account. Lupit even started to feel like she was some kind of journalist for a newspaper. If there are no new actions, just wait patiently. We have plenty of time, Reese said calmly. Dealing with a reclusive organization like the secret society was like fishing, you had to wait quietly for the right opportunity. Given enough time, the secret society would naturally take action. Come on, let me take a look around your shop, Reese said, waving his hand as he pushed open the door to Lupit's dessert shop, which had a "Closed Today" sign hanging on it. The shop wasn't very large. Apart from the wall with the entrance, the other 3 walls had glass display cabinets about 1 meter high and several meters long. In one corner of the room was a cash register, and next to it, a door led to the kitchen where the desserts were made. From the display labels, Reese could tell that the cabinet on the left held various cold drinks and chilled juices, the one on the right showcased French bread, and the cabinet in the middle was for desserts. Reese took a closer look and found that Lupit's shop sold desserts like eclairs, Napoleon cakes, waffles, cheesecakes, tiramisu, mousses, and more, mostly common Muggle desserts. Curiously, Lupit didn't sell any of the popular magical world desserts. After asking about it, Reese understood that because of her werewolf status, magical confectioners refused to take her on as an apprentice in France. It was only the Muggle dessert makers, who knew nothing about her background, who accepted her. As a result, all the desserts Lupit knew how to make were non-magical. However, this unintentional choice worked out well. There were few dessert shops in the magical world that specialized in selling Muggle desserts, so Lupit's shop filled a niche. She quickly built a loyal customer base, primarily consisting of Muggle-born wizards who came to Diagon Alley for shopping, as well as some single male wizards. After all, a dessert is a dessert, it doesn't lose its appeal or flavor just because of someone's heritage. The second floor is the bedroom, right? I'll go take a look. Ah. I've booked a room for you at the Leaky Cauldron. Cancel it. This is more convenient. Ignoring Lupit's attempts to dissuade him, Reese headed straight up to the second floor of the small building, which was her living space. Lupit had rented a 2-story house with a basement. The ground floor housed the dessert shop and kitchen, the second floor was her residence, and the basement was used for storing dessert ingredients. Due to the sloping roof, the layout on the second floor was much more cramped compared to the first. Most of the space was taken up by the bedroom, with a small portion allocated to a rather narrow washroom. The bedroom was quite messy, with a pile of blankets and some small clothes strewn across the bed, along with a heap of knee-high socks mostly in black and white. The shoe cabinet in the corner was overflowing with various shoes and boots. The wardrobe next to the bed was filled with clothes, both clean and dirty. Beside the shoe cabinet was a desk cluttered with 2 thick stacks of torn-up newspapers and a half-finished scrapbook. It was clear that Lupit had been diligently carrying out the tasks Reese had assigned to her. Seeing the room in such disarray, Lupit felt a bit embarrassed and hurried forward to tidy up the mess on the bed. She hadn't expected Reese to insist on staying here instead of choosing to stay at the Leaky Cauldron. She had really underestimated the allure of desserts to Reese. If your customers were to see what the second floor looks like, you'd probably lose a lot of them, Reese said, taking out his wand. He helped Lupit organize the clothes into categories and neatly placed them back into the wardrobe. Lupit awkwardly laughed. Some customers have really strange quirks. Last Christmas, there was even a customer who asked if I could pack the desserts and bread into a sock. Reese thought he had truly seen it all. After Lupit finished tidying up the clothes, Reese waved his wand and cast an undetectable extension charm on the room, expanding the once cramped space to 3 times its original size. He also conjured a wall, creating a separate bedroom for himself. We're wizards, we need to learn to solve problems with magic. But using the undetectable extension charm without authorization is illegal, and it's a really difficult spell. Reese. Wait, why is the modern Ministry of Magic so strict about this? Hogwarts, Headmaster's Office. After the Hogwarts Express whistled and departed, Dumbledore finally had time to attend to his own matters. He took out the peculiar remains and placed them on his desk. Based on the remains of this creature's reactions, it seemed to have had a deep connection with Gryffindor during its lifetime. The one who killed it was likely Gryffindor himself. However, it appears that Gryffindor didn't completely destroy it, allowing it to break free from its seal 1,000 years later and wreak havoc upon the world. As Dumbledore stared at the remains, he recalled the strange magic it had used, magic unlike anything he had ever seen before. It seemed somewhat similar to the vaguely described domain mentioned in ancient texts. If that truly was a domain. Dumbledore carefully recollected the details of his encounter with the remains. Meanwhile, the temperature in the headmaster's office gradually rose. Eventually, a sudden flame ignited at the tip of Dumbledore's finger. Fawkes, perched on the sycamore branch outside the window, immediately let out a loud cry. Dumbledore quickly lifted his head, shifting his gaze away from the remains. The flame on his finger extinguished, but behind his half-moon spectacles, his eyes still seemed to burn with an intense fire. A domain. Dumbledore's low murmur echoed through the office. _________________________________________________________________________________ Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 124, New Employee at the Dessert Shop. Excellent bread. Rhys exclaimed, after trying a croissant from the plate of desserts Lupit had brought out. He highly praised her skills. The baking was just right, with a rich buttery aroma and, most importantly, perfectly flaky pastry. Every detail was executed flawlessly, making this ordinary, even somewhat commonplace, bread shine in its own unique way. I'm glad you like it. Seeing Rhys thoroughly enjoy the dessert she made, Lupit felt genuinely happy. Aren't you opening the shop today? Rhys noticed it was getting late and Lupit had shown no intention of heading downstairs to open the shop, so he took the initiative to ask. In the food business, it's crucial not to close midway. They had already closed yesterday, and closing again today would greatly reduce customer loyalty. The young girl I hired before went home, so today I need to hire 2 new assistants first, Lupit explained. She understood the necessity of opening the shop daily, but she really couldn't manage everything by herself right now. Unless. Feeling Lupit's gaze on him, Rhys thought it wouldn't hurt to help her out a bit. After all, he didn't have any pressing matters to attend to at the moment, and he was also quite intrigued by the idea of working in a dessert shop. So, a few minutes later, Rhys was downstairs in the dessert shop, wearing an apron. Don't worry, master. You just need to package what the customers order and handle the checkout. Leave the dessert making to me. Lupit cautiously instructed Rhys before heading into the kitchen, where she began manipulating the ingredients with her wand. Flour, eggs, sugar, and milk were added to a bowl in turn, then stirred automatically under the influence of magic. Soon, the aroma of baked goods wafted out of the kitchen. As the sun climbed higher, the flow of people in Diagon Alley increased, and Lupit's dessert shop began welcoming its loyal regulars. With a tap of Rhys's wand, the food that customers ordered floated out from behind the counter and landed in the pre-prepared takeaway boxes. All Rhys needed to do was calculate the price and handle the payment. At first, he found it quite easy, but he soon realized that customers kept coming to buy things almost non-stop from morning till evening, leaving him with almost no time to rest. After a whole day of work, Rhys's mindset underwent a subtle change. Damn, making money in the food business is really hard work. Moreover, he discovered a terrifying fact. After spending so much time in the dessert shop, he actually started losing interest in the array of desserts. This couldn't be happening. As the flow of people in Diagon Alley gradually thinned out and the desserts in the display case were nearly sold out, Lupit finished cleaning up the kitchen and rushed out. I'm so sorry for troubling you. Please, take a rest. When the shop first opened, Lupit hadn't realized the problem. But when she finished baking a batch of bread and looked up to see Rhys bustling around the counter, she immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This was her master. To make a somewhat inappropriate comparison, it was like if Death Eater Bellatrix Lestrange opened a clothing shop, did the sewing in a small room, and had Voldemort measuring customers on the shop floor. Is this suitable? Is this a normal master-servant relationship? Sweat began to drip steadily from Lupit's forehead as she thought about it. If she hadn't noticed that Rhys wasn't showing any signs of impatience, she would have already run out to close the shop again. She had made up her mind to definitely hire some extra help, even if it meant closing the shop again tomorrow to do so. What had she been thinking, letting her master run the shop for her? Excuse me. A young male voice suddenly interrupted Rhys and Lupit's conversation from the shop entrance. Both Rhys and Lupit turned to see a blond boy with a chubby, round face standing hesitantly at the door, nervously glancing at the two of them inside. Neville. What are you? Are you here to buy some desserts? If so, you've come to the right place. The desserts here are incredibly delicious. Rhys immediately recognized the Hufflepuff boy who brought a toad to school. Because of his unusual pet, Rhys initially thought he was particularly skilled in potions. However, after chatting with Hermione, he learned that this boy had a shy personality, was rather forgetful, and wasn't particularly good at potions. Instead, he often sat alone in the common room reading books on herbology. My gran told me to come to Diagon Alley to find a place to work, so I could improve my speaking skills and courage, and maybe earn my allowance for next year. Neville explained his purpose in a voice barely louder than a whisper, but with a bit of newfound courage after seeing a familiar face. It must be said, Neville's grandmother had a rather clever idea. Getting a summer job, interacting with different kinds of people, might help him mature a bit and become more confident in handling tasks. But judging by Neville's appearance, he had probably spent the entire day in Diagon Alley getting turned down. Walking into shop after shop only to be rejected repeatedly, he didn't have any remarkable talents, and he didn't look particularly sharp, so naturally, he wasn't favored by the shopkeepers. If his grandmother were willing to pull some strings with old acquaintances, finding a summer job would be easy for Neville, who came from a pure-blood family. However, it was clear that Augusta Longbottom had no intention of helping him. She wanted Neville to handle this on his own. This was her way of testing him. So, you want to work here? Lupit's eyes immediately lit up. Come on, I'm actually short of hands, can you work as a cashier? Lupit was now at the point where she would take anyone she could get, as long as they were alive and breathing, 2 legs preferred, but even one would do. As long as she didn't have to let her master work for her again. Oh, okay, sorry to bother, huh? I got the job. Neville, having been rejected so many times today, instinctively prepared to say goodbye, but then realized something was off. Did he really get the job? He stole a glance at Rhys, wondering if this might have been thanks to him. What was Rhys's relationship with the shop owner? All right then, come to the shop tomorrow morning at 7, and I'll give you a simple orientation. As for the pay, how does 1 galleon a day sound? Neville nodded eagerly like a pecking chick. After he left, Lupit let out a sigh of relief. At least now her master wouldn't have to help tomorrow, right? But then, remembering that boy's clumsy demeanor, she suddenly wasn't so confident. Rhys yawned and started packing up the unsold sweets in the shop. Halfway through, he paused, noticing that Lupit was staring motionlessly at the store entrance. Following her gaze, Rhys saw a girl standing outside the shop. She was dressed in shabby clothes and had a pale complexion, and she was staring back at Lupit. After a few seconds of the two of them looking at each other, the girl finally spoke, "Are you still hiring?" Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 125, The New Mission of the Secret Order. Lupit didn't immediately answer the girl about whether they were hiring. Instead, she softly muttered the girl's name, Valentina Catalano. "Big sister Lupit, do you remember me, and are you still hiring here?" The girl with gray hair forced a stiff smile. Lupit looked over at Rhys. "I need some time to think about it." A flicker of despair flashed through Valentina's eyes. She was already at the end of her rope. If Lupit couldn't take her in, the most miserable future awaited her. Lupit pulled Rhys back a couple of steps into the kitchen and whispered a brief introduction about this unexpected visitor who had appeared at the door. As Rhys expected, the little girl who had suddenly appeared at the shop's entrance was a werewolf, just like Lupit. Unlike Lupit, however, she had never received a proper education at a magic school. After she was turned into a werewolf, her magic school, what Rhys saw as more of a magic creme school, chose to expel her. Her family was also killed in the werewolf attack, so Valentina went straight into a life of wandering. During her travels, she met Lupit, and they lived together for a while. Later, the two of them got separated due to an accident. After that, Lupit met Rhys, which marked a turning point in her life. It was clear that the reason she had come today was that she had seen someone she knew outside. At the very least, she could still pick up some leftover sweets from her sister's shop, couldn't she? "Master, may I humbly request your mercy to bestow upon us the miraculous spell that can transform a werewolf and allow her to work here part-time for a while?" Lupit carefully chose her words, hoping that Valentina could also receive Rhys's salvation. Although she hadn't meant to eavesdrop, Valentina accidentally overheard how Lupit addressed Rhys. She glanced at Rhys in astonishment. The development of this situation was completely beyond her expectations. Could it be that this dessert shop is funded by this little boy? What exactly is Lupit's relationship with him? Recalling how Lupit addressed Rhys, the answer became obvious. Rhys thought for a moment. He considered using the human restoration spell on the girl after she transformed into a werewolf, allowing her to break free from the werewolf curse. Since he had encountered a werewolf, he would never ignore it. That would be irresponsible to ordinary wizards. However, the method of dealing with it was a matter of choice. Using the human restoration spell to prevent them from transforming into werewolves for a period of time was one approach, while killing them was another. In the past, Rhys had leaned towards the latter, a simple and immediate solution. Okay. I think I was a bit racist. But we were still fighting for the wizards at that time and creating the school. But now, he was willing to put in more effort. "Stay here, and let me know when she transforms next time. Oh, and I'll need to give you another spell as well," Rhys decided. The spell developed by Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff is only effective against werewolves that have transformed into wolf form. The principle is to use their own magic power to eliminate the wolf poison attached to the werewolf, and continue to eliminate the curse on the werewolf through spells to suppress the werewolf's transformation. When the spell's energy runs out, the werewolf will still transform on the night of the full moon, at which point another human restoration spell will be needed to cast. How long the spell lasts depends on the skill level of the caster. However, according to Ravenclaw's design, theoretically, since the curse within the werewolf's body diminishes each time, the duration of the spell should gradually increase, eventually potentially reaching a point where the spell might not need to be reapplied for over a decade. As for why it's only theoretical, Gryffindor and Slytherin preferred using a quicker method to cure werewolves. The human restoration spell has a significant flaw. Not every werewolf can find someone who knows this spell to cast it on them before its effects wear off. Wouldn't that just lead to them transforming into wolves again and harming other humans? However, Lupit's situation is slightly different. She is settled and can see Rhys every summer vacation, making it much more convenient to reapply the spell. Gurgle. As Rhys and Lupit were talking, Valentina's stomach suddenly growled. Facing their gazes, Valentina remained unfazed. Sister. I'm a bit hungry. Can I have a couple of unsold cakes? Of course, she could. Reese promptly stuffed the packaged desserts into her hands. And just like that, Lupit hired her second employee. She took Valentina directly to the leaky cauldron, rented a room, helped her take a bath, and even gave her a set of her own clothes to wear. When she returned to Lupit's dessert shop, Reese had already gone back to the bedroom on the second floor. She went upstairs and found Reese sitting at the desk, intently focused on something. Sorry, I came back a bit late because they finally contacted us. Reese looked up and picked up a small booklet from the desk, waving it slightly. A smile that resembled catching a big fish flashed across his face. Who, the secret order? Lupit almost didn't react in time. Reese closed the booklet and tossed it towards Lupit. The guy from Nocturne Alley, was it Sergi or Serge, had really low clearance. The people from the secret order actually made him do a year's worth of odd jobs before giving him a new assignment. Reese couldn't help but grumble. Does the secret order have a generous budget? They actually kept purchasing the bulletins for such a long time. But Reese misunderstood them. Lupit and the previous owner of the alumni network, Sergi or Serge, made quite decent bulletins, which is why the secret order was willing to keep paying. They even assigned higher-level tasks after conducting assessments. It's not easy for ordinary people to crazily milk funding from the secret order like this. Lupit opened the booklet and saw that a previously blank title page now had a sentence appear on it. Investigate the death of a Gringotts cursebreaker in northern Scotland, gather relevant information, and send the information to the usual address. When Reese saw this sentence, he immediately realized that the incident was not straightforward. The identities of those cursebreakers likely warranted further investigation. They were probably connected to the secret order, and investigating them might just be a stepping stone to prove one's capabilities. So, are you planning to go to Scotland to investigate the truth of the matter? Lupit asked. If her master was going to the Scottish Highlands, she would need to make some arrangements. Not at all, Reese shook his head, unexpectedly. I think there's someone who wants to know more about the secret order than I do. Let him handle the intelligence gathering. Lupit, write an anonymous letter to Albus Dumbledore. Make sure to give him a thorough introduction to the secret order and how to use this little booklet. ______________________________________________________ Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 126, Greengrass's Invitation. Lupit wrote the letter as quickly as possible and sent it out overnight. Soon, an anonymous letter was sent to Dumbledore. Dumbledore often received all kinds of letters, including official letters from the Ministry of Magic, letters from his old friends and admirers around the world, and letters for various purposes. He had even received a letter from a candy company wanting to discuss an endorsement deal with him. Handling dozens of letters every night before bed and every morning after waking up was routine for Dumbledore. However, today he received a rather peculiar package. There was no information about the sender on the package, it was an anonymous letter, and it seemed to contain something inside. With his wealth of experience, Dumbledore instinctively raised his guard against this type of mail. But after a brief examination, he found that the letter didn't have any malicious spells on it. Carefully opening the envelope, he found a small black booklet inside. A booklet. Dumbledore's curiosity was piqued. He opened the booklet, and the words on the title page came into view. His eyes immediately narrowed. The incident in the Scottish Highlands had left a very deep impression on him. Seeing that there was also a letter inside the envelope, he took it out and read it carefully. The secret order, Dumbledore muttered softly, the name rolling off his tongue as his eyes gradually deepened in thought. He decided to investigate this mysterious organization. After disrupting Dumbledore's holiday with a single letter, Reese began to enjoy his own summer break, desserts, cold drinks, and books from the new era, all of which delighted him. Neville and Valentina had joined Lupit's dessert shop and officially started their part-time jobs. Initially, Neville was clumsy with accounting and caused quite a few mishaps. Later, Reese made a simple calculator for him, which helped Neville finally get on the right track with his job. As for Valentina, she was doing quite well. She was quick and efficient, perfectly compensating for the messes Neville made. This routine continued for half a month before it was interrupted by a visitor. 1 tiramisu, 1 Basque cheesecake, to go. A silver-haired girl with delicate features appeared at Lupit's dessert shop, attracting the attention of several passers-by. Daphne. What are you doing here? Neville, though somewhat surprised, quickly took the dessert bags from Valentina's hands and prepared to start tallying up the bill. No need for change. Daphne placed a silver sickle on the counter and then walked out with the packaged cakes. Watching Daphne's departing figure, Valentina raised an eyebrow. A friend. A classmate. Envious. Want some cake? 2 pieces of cake suddenly appeared in Reese's line of sight. He was sitting outside an ice cream shop, enjoying ice cream and sunlight while reading a book. Daphne. What brings you here? Rhys looked up, and that familiar silver hair came into view. My mom pre-ordered a signed book by Lockhart at Flourish and Blots, and I just got 2 outfits made at Twilfit and Tattings, Daphne said, waving the 2 bags in her hands in front of Rhys. So I got sent out to run errands. As for why they didn't send the family's house elf to run errands instead, Rhys thought it best not to dwell on such details. Probably a good idea to buy some summer clothes. Rhys nodded and accepted the Basque cheesecake. Tiramisu, while sweet enough, had a flavor that was too complex for Rhys's taste. He preferred something simpler, like Basque cheesecake. To repay Daphne, Rhys gave her a cream ice cream in return. By the way, I remember you inviting me to your place for a holiday before the break. Daphne's heart leapt with joy, that was exactly why she had come. However, she kept her composure and elegantly told Rhys that the doors of Greengrass Manor were always open for him. Rhys glanced at her. If he said he planned to visit her house before the end of the holiday, the girl's expression would certainly be priceless. However, he restrained his mischievous impulse, something only Godric would do. Instead, he looked at Daphne and asked if today would be a good day to visit her home. The answer was, of course, yes. Rhys left a note for Lupit and, after finishing his cake and ice cream, prepared to head to Greengrass Manor. Apparition. Or Flynn Network. It can't be a broomstick, can it? Rhys looked around and, not seeing the Greengrass family carriage, asked. Use this. Daphne took out an hourglass from her pocket, black on the top half and white on the bottom. Rhys, ? This is actually a portkey, Daphne explained to Rhys how to use the portkey she was holding. Unlike the common touch-activated or time-triggered portkeys, Daphne's portkey was a combination of both timed and triggered. When the black half of the hourglass is facing up and the white half is down, once the sand runs out, the portkey will transport the person holding it back to Greengrass Manor. Amazing alchemical device. Rhys marveled at the portkey in Daphne's hand. In their time, there were no such convenient and interesting means of transportation. Extremely advanced spatial magic. After examining the hourglass for a moment, Rhys concluded that the wizard who invented the portkey could truly be called a genius. Daphne placed the hourglass in her palm and gestured for Rhys to put his finger on it. As the last grain of sand fell into the bottom chamber, Rhys felt something like a hook grab his navel and yank him upward at a tremendous speed. He and Daphne spun rapidly like a top, but the centrifugal force didn't fling them away because his fingertips were firmly stuck to the hourglass. Rhys could feel Daphne being tossed around in the air, their shoulders bumped into each other occasionally. After a dozen seconds, his feet hit solid ground with a heavy thud. Taking a few deep breaths to dispel the dizziness in his mind, Rhys found himself in a lush valley filled with green grass and fruit trees. A small stream flowed gently, bringing a touch of coolness to the hot summer day. Upstream of the creek stood a large white European-style mansion. Rhys was quite familiar with this place. This was Greengrass Manor. He had set up the Fidley's charm. Welcome to the summer valley of the Greengrass family. We move here during the summer to escape the heat. So, do you live in different manors during the other seasons? Of course. Daphne said proudly. We have different manors for each season. For example, the winter manor has an amazing hot spring. A smile appeared on Rhys' face. The Greengrass family certainly knew how to enjoy life. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 127, Lockhart would be a good teacher, right? Following the stream upstream, Rhys and Daphne quickly arrived outside the white mansion. As soon as they reached the door, a young girl's voice came from inside the house. Dad, sister brought that boy back. The one shouting was Daphne's younger sister, Astoria. She had been leaning by her bedroom window, daydreaming, so she immediately saw her sister returning home with Rhys. Hearing her sister's voice, Daphne pursed her lips and muttered under her breath, I told her his name, it's so annoying. Astoria's shout awakened the sleeping house. Mr. Greengrass, Mrs. Greengrass, and their house elf all came to the first-floor living room, waiting to meet Rhys, whom Daphne had frequently mentioned in her letters. Mr. Greengrass already knew about Rhys from the Nocturne Ally that day, but from his daughter's letters, Mr. Greengrass had a much better understanding that Rhys couldn't be viewed as an ordinary child. He possessed a wealth of ancient and mysterious knowledge and held many precious and rare treasures, exactly what Mr. Greengrass urgently needed for his child. Even more astonishing, if his daughter's speculations were accurate, this young wizard, who looked like an aristocratic boy, had a power that could only be described as unfathomable. As for why Rhys was willing to extend kindness to his daughter, Mr. Greengrass believed that his own family name had at least half of the credit. If Rhys was indeed, as his daughter suggested, a descendant of Slytherin, then their families could be considered old friends, though their previous connection dated back 1,000 years. Unlike Mr. Greengrass, Mrs. Greengrass and Astoria were simply curious about the boy that Daphne frequently mentioned. Rhys made a good impression on them with his appearance. We meet again, young Rhys. Please have a seat, Dodo, go brew some tea and bring over some snacks, Mr. Greengrass instructed their house elf. At once. The little elf snapped its fingers and disappeared, only to return shortly with a huge silver tray. "Make yourself at home, you can stay as long as you like," Mr. Greengrass said warmly. "Yeah, it's good to see you too, Sir Greengrass," Reese nodded with a smile and started chatting casually with the Greengrass family. While chatting, he also took the opportunity to observe the surroundings. As expected, the estate was still the same estate, but the arrangements from 1,000 years ago had vanished without a trace. Almost all signs from a millennium ago were completely gone. It was now entirely a new residence. Thus, Reese settled down in the Greengrass estate and ended up staying for most of the summer holiday. His life there was very comfortable and pleasant. Daphne, who knew his tastes and preferences well, always managed to provide him with the most suitable food and desserts, greatly enhancing Reese's quality of life during his stay. At the end of July, Hogwarts sent its customary owls, delivering the list of textbooks needed for the upcoming school year. Daphne opened the letter, and after reading a couple of lines, she frowned. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor for next year is likely a fan of Gilderoy Lockhart. The textbooks for next semester's Defense Against the Dark Arts class include no less than 7 of his books. This was quite an outrageous piece of news because one of Lockhart's books cost 5 galleons. To buy all 7 would cost a hefty 35 galleons, nearly the equivalent of a month's salary for a regular employee of the Ministry of Magic. Reese also frowned. Thanks to Mrs. Greengrass, he had read almost all of Lockhart's works. How should he put it? From a novel perspective, they were quite good, but if they were to be used as textbooks, they were clearly not up to the mark. The books that taught practical spells for everyday life, such as Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests, were well written, but they weren't on the required reading list. Was the new professor asking the students to spend so much money on textbooks just to promote Lockhart's works? But Lockhart's books were already bestsellers, topping the charts. Reese couldn't make sense of it. Mr. Greengrass, who was reading the Daily Prophet nearby, flashed a mysterious smile. "I happen to know a bit of insider information about your new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor for next term." Daphne immediately looked up. She believed her father when he said he had inside information. After all, she knew her father had a certain status in the wizarding world. "Dad, tell me." Daphne instantly switched to her daddy's girl mode, acting coquettishly with Mr. Greengrass, hoping to get some inside scoop from him. "Oh, the new teacher is not a fan of Lockhart." Cough. "I think my shoulders are a bit stiff." Mr. Greengrass coughed twice, made a gesture, and Daphne, understanding his hint perfectly, ran behind him to give him a back massage. After a while, once Mr. Greengrass had enjoyed enough, he finally began to reveal the truth slowly. "Look." Mr. Greengrass shook the newspaper, revealing the big headline on the front page. "Gilderoy Lockhart announces at new book signing that he will be the next Defense Against the Dark Arts professor for The Boy Who Lived." The news photo showed Gilderoy Lockhart with an extremely bright smile. "Eh? Is Harry suppressing a poo?" While Harry had an expression that could only be described as looking like he was constipated. Daphne was shocked. "Wait. What kind of insider information is this? Isn't this something anyone can know just by glancing at the newspaper? If I didn't say that, how else would I get my lovely daughter to give me a back massage? Ouch. That hurts." Daphne immediately gave a sharp twist to the soft flesh on her father's waist, punishing him for keeping her in suspense. "Makes sense." Reese, standing to the side, looked at the picture of Lockhart in the newspaper and silently nodded. If the course was to be taught by someone who had actually experienced these events, using novels as textbooks might not be such a bad idea. Lockhart could expand on the parts that were glossed over for the sake of storytelling and use the novel's entertaining elements to spark the students' interest in learning. Indeed, Lockhart might be a pretty good choice as a professor, and Dumbledore's decision this time seemed quite reasonable. Reese nodded. This year's professor finally seemed like an actual skilled wizard. He had read Lockhart's books and admitted that, based on the stories recorded in them, the guy seemed to be quite a decent adventurer, provided, of course, that these were all adventures he had personally experienced. "Let's hope Mr. Lockhart can handle the responsibilities of the Defense Against the Dark Arts position at Hogwarts," Mr. Greengrass laughed. "After all, it's a cursed position." "What curse?" Reese asked, intrigued. Seeing Reese's curiosity, he explained the feud between the Dark Lord and the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. "Oh." Reese was quite surprised after hearing Mr. Greengrass's explanation. Is there really such a curse in the world? It was certainly an eye-opener for him. Just as he was about to ask for more details, the doorbell of the Greengrass home rang. "Sorry, I have a guest coming today," Mr. Greengrass said hurriedly as he stood up to go greet the guest outside the manor. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 128, 128, 1,000 years ago, I would have killed you. After a short while, Mr. Greengrass returned with a tall, thin man. "This is Damocles, a very famous Podewunner." Mr. Greengrass introduced the guest briefly to Daphne and Reese. Upon hearing the profession Podewunner, Reese immediately understood his purpose. He was here to treat Astoria. Reese felt a bit ashamed. He had been freeloading at the Greengrass house for half the summer, yet he hadn't mentioned treating Daphne's sister's curse. He had only given some calming potions and incense to help her sleep peacefully without dreams. The reason he hadn't rashly begun treatment was that Reese had been contemplating the right treatment plan. Unlike the tough-skinned Ravenclaw, Astoria's soul was much more fragile. The more aggressive treatment methods clearly wouldn't work, otherwise, the curse might not be completely removed, and she could be driven mad by the process. Moreover, he didn't have another piece of Voldemort's soul fragment to use. And soul fragments were not something Reese dared to use recklessly. The reason he used one for Ravenclaw was because she was strong enough. Voldemort's incomplete soul was nothing more than a minor ailment in her presence. But Astoria was different. Her soul was too weak. Could the remaining soul fragment take the opportunity to devour her soul and grow stronger? Reese thought it was very possible. The Damocles that Mr. Greengrass had invited was indeed quite skilled. According to Mr. Greengrass, he had recently developed a potion called Wolfsbane Potion, which could alleviate the symptoms of a werewolf's transformation. It's not exactly like that. My potion allows werewolves to retain their sanity even after transforming into wolves. It doesn't prevent the transformation itself. Reese. What? He was so shocked that he accidentally exclaimed aloud. Damocles glanced at him, mistaking the young wizard's reaction for confusion or a lack of understanding, so he explained his newly invented potion again in simpler terms. Reese. He was speechless. If someone had concocted such a potion 1,000 years ago and flaunted it in front of him, he would have undoubtedly executed this wizard traitor without hesitation. Allow werewolves to remain rational while transforming. How did such a genius survive until now? Gryffindor's approach to curing werewolves: send them to reincarnate. Ravenclaw's approach to curing werewolves: make it impossible for them to maintain their werewolf form. The modern young wizard's approach to curing werewolves: allow them to stay conscious in their werewolf form. Didn't he realize the problem? Isn't Damocles thinking too kindly of werewolves? From Reese's own experience, werewolves have always been at the bottom of the magical society for centuries, heavily discriminated against. They could easily compete with house elves for their low status. Many werewolves have developed psychological issues as a result, and if these despised werewolves could maintain their sanity after transforming, wouldn't they be tempted to seek revenge on wizard society? With just one bite, they could drag those high and mighty wizards into the mud. Once someone becomes a werewolf, no matter how great their talent or noble their bloodline, it all becomes meaningless. Could any werewolf really resist such a temptation? Even if I'm miserable, as long as you are as miserable as I am, I'll feel much better. Even if only 1 in 10 werewolves had such a twisted mindset, the damage to the wizarding world would be immeasurable. In Reese's eyes, the combat abilities of modern wizards are highly questionable. Could they really stand a chance against werewolves who remain rational after transforming? Damocles, true to his name, has indeed become a sword hanging over the heads of wizards. Seeing Reese looking utterly shocked, Damocles smiled. Everyone who had heard about his potion praised him, including many high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic. It was pretty standard to leave an ordinary young wizard dumbfounded. He had already decided that after testing the potion on a few more werewolves to ensure its stability, he would make the potion public. All right, we've wasted enough time. Let's go quickly and check on little Astoria's condition, Damocles said, no longer interested in chatting with the youngster, as he was now focused on more serious matters. Damocles had long heard from his healer friends that the youngest daughter of the Greengrass family had some sort of strange illness, but he wasn't worried at all because he had made 2 preparations. No matter what, Miss Astoria's condition would improve today. Astoria was already used to dealing with healers. She sat obediently at the table, letting Damocles examine her, like a beautiful doll. After using a few instruments that looked incredibly exquisite and complex to examine Astoria, a dark glint flashed in Damocles' eyes. The little girl's condition was extremely complicated, but the good news was that it matched his previous speculation based on the information he had. She was under a blood curse. He was prepared for this situation. After finishing his examination, Damocles thought for a moment and then asked with a serious expression, "Does Miss Astoria have a blood curse on her?" After receiving a positive response from Mr. Greengrass, Damocles slowly said, "Blood curses are very difficult to cure." Mr. Greengrass's expression remained wooden, as if he wasn't surprised at all by Damocles' words. "But I have a potion that can delay the onset of the curse and even alleviate the symptoms, though the effectiveness of the latter can vary from person to person." Mr. Greengrass was stunned for a moment, then a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. "Reese. Really? Is this person in front of me that powerful?" Reese asked himself, knowing that he was already a top master in the field of potions. The reason he didn't call himself the number one in the field was that over 1,000 years, the field of potions had continuously developed, and some miraculous formulas might have emerged that he wasn't aware of. In other words, his knowledge could be somewhat outdated, so proclaiming himself as the best would be a bit arrogant. Something that even he wasn't confident about doing, Damocles was able to propose a solution after just one meeting. Could he really be a genius, or does he have some special potion for treating blood curses that Reese doesn't know about? Reese squinted his eyes, standing behind Damocles, scrutinizing him. Mr. Greengrass was overjoyed and immediately requested Damocles to provide the potion for treatment. As for the cost of the potion, he didn't even ask. Please give me a laboratory, and I'll prepare the potion for Miss Astoria right away. Damocles' request was quickly granted. Mr. Greengrass provided him with a well-equipped alchemy room and allowed him to use his potion supplies. Do I need to step out for a while? Mr. Greengrass understood that most of these formulas were the core secrets of potion makers, and he naturally didn't want to break any rules. No need. The preparation of the potion is a very professional job, so there's no need for you to do that. To Mr. Greengrass's surprise, Damocles didn't mind at all that he was watching his process. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 129, The Destroyed Damocles. Damocles wasn't lying, potion making is indeed a highly technical craft. He was very confident that even if Mr. Jameson stood beside him, he wouldn't be able to figure out the effects of the potion he was making. After all, Jameson wasn't a master in the field of potions, and as for the two first-year kids, Damocles didn't even consider them. They probably couldn't even spell the names of the ingredients he was using. Mr. Greengrass initially intended to leave the room to show his respect, but when he noticed Reese didn't plan to leave, he simply stayed as well. For the next hour, Damocles took out dozens of potion ingredients and processed them in various ways, turning them into powders of different colors. Then he set up a cauldron and added the ingredients like performing a magic trick. Occasionally, he even took a pre-made potion from his robe and poured it into the boiling cauldron. Reese, who had been watching the potion-making process from the side, couldn't hold back any longer. The potion Damocles was making was not much different from honey water. At most, it included some ingredients for inducing sleep, enhancing appetite, and boosting metabolism. If Reese wasn't mistaken, Damocles also added some dragon fruit juice, whose only effect would be to turn Astoria's excrement pink in a few hours. Reese could definitively say that Damocles was just here to scam for funding. Drinking the potion would certainly do no harm, but its effectiveness against the blood curse was purely psychological comfort. Ah, it's done. Please, take a look. After tinkering for over an hour, Damocles handed a bottle of blue potion to Mr. Jameson Greengrass. After Miss Astoria takes the potion, if her excrement is blue, it means the potion hasn't worked. If it turns red, it indicates that the potion has reacted with the curse in her soul and has been effective, Damocles explained. If it doesn't work, I'll adjust the formula. Mr. Jameson Greengrass, overjoyed after receiving the potion, intended to have his daughter drink it immediately. However, his good manners kept him from rushing. Instead, he first asked Damocles what kind of compensation he wanted. Oh, no compensation is necessary. It's just about treating an illness and saving a life, Damocles replied with a faint smile on his face. Mr. Jameson Greengrass felt a deep respect for him, but Reese, standing nearby, frowned. A person who is obviously a fraud and doesn't want money is likely aiming for something bigger, with more far-reaching plans. Should he expose him? After a moment's hesitation, Reese decided to go ahead. After all, there would be a confrontation eventually, so there was no need to worry about startling the enemy. This potion would make even a dog excrete red. Reese bluntly exposed Damocles' deception. Damocles was taken aback. A flash of anger appeared on his face, but before he could say anything, Reese used a spell to grab a peacock from outside the window. Before Damocles could react, Reese fed the potion to the peacock. The bird, being straightforward in its bodily functions, soon left a red stain on the lab table. Reese made a "see what I mean" gesture. I have never been so insulted. Mr. Greengrass, since this young fellow does not trust me, I shall take my leave. Your daughter's illness is no longer my concern. Damocles abruptly stood up and quickly left the Greengrass manor. Mr. Jameson Greengrass was speechless. After a moment, he let out a long sigh. I was too eager, and that made me fall into the traps of such people, he said, his face full of bitterness. What was he after? Daphne asked curiously. He didn't ask for money, did he? Maybe he wanted Mr. Greengrass to endorse his new potion, Reese said quietly. Daphne suddenly understood, and immediately felt a deep hatred for Damocles. If they had believed his words and had her sister drink a placebo every day, it would definitely have delayed her treatment. If you really want some kind of medicine, I can make some calming potions or even some tonics, Reese offered. However, he didn't recommend Astoria use tonics because the curse within her soul would absorb the nutrients along with her, which might actually cause the curse to flare up prematurely. Oh. That's really kind of you. Mr. Greengrass perked up immediately upon hearing that Reese was willing to make some potions for his daughter. Even though he had just been deceived, he chose to trust Reese. Reese worked quickly on the potions, and to Mr. Greengrass's astonishment, he placed 2 crystal bottles filled with potions in front of him in less than half an hour. The first bottle is a sleeping potion, nothing special. The second one is more interesting. You can apply it to Astoria's forehead after she falls asleep. This way, you can see the state of her soul. It'll help in analyzing her condition. This. I truly. Mr. Greengrass carefully put the potions away in his coat. No need to be so formal. Consider it a token of thanks for your warm hospitality these past few days, Reese replied modestly. After chatting with Mr. Greengrass for a bit, Reese borrowed the hourglass portkey from Daphne and got Damocles' address from her. What are you going to do? Daphne asked, already having a vague idea. Save the wizarding world. Damocles sat at his desk, his mind in turmoil and unable to calm down for a long time. He couldn't understand how he had been seen through by a child. Not fooling Jameson Greengrass, would that affect the promotion of his wolfsbane potion? A terrifying thought arose in his mind, but he quickly pushed it away. No. Impossible. My potion is truly effective. I will become a hero in the wizarding world, the greatest Podiwunner of this era, and the Order of Merlin badge will be mine. He muttered, trying to comfort himself. It won't, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Startled, he nearly jumped out of his chair, but several ropes shot out from behind, pulling him back. Ah. Who? Then, he was firmly tied to the chair. A crystal vial was shoved to his lips, and a few drops of a cold potion were poured into his mouth. What did you make me drink? Damocles asked in a panic. Veritaserum. As a Podiwunner, you can't even recognize this. Reese glanced at him from above, then began his interrogation. Have you told anyone else the formula for the wolfsbane potion? No. Reese thought for a moment and rephrased his question. Besides you, does anyone else know the formula for the wolfsbane potion? Yes, others know. They helped me improve the formula. Reese. Damocles' response was a bit different from what Reese had expected. Who is it? Reese pressed on. Under the influence of the Veritaserum, Damocles instinctively wanted to answer Reese's question, but the word wouldn't come out of his mouth. Reese grabbed Damocles' head, forcing him to face him directly, and said slowly, Tell me. Damocles' face twisted with strain, veins bulging on his temples. Reese could clearly hear the sound of his teeth grinding together. Finally, Reese broke through the defenses set in Damocles' mind, a complex and ancient Fidelius charm, but Reese happened to know how to break it. He spat out a word as if using all his strength. Reese heard it clearly, the word was, Secret Order. Damocles' soul dissipated along with that word in the air. After revealing to Reese the organization that helped him improve the wolfsbane potion, the Podiwunner showed no signs of life. Interesting. Looking at Damocles, who had fallen to the ground, Reese thought that things were getting interesting. ____________________________________________________________________________________________________________ 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 130, Half Human, Half Snake. Pushing Damocles' body aside, Reese sat down on the chair and began to sort through the fragmented memories he had just glimpsed. There was no doubt that Damocles was an excellent Podiwunner, and his clinic was always filled with people seeking his medical expertise and potions. Once, a monk who claimed to be from the Secret Order approached him, asking for a total of 17 potions, including the highly complex Felix Felicis. In return, the monk offered only a tattered page said to be a remnant of a medieval potions book, on the condition that Damocles swore not to reveal anything about the page or their dealings to anyone else. The deal seemed quite unequal, but the few scribbled phrases at the beginning of the page piqued Damocles' curiosity enough that he agreed to the transaction. It took him an entire year to gather those 17 potions. That torn page was what inspired him to develop the wolfsbane potion. Shortly after the wolfsbane potion was completed, Mr. Jameson Henry Greengrass approached him. According to Damocles' plan, if he could cure Astoria, he would do his best to treat her, if not, he would prescribe her a placebo that would improve her physical condition. He figured that if he couldn't cure her, other Podiwunners and healers wouldn't be able to either, so he might as well make her comfortable. But whether or not he could cure Astoria, Damocles initially had no intention of making money off the Greengrass family. His plan was to use the influence of the Greengrass family to promote his wolfsbane potion. Once he became famous, won awards, and reaped the benefits, he would then squeeze money out of Mr. Jameson Greengrass. This was the conclusion Reese came to after piecing together the fragments of memory. Again, the Secret Order. Reese couldn't help but rub his chin. Stealing divine remains, assisting in the development of the wolfsbane potion, and spending big money to gather intelligence on the wizarding world, this organization seemed to harbor a strong animosity toward wizards. Now, the Mystic Order had fully captured Reese's attention. He stood up from the chair and began to clean up Damocles' residence. Despite being a renowned Podewunner, Damocles' living quarters were starkly mismatched with his status. He lived in a rather desolate apartment on the outskirts of London. The exterior walls of the apartment had lost their paint, replaced by various graffiti, and none of the windows in the corridors were intact. The best feature of the building was the doors of the individual apartments, which, though worn and old, still served their purpose. Who would have thought that a Podewunner would live in such a place? Inside, the apartment space was much larger than it appeared on the outside, thanks to magic. However, it was cluttered with an overwhelming number of books and newspapers. The only relatively tidy area was his study, where many of his notes and letters were neatly arranged on shelves. Searching such a place would have been time-consuming and labor-intensive for an ordinary person. But Rhys had a way to take shortcuts. He expanded his domain, and soon the entire apartment was shrouded in steam, with the floor turning into a muddy swamp. Rhys immersed himself fully, his senses enveloping everything within the apartment. Gurgle, gurgle. A few booklets surfaced. These were all of Damocles' notes on the Wolfsbane potion. Considering that Damocles had mentioned he hadn't made the potion's formula public, and that the Mystic Order only had partial notes, these booklets contained the only existing method to produce the Wolfsbane potion in this world. Rhys picked up the notes and, after a moment of contemplation, decided not to destroy them. Instead, he kept them, believing that with his modifications, the potion could be developed for new and valuable uses. The remaining documents held no trace of the secret order and appeared worthless to Rhys. Damocles hadn't stored any potion ingredients in his home either, which left Rhys a bit disappointed. Standing once more on solid ground, Rhys closed his domain. The water vapor in the air gradually dissipated, and the swampy floor returned to its original wooden state. Even though he had taken the Wolfsbane potion formula, Rhys decided to destroy the entire apartment to erase all traces. Just because I specialize in water doesn't mean I can't use fire, Rhys muttered as a small flame ignited at his fingertip. Last evening, a gas explosion occurred on Whitechapel Street in London, resulting in at least one fatality. Witnesses reported that the explosion happened around 6 p.m., with intense flames and thick smoke billowing from the scene. The surrounding buildings and streets suffered varying degrees of damage, leaving the area in ruins. Uncle Vernon grunted in disapproval and changed the channel. The pipes in those slums are as brittle as cookie crumbs, so it's no surprise there was an explosion there. Oh, and Petunia, remember to send some food up to that boy. We don't want him burning the house down, Uncle Vernon grumbled. The boy Uncle Vernon referred to was, of course, his dear nephew, Harry Potter. Harry was currently locked in a room on the second floor, grounded by Uncle Vernon after an incident where a cake mysteriously floated above the head of one of Vernon's important clients and then dropped onto him. As a result, Uncle Vernon missed out on a potential path to financial freedom, and Harry was rewarded with a summer of confinement, despite his repeated claims that he wasn't responsible for the incident. Aunt Petunia huffed in annoyance as she reluctantly went to bring Harry his meal. However, a simple grounding couldn't prevent Harry from returning to the magical world. A few hours later, a flying car hovered outside the Dursley's second-floor window, tore off the burglar bars, and whisked Harry away. Harry spent the rest of his summer at the Weasleys' house, a situation that mirrored Rhys's in some ways, as Rhys spent his summer at the Greengrass Manor. On the night Rhys visited Damocles' house, Mr. Jameson Greengrass eagerly applied the potion Rhys had given him to his beloved daughter. What he witnessed next was an image he would never forget. A wisp of white mist rose from her forehead and gradually gathered at the head of her bed, taking shape. To his horror, the mist condensed into a half-human, half-snake creature. The creature's upper body resembled Astoria's, looking sweet and pitiful, but the girl's legs had been replaced by a snake's tail. Astoria's manifested soul was not only grotesque in shape, but its overall color was also alarming. While most of it was white, it was marred by numerous ugly black spots, evidence of the blood curse that was corrupting her soul, continuously expanding and growing stronger. One day, Astoria's soul would be completely transformed into the shape of a snake. Just one look and you'll understand how tricky Astoria's current situation is. Even Rhys was secretly shocked. Astoria's physical condition was worse than he had imagined. Looking at the appearance of his daughter's soul, Mr. Greengrass was speechless for a long time as if he was under a petrification spell. It was not until Rhys promised to help find a solution and a magic potion for treatment that he forced a smile and thanked Rhys. But Rhys could see that there was no spark in those once proudful eyes. _______________________________________________________ Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 131, New Semester, New Teacher. Be careful, and when you get to school, make sure to get along with your housemates, no matter which house you're in, even if it's Gryffindor, that's fine. After all, our ancestor, Dragonheart Adrian, was known as the most Gryffindor Slytherin ever. Mr. Jameson Greengrass squatted down to straighten his younger daughter's collar. Rhys, overhearing this, frowned. Is he actually proud of that? Meanwhile, Mrs. Greengrass was chattering on, reminding Daphne to maintain good grades, dress appropriately for the weather, and take care of her younger sister, all of which made Daphne look visibly impatient. As for the business with the secret order, you don't need to worry about that for now. Just run the shop and live your life. If you feel unwell during the full moon, make sure to contact me immediately. When it was Reese's turn to speak, it felt as though the roles of adult and child had reversed. He didn't give Lupin any specific tasks, only asked her to live her life well. Of course, if she encountered anything unusual or came across any important information, she should contact him right away. Reese truly hoped that after their transformations, both Lupin and Valentina, the two werewolves, could start anew. As the train whistle blew, they hurriedly said their goodbyes. The children boarded the train while the parents stood on the platform, watching as it slowly pulled away. A new school term had begun. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" The compartment door slid open, and a rather unexpected person appeared at the entrance. He was wearing a blue robe, the same color as his eyes, forget-me-not blue. His pointed wizard's hat was slightly askew, but it somehow managed not to mess up his stylish curls. I ran into a few fans on the way, and they insisted on autographs and wanted me to recount the story of how I drove away a banshee in Ban. That's why I'm a bit late, and now all the compartments are full. May I sit here? He flashed a dazzling smile, revealing a set of perfect, gleaming white teeth. Professor Lockhart, Daphne, Astoria, and Hermione were all taken aback, with Hermione even standing up in surprise, exclaiming the newcomer's name. The flamboyant man before them was none other than Gilderoy Lockhart, Hogwarts' new defense against the dark arts professor for the year. What a coincidence. Lockhart's smile grew even brighter. Another one of my fans. The wizarding world really like a small village. To be honest, the compartment Reese and the others were in wasn't the most ideal for this. Including Reese, there were already 4 young wizards packed inside, and with Lockhart squeezing in, the compartment became a bit crowded. However, with Hermione looking absolutely ecstatic, and given Lockhart's position as a professor at Hogwarts, Reese couldn't exactly kick him out. As for why Lockhart wanted to ride the train in this cramped space, the reason was clear: he had spotted the Greengrass sisters. His first choice had, of course, been Harry. Sharing a compartment with Harry would have guaranteed several more newspaper headlines, but after searching the train, he hadn't been able to find Harry's compartment. Thus, he settled for the Greengrass sisters instead. In Lockhart's mind, chatting with them wasn't a bad second option. Mrs. Greengrass's generosity had left a deep impression on him. She had played a key role in getting his first few books published. Talking with the 2 young Greengrasses might very well lead to more gold. While Lockhart was plotting how to milk the Greengrass family's wealth, Reese was equally intrigued. He was eager to chat with Lockhart, the adventurer, believing that Lockhart might offer him some unexpected surprises. Last year's Professor Quirrell had been rather abstract, so hopefully this year's Professor Lockhart would make up for it with solid lessons. How could you? Hermione stammered as she rummaged through her bag, clearly flustered. Come to teach at Hogwarts. Lockhart finished her sentence for her. It's quite complicated. First, the school has many of my fans, and I see this as a wonderful opportunity to connect with them up close. Second, because of Harry Potter. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, am certain that sparks will fly between me and the boy who lived. Reese. Lockhart's way of introducing himself made Reese feel like he was transported back to the Middle Ages, when Muggle lords loved to stack a heap of titles in front of their names. Hermione finally pulled out a stack of textbooks, holding them up to Lockhart for his autograph. Lockhart didn't refuse. He immediately pulled out a brightly colored quill and, with grand, flourishing strokes, signed his name on each book. For the rest of the journey, Lockhart bragged incessantly about his various adventures. Astoria and Hermione listened intently, their eyes shining with excitement, occasionally asking eager questions. Daphne was feeling drowsy. To her, Lockhart's stories weren't that impressive. She figured she could pull off something similar. For example, dealing with werewolves. She might not know how to cast a human restoration spell, but she could definitely kill a werewolf. Reese, however, furrowed his brow as he listened to Lockhart's stories. There was something off about them, a vague sense of inconsistency, like things didn't quite add up. Speaking of, Professor Lockhart, in your book Wanderings with Werewolves, Reese began, since he found the story particularly relatable. After all, he had spent time with a werewolf himself, and the human restoration spell mentioned in the book resonated with him. Ah. That was from my time in Armenia, a beautiful little country. Lockhart launched into another story. The Muggles there may seem cold on the outside, but once you get to know them, they're incredibly hospitable. They'll invite you into their homes, serve you fresh pita bread and a steaming pot of stew. And let me tell you, Armenian halloumi cheese with freshly baked bread is simply divine. His enthusiasm seemed to overflow as he began recounting how he helped a village in Armenia rid itself of a werewolf and then wandered with the werewolf afterwards. Reese was so engrossed in the story that he nearly forgot what he wanted to ask. Oh, right, Reese said, snapping back to the point. Did you ever cast the human restoration spell on that werewolf again? Lockhart waved his hand dramatically. Of course not, my boy. A great wizard only needs to succeed once. In the midst of adventure, any carelessness can be fatal. You only get one shot. Rhys was startled. The human restoration spell required periodic recasting after some time. Alarmed, he quickly asked, when was the last time you encountered that werewolf? Has he stayed in human form the entire time without transforming even once? Read 12 chapters ahead. p@treon.com/hornyfbi. Chapter 132, Lockhart, suddenly I don't want to go. Facing Rhys' questioning, Lockhart suddenly fell silent. He answered vaguely, about 10 years ago. At that time, I gave up my career in the UK. 10 years? Are you sure? Rhys couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. A spell that prevented the werewolves from transforming for 10 years. Even the inventor of the spell, Ravenclaw, was not as good as him. This made Rhys strongly doubt the truth of Lockhart's words. No matter how strong you are, Lockhart, can you be stronger than Ravenclaw? If you really have this level, what were you doing when Voldemort was rampant? Why didn't you show up to stop him? Voldemort's era has only been over for more than 10 years. Or, in other words, the humanoid restoration spell has made great progress in the 1,000 years that he has been sleeping. Why does it seem that no one has ever tried to popularize this spell? As long as the humanoid restoration spell is applied to the werewolves persistently, it will not be a matter of time before the werewolves are collectively transformed into wizards. Gryffindor has proved that werewolves cannot be killed completely, but Ravenclaw's method may be able to. But no wizard has taken any action so far. Do they not want to? Rhys concluded that Ravenclaw's restoration spell was probably on the verge of being lost, and Lockhart's words were not credible. One of the two, Lockhart or the werewolf, must be lying. The spell that can restore a werewolf to human form is incredible. Rhys said deliberately, Professor Lockhart, I happen to know a werewolf friend. Can you help her? Can you cast a spell to restore her human form? So that she can get rid of this desperate and miserable life. After hearing what Rhys said, Lockhart's expression froze, but being eloquent, he quickly found a perfect way to deal with it. No problem, but I have to focus on teaching from now on, so why don't you invite her to Hogwarts for treatment? Of course, remember to make an appointment with me in advance. I really want to help her, but I'm really busy and can't spare the time. Lockhart agreed generously, but at the same time set a lot of conditions. He had already thought about it. If Rhys really asked his werewolf friend to seek treatment from him, he would try to delay the time. If he couldn't delay any longer, he would verbally agree to her, but actually add a few words in the letter to the fans, accidentally leaking the news that a werewolf was going to enter Hogwarts, and encourage the fans to send a letter to Dumbledore to oppose the werewolves entering. By then, he would not suffer any loss on both sides. Rhys looked up at Lockhart. In his opinion, Lockhart's calculations were written all over his face. Lockhart's reaction also shows that he is most likely not able to cast the advanced humanoid restoration spell he talked about, and the story in his book is likely to be fabricated based on hearsay. Rhys's eyes were as dark as ink and as deep as the abyss, making Lockhart feel uncomfortable. He forced a smile and then found a new topic to talk about. Fortunately, there were his loyal fans in the cabinet, so it didn't become a dull moment. But Rhys was not willing to let Lockhart off so easily, and he brought up a topic that was very upsetting to Lockhart. Professor Lockhart, I admire your courage. Lockhart raised an eyebrow, not really understanding why he suddenly started talking about this, but since it was a compliment, he accepted it without hesitation. He smiled what he thought was a charming smile, and said that courage was an indispensable factor in adventure and was the first piece of equipment an adventurer should pack in his backpack before setting off. Only a true warrior dares to sit on the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Rhys's exclamation made Lockhart a little confused. Daphne glanced at the two of them, and slowly told Lockhart about the feud between the Dark Lord and the Defense Against the Dark Arts professorship. She not only told the legend, but also listed the fates of all the previous Defense Against the Dark Arts professors she knew of. Last year's Professor Quirrell was reduced to ashes under the trapdoor of the third floor's corridor, and the professor the year before was said to have had his back broken by a wild boar in the Forbidden Forest. As for the other professors, some of them resigned voluntarily for personal reasons, and a considerable proportion of professors resigned passively due to various accidents. In any case, no one has ever stayed for more than one academic year. Lockhart. By the time Daphne was halfway through her words, he was already sweating profusely. The smile on his face was no longer bright, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth were tense. Maybe it's a coincidence. I actually only plan to teach for 1 year. After all, my adventurous life has to continue. He tried hard to find an excuse, but he couldn't even fool himself. Yeah. An adventurer like you wouldn't be afraid of curses, right? Rhys put Lockhart directly on the fire. Right. Professor Lockhart. Gulp. Lockhart suddenly felt a little reluctant to be a professor. He initially accepted Dumbledore's invitation mainly because of the popularity of the matter. Working at Hogwarts and being a teacher to the boy who lived, this sentence would be the front page of the newspaper. This was something that Lockhart, who loved to show off, could not refuse. In his opinion, it was easy to fool the little wizards. He only needed to tell them about his heroic deeds. A year of lessons and then an explosion of popularity was a good deal. But now the situation seems to have changed, and the professor's position has suddenly become dangerous, which makes Lockhart want to quit. But considering that he had already boasted and the contract had been signed, it seemed that there was no way back. He had already put himself on the ladder, and it would not be easy to get down. Lockhart couldn't help but regret the decision he had made. Now, his mood became very bad. Seeing that Reese seemed to want to talk, Lockhart felt upset. He found an excuse and hurriedly left this miserable carriage. Seeing Lockhart fleeing in panic, Reese was a little shocked. What the hell? Based on the conversation just now, he was 90% sure that this new defense against the dark arts professor was a fake. God knows how he wrote those adventure stories in his book, maybe they were just hearsay. Reese felt that the future of Hogwarts students was bleak. With the quality of Quirrell and Lockhart, what useful self-defense magic can they learn? This year was probably going to be wasted again. Out of 7 years, how many years were enough for them to waste? What was the point of graduating from Hogwarts without being able to cast and shield charm? Reese had mixed feelings. He's quite talkative, isn't he? Since Lockhart had written many books, Hermione had a good impression of him. Plus, her knowledge was not as broad as Reese, so she didn't see any flaws in Lockhart. But a talkative person may not necessarily be a good professor. My intuition tells me that he can't seem to teach us real things. Daphne expressed a different opinion. In her opinion, Lockhart was no match for Reese. 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 133, Hufflepuff's Fishing Magic. Hearing Daphne's evaluation of Professor Lockhart, Hermione suddenly looked up, staring intently at her. Hermione had prepared many counterarguments, but Daphne spoke first, shutting her down with a single sentence. He's lying. The story in his book Wanderings with Werewolves is made up, or at least it's not something he personally experienced, because that's not how the human restoration spell works. Before Hermione could argue, Daphne shared the knowledge about the spell that Reese had taught her. Maybe his understanding of the spell is just really deep. Hermione tried to defend. Impossible. Even Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff, who invented the spell, couldn't do it. I have letters from them to prove it. Their first attempts at casting the spell lasted at most 5 years. Reese spoke up in support of Daphne. And besides, he just talked and talked without saying anything useful, Daphne pointed out sharply. Hermione recalled their earlier conversation and realized it was true. Whenever Reese tried to steer the discussion towards more technical details, Lockhart would find a way to change the subject. Caught up in her admiration for him, she hadn't noticed. Now, Hermione began to feel uneasy. Desperately trying to defend Lockhart, like a drowning person grasping at straws, she said, "It can't be. Professor Lockhart, he's written so many books. Writing books doesn't mean he actually experienced those things. He could have made them up, or maybe he just heard the stories from somewhere else." Reese's words left Hermione silent, and she became increasingly doubtful. Could it be that Professor Lockhart was really just a fraud with an empty reputation? You can't judge a book by its cover. Let's wait until he teaches a few classes, then we'll know the truth, Reese said in an almost despairing tone. In truth, he no longer had any expectations for Lockhart. The atmosphere in the compartment grew heavy until the arrival of the trolley full of food. The assortment of snacks lifted everyone's spirits a little. "So, besides sweets, do you have any real food?" "Even a sandwich would do," Reese asked after buying a pile of snacks, feeling like something was missing. He craved something more substantial. Of course, dear, the kind-looking trolley which handed him a box of ham and egg sandwiches, fulfilling his request. However, one box of sandwiches wasn't enough to satisfy Reese's appetite. Just then, a river came into view outside the train window, and Reese suddenly remembered a food magic spell that Helga Hufflepuff had taught him. He immediately decided to give it a try. "Let me show you something impressive." The moment Reese said this, the 3 young witches in the compartment immediately abandoned their chocolate frogs, sandwiches, and other snacks, eagerly watching him with bright eyes. They knew full well that Reese was about to perform a remarkable spell. This spell, according to legend, was invented by one of the founders of Hogwarts, Helga Hufflepuff. At the time, they were in a hurry to travel, and Hufflepuff, who was in charge of cooking for everyone, couldn't bear to see her friends eat dry bread with cheese and salted meat day after day. She wanted to make them some fresh fish. But it was winter at the time, and the river was frozen over, with no place to fish. So she invented this spell, which allowed her to fish even while sitting in the warmth of the carriage, Reese explained, adding a bit of embellishment to Helga's story for the younger ones. In reality, the true historical account was that the four founders were trapped in a mountain cabin during a snowstorm. They had agreed to take turns going out to find food, but when it was Hufflepuff's turn, she didn't want to venture into the blizzard. Yet, she couldn't break the agreement out of pride. So, in her desperation, she developed a spell that allowed her to connect a wooden basin inside the cabin to the river outside through spatial magic, letting her fish from the river without leaving the shelter. This not only solved her food problem at the time but also allowed her to stay indoors. Another story from those letters? Daphne asked, laughing at her own question. Yes, I have a huge collection of letters. Daphne made a clicking sound with her tongue, and an amusing thought popped into her mind: why not seek out Rowena Ravenclaw to verify the truth of this story? After all, she was just down in the dungeons at Hogwarts. Reese conjured a wooden basin from thin air, using the freshwater charm to fill it with water. After the basin was full, he casually conjured a fishing rod, casting the hook into the water. A magical thing happened. As soon as the hook hit the water, it disappeared, as though it had truly plunged into a river. The young witches widened their eyes in unison. Within less than a minute, Reese gave his fishing rod a little twitch, and out came a fish about the length of a finger. I've had this type of fish before. Hermione quickly recognized the species, speaking excitedly. When it's deep-fried until crispy, even the bones become crunchy and taste amazing. She sighed afterward, adding, too bad we don't have the right equipment for that here. If it's just about dehydrating the fish, that shouldn't be too hard, Reese mused, an idea forming in his mind. Following the same method, in no time, Reese had fished out about a dozen more from the magical basin. With a flick of his wand, the scales and innards of the fish were cleaned out in an instant. At the same time, the moisture in the fish seemed to agitate under his spell. Before long, the fish were transformed into dried, crispy snacks. Feel free to try them. They're not quite fried fish, but they should be crunchy enough. Hermione took one, carefully chewing it. The once fresh fish had been processed by Reese into something as crisp as a cracker. Even the bones could be easily chewed. Despite having no seasoning, the dried fish had a unique and pleasant taste. The taste is really good, and the spell is amazing. Hermione exclaimed. Hey, Reese nodded, pleased with himself. During the rest of the journey, they quickly finished off the snacks and sandwiches they had bought earlier, and enjoyed a fresh fish feast. Some were dried, while others were roasted over a fire. The delicious fish added a bright spot to an otherwise monotonous trip. As night began to fall and the sky outside the train windows grew darker, they finally arrived at Hogwarts. When the train slowly pulled into the platform, a nervous expression appeared on Astoria's face. What's wrong? Daphne noticed her sister's change in mood and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. I'm worried. What if I get sorted into Gryffindor? Astoria said, her voice growing more anxious as she spoke, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. Neither her father, her sister, nor even the doctor who treated her had been willing to reveal any details about the sorting, leaving her feeling uncertain and uneasy. Hee little Astoria, if you're really scared, just keep silently repeating my name during the sorting. I'm sure your wish will come true, Reese said, shaking his head with a smile at Astoria's worry. This girl, how could she possibly end up in another house? Though, should I test the trace on her? 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 134, the idea of driverless driving is shattered. The trace. Reese squinted his eyes. This method the Ministry of Magic uses to monitor underage wizards might be some kind of long-lasting magic, but it was more likely a form of contract-based magic. However, no matter which kind of magic it was, it would require a caster, whether or not the caster was human. Reese patted Astoria on the shoulder, reassuring her not to panic. She was sure to get into the house she wanted. Really? A smile appeared on Astoria's pale face. Then I'm definitely going to Slytherin. Why not consider Gryffindor? There's plenty of fun to be had there. A male voice suddenly came from behind them. They turned around to see two identical red-headed boys grinning at them. Fred, stop teasing the kid. Little Astoria won't end up in any other house, how about your sister Ginny comes to Slytherin instead? I'll give her all my notes from last year. Reese's words made Fred and George's smiles freeze on their faces. Putting themselves in Daphne's shoes, if their little sister Ginny ended up in Slytherin, no way. The thought alone was terrifying. So, they quickly changed the subject. Remember the bet at the end of last term? Did you just call me Fred? I'll give you another chance. Are you sure you want to stick with your choice? Fred winked at Reese. However, for Reese, the magical difference between the two was quite obvious, so he didn't waver at all from Fred's words. Nope. Damn it. Seeing that he hadn't managed to trick Reese, Fred sighed. You're lucky. If there's anything you need us to bring back from Hogsmeade, just let us know. George wrapped his arm around Fred's neck and led him away from the train compartment aisle. Weird Weasleys. That was Astoria's evaluation of Fred and George. They just like playing pranks. They're not bad people. Reese explained in defense of Fred and George, then followed Daphne and the others off the platform. At this point, Astoria parted ways with them, as Hagrid led the first-year students across the Black Lake by boat. Reese and the other second-year veterans followed the crowd toward the edge of the forest. In the forest, there were over 100 carriages parked, and while the yokes of these carriages seemed empty to most people, they weren't actually without creatures pulling them. Instead, they were drawn by magical creatures known as thestrals. Only those who have witnessed and understood death can see them. So, are these carriages enchanted? Can they move on their own without horses? Hermione asked, looking curiously at the seemingly empty yokes, her interest in magic piqued. Could this be some kind of auto-navigation spell? Hermione even started imagining the possibility of applying such a spell to her family's car. Thoughts of autonomous driving began to form in her mind. Hey, wrong answer. If you reach out and feel around here, you'll understand. Reese mercilessly interrupted Hermione's musings and pointed to a spot, motioning for her to touch it. He could see clearly that, as Hermione spoke, the thestrals pulling the carriages all turned their heads in unison, staring at her with their white, pupil-less eyes. Thestrals were incredibly intelligent magical creatures, even capable of understanding human speech. Following Reese's suggestion, Hermione cautiously extended her hand toward the spot he indicated, and soon she felt something hard and solid. Oh. It felt like bone, though the surface seemed to be covered by a layer of skin. There really is something here. Hermione exclaimed in surprise. Oh. What do they look like? Can I touch it? Daphne, standing to the side, was also intrigued by the creature Reese had called a thestral. It was only when Daphne asked that Reese realized she couldn't see thestrals either. Perhaps when Quirrell died, Daphne hadn't actually seen it. Or maybe it was because Quirrell wasn't really alive anymore when she encountered him. Of course, come here. Reese patiently guided Daphne's hand to rest on the back of the thestral. To the witches, the sensation of touching a thestral was one of thinness, almost as if there was nothing between its bones and skin. Ouch. Perhaps the thestral was ticklish, as it swished its tail, flicking Daphne's hand and making her yelp in surprise. But despite the small warning, Hermione didn't stop. This was a magical creature she had never encountered before, and she was determined to pet it while she had the chance. Who knew if she'd get another opportunity in the future? All right, we need to get going. There's a whole herd of thestrals living in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid takes good care of them, so maybe one day you can ask him to show you around, Reese said as he looked around and noticed the other carriages had already started departing. He urged them to get moving. Daphne nodded, already planning to ask Hagrid not only to show her the thestrals but also to visit her very own nightmare creature. During the summer, while Daphne wasn't at Hogwarts, her nightmare creature had been cared for by Hagrid. She thought she should check on it soon, worried that too much time apart might cause it to become unfamiliar with her. She was the first to board the carriage, with Hermione reluctantly following her, still yearning to pat with the thestral. Reese climbed in after Hermione, and just as he was about to close the carriage door, he heard someone shouting. Wait, please wait. Reese stuck his head out and saw Neville running toward them, gasping for breath, with his toad, Trevor, clutched in his hands. I was looking for Trevor, took me a while. Phew, glad you're still here, Neville said as he climbed into the carriage, panting heavily. Reese smiled and shook his head. It seemed that working the whole summer for Lupin hadn't cured Neville of his forgetfulness. How was the rest of your summer? Reese asked, as the carriage began to creak and move forward. He struck up a conversation with Neville, who sat beside him. Neville nodded, smiling. Lupin looked after me well. By the end, she even taught me how to make desserts. I wonder if there's a place in the castle where I could cook. If there is, I could try making some. That sounds fantastic, Reese replied. As they continued chatting and laughing, the carriage passed through the gates of Hogwarts. Since they were all second-year students now, they headed straight to the Great Hall. At the entrance, they spotted Snape speaking with Professor McGonagall. Potter. Weasley. Snape muttered. Severus, I need to oversee the sorting ceremony. You should go inform Professor Dumbledore, McGonagall said as the four approached. She hurried away just as Snape made his way into the hall. Looks like Harry and Ron might have gotten into some trouble again. Daphne guessed, piecing things together from the snippets of conversation she overheard. 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 135, The Sorting Hat, Trembling and Treading on Thin Ice. Who knows? They are both Gryffindors. Hermione didn't have a deep impression of Harry and Ron. She only knew that they were very likely to break school rules. The four of them separated at the door of the Great Hall and went to sit at the long table of their houses. After sitting down at the Slytherin table, Reese looked towards Gryffindor and indeed did not see any trace of Harry and Ron in the crowd. What were they doing? As there was nothing to do, Reese simply put his hand on his chin and thought about what might have happened to Harry and Ron, and then he saw a car passing by the window of the castle. Reese. He probably understood what Ron and Harry had done wrong. Hermione summed them up very well, they were too Gryffindor. The sorting ceremony was not postponed due to the absence of the two young wizards. Professor McGonagall led a group of little ones, as in previous years. Reese saw Astoria standing at the front of the line, and behind her was a girl with messy, waist-length dirty blonde hair. The blonde girl attracted Reese's attention because she wore some unusual jewelry and put her wand behind her ear. Her gray eyes looked dreamy and she was obviously crazy. He had a hunch that the girl would be sorted into Ravenclaw, because, although saying this would surely make Ravenclaw furious, he felt that those crazy little wizards were in line with the Ravenclaw house temperament. Under the chairmanship of Professor McGonagall, the sorting ceremony began. Since her last name's first letter was G and her first name's was A, Astoria was quickly called up. When she saw the sorting hat, she was really relieved. Before that, there were all kinds of opinions about the school's sorting method. The most exaggerated one was that everyone had to work together to defeat a giant monster, and then be assigned to a house based on their performance in the battle. With strange thoughts flashing through her mind, Astoria sat down on the small square stool. She could feel the gazes of nearly 1,000 eyes, which made her nervous. In public, once the results of the division were announced, there would be no room for maneuver. I don't want to go to Gryffindor, I don't want to go to Hufflepuff. When the hat was put on her head, she remembered what Reese had said to her. Recite my name silently, and your wish will come true. Although she didn't really believe it, she still silently repeated Reese's name several times in her heart. At the same time, a voice rang in her ear, "Interesting little girl, your soul, wait, you just say Reese. Do you know Lord Reese Chaz Sala Lint?" Yes. Astoria was also quite surprised. She didn't expect that the sorting hat would actually remember Reese's name. The sorting hat just said, "Oh," and then remained silent. After hearing the name Reese, the sorting hat immediately understood that Lord Slytherin had his own plan for the girl on the stool. It tried to put the trace on the little wizard of the Greengrass family in front of it according to the contract, but as soon as the contract magic was activated, the sorting hat felt a slight resistance, as if there was a force resisting the trace it released. Perhaps increasing the output could force the trace to be added, but the sorting hat didn't dare to do so, because it sensed clearly that this was a spell cast by Lord Slytherin, the purpose of which was to prevent it from placing traces on this girl. Now it dare not act rashly. Astoria was confused at this time. She didn't understand why the sorting hat suddenly stopped talking. Fortunately, the sorting hat's silence did not last too long. After a few seconds, it opened its mouth and asked again, "Did Reese say anything?" "Astoria? What's going on? Why does it seem like the sorting hat takes Reese's opinion very seriously?" Astoria's feeling was correct, and the sorting hat was now afraid that it had misjudged Reese's intentions. "According to me, this girl should go to Slytherin. But Lord would have seen that too. So if he knew that, I'll send her to Slytherin. And still told her to warn me. Does he not want her to go to Slytherin?" According to its judgment, it was going to sort Astoria into Slytherin, but now that it knew that Slytherin House's founder was paying special attention to this girl, it dared not act rashly, fearing that it would accidentally ruin the master's plans. What the sorting hat didn't know was that Reese didn't have a plan, he just wanted Astoria to go to the house she wanted. He said, "I can definitely go to any house I want to go to." Astoria wasn't very clear about what was going on, but she still told him what Reese said truthfully. So Lord knew I would send her to Slytherin, but the little girl wanted to go elsewhere, so he respected her choice and told her to warn me, so I sent her to her choice of house. Yes. That's it. Oh, then which house do you want to go to? It must be Slytherin. Sorting hat. After a moment, it roared with all its strength, "Slytherin." The sorting ceremony continued, and no one knew the twists and turns of the sorting hat's mental journey. Today's opening banquet was slightly different from the past. There was always a lack of people in the teacher's seat. Snape was not there when the sorting ceremony began, and Professor McGonagall also disappeared after presiding over the sorting ceremony. Later, Dumbledore also left the hall after announcing the start of the banquet, which caused students to talk about it. This made Lockhart quite unhappy. He had carefully prepared a speech for today's opening dinner and accompanied it with a set of corresponding body postures. As a result, Dumbledore did not even give him time to show his performance. After he introduced his name, he actually announced that the dinner was ready. That action and that manuscript were all scrapped. But just as no one knew the psychological activities of the sorting hat, no one noticed Professor Lockhart's dissatisfaction. It was not until the end of the banquet that a very explosive piece of news slowly spread. Harry and Ron did not board the Hogwarts Express, they drove here in a flying car. This caused a heated discussion. Gryffindor wizards thought this was so cool, while Slytherin students thought this serious violation of the statute of secrecy should be punished. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students had no special opinions on this, they were either discussing what spells were cast on the flying car, or regretting that Harry and Ron missed such a sumptuous banquet respectively. Lockhart beat his chest and stamped his feet, lamenting that he had missed an opportunity to make the headlines. But these had nothing to do with Reese. He returned to the dormitory early, lay on the bed, and fell asleep. Generally speaking, few young wizards would choose to go to the library to study on the first day of school. They usually haven't yet recovered from their lazy state during the holidays. But there was one exception. On the first day of school, Miss Hermione Granger pushed open the door of the library. Read 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 136, Adventure in the Library. Madame Pants wasn't too happy when she saw Hermione Granger visiting the library on the very first day of term. She forced a stiff smile and said to Hermione, "Young lady, working so hard on the first day. Why not spend a couple of days playing with your dorm mates?" Hermione, upon hearing this, appeared thoughtful. "You're right," she replied. Madame Pants was overjoyed by this response. If the little girl became engrossed in playing with her roommates, she wouldn't come to the library and mess with her precious books, right? "I'll just bring them here to read with me next time," Hermione added. With that, she walked deeper into the library, leaving Madame Pants standing there like a statue. What Madame Pants didn't know was that Hermione was extremely nervous during their conversation, fearing she would check her bag, because then she'd have a lot of explaining to do about the dozen Hogwarts-marked magic books inside. Hermione wandered between the bookshelves, using her memory to find the fake books one by one and replace them with the real ones from her bag. Soon, most of the books had been returned, except for one, Wizarding Landmarks, which she hadn't found yet. Luckily, a few minutes later, she spotted the fake book at the bottom of a shelf. Hermione broke into a cold sweat. Madame Pants had actually reorganized the bookshelves right at the start of term. Thankfully, she hadn't noticed the issue with Wizarding Landmarks. Just as Hermione was about to stash the fake books she had recovered into her bag, a glimpse of blue caught her eye, freezing her in place. Slowly, she raised her head and saw a beautiful middle-aged witch, dressed in an elegant blue wizard's robe, smiling at her. The witch looked about the same age as Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, but she was better groomed and exuded an air of refinement. The blue-robed witch seemed vaguely familiar, but Hermione couldn't quite place where she'd seen her before. Hermione. For the first time, Hermione truly understood the feeling of being overwhelmed by fear. Her mind went completely blank, she had no idea what to say or do. Though she didn't recognize the witch standing before her, it was clear she was a professor at the school. And she had just caught Hermione in the act. This was bad. The blue-robed witch beckoned her with a finger, indicating Hermione should follow. In a dazed, rigid manner, Hermione trailed behind her. The witch led her deeper into the library, past several bookshelves, and into a small room that resembled a study space. The room's setup was simple, just a long table with 7 chairs placed around it and a whiteboard for writing. On one side of the room was a closed side door, its destination unknown. It was Hermione's first time in this room. She hadn't even noticed before that the library had such a study space. "Sit down," the blue-robed witch said. It was the first time the witch had spoken to Hermione, and her voice was soft, like music. Hearing such a pleasant tone, Hermione felt her nerves ease slightly. "Why did you do this?" The witch gestured toward Hermione's bag. "Well." Hermione explained the difficulty she had faced borrowing books last term, carefully omitting any mention of Reese. "Did you transform the parchment into the shape of books?" The blue-robed witch asked a question that was difficult for Hermione to answer. Telling the truth would reveal Reese's involvement, while lying would mean deceiving a professor. In the end, Hermione chose to insist that she had done it herself. The witch smiled. "Then your transfiguration skills are quite advanced." Hermione pressed her lips together. "Let's leave that matter there for now. The school's book-borrowing system does indeed have its flaws. Those who set the rules didn't think it through carefully. However, I hope you'll be honest in the conversation that follows." Hermione's face flushed slightly. "You seem to really enjoy spending time in the library." The blue-robed witch casually started a conversation as if chatting. "Yes, there are so many books here, and I love reading." "So do I. Books are the most precious legacy our ancestors left us." The witch appeared quite pleased with Hermione's response. Then, she asked a critical question. "You love reading so much, are you in Ravenclaw?" After receiving an affirmative answer, a look of "I thought so" appeared on the witch's face. Only Ravenclaw students would love books that much. "Hey, you're very much like the founder of Ravenclaw." I'm not worthy of such a comparison." Hermione replied modestly. "What's your name?" This question immediately made Hermione nervous. Weren't they done with that topic? Why was she asking for her name now? Was she going to report her to Professor Flitwick or Dumbledore? Hermione Jean Granger. Despite her inner panic, Hermione still reported her full name truthfully. Upon hearing her name, the blue-robed witch began to play with her long, black hair that hung over her shoulders. Her glossy hair was twirled, loosened, and played with, much like a cat batting at its tail. She did this as a sign that she was deep in thought. The witch's silence for a few seconds made Hermione even more anxious. Fortunately, when the witch spoke again, she didn't seem to intend any punishment for Hermione. Instead, she asked unrelated questions, such as how much time Hermione had spent in the library last year, how her grades were, and whether reading so many different books had affected her studies. Hermione nodded and told her that she had spent over 1,000 hours in the library, visiting whenever she had free time. As for her grades, they were decent. She had been lucky enough to achieve perfect marks in all her subjects. Perfect marks in all subjects. Now the blue-robed witch was genuinely surprised. This mysterious witch was none other than Rowena Ravenclaw herself, or, more precisely, a magical projection formed from Ravenclaw's magic. If Hermione had been brave enough to touch the witch's body, she would have been astonished to find that the witch was merely an illusion with no physical substance. Even outside the study room, the witch hadn't touched anything solid. This study room was Ravenclaw's personal classroom within Hogwarts Castle, much like Reese's chamber. At the end of the previous school year, after Reese had helped Rowena Ravenclaw regain consciousness, she had devised a way to send a trace of her magic to the surface. This trace of magic acted as a key to activate a contingency she had left in her personal classroom. Using the magic circle left in her secret classroom, Ravenclaw forcibly opened a special passage through the seal, allowing her consciousness to pass through the barrier and manifest in the magical projection that had formed in her classroom. Due to the limitations of the seal, this projection was extremely restricted, unable even to leave the library. Moving too far from the secret classroom would cause her to lose signal. But still, it was a breakthrough from nothing to something. Of course, if Reese knew about this, he would undoubtedly be displeased, as Ravenclaw's actions had, in effect, compromised the integrity of the seal. Underscore. Read 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 137, Miss Bet. The four founders of Hogwarts each had their own personal classroom, over which they held absolute control. In these classrooms, they would set up magic that reflected their individual styles and teach advanced magical knowledge to students they personally selected. Rowena Ravenclaw was no exception. Her personal classroom, which looked like a study room, was designed to help her select chamber apprentices who met her criteria. The selection process wasn't complicated. It was based on spending enough time in the library or borrowing a large number of books over the course of a year. Though the requirements weren't particularly difficult, after 1,000 years of absence, Ravenclaw discovered that there weren't many young witches and wizards who met them. In a millennium, the list of names barely reached 3 digits, and in the past 20 years, only one name had appeared: Hermione Granger. Fortunately, Hermione hadn't graduated yet, so as soon as she stepped into the library, Ravenclaw sought her out. Her eagerness was partly due to Reese. After Reese had brought Daphne to show off in front of Ravenclaw, she felt inspired to take on a student herself. Salazar had a new student, so naturally, she couldn't fall behind. However, Ravenclaw wasn't desperate to recruit just anyone. Before accepting Hermione as her chamber apprentice, she intended to thoroughly assess her. If Hermione could pass her test, the girl would receive Ravenclaw's mentorship. After asking a few questions, Ravenclaw was very pleased with Hermione's answers. She loved reading, excelled in her studies, and was a student of Ravenclaw House. This last point was particularly important. When Ravenclaw had asked this question, she had been a bit nervous. Though it was highly likely that a student meeting her criteria would come from Ravenclaw, there was always a chance of an exception. People are complex, and sometimes a young wizard or witch might be well suited to multiple houses. For example, a brave, intelligent, and ambitious pureblood student could fit the standards of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. In such cases, the student's own opinion would become crucial. If, before the sorting, they had heard biased information and developed prejudices against certain houses, the outcome could be unpredictable. According to the rules established back then, because chamber apprentices involved issues of legacy, the four founders could only recruit talented students from their own houses. If Hermione had belonged to another house, Ravenclaw would have had no choice but to let her go, as this was a matter of principle. If it were just her, it might not have been such a big deal, but Salazar Slytherin was still alive. If she broke the rules, she wouldn't be able to face him. Fortunately, Hermione was a Ravenclaw, so Rowena Ravenclaw had no further concerns. After making her decision, Ravenclaw continued chatting with Hermione. Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Ravenspet, she said. Like Reese, Ravenclaw chose to use an alias. Her reasons were slightly different from Reese's. Ravenclaw simply felt it was unnecessary. Telling the young girl her real identity would only lead to her boasting about being Ravenclaw's student. What good would that do, other than causing endless trouble for herself? So, she decided it was best to deny that she was actually Ravenclaw from the start. Is it the Raven as in the bird, or the Riven as in split? Hermione was momentarily confused. Fussing over a name is pointless. If you're unsure, just call me Miss Spet, Ravenclaw replied, not directly answering Hermione's question. All right, Hermione nodded, committing the mysterious professor's name to memory. The only thing that bothered her was why she had never seen this professor at the school before. By the way, you're in your second year now, right? What spells have you learned so far? After Hermione listed the spells she knew, Ravenclaw smiled slightly and asked, do you know why you're able to cast these spells? Hermione. This was a question she had never really thought about. Because I pronounced the incantation correctly and used the right wand movements, she answered tentatively. Yes, but not entirely. Miss Spett then opened a new door for young Hermione, guiding her to glimpse the beautiful world of mana and magic flow behind it. So that's how it works. Hermione felt she had gained a new understanding of spells and magic. Here are some notes about magic flow. Take them with you and study them. You can start practicing. If you have any questions, I'll be back here next Monday. Just come find me in the library. These are from my personal collection, so please don't share them with anyone else. As she finished speaking, an ancient-looking key and a roll of yellowed parchment appeared on the table. If you can't find a suitable place to practice, use the room next door. This is the key to get in. Ravenclaw had even arranged a practice space for Hermione. Thank you. Hermione gratefully clutched the two items close to her chest. At this point, Ravenclaw had nothing more to say and waved her hand, signaling Hermione could leave. One last thing, Ravenclaw called out just as Hermione was about to leave. Although you had your reasons, you still broke the school rules. Hearing this, Hermione's heart sank. Was she going to be punished after all? You need to be punished. As for the specifics, help me find a few books. I need a history of magic, Hogwarts, a history, selected spells of the 18th century, important magical events of the 20th century, significant discoveries in modern magic, and a study on the development of modern witchcraft. Bring these books to this study room. That will be your punishment. Ravenclaw rattled off a long list of books as if she were reciting a menu. These were all books Ravenclaw had noticed while wandering around the library. Reading them would give her a general understanding of magical developments over the past 1,000 years. Unfortunately, Ravenclaw, as a highly realistic magical projection, couldn't physically touch the books. Only within her personal study room could she use the magic array to make the pages turn automatically. The general process involved a book floating in midair, with the pages turning on their own as Ravenclaw stood in front, reading. Therefore, she needed Hermione to bring the books in for her. That's it. Hermione couldn't help but blurt out. Ravenclaw raised an eyebrow. If you think the punishment is too light. No. I'll go get the books right away. Hermione dashed out, and a few minutes later, she returned, carrying a large stack of books. Huff. Huff. Here. She placed them carefully on the study room table, then earnestly bid farewell to Miss Spett before leaving the study room that she'd never noticed before. When she finally made her way back to the Ravenclaw common room and saw the statue of the house's founder, Rowena Ravenclaw, she realized where the sense of familiarity came from. Miss Spett's aura and posture closely resembled that of Lady Ravenclaw, although the two didn't look alike. Maybe that's just something all wise witches have in common. Hermione didn't think much of it, eager to dive into Miss Spett's precious notes. _______________________ 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 138, Lockhart's level made Reese black. Hermione didn't sleep well that night. As soon as she returned to the common room, she eagerly began reading the parchment Mrs. Spett had given her, staying up all night in the process. The knowledge within was so novel and fascinating that she was completely engrossed, unable to tear herself away. By the time dawn broke, Hermione had practically memorized every word on the parchment, even trying out some of the techniques in small doses. The mana manipulation recorded there was a bit challenging, but she was confident she could master it before meeting Mrs. Spett again next Monday. She was determined to surprise her next time they met. However, despite her excitement, reality hit hard. After staying up all night, Hermione struggled to focus during the day's lessons. Her eyelids drooped, and everything around her gradually blurred. She would close her eyes for a few seconds, then fight against her body's need for sleep, forcing herself to open them again and try to look like she was just blinking, though it was more of a long pause, really, and not actual sleep. Occasionally, Hermione would yawn. Each time, as she expelled a large amount of carbon dioxide, she'd feel a brief moment of clarity before being overtaken by drowsiness again. Professor Sprout, who was teaching herbology, noticed Hermione's drowsy state. The usually kind and gentle witch, however, was uncharacteristically irritable today, her expression tinged with anger. The sharp students quickly guessed that it had something to do with the bandage wrapped around her arm. In fact, just a few hours earlier, Professor Sprout had experienced one of the most terrifying moments of her life. When Harry and Ron were flying the enchanted car to Hogwarts, it lost power as they approached the castle, preventing them from landing safely on the flat lawn in front of the castle. Instead, they crashed into a large, ancient tree known as the Whomping Willow in the Forbidden Forest. While the two young wizards were unharmed, the Whomping Willow suffered significant damage, which required Professor Sprout's expertise. As Hogwarts resident herbology master, she was highly skilled in healing plants, even rare ones like the Whomping Willow. Normally, she would have been able to heal the tree with a few simple spells. Unfortunately, she caught the attention of Gilderoy Lockhart. Upon learning that the Whomping Willow was a historic and extremely valuable tree, Lockhart immediately approached Professor Sprout, insisting that he accompany her to help heal it. He proudly claimed that he could solve the willow's problem in just a second. Then, Sprout made a decision she would regret for the rest of her life. She brought Lockhart along. At first, Professor Sprout thought Lockhart was a decent person. But as she pressed the Whomping Willow's pause button to treat the tree from underneath, Lockhart cast a Reparo charm, which reactivated the willow. Before Sprout could even process what had happened, she was flung into the air by the tree. Had she not been so skilled, she might have met her end under that tree. After escaping the range of the Whomping Willow's attacks, even the normally kind and patient Professor Sprout couldn't take Lockhart any longer. She angrily scolded him and told him to stay far away from her. Lockhart, without protest, immediately stepped back several paces, but judging by his expression, he had no idea how much trouble he had just caused and was still smiling. Seeing Lockhart's clueless face nearly made Professor Sprout explode with rage. However, there wasn't much she could do about him. At most, she could write a complaint letter to Dumbledore, but even that wouldn't achieve much. So, she kept the fury bottled up inside, and even after teaching an entire class, the anger still hadn't subsided. At that moment, when Professor Sprout noticed Hermione Granger looking like she was about to fall asleep, her anger flared up. She knew it wasn't right to take out her frustrations on a student, but she couldn't help it, especially since Hermione happened to be in the same house as Lockhart. Miss Granger, Miss Granger. Professor Sprout called several times before Hermione finally responded. What did I just say? Sprout's gaze fell on Hermione's dark circles. Hermione stammered, 5 points from Ravenclaw. I was just talking about how mandrakes can be used to create a powerful restorative potion, which is used to return people who have been transfigured, petrified, or cursed back to their original state. Hermione lowered her head, trying hard to suppress the urge to yawn. Now that summer vacation is over, you need to shake off that sluggishness. Professor Sprout warned the students before continuing the lesson. Oh. Reese noticed Hermione, who was struggling to stay awake and looked like she could doze off at any moment. After a moment of thought, he took a small bottle from his pocket and used magic to send it flying toward her. A potion to help you stay alert. But make sure to get to bed early tonight. Thank you, Hermione said, grateful, as she gestured for the bottle to fly into her hand. Reese. What on earth? Hermione had just used mana manipulation to pull the bottle into her hand. Was it a coincidence, or? Reese stared at Hermione, recalling the crystal ball that Ravenclaw had given to Daphne last term. After that, the entire herbology lesson felt dull and uninteresting. The potion Reese had given Hermione worked quite well. After drinking it, she felt like she'd just had a large gulp of ice-cold mint lemonade. Her drowsiness vanished instantly, and she didn't yawn for the rest of the class. After class, Reese approached Hermione. Hermione, about that bottle just now. Thanks for the potion, but I've got to go. Hermione quickly shoved the empty bottle into Reese's hand and dashed off. She hadn't thought much about it, she just wanted to get back and practice controlling her magic. During the herbology class, she had, as if by instinct, successfully used her magic to pull Reese's potion bottle into her hand. A personal breakthrough. Now she wanted to take advantage of the momentum and practice more back at the castle. Though he didn't get much out of the brief conversation, Reese had a strong sense that he was onto something. Reese's mood lifted as he thought to himself, so, the old woman is making moves again. This pleasant feeling lasted until that afternoon's defense against the dark arts class. Lockhart, after giving a long-winded introduction to the students from Slytherin and Ravenclaw, pulled out a stack of papers from beneath the podium. Before we start today's lesson, I'd like to begin with a little quiz. Don't worry, it's just to see where your knowledge level is at, he said as he handed out the papers. Hearing that Lockhart wanted to begin with a pre-lesson quiz, Reese perked up. This is actually a brilliant teaching method, an efficient way to assess the student's ability so that lessons can be tailored to their needs. Could it be that? However, the moment Reese saw the first question on the paper, he immediately felt like the world had gone dark. The first question on the quiz read. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Underscore 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 underscore. Read 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 139, Lockhart, Reese is my biggest fan. 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you consider Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement so far? 4. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? What would be his ideal birthday present? Looking at the 2 full questionnaires about Lockhart's personal hobbies, Reese was confused. Was he out of date? Could it be that Lockhart's teaching method was the mainstream of contemporary defense against the dark arts teaching? He started to rationalize it. Perhaps the goal is to establish an idol, someone the students admire, which would make them listen more attentively and take more initiative in learning. These questions, maybe they reinforce memory, ensuring the students remember every detail from the books. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. Rhys's thoughts began to spiral, and in the midst of questioning his entire existence, he finished the quiz in record time, barely needing a second glance before selecting each answer. What made this even more absurd was the fact that, having read all of Lockhart's books and possessing a fairly good memory, Rhys knew the answer to every single question. Rhys's rapid pace irritated Lockhart greatly. "Lockhart, at least pretend to take your time. Who are you trying to fool by rushing through it like that?" Clearing his throat, Lockhart addressed the class. "Now, students, there's no need to rush. We have plenty of time. Some of these questions are quite tricky." But Rhys, lost in his own musings and operating purely on autopilot, finished all 54 quiz questions within just 10 minutes. Lockhart, noticing Rhys had already set down his quill and was now staring off into space, decided it was time to teach this troublemaker a lesson. "I'll dock him a hefty amount of points," he thought. "That'll make him respect me, Gilderoy Lockhart, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts." He descended from the platform, picked up Rhys's quiz, and prepared to grade it on the spot, intending to publicly humiliate him. However, the more he read, the more complicated his expression became. "Ah. Oh. Oh." By the time he finished, his bright blue eyes were filled with disbelief. Rhys hadn't gotten a single question wrong. He had scored a perfect 100. Incredible. Incredible. Lockhart exclaimed dramatically. "Rhys Lint has completed my quiz in just 10 minutes, and he got every single question right." The classroom erupted into murmurs. Despite the strange nature of Lockhart's quiz, achieving a perfect score wasn't easy. Many of the questions were ridiculously detailed, and Rhys's perfect score meant that he had definitely read every single one of Lockhart's books, and read them very thoroughly at that. Lockhart was overjoyed. "This student is a superfan," he thought. Little Rhys must have been hiding his admiration all along. "I misjudged him, thinking he was just a critic." Rhys, startled by Lockhart's exclamations, snapped out of his wandering thoughts and quickly realized what had happened. "Oh no. I accidentally scored a perfect 100. It wasn't that Rhys had deliberately avoided top marks to stay low-key. If he really wanted to avoid attention, he wouldn't have let Daphne freestyle during last term's final exams. But in this case, scoring a perfect 100 was bound to be embarrassing. Rhys suddenly felt incredibly relieved that Godric and Helga were nowhere to be found, and Rowena was trapped deep in the dungeon. If his old friends ever found out he had scored full marks on this kind of test, he would simply go into eternal sleep and see them again in 1,000 years. The next 20 minutes were pure torture for Rhys. He desperately needed another student to get a perfect score alongside him. If he was the only one to achieve it, that would be far too conspicuous. His gaze shifted to Hermione and Daphne. Rhys knew that in this situation, they were his only hope. Using the moisture in the air, Rhys focused on Hermione and Daphne's answers. As he scrutinized their tests, his brow furrowed. Daphne had made several mistakes. Did she even bother to read Lockhart's books properly? And Hermione? Was this a joke? She had made some glaringly obvious errors. Did she not sleep well last night? "All right, children, time's up," Lockhart announced with a gleeful clap, ready to collect the quizzes. Seeing that neither Daphne nor Hermione had noticed their mistakes, Rhys grew anxious. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to drop all pretense. The next second, the quills in Hermione and Daphne's hands began moving on their own, swiftly correcting the errors on their tests. Hermione and Daphne. 4 pairs of eyes turned to Rhys in unison, but he remained completely unfazed, acting as if he truly had no idea what had just happened. Rhys, foo, theta epsilon theta winky face. So much so that even Daphne was almost convinced by his performance. After collecting the tests, Lockhart began reviewing them in front of the whole class. Finally, he announced with delight, 2 more students have scored full marks, Miss Hermione Granger and Miss Daphne Greengrass. Let's give them, along with Mr. Rhys Chasla Lint, a round of applause. The rest of the students, unaware of the full situation, clapped enthusiastically. On the Hogwarts Express, I noticed that the 3 of them, Rhys, Hermione, and Daphne, were sitting in the same compartment. And today, they've all scored full marks. This shows they've been diligently studying my books together, which is highly commendable. 10 points to Ravenclaw, and 20 points to Slytherin. Everyone should learn from them. Rhys. The desire to commit murder is rising. Every word out of Lockhart's mouth felt like it was poking at Rhys's nerves. He was on the verge of losing control and stringing Lockhart up for a thorough beating. After all, with his body restored to its younger state, his patience had considerably diminished. Yet Reese had underestimated his own restraint, because, moments later, when a signed photo of Lockhart was thrust into his hands, he didn't leap up and pummel Lockhart senseless. "This is your reward, my most loyal fans." Lockhart beamed at Reese with a dazzling smile. Reese repeatedly reminded himself that the rule forbidding students from assaulting teachers, which would result in detention, was a rule he had personally established. Wait, on second thought, doesn't that mean that as long as he's willing to endure detention, he could actually beat up a teacher during class? Just as Reese's thoughts were turning more dangerous, one unintentional action by Lockhart saved him. Lockhart pulled a large cage covered with a cloth from behind the podium and placed it on the desk. After removing the cloth, he revealed a cage full of Cornish pixies. The students burst into laughter. This was far from the extremely dangerous magical creature they had anticipated. Many of them felt a sense of disappointment. Who would have guessed that the famous Professor Lockhart's first lesson would involve something like this? Don't underestimate them. These little devils can be real troublemakers, he said, tapping the cage of pixies with his wand. Lockhart had carefully chosen Cornish pixies for his first lesson, thinking these little demons would be enough to impress the students. Even better, he believed he had the skill to handle them. After all, the seller who provided the pixies had taught him a special spell to subdue them. But then, things took an unexpected turn. As Lockhart tapped the cage, the lock clicked open, and the pixies swarmed out in a frenzy. Despite their small size, they were shockingly strong. Just 2 of them could lift a student into the air. Worse, they had an instinct for targeting human weak points, quickly turning the classroom into utter chaos. Reese watched with a thoughtful expression. He could have subdued the pixies in an instant, but why bother? This was the perfect opportunity to see Lockhart in action and gauge his abilities. He even stopped Daphne and Hermione from intervening, urging them to stay calm. As the professor, it was Lockhart's responsibility to handle the situation. Summoning his courage, he rolled up his sleeves, waved his wand, and shouted the spell the supplier had taught him, Pesca Pixie Pesternomi. But the spell had no effect, except maybe as a taunt. One pixie swooped down, snatched Lockhart's wand, and tossed it, along with Lockhart himself, out the window. Seeing this, none of the students dared to stay in the classroom, except for Reese, Daphne, and Hermione. Everyone else fled. Reese covered his eyes. With this incident, he was certain Lockhart was a fraud, a complete and utter phony. Having reached his conclusion, Reese calmly raised his hand. Hundreds of seemingly delicate but unbreakable threads materialized in the air, swiftly entangling the rampaging Cornish pixies. Reese slowly closed his 5 fingers, the water line tightened suddenly, and a series of explosions were heard in the air. And just like that, it was over. _______________________ 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 140, Gift from Lady Ravenclaw. Are you crazy? Hermione was completely shocked as she stared at the scattered Cornish pixies lying all over the floor like fallen raindrops. They're just innocent little creatures that throw wizards out of windows, hang students from ceiling fans, gouge out eyes, and poke kidneys. Reese gave Hermione a glance, then continued packing his school bag. By the way, let me remind you, this is the 4th third of the castle. You're a fan of Lockhart, right? I suggest you head to the hospital wing and bring Madame Pomfrey along. But I wanted to say. Reese's words completely jumbled Hermione's thoughts. After stammering for a while, she finally grabbed her bag and rushed off to the hospital wing. As Hermione left, Reese finished packing his own bag. He turned his gaze to Daphne, who stood beside him with her bag in hand. What is it? Do I have something dirty on me? Daphne, noticing Reese's gaze, quickly checked the hem of her robes, making sure nothing had gotten on her without her noticing. She even lifted her foot slightly to make sure her shoes were clean. Daphne, do you think I was being a bit too cruel? Reese asked her, his tone serious. Daphne blinked. She looked around the messy classroom and then calmly replied, I think it was fine. After all, those Cornish pixies did attack wizards, didn't they? Even Muggles would put down a mad dog if it bit someone. Good. Reese finally smiled again, the first time since he'd seen Lockhart's ridiculous test that afternoon. Daphne's answer clearly satisfied him. Reese had been somewhat worried that Daphne might give a poor answer. In Reese's view, the moment those Cornish pixies threw Lockhart out of the window, their fate was sealed. Lockhart might be foolish, but he was still a wizard. Reese knew very well that these pixies were clever. The reason they hadn't gone further was because they understood they were on wizard territory. But if this hadn't been wizard territory? 1,000 years ago, Cornish pixies had human flesh on their menu. Scour Jiffy, Reese pulled out his wand, cleaning up the chaotic classroom until the floor was spotless. He restored the overturned desks and chairs back to their original positions. With just one spell, the entire classroom was back to normal, as if nothing had happened at all. But how could things that had happened truly be erased so easily? The news of Professor Lockhart being thrown out of a castle window by a group of Cornish pixies and ending up in the hospital wing spread quickly through the school, leaving students dumbfounded. How could a professor with such a supposedly rich history of adventure be unable to handle a group of pixies? Some students thought that Lockhart was just acting, testing the students' abilities through an elaborate performance. Others believed that Lockhart had simply made a mistake. The seed of doubt had been planted, and cracks began to appear in Lockhart's shining image. However, few people knew that immediately after Lockhart was admitted to the hospital wing, Professor Sprout sought out Madame Pomfrey and intervened in his treatment plan. Madame Pomfrey, in her professional opinion, thought Lockhart's injuries were just simple fractures. A single spell could heal him, with perhaps some potion as post-operative care. But Professor Sprout disagreed with this rushed approach. Who could have thought that Professor Sprout would hold grudges? She believed such rapid treatment might leave Lockhart with lingering health issues. She strongly recommended that Madame Pomfrey use her herb-based remedies for Lockhart's recovery, which would ensure a risk-free healing process. Madame Pomfrey was an expert in healing, and generally, no one would interfere with her methods. But Professor Sprout, a master of herbology, was an exception. Since Sprout's suggestion was reasonable, Madame Pomfrey accepted her advice and used purely herbal treatments to mend Lockhart's fractures. As a result, Lockhart's hospital stay was extended from just 1 night to 3 full days. But the real highlight came later, when Lockhart's loyal fans visited him. He decided to show off a bit and demonstrate one of his healing spells. That spell ended up completely vanishing the bones in his broken area, extending his hospital stay from 3 days to a full 2 weeks. Rumor has it that Professor Sprout was very happy about the news. Life at Hogwarts continued as usual, unaffected by what happened in the hospital wing. After that disastrous defense against the dark arts class, Daphne returned to the Slytherin common room and resumed her study of the booklet given to her by Rowena Ravenclaw. After doing a lot of research over the summer, she had some ideas about its purpose. Sitting in a corner of the common room, she opened the notebook from Ravenclaw and began writing. To ensure smooth communication, Daphne even wrote in Latin. Sure enough, shortly after she wrote in the notebook, the ink disappeared, replaced by a line of neat, elegant Latin text. "Hello, Daphne, I am Rowena." A smile of joy appeared on Daphne's face, and she quickly responded in the notebook. "May I know your purpose?" "Of course, but you need to answer a question first." Immediately, a long paragraph of text appeared in the booklet. In a classroom, there are 4 wizards wearing hats. Wizard A and Wizard C wear white hats, Wizard B and Wizard D wear black hats. Wizard A can see Wizard B and Wizard C, Wizard B can see Wizard C, Wizard C and Wizard D cannot see anyone. They know there are 4 hats, 2 black and 2 white, but they don't know the color of the hat on their own head. Who will be the first to know the color of the hat on their own head and shout it out? Daphne bit her quill in concentration. Latin was already difficult for her, and now she had to solve a puzzle in it, making the task even harder. She pulled out a dictionary and meticulously translated the entire question from the booklet, word by word. That still wasn't enough, so she sketched out a diagram to help visualize the situation. After several minutes, she finally solved the logic puzzle. Wizard B. Congratulations, you got it right. Another passage of text appeared in the booklet. I am the question and task book created by Rowena Ravenclaw. I contain a great deal of Lady Ravenclaw's wisdom, but if you wish to obtain it, you must either answer my questions or complete my tasks. You may choose between the two. Here is your reward for answering the question correctly. Detailed explanation of spatial magic, Part 1. Seeing the words appear in the booklet, Daphne was dumbfounded. The gift from Lady Ravenclaw was far more precious than she had imagined. 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 141, The Greengrass family discovered another treasure. The text in the booklet was somewhat difficult to understand, but fortunately, it didn't disappear after appearing. Daphne carefully copied the words onto a piece of parchment and, with the help of a dictionary, gradually translated them. Detailed explanation of spatial magic, Part 1, wasn't very long, only about 1,000 words, but it introduced the concept of spatial magic to Daphne. Like other forms of magic, spatial magic originated from the stars. However, unlike regular magic, even the 4 founders hadn't found a reasonable explanation for it. While other types of magic could be traced back to corresponding elements on Earth, the element associated with space had never been discovered. As a result, wizards had always been in a state of knowing how but not why when it came to spatial magic. They could use it, much like they could work with magical creatures, but they didn't truly understand it. After discussing with her friend Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw proposed a hypothesis: just as every object has its shadow, so too might Earth have a shadow. The power behind spatial magic, she speculated, came from this shadow. Spells like the undetectable extension charm and apparition, she suggested, borrowed a fragment of space from this shadow. Those seemingly extra spaces actually existed within the shadow, and apparition involved traveling through this shadow. Of course, this was just a theory and had never been proven. Ravenclaw included it at the beginning of the explanation, Part 1, to help readers better understand this wondrous form of magic. The booklet then briefly introduced how to borrow a piece of space from the shadow. At the end of the chapter, it presented a simple task, to modify one's lunchbox so that a palm-sized box could hold enough food to feed a knight. Daphne read this with thoughtful consideration. At that moment, Rhys appeared in front of Daphne's desk. He noticed that she was deeply engrossed in studying the booklet that Ravenclaw had given her, and from the looks of it, she was making significant progress, which was a good thing. However, today's focus wasn't on that. Rhys gently knocked on Daphne's desk, pulling her out of her thoughts. "I need you to help me with something," he said. "What is it?" Daphne set the booklet and her notes aside. "I need you to hand this over to your father and have him release it publicly. Tell him you found this hidden in the corner of the Greengrass family's warehouse," Rhys said, placing an ancient-looking scroll in front of Daphne. "What is this?" "A spell that can transform werewolves back into human form." This must be. Daphne immediately recalled the spell mentioned by Lockhart in his book Wanderings with Werewolves. "It has nothing to do with him," Rhys cut her off, clearly uninterested in hearing that name. "This is a sacred spell researched by the great Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff together." Daphne obediently closed her mouth. "If enough people master this spell, then one day werewolves will disappear from this planet. It will benefit not just the present, but generations to come. I need the Greengrass family to promote it quickly," Rhys explained. He had actually thought about this plan over the summer, but had delayed taking action. The reason was that he had been trying to simplify the spell. The original version was far too difficult and complicated. Even he struggled with it at times, and if someone with his skill had a high failure rate when unfamiliar with it, local wizards with mediocre abilities would fare much worse. It was actually Damocles' Wolfsbane potion that inspired him to modify the spell to restore human form. The Wolfsbane potion could calm the werewolf's venom, making it more docile. Rhys improved upon it slightly, pushing the effect further to induce sleep in the werewolf after transformation. In this state, the werewolf's venom would be easier to purge using the spell, thus reducing the difficulty of casting it. After hearing Rhys' explanation, Daphne felt puzzled. If this spell was so powerful, why hadn't the four founders promoted it back then? Rhys' face showed a hint of awkwardness upon hearing her question. He coughed twice and admitted that he didn't know. And maybe there was some other reason behind it. Although still a bit confused, Daphne was intrigued. She knew exactly what this spell represented. At the very least, if they released the spell to the public, it could earn her father a Merlin medal. This is just too valuable," Daphne shook her head repeatedly, though it was a bit like how a child would refuse red envelopes from elders during the spring festival. "Do you think an ancient heritage from the Greengrass family is more believable, or a lost spell found by some unknown wizard in a letter from the Middle Ages?" Rhys asked. Rhys had long since ceased caring about such so-called honors. To him, medals were no different from the mud pies children made when playing pretend. What he carried in his heart was the entire magical world. The future of the wizarding world rested on the shoulders of people like them. He was offering the Greengrass family this chance for glory, but in return, they needed to fully commit to spreading the spell as quickly as possible. Rhys' words convinced Daphne, and her eyes welled up with emotion. She realized that the debt she owed Rhys was growing even harder to repay. After handing Daphne the freshly forged, ancestral scroll, Rhys was about to leave when she stopped him. "Wait a moment, I found this article from the booklet Lady Ravenclaw gave me." Daphne eagerly handed Rhys her carefully transcribed and translated notes. She felt Rhys might not know these things, so she considered it a small repayment, a bit of interest on the debt she owed him. Rhys took Daphne's notes and frowned. After reading just 3 lines, he found 5 translation errors and 2 grammatical mistakes. "Wait a moment," Rhys said, seriously examining Daphne's translation notes. Seeing Rhys reviewing her notes so intently, Daphne felt a surge of joy in her heart. Finally, she could be of help to him. Wait, why was he picking up a quill? The next second, Rhys dipped the quill into the ink and began quickly marking corrections on Daphne's translation. In no time, the parchment was covered with circles, dots, and annotations. "Here, this is the correct translation. I have something else to attend to, but study what's taught here carefully, it's very useful knowledge. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me anytime. By the way, I expect you to have a proper enchanted lunchbox ready by next Monday," Rhys said as he reached the door of the common room. Turning back, he gave Daphne a small smile. "Also, you really need to work on your Latin. There are many good resources in the library. I've listed a few on the bottom of the parchment. Take a look when you have time." Daphne. She was utterly stunned. _____________________ 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 142, Academic Misconduct. The next day, the sun rose as usual, but the arrival of that day's daily prophet felt like a 500-kilogram bomb had been dropped in the Great Hall. Lost spell, a blessing for werewolves. The Greengrass family discovers a human reversion spell invented by Salazar Slytherin. When Reese saw the headline mentioning Salazar Slytherin's invented spell, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It was like stealing a classmate's research results, as if someone had worked hard on their research, and then someone else added a few tweaks and rushed to publish the paper without even crediting the original researcher. If Rowena Ravenclaw were to find out about this, it might very well spark a wizarding war. Make sure you never mention this to Lady Ravenclaw, Reese decided to warn Daphne, advising her to keep her mouth shut about the whole matter. Daphne? Why? She asked. No reason. The real question should be why your father insisted on claiming this as Slytherin's lost work. Unlike Reese, the students of Hogwarts were far more focused on the spell itself. Really? It feels like a dream. So does this mean there will be no more werewolves in the future? Not exactly, but at least now there's a treatment once someone turns into a werewolf. The students buzzed with excitement, and even the professors weren't immune to the chatter. If it had been just a standard news release, they might have kept their composure, thinking it could be exaggerated. But Jameson Henry Greengrass had gone a step further. He attached the original manuscript of Slytherin's supposed lost work at the end of the article. He even thoughtfully included a translated version, claiming this was a legacy left by the great Salazar Slytherin for all wizards, inviting everyone to study it and correct any translation errors. That changed everything. Most of the professors at Hogwarts were not fools, they knew their stuff. As soon as they laid eyes on the original manuscript, they could tell it was authentic. Whether or not the spell itself could work was still up for debate, but the wording and phrasing were unmistakably in line with the style of medieval wizards. After a brief discussion among the professors, they concluded that this was indeed the handwriting of Salazar Slytherin, or at the very least, it was a genuine manuscript from the ancient times. No wonder the Greengrass family, a pureblood lineage passed down from the ancient times, has such treasures. Even Professor McGonagall couldn't help but express her admiration for the Greengrass family. After reading the article in the Daily Prophet, Dumbledore handed the newspaper to Snape, whose expression became increasingly complex as he read. He had a hunch about what was going on. Severus, can you brew the wolfsbane slow-release potion described in the manuscript? Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with interest. The manuscript clearly stated that the potion could greatly improve the success rate of the spell. In other words, if one's magical skill was high enough, they could force a werewolf to revert to human form even without the aid of the potion. Snape's face went through a range of emotions before he grudgingly replied, "It's complicated, but not impossible. Can you help me brew a batch?" Dumbledore asked. After some hesitation, Snape finally agreed to Dumbledore's request. He knew exactly what the potion was intended for, but his pride as a potions master wouldn't allow him to lie. If it could be done, it could be done, if not, then it couldn't. Excellent, Dumbledore said, a small smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The emergence of this manuscript had come at just the right time, reminding Dumbledore of someone currently suffering under the hardships of life. Coincidentally, Professor Lockhart had just been admitted to the hospital, and his condition had worsened, with no discharge date in sight. Hogwarts now needed a substitute defense against the dark arts professor. After breakfast, Dumbledore hurried back to his office with a copy of the Daily Prophet. Locking himself in his office for half a day to study the Slytherin manuscript, Dumbledore estimated that he had a 50% chance of successfully casting the full human restoration spell without relying on the wolfsbane slow-release potion. With the potion's assistance, the success rate could reach 100%. The reason Reese had worked so hard to improve the wolfsbane potion was to reduce the difficulty of casting the human restoration spell to the level of an ordinary advanced spell. Feeling confident, Dumbledore wasted no time. He picked up his quill and swiftly wrote a letter on parchment. The letter was quickly sent out. Though it was only early September, nighttime temperatures in the Irish mountains had already dropped below 10 degrees Celsius. In this drafty, dilapidated cabin, freezing to death without any heating was entirely possible. The cabin had long been abandoned, often attracting vagrants seeking temporary shelter. For instance, right now, a man in a tattered, worn-out robe, looking sickly and exhausted, set his suitcase down on the cabin floor. This counts as checking in, right? He thought to himself with a wry smile. The vagrant looked quite young, but strands of white hair were already mixed in with his light brown hair. He stepped outside for a moment and returned to the cabin, carrying a large log. After placing the log into a dark hole in the wall, the man pulled out a wand. This downtrodden vagrant was a wizard. With a few swift motions, he chopped the log into kindling, and soon a bright flame was flickering in the hearth. Once the fire was lit, the disheveled wizard tidied up the filthy cabin, using bits of debris to plug the drafty corners. The cabin was now barely habitable. The wizard planned to stay here for the autumn, and when winter came, he intended to cross the sea to southern France or Spain to spend the colder months. A properly educated wizard rarely finds themselves in such dire straits. If they do, it's usually because they carry a dark secret. Remus John Lupin was such a man with a secret. He was a werewolf. Remus Lupin was both unfortunate and fortunate, though the unfortunate aspects outweighed the rest. As a child, he had been bitten by a crazed werewolf, transforming him into one himself. However, Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, did not turn him away because of his condition and allowed him to attend the school. There, Lupin made close friends and learned the magic that would sustain him. Unfortunately, the Wizarding War broke out. Of his 3 closest friends, one was killed by the Dark Lord, and the other 2 turned on each other. One was imprisoned in Azkaban, while the other was left without even a body to bury. The loss devastated Lupin, and despite his youth, he began to grow white hair. Since the fall of the Dark Lord, Lupin had been wandering aimlessly, as he was now. His status as a werewolf, combined with his defeated spirit, led this powerful wizard to live like a vagrant. Read 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 143, Acting Professor, Lupin. Lupin sat down by the makeshift fireplace and took out several bags from his suitcase, food he had scavenged. It wasn't uncommon for wizards to fall on hard times, but it was rare for one to starve to death. Even the least talented wizard could easily find something to eat. Lupin was no exception. He had collected a package of relief food from a Muggle church in the nearby town and also grabbed some near-expired items from a supermarket's storage room. The Muggle stock clerks would pile these items into a shopping cart and leave them in the back, and Lupin would take a portion without anyone noticing. He first heated a can of pea soup over the fire, then warmed up some bread and ham he'd received with the soup and devoured everything hungrily. Still feeling unsatisfied after finishing his meal, Lupin boiled a few eggs using the empty soup can as a makeshift container. As he carefully blew on the hot egg and peeled off the shell, a tapping sound came from the window, bird beaks knocking on the window frame. Lupin opened the window, and an owl swooped in with a gust of cold air, delivering a letter into his hand. After its mission was complete, the owl flew out again, returning shortly after with a large rat in its beak. It settled by the fireplace to enjoy its rodent feast. Recognizing the familiar handwriting on the envelope, Lupin sighed, resisting the urge to toss the letter into the fire, and instead opened it to read. As he read through the contents, Lupin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. The staunchly pure-blood supremacist Salazar Slytherin had left behind something this useful. He would have expected a spell to identify werewolves among the crowd, given Slytherin's reputation. However, with such a spell and potion, Dumbledore's proposal became worth serious consideration. As a core member of the Order of the Phoenix who had made great contributions during the Wizarding War, Lupin's downfall wasn't due to any lack of support from Dumbledore or his old comrades. It was Lupin himself who couldn't untangle the knots in his heart. He was terrified of accidentally infecting innocent people when he transformed into a werewolf, and he couldn't face the memories of the past. Every familiar scene brought back recollections of his friends, which felt like a knife to his heart. Now, with the restoration spell, he no longer had to worry about harming innocent students on the night of the full moon. But what truly moved him was a line in the letter: James' child is also attending school now. He looks just like James but has his mother's eyes. Lupin extinguished the fire in the hearth and stepped out into the night. The next morning, before the sun had risen, Lupin was already standing outside the gates of Hogwarts. At breakfast, the students were surprised to see that the spot on the staff table, usually occupied by Professor Lockhart, was now taken by a disheveled and shabby-looking man. Seated next to him, Professor Snape's face was as dark as coal, no, even darker than the coal. Suddenly, the students had lost all interest in eating, as they whispered to each other, speculating about this unexpected guest and trying to gather information from their friends. Students. Seeing that most of the people had arrived in the Great Hall, Dumbledore stood up and tapped his spoon against the rim of his goblet. The Great Hall immediately fell silent. Due to Professor Lockhart's ill health, defense against the dark arts for the next 2 weeks will be taught by Professor Remus John Lupin, Dumbledore announced. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted in a clamor. Some of Lockhart's die-hard fans looked at Dumbledore in disbelief, shocked by the decision. What had happened to Professor Lockhart? How could he be absent for such a long time? The commotion lasted only a moment before subsiding on its own, as eyewitnesses from the hospital wing informed the fans that Lockhart had accidentally used magic to make all the bones in his body disappear. This left his fans speechless. Compared to such a dramatic reason, the fact that the school had hired a substitute professor didn't seem worth discussing. By this strange twist of fate, the students didn't pay much attention to Professor Lupin's shabby appearance. When Lockhart, lying in the hospital wing, was informed by his fans that the school had appointed a substitute for him, he tried to rise from his bed and march to the headmaster's office to protest. He wanted to convince Dumbledore that he was only suffering from a minor illness and that there was no need for a replacement. However, he had severely underestimated the seriousness of his condition. He had removed a third of the bones in his body with his own spell. This was not something that could be cured in just a day or two, especially since Madame Pomfrey had chosen a more conservative treatment plan, relying primarily on herbal remedies. As a result, Lockhart promptly fell out of bed, shattering the bones that had only just begun to heal. Lockhart's hospital stay was extended to a full month. When Reese heard the news, he was in quite a good mood. He figured that Lockhart had hit rock bottom, and there couldn't possibly be a professor worse than him. Surely this Lupin wouldn't be as bad, right? Professor Lupin appeared in the Great Hall one morning, and by the next day, he had already begun teaching classes. Strangely enough, before class, several of Lockhart's female fans had vowed to give Lupin a hard time. But by the end of the lesson, their tone had completely changed. Only a professor like this deserves to be Lockhart's substitute. I think Professor Lockhart should focus on recovering, and leave the teaching to Professor Lupin. Even Reese became curious, what exactly had Professor Lupin done in his lessons? Soon it was time for Reese Dadak class. When Professor Lupin released a boggart from a wardrobe and easily dealt with it, Reese smiled in relief. Finally, after 2 years, the third defense against the dark arts professor was a normal person. Unfortunately, this professor was only a temporary substitute for a month. Reese's gaze darkened as he pondered. In less than a week, Professor Lupin had completely turned around his initially unfavorable reputation and won over the students. Compared to last year's Professor Quirrell, Lupin was infinitely more reliable. And for the students who were fortunate enough to have taken Lockhart's classes, Lupin seemed leagues ahead. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing outside the school. After Mr. Jameson Henry announced the formula for the human restoration spell and the modified wolfsbane potion, the wizarding world was abuzz with heated discussions. Due to the unique standing of the Greengrass family, almost everyone believed that the Slytherin manuscript was authentic. The main debate was whether these spells and potions were truly as effective as advertised. Of course, a few of Damocles' friends had heard of his original wolfsbane potion, but given the power and influence of the Greengrass family, and with Damocles already dead, no one dared to come forward and expose the truth. Then, one day, people began to realize that the plot of this human restoration spell seemed oddly similar to something Lockhart had written in one of his books. Could it be? ____________. 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 144, Celebrity Killer Rita Skeeter. When people noticed the similarity with Lockhart's book, the entire British wizarding community was in an uproar. Professor Lockhart actually knew a spell left behind by Salazar Slytherin. That was incredibly cool. Wait a minute. Wizards quickly realized something was off. Mr. Greengrass had stated that the Slytherin manuscript was only discovered in their family's vault in recent days. But according to Lockhart, the story of him using the human restoration spell to cure werewolves happened over 10 years ago. The two stories didn't match. Could one of them be lying? If so, that would be a huge scoop. Realizing this, the Daily Prophet immediately dispatched reporters to Hogwarts. Even if they couldn't find direct evidence of Lockhart lying, wouldn't it be fascinating to dig deeper into his story about werewolves? There were plenty of questions to explore, such as where he learned the human restoration spell and how his spell differed from the one Mr. Greengrass had announced. The reason they sent reporters to interview Lockhart rather than Henry Greengrass was simple. Interviewing Lockhart could get the Prophet's editor a promotion and a raise. Interviewing Mr. Greengrass, well, that was less certain. Soon, the Daily Prophet's special correspondent Rita Skeeter arrived at Hogwarts with her photographer assistant. Rita Skeeter was a highly controversial figure in the British wizarding community. Her writing was sensational and, at times, completely fabricated. In other words, she had mastered the essence of journalism. She was adept at taking quotes out of context, stirring up drama, and reading people like a book, all of which made her a force to be reckoned with. Once she set her sights on someone, it was rare for them to escape unscathed. It was hard to say what the Daily Prophet editor's intentions were by sending her to interview Lockhart. Interestingly, despite being confined to his hospital bed, unable to move except for one hand, Lockhart was keenly aware of what was happening in the outside world. He spent most of his days writing replies to fan letters, sometimes for 7 or 8 hours a day. The rest of his time was spent reading the latest headlines and keeping up with his fan base at the school. In fact, this social butterfly might have been more socially engaged than people outside the hospital. So, the moment Rita Skeeter opened the door to his hospital room, Lockhart immediately understood her purpose. This played right into Lockhart's hands. He had been searching for an opportunity to ride the wave of publicity surrounding the human restoration spell. The interview began in a light-hearted, friendly atmosphere. However, soon Rita Skeeter frowned. Lockhart was tight-lipped, refusing to disclose where he had learned the human restoration spell. Instead, he went on and on about his various adventures, and in the span of half an hour, he had practically recited the entire plot of his book Wanderings with Werewolves. After he finished his tale, Rita Skeeter, having had enough, decided to cut straight to the point. She asked, "So, Professor Lockhart, you must be quite proficient in the human restoration spell, then?" This was a question Lockhart felt confident in answering, so he nodded, affirming that he was indeed very skilled in the spell. A sly smile crept onto Rita's lips. She had been waiting for this moment. Her instincts told her that Lockhart was hiding something. Perhaps he didn't know the human restoration spell at all. Maybe his tales of adventure were either second-hand stories or outright fabrications. Wonderful. I'm sure the Ministry of Magic will greatly appreciate your contributions. A vague sense of unease stirred in Lockhart, but Rita Skeeter had already decided to wrap up the interview, snapping a quick photo of him lying in his hospital bed before leaving. That photo struck Lockhart with a wave of shock and anger. How dare they take a picture of him in such a humiliating state? But Rita had already left the room and vanished, leaving Lockhart to collapse back into his bed, resigned to his fate. His coveted Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award would surely slip away from him now. What Lockhart didn't know was that Rita's article would bring him far worse trouble than just that. After leaving the hospital ward, Rita Skeeter, still eager for more, decided to interview a few students. She wandered aimlessly down the corridors until her eyes lit up. She had spotted someone interesting. It was Daphne Greengrass, the daughter of Mr. Jameson Henry Greengrass. Surely, Rita thought, she could get some juicy information about Lockhart from her. She quickly picked up her pace to catch up. Reese was just about to head to the Great Hall for lunch with Daphne when a flashy, blonde witch blocked their path. "Excuse me, students, would you mind doing a quick interview?" Reese was about to refuse, but then he caught the second half of Rita's sentence. "It's about Professor Lockhart." "Of course." Reese agreed, and he, Daphne, Rita, and her photographer all made their way to the castle's courtyard. "So, students, what do you think of Professor Lockhart? Would you say, oh, I mean no offense, but does his skill match his reputation?" Reese immediately picked up on the hidden insinuation in Rita's question. Delighted by the opportunity, he relayed the details of Lockhart's performance in their first defense against the Dark Arts class, leaving nothing out. He even helpfully repeated Lockhart's claims about the human restoration spell from the Hogwarts Express. The scandalous revelations made Rita's eyes gleam with excitement, and her quick quotes quill was scribbling furiously, a blur as it recorded every word. After the interview with Reese, Rita Skeeter left, fully satisfied, not even bothering to stay for lunch. She needed to rush back to the editorial office to finish her article in time for the next morning's edition. The next morning, Lockhart received his daily copy of the Daily Prophet right on time. As soon as he got the paper, he immediately flipped to the front page. His vision went dark for a moment. Rita Skeeter, that wretched woman, had indeed used the hideous photo of him lying in the hospital bed. But when his eyes moved to the headline, his shock turned into rage, as the bold, blackened letters screamed out. "Gilderoy Lockhart, great adventurer or just a clown seeking attention?" Gilderoy Lockhart claims to be skilled in the human restoration spell. As widely known, the human restoration spell was invented by Salazar Slytherin and only recently came to light. Yet, Mr. Lockhart claims to have used the spell to cure a werewolf over a decade ago. Reliable sources indicate that the version of the spell Lockhart used is vastly different from the one in Slytherin's manuscript. When asked for an explanation, Lockhart dodged the question. In his first defense against the Dark Arts class, the true reason why Lockhart ended up in the school hospital is. Reading through the scathing text, watching his fraudulent image vividly portrayed on the page, Lockhart felt the world spinning around him. This. By Merlin's beard, thud. Eventually, the shock became too much, he fainted on the spot. 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 145, Heir of Slytherin. Rita Skeeter's article was like a drop of water splashing into a boiling pan of oil, instantly igniting the British wizarding world. Countless letters flew like snowflakes to both the Daily Prophet editorial office and the Hogwarts hospital wing. Some supported Lockhart, while others denounced him as a fraud. A significant portion of these letters were howlers. Madame Pomfrey, the matron of the hospital wing, eventually banned Lockhart from receiving mail and asked Professor McGonagall to create a soundproof box. Any letters addressed to Lockhart were directly placed in the box to prevent them from disturbing other patients. Gradually, the voices within the wizarding community became unified. Whether they supported Lockhart or opposed him, they all demanded that he go to the Ministry of Magic before the next full moon. There, in front of ministry officials, he should perform his human restoration spell on a werewolf. Wouldn't that settle the matter once and for all? Seeing the growing public outcry, Mr. Jameson Henry also stepped forward, adding fuel to the fire. He announced that the ministry should prepare an extra werewolf because he had successfully contacted a reliable potion maker and had concocted the new Wolfsbane potion. He, too, was now ready to perform the human restoration spell. He proposed that he and Mr. Lockhart cast the spell together, allowing experts to compare the differences between the two versions. This was a win-win for both the ministry and ordinary wizards. Surely, Mr. Lockhart couldn't refuse, right? With this, the matter spread beyond the local wizarding community, and even wizards from other countries heard about this miraculous human restoration spell, and the two wizards, Henry and Lockhart, each insisting on their own version of the truth. Seeing the flood of letters headed towards the Ministry of Magic, Minister Fudge made a swift decision, announcing that the ministry would provide 2 werewolves for Henry and Lockhart on the night of the next full moon, allowing both of them to demonstrate their skills. Lockhart was well and truly cornered. Lying in his hospital bed, he began to panic. But in his desperation, he had a sudden stroke of genius, or so he thought. After all, he was still hospitalized, and wasn't it perfectly natural for his condition to worsen? If his health deteriorated, how could he possibly go to the ministry? After coming up with this plan, Lockhart felt so pleased with himself that he could have kissed himself. What a brilliant idea. He immediately sent a letter to the Daily Prophet, stating that he would absolutely keep his appointment. Of course, when the day came, Lockhart was confident his condition would conveniently worsen. While students from other houses were busy discussing the human restoration spell, Lockhart, and his upcoming engagement with the ministry, the focus of the Slytherin students had shifted. Draco Malfoy would be joining the Slytherin Quidditch team as their seeker, and his father, Lucius Malfoy, had gifted the entire team with Nimbus 2001s. When Malfoy placed 7 brand new, shiny Nimbus 2001 broomsticks in the center of the Slytherin common room, almost every Slytherin student's eyes were dazzled by the sight. The latest model, just released last month, Malfoy boasted loudly, his eyes flickering toward Daphne and her younger sister Astoria, who were seated in the corner. It's much faster than the Nimbus 2000 series. Ha! Compared to it, clean sweep brooms are only good for sweeping floors. Daphne frowned slightly. She regretted studying spatial magic in the noisy common room. She should have gone to the library. This place was too loud. As for why she didn't go to the Chamber of Secrets, it was because her little sister was following her around like a shadow. A place like that, she wouldn't dare take her there without Reese's permission. Closing her notebook with a sigh, Daphne stood up from her seat. Seeing her sister preparing to leave, Astoria quickly gathered her things, following close behind. As the Greengrass sisters passed by the row of Nimbus 2001s, Astoria couldn't help but be drawn to the shiny new brooms. In a soft voice, she asked, "Sister, with these brooms, doesn't that mean we'll definitely win against Gryffindor and the other houses?" Malfoy's eyes lit up. Yes, that's the perfect way to bring up the topic. He straightened his collar, ready to chime in and agree with Astoria. Daphne's frown deepened at her sister's words. She ruffled Astoria's hair gently, then spoke to her in a serious tone. Having better equipment doesn't guarantee victory. In a Quidditch match, the most important factor is the player, especially the seeker. After saying that, she glanced at Malfoy, and with that one look, she completely shattered his composure. What did she mean by that? Was she implying that I'm not as good as Potter? Astoria, you must study hard. Money can buy status and superficial respect, but it can never earn genuine respect. If your virtue doesn't match your position, the backlash in the future will be even greater. After Daphne said this, the entire Slytherin common room fell into silence. Malfoy's face turned pale. Everyone present knew that Malfoy had made the Quidditch team as a seeker because of those 7 brooms, but Daphne was the first to publicly point out the truth. And she had the right to say it. Half of her confidence came from her family name, while the other half stemmed from the earth-shattering event she had pulled off at the end of last term. After dropping that statement, Daphne and her sister left the common room. Once they were gone, Slytherin Quidditch captain Marcus clapped a still furious Malfoy on the shoulder, saying that the next time they faced Gryffindor, he should give them a good thrashing to reclaim what he lost today. By then, Daphne will definitely change her opinion of you, Marcus assured him. Malfoy nodded with a grim expression, deciding that he'd teach Gryffindor a lesson and restore his reputation with a brilliant victory. All the outside drama had little to do with Reese. After the interview with Rita Skeeter, his goal of getting Lockhart removed from the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor position was essentially achieved. With nothing else to distract him, Reese returned to the Chamber of Secrets to focus on his various projects, one of which involved researching potions to cure little Astoria's illness. Reese waved his wand, disposing of the ruined potion in the cauldron with a sigh. The difficulty of this task was immense. Even for him, it was a real challenge. Deciding to take a step back, Reese resolved to stabilize Astoria's symptoms first, preventing her condition from worsening any further. Just then, a faint, indistinct voice echoed from above in the Chamber of Secrets. "Come, awaken, heed my command." As the heir of Slytherin. Reese. What was going on? Who was summoning his basilisk? Underscore. Chapter 146, How could a Weasley speak Parseltongue? The distant voice echoed repeatedly through the Chamber of Secrets, gradually growing louder under the influence of magic. Reese realized that the spell he had set up years ago had been triggered. According to his design, whenever someone used Parseltongue within the castle, the enchantments on the castle walls would relay the sound layer by layer down to the Chamber of Secrets. There, under the effect of an amplification charm, the voice would grow louder until it eventually awakened his basilisk. The basilisk would then follow the commands of the Parseltongue speaker, as Reese had instructed. Even though he quickly understood what was happening, Reese couldn't help but feel the absurdity of the situation. Didn't he know better than anyone whether Slytherin had an heir or not? Did someone really think that just speaking Parseltongue made them the heir? Who was parading around, using his name to deceive people? Aside from the absurdity, Reese was furious. According to his design, this system was only meant to be activated in the event of a life-or-death crisis at Hogwarts. Whoever was up there, if they knew Parseltongue could awaken the Basilisk, they surely knew the conditions required to do so. Yet they had chosen to summon the Basilisk while Hogwarts was at peace. This filled Reese with rage. This was no prank, awakening the Basilisk was incredibly dangerous. One direct look at its eyes, and it would be fatal. He couldn't help but think of the fabricated lies of the Gaunt family. Could some fool really be planning to cleanse the school? As Reese stood there, filled with anger and disbelief, the sound of slithering also began emanating from the mouth of the statue. The increasingly loud voice from above acted like an alarm, waking the sleeping Basilisk. Reese noticed the changes in the statue and immediately waved his hand. Tisk. Instantly, the voice echoing in the Chamber of Secrets disappeared. At the same time, the statue's mouth, which had started to open, closed once more. Go back to sleep. Reese's voice, full of anger, echoed through the chamber. The Basilisk, having been abruptly awakened, felt a bit confused. It didn't understand what was happening outside. There were now two masters issuing commands. One wanted it to climb up, while the other wanted it to go back to sleep. Given its own preference, the Basilisk was more inclined to follow the second command. What made it even better was that the master who gave the second command had higher authority. So, happily, it coiled itself up, ready to return to sleep. Then it received another command. Reese, on second thought, don't sleep yet. Go up, find the source of the voice. Basilisk. Silently, it adjusted its posture and started slithering through the complex network of pipes, heading towards the upper levels of the castle. What else could it do? The master's command was absolute, it didn't even have the right to complain. A burst of magic shot forth, attaching itself to the Basilisk, following it as it moved toward the source of the Parseltongue voice. The Basilisk slithered through the dark, narrow pipes, eventually arriving directly beneath the source of the voice. Now, only a layer of floor and a single pipe separated the Basilisk from the person issuing commands. Sensing it had reached its destination, the Basilisk began hissing loudly, trying to understand who was commanding it. Hiss, who are you? I, the heir of Slytherin, order you to obey my commands. Hearing the Basilisk's response, the person outside clearly felt a sense of satisfaction and began issuing orders, instructing the Basilisk to follow their commands. I refuse. The Basilisk bluntly rejected the command. According to the Basilisk's logic, since the original master had returned, the authority of this new master had naturally been revoked. Question mark. You must be joking. The voice outside sounded shocked and furious. Are you defying the orders of the great Slytherin? The Basilisk couldn't be bothered with the voice anymore. Having been roused from its slumber, it was feeling hungry and decided to hunt some rats in the pipes. While small, rats were plentiful, and in large numbers, they provided enough sustenance to maintain the Basilisk's energy. Hogwarts had an intricate underground system, yet it rarely had any issues with rodents. The Basilisk, kept by Slytherin in the depths, played a significant role in keeping the population down. Every time it woke from its long sleep, the rats would suffer a near-total eradication. Hey! Noticing the Basilisk ignoring its commands, the voice outside became frantic. It started changing tactics, trying to reassert control over the creature, but the Basilisk chose to focus on its rat hunt, only occasionally hissing half-heartedly in response. The voice outside was confused. Decades ago, the Basilisk had obeyed it without question, so why wasn't it following orders now? Was it because the girl it had possessed lacked the bloodline of the great Slytherin? It felt like it had figured out the answer. While the Basilisk played along with the voice, Reese was making his way to the surface as quickly as possible. The magic he left with the Basilisk acted as a beacon, helping him track its location. Soon, Reese arrived near the source. He could sense that the magic attached to the Basilisk was only separated from him by a wall. However, the corridor he found himself in was completely empty, with no one in sight. Where is that person? Reese directly asked the Basilisk. Hiss over there. The Basilisk pointed Reese in the right direction. Following the creature's guidance, Reese quickly walked to the corner of the corridor, where he saw someone unexpected. It was a small girl with fiery red hair, wearing an ill-fitting old robe. Her skin was pale, her frame thin, and she had a pair of brown eyes. Despite her young age, her striking features were already evident, hinting at a beauty that rivaled even Daphne's, perhaps surpassing it. However, the weariness on her face, her haggard expression, and the dark circles around her eyes marred that beauty. Reese didn't need to ask her name or delve into her memories, the red hair alone told him she was from the Weasley family. And in this generation, there was only one Weasley girl. Reese had seen her during the sorting ceremony and knew her name, Ginevra. Ginevra Molly Weasley, why are you here? Reese asked, narrowing his eyes. He had already sensed something unusual about the girl. Ginny seemed startled by Reese's questioning, hesitating for a moment before replying, just call me Ginny. All right, Ginny Weasley, why are you here? Reese pressed, now almost certain that this small girl was the one who had used Parseltongue. But this was too strange. How could a Weasley use Parseltongue? Parseltongue, though it could be learned later in life, was primarily tied to bloodline. If a wizard's ancestors hadn't possessed the ability, it was nearly impossible for them to naturally acquire it. And as far as Reese knew, the Weasley family, even 1,000 years ago, had no connection to Parseltongue. Could it be that their bloodline had somehow mixed with another wizarding family? Or perhaps it had something to do with the little secret she was carrying. _______________________ 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 147, 147, Homework Check. I believe she has the right to be anywhere in the castle without being questioned. Just as Reese was about to continue his interrogation, a voice interrupted him. Reese looked up to see a tall, lanky young man with bright red hair and a face full of freckles striding toward him. The prefect's badge gleamed on his chest. The red hair and freckles were as good as a calling card, revealing the youth's identity, Percy Weasley. You're right. Reese, uninterested in arguing with him, stepped aside, watching as Percy quickly approached his sister, his face full of caution. Reese knew better than to expose Ginny's secret right then. It wasn't the right time. Besides, he was sure she'd attempt to contact the Basilisk again in the future. That would give him another chance to investigate. Percy placed a protective hand on his sister's shoulder, pulling her behind him as they headed toward the Gryffindor common room upstairs. You should pay more attention to your sister, real attention, Reese suddenly said to Percy, causing both siblings to turn and stare at him. After giving Percy that subtle warning, Reese turned his gaze toward Ginny. If you ever have any troubles in the future, feel free to come to me for help, I'm known for keeping secrets. Percy and Ginny were both momentarily stunned, but by the time they recovered, Reese had already descended the stairs. Percy frowned. What did Reese mean by real attention? Wasn't he the one who cared most about his sister? What was that Slytherin boy, Lint, up to? After silently grumbling about Reese, Percy patted Ginny on the shoulder. If anyone at school dares to bully you, just let me know. Your brother is a prefect, after all. Ginny didn't reply, she only nodded quietly. Percy noticed that his sister seemed a little out of sorts. Looking closer, he saw dark circles under her eyes, and her expression appeared tired. He raised an eyebrow. Didn't sleep well last night. You don't look so good. And no, it's nothing, Ginny responded softly, her head lowered. You can go to Madame Pomfrey and get some invigoration draft. It's free. Your big brother here drank 3 cups a day during finals, and it worked wonders. Percy offered what he thought was useful advice. Ginny just nodded again, while Reese's words echoed in her mind. If you ever have any troubles, you can come to me for help. Could he really help me? So, what kind of person is Reese? Ginny couldn't help but ask her brother about him. Reese. Percy gave her a curious look. Why are you suddenly asking about him? That guy is, well, a not-so-annoying Slytherin. After thinking for a moment, Percy summed up his thoughts on Reese. Reese was clearly an outlier in Slytherin house. His friend Daphne was the same way. They didn't have the arrogance typical of many pureblood wizards, but rather a quiet confidence that gave them a sense of ease. Moreover, they didn't show any disdain for Muggles or Muggle-borns, and they had good grades. These 2 qualities gave Percy a favorable impression of them. That Daphne, who's always by his side, is more of a legend. Compared to her, Reese is much more ordinary, a pretty average Slytherin, Percy recalled thoughtfully. Over the past year, it was Daphne Greengrass who had really stood out in Slytherin, while Reese Lynth had barely made an impression outside his house. The most notable thing he'd done was ending up in the hospital after drinking too much potion during finals. So that's the kind of person he is. Ginny blinked, forming a basic impression of Reese, a low-key Slytherin. Honestly, if you get the chance, you should try to get along with Daphne, Percy seriously advised his sister. In his eyes, whatever benefits Reese could offer her paled in comparison to what Daphne could provide. Befriending Daphne would be a very advantageous move. Ginny lowered her eyes, not responding to her brother's words as they walked toward the Gryffindor common room. Little did they know, beneath their feet, a giant serpent was swiftly slithering through the floors, spreading death, destruction, and fear throughout every corner of the castle. To the spiders and rats, of course. After gaining a basic understanding of the Heir of Slytherin incident, Reese found Daphne and her sister Astoria in the library. I made the lunchbox. The moment Daphne saw Reese, she excitedly presented a delicate little box, no larger than the palm of her hand, as if offering a treasure. The box was made of pine wood, with intricate silver inlays decorating the exterior, and at the top was a coiled silver snake. Despite its small size, it had a surprising weight when held. Click, click. Reese undid the clasps and opened the box, revealing its intricate interior. The already tiny box was divided into 5 compartments. In the center was a small circular space, and the remaining sections were separated by 4 partitions. Each compartment held food, some desserts, fruits, salad, meat, and even a main course. The lid of the box also had a set of utensils neatly embedded. Reese glanced around to make sure Madame Pants wasn't nearby, then used a fork to pick out a meatball from the box. The single meatball was almost as large as the tiny compartment itself. However, after Reese forked it out, the meatballs underneath merely shifted slightly but showed no signs of diminishing. Reese popped the meatball into his mouth and chewed slowly. Even though it had gone cold, it still had a unique flavor. Not bad, Reese remarked as he examined Daphne's creation, nodding in satisfaction. Although there were still many areas for improvement, and the functionality was somewhat limited, it more than fulfilled the assignment from the booklet. Hee hee. Daphne smiled, clearly pleased with Reese's praise. Astoria, watching her sister's finished lunchbox, had a spark of excitement in her eyes. I want to learn this too. There's still room for improvement. Want to learn? Reese offered, feeling that since Ravenclaw had shared some knowledge with Daphne, it was his turn to provide some useful insight. Yes. Daphne eagerly accepted. She had a hunger for knowledge, much like a Ravenclaw student. This is a spell invented by the founders of Hogwarts after they established the school. Reese held the lunchbox in his hand and began to explain a story from his previous travels. Chapter 148, Stasis Field. The meat's gone cold. Gryffindor pinched a piece of frozen, rock-hard meat from the lunchbox with his fingers, looking at it with clear disdain. When meat cools, the fat solidifies on the surface, making roasted meat taste terrible and hard to digest. Professor Gryffindor, it's the dead of winter. Of course, the meat is cold. We can just light a fire to warm it up. Adrian said, carrying a bundle of freshly chopped wood. He quickly piled it into a small stack on the ground and lit it with magic. Move aside, don't get in the way. Gryffindor's prized student, Mary, carefully approached, holding a horn cup. Professor, it's so cold. Have some warm mulled wine to warm up. Before returning to camp, she had cleverly used magical flames to warm the wine to just the right temperature. Adrian, _. He turned stiffly, only to notice his teacher, Slytherin, standing under a nearby pine tree, smiling at him. Adrian scratched his head, realizing he was in trouble. He had already finished the wine he brought along during the journey. Seriously, Mary, what's with all this over-the-top flattery? Gryffindor is such a great wizard, does she really think he can't heat his own wine? After internally criticizing Mary for her unnecessary sycophancy, Adrian quickly brushed away the snow from the ground and laid down a deer hide. Then, in a flash, he ran to Slytherin's side and respectfully invited him over. Sit here, teacher. It's clean, so you won't dirty your robe. After Slytherin sat down, Gryffindor handed him the wine cup, letting him have a sip. Counting the 2 from this morning, we've already dealt with 5 dragons. There are way too many dragons in this forest, Slytherin said, calmly finishing the wine in one gulp before starting to discuss the next steps for clearing the Forbidden Forest with Gryffindor. Should we leave a few for the kids? If future young wizards can't even handle a single dragon, that's not right, Gryffindor said, drawing his long sword and skewering the cold, rock-hard piece of meat. He placed it over the fire to roast. Professor Slytherin, leave it to us. Just a few dragons, I can handle 2, no, 3, on my own. Adrian, who was tending the pot over the fire, perked up immediately upon hearing the professor's conversation. Mary glanced at Adrian, feeling like he was about to get scolded. How many times have I told you, never underestimate any enemy? Why can't you remember that? As expected, Slytherin was displeased with Adrian's arrogance. He believed Adrian was far too overconfident. Ordinary dragons were one thing, but if there were any hidden giants or rare dragons with spatial attributes like the space dragons, Adrian would likely meet a swift and tragic end. All right, the kid's idea is good, at least he's got courage. Gryffindor actually agreed with Adrian's statement. Slytherin let out a heavy sigh, feeling like Adrian was Gryffindor's spy planted within his house. He took out his own lunchbox, and upon opening it, a rich aroma wafted out. Gryffindor sniffed the air and then looked at his old friend in astonishment. What on earth is that? Why does it smell so good? Then, he noticed something unusual. Hey! Why does your food look so fresh? It's like it was just made. Mary and Adrian also came over to inspect Slytherin's lunchbox. Sure enough, just as Gryffindor had said, the food inside looked extremely fresh, as if it had just been pulled off the stove. The roast meat sizzled with oil, the fried food still steamed, and when they poked at it with a dining knife, it made a satisfyingly crisp sound. Hey! I collaborated with Helga on this for a while. We came up with a fun little spell and tried embedding it into this lunchbox. Haven't decided on a name for the spell yet, maybe something like the Freshness Charm or the Warming Charm. You had something this good and didn't tell me. Gryffindor looked at his own lunchbox, which had turned into a block of frozen food, his mood clearly complicated. You didn't ask, did you? Slytherin responded with a smile. Gryffindor was left speechless by Slytherin's reply. Just teasing you. The main reason is that we only recently developed this spell, and its effects are still unstable. So, I used my lunchbox as a test. This time it worked well, but if we'd had bad luck, I could have opened the lunchbox to find either a pile of charred food or something spoiled and rotten. Yeah, whatever. Humph. Though his friend offered an explanation, Gryffindor still felt a bit sulky. He crouched down, reheating the meat on his sword. As he took his first bite, a realization struck him. The reason for his frustration wasn't the food. It was that when they were experimenting with the crystal ball, he had been the first one Slytherin consulted. But when it came to testing the lunchbox's warming charm, Salazar tried it first. That sly, cunning Salazar. Taste this. Salazar offered some of his food, placing it in Gryffindor's lunchbox. The moment the succulent, juicy roast meat hit Gryffindor's mouth, all his annoyance towards Slytherin disappeared. Slytherin. Such a great guy. The lunchbox Slytherin used was enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, allowing it to hold enough food for 4 people. Everyone was able to enjoy fresh, hot meals. And that's the story of Slytherin and the preservation charm. Now, let me teach you the key to this spell. Once your lunchbox is enchanted with this charm, the food inside will remain in the exact state it was in the moment you placed it there. This is an extremely advanced form of time-based magic. Reese concluded the amusing tale for Daphne and then moved on to today's lesson, teaching the stasis field. A basic preservation spell typically just heats or freezes food, keeping it warm or cold. However, continuous heating or freezing tends to ruin the taste, and even higher-level preservation magic can only create a near-vacuum state inside the box with constant temperature control. Yet, that method still has its flaws. Reese stasis field, on the other hand, had almost no drawbacks. The only downside was its difficulty in casting and the high amount of magical power it required. The spell essentially freezes time within a small area, keeping everything inside in the exact state it was placed until the spell's effect wears off. Only then does the flow of time around the food return to normal. The time within that small area is permanently stolen by the caster, extracted and banished into an unknown space where it eventually dissipates. After Reese's explanation, both Daphne and Astoria blinked in amazement. 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 149, 149, Ravenclaw is very envious. Then, can this spell be used to preserve various potion ingredients? Daphne was the first to think of the stasis field's application in the field of potion making. Most potion ingredients lose their potency as time passes. Daphne imagined that if they could add a stasis field to potion storage cabinets, the ingredients could stay as fresh as when they were first harvested. In theory, yes, Reese shook his head. Most potion ingredients require some form of preprocessing after being harvested. Once they've been treated, their shelf life can be greatly extended. Many materials can last for 1 or 2 years without issue, while the stasis field only lasts for hours. Attempting to use the stasis field for long-term preservation is impractical. Even Reese, the spell's inventor, couldn't make the spell last for years. As time goes on, the time differential between the space inside and outside the spell increases, greatly accelerating the spell's magical consumption. Then could it be used for healing? For instance, keeping someone frozen at the moment just before death. Astoria was more curious about whether the spell had medical applications. Reese shook his head again. Encompassing an entire person would require a much larger spell field, which would significantly increase the difficulty of casting the spell. However, there was indeed potential for medical applications. Reese had heard that Muggles sometimes use organ transplants to treat certain diseases. His spell could certainly be useful in this regard. It could genuinely extend the transportation time for organs. But the issue is that the magical world has its own medical system, and organ transplants are extremely rare. Most conditions that would require organ replacement in the Muggle world can be solved with potions or alchemy here. For example, if an Auror loses an eye in battle, the Ministry of Magic can provide them with an alchemical prosthetic eye. So, the stasis field has almost no practical use in the medical field either. As things stand, until the spell undergoes a major breakthrough, its most practical use remains keeping food warm in lunchboxes. After answering the 2 girls' questions, Reese began explaining the key points of casting the stasis field spell. After listening to Reese's lesson, Daphne squinted, thinking for a moment before realizing something. Reese, the spell you used to preserve ice cream before, was that this one? Reese. Daphne, were you not paying attention? You must have been distracted, right? No, that was just an ordinary freezing spell. Ice cream doesn't change its texture too much after freezing. Reese gave a brief explanation, then urged Daphne to start trying to cast the stasis field. To make it easier to observe whether the spell worked, Reese brought out a small box. The top of the box had a small hole, and a thin wisp of smoke slowly drifted out, giving off a faint scent. If Daphne's spell was successful, the smoke would stop because the time inside the smoke box would have been frozen. Daphne tried several times, but the spell was incredibly difficult. None of her attempts were successful. After practicing for a while, Daphne gradually found the trick to it and was able to momentarily freeze time in an area the size of a coin. Not bad, Rhys nodded with a smile. Daphne's mastery of the spell was progressing as fast as that of Gryffindor's pace, which impressed him. Seeing this, Astoria, standing nearby, was eager to give it a try. Noticing her enthusiasm, Rhys slid the smoke box over to her, indicating she could have a go as well. Astoria followed Rhys' instructions, recited the incantation, and made the corresponding hand movements. The next moment, the thin column of smoke above the box abruptly stopped for an instant. Rhys. Daphne. Both were shocked by Astoria's progress. Did she succeed on her first try? Was this pure talent or just luck? But as Astoria continued to practice, she demonstrated that it wasn't luck. She could indeed cast the spell effectively. Although the time freeze lasted only for a brief moment, it was a breakthrough from nothing. Moving forward, she just needed to practice controlling her magical output to significantly extend the spell's duration. Amazing. Rhys thought to himself. If they weren't in the library where silence was required, he would have applauded her on the spot. Successfully casting the stasis field spell on the first try. That kind of talent was truly remarkable. Daphne pressed her lips together, suddenly feeling a sense of crisis. Was her sister's talent far greater than her own? This thought unsettled her. She was afraid. Afraid that Rhys would no longer teach her, and terrified that everything she currently enjoyed would be taken away by her sister. But I'm healthier than her. No matter how talented she is, if her illness can't be cured, how long can she even live? This dark thought flashed through Daphne's mind, and she was immediately horrified by her own thinking. How could she have such a thought? Daphne felt ashamed of herself. She lowered her head, trying to hide her eyes from both Astoria and Rhys. Having confirmed that Astoria could successfully cast the stasis field spell, Rhys decided to take her on as a student. Such a gifted child, keeping her in school to just learn simple spells like the cutting curse or levitation charm would be a waste of her potential. If she could control her magic as well as her sister, Astoria might be the most naturally gifted witch Rhys had ever encountered. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Rhys gestured for Astoria to follow him to a secret location. Where are we going? Astoria stood up, her eyes shining with curiosity. A place only true Slytherins can enter, Rhys said, standing up. He then noticed that Daphne had her head lowered, seemingly preoccupied with something. Hey, get up, we're going to the special classroom, Rhys called out to Daphne. Daphne raised her head in surprise and asked, I can go too? Rhys paused, then asked in return, huh? Do you have something else to do? Suddenly, he realized what was going on and couldn't help but laugh to himself. Did this child think she was being eliminated? While his energy was limited, managing 2 students was more than feasible. There was never a limit on the number of heirs. Ravenclaw and Gryffindor only had one chosen heir each, not because they could only pick one, but because only one was suitable. He himself had chosen both Barrow and Adrian, after all. Although one of them often frustrated him, both had access to the Chamber of Secrets and were qualified to be the head of Slytherin House. Realizing that she still qualified to be taught by Rhys, Daphne immediately brightened up. She stood up from her chair, grabbed her sister's hand, and eagerly headed toward the Chamber of Secrets, nearly rushing as if she couldn't wait to get there. After Daphne and Astoria left, Rhys felt a gaze fall upon him. He turned to see Ravenclaw's projection standing in the corner, watching him. Rhys could sense a hint of envy in her gaze. Read 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 150, Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets. Rhys winked at her, feeling envious, aren't you? He thought to himself, what a pity. These 2 young witches are great talents from Slytherin House. But don't worry, I believe Ravenclaw House can produce such outstanding students too. Superiority is born from comparison. Seeing the envy in Ravenclaw's eyes, Rhys believed that the Greengrass sisters were here to repay the debt of their ancestor, Adrian, who had once caused his blood pressure to skyrocket due to his reckless actions. Thankfully, his descendants had now made up for it. Ravenclaw said nothing, silently turning to leave. At that moment, she was eagerly anticipating her meeting with Miss Hermione Granger on Monday. She was very curious to know how far Granger had progressed in her studies and how her talent compared to that of the Greengrass sisters. Although Ravenclaw had given Hermione the key to her exclusive classroom, the girl hadn't shown up yet. Ravenclaw was growing anxious, as if she had pulled a rare card but the stats hadn't been revealed yet. She was eager to know whether she had chosen a remarkable prodigy who could cover great distances swiftly, a moderately capable student, or just an ordinary one. But regardless of Hermione's talent, Ravenclaw was determined to pass on her knowledge to her, because the girl possessed one crucial quality, diligence. A wizard's life is long, and Hermione would have plenty of time to catch up with those so-called geniuses. Once Ravenclaw's figure disappeared, Rhys also left the library and headed to the Chamber of Secrets with the Greengrass sisters. However, as fate would have it, Hermione Granger soon arrived at her beloved library. Today, she was there to practice her magical output. However, things weren't as simple as Hermione had hoped. After circling the library a few times, she still couldn't find the study room she had entered last time. This left her feeling somewhat confused. Instinctively, she pulled out the key, hoping to see if there was any address or information about the study room on it, but the antique key didn't have a single letter on it. Hermione sighed. Just as she was about to put the key back into her pocket, something caught the corner of her eye. Ah! How is there a door here? I didn't even notice it. Hermione immediately recognized it as the door she had used to enter the study room last time. Strangely, she had completely missed it earlier. How careless of her. But such things weren't uncommon. She often found herself holding a quill and searching for one, so she didn't dwell too much on the minor mishap. She quickly walked up to the door, finding it locked. Fortunately, this time the key proved useful. With a gentle twist, the door unlocked. On the table inside, the books Hermione had borrowed from Madame Spite were neatly placed in one corner, with a note left on top. Thank you for the books, Miss Granger. Please return them for me, and also borrow the following from the library. New Principles of Arithmancy. Arithmancy and Symbols. The Standard Book of Spells, Grades 1 to 7. Seeing the note left by Madame Spite, Hermione felt the urge to complain, but she still picked up the stack of books and returned them to their proper places. Afterward, she fetched the books listed on Madame Spite's request. Once the task was completed, she finally began practicing her magic output control. Since it wasn't practical to practice in the cramped study room, Hermione decided to go to the adjacent room, as Madame Spite had mentioned that it could be used for practice. Gasp! When she opened the door, Hermione was astonished by the size of the room. It was almost as large as the Great Hall, the only difference being that it was completely empty, devoid of any furniture or decoration. As she walked inside, she could hear the echo of her footsteps bouncing off the floor. Hermione clicked her tongue in surprise, realizing it was her first time discovering such a place within the castle. After taking a lap around the room, however, the initial excitement wore off. It was, after all, just a large, empty classroom, not even furnished with a chair. She began practicing her magic output according to the notes Madame Spite had left for her. Hermione had already mastered the basics of magic output, being able to grab a cup a few feet away using only her magic. Now, her task was to stabilize the flow of magic. She practiced for several hours. The results were decent. She had managed to gather magic at her feet and even lift herself off the ground for a second or two. However, the problem remained that her magic output wasn't stable enough. Ravenclaw, observing from the shadows, felt somewhat satisfied. She then revealed herself and approached the young girl from behind. You could try taking off your shoes and letting your feet make direct contact with the ground. That might help you progress faster. Ah. The sudden voice startled Hermione. She spun around quickly, and upon realizing it was Madame Spite, she let out a sigh of relief. You scared me. How do you walk without making any sound? It's because you were too focused, Ravenclaw replied with a smile, then began offering guidance to Hermione. At this point, Ravenclaw was quite pleased with her student, Hermione Granger, intelligent, diligent, and with decent natural talent that already met and exceeded her expectations. She believed that Hermione's future achievements would not fall short compared to the Greengrass sisters. Coincidentally, in his own dedicated classroom, Reese was teaching Astoria how to control her own magical power. Unlike modern wizards, Reese and ancient wizards like Ravenclaw preferred to first teach their students how to master magic itself before moving on to specific spells. Each teaching method had its advantages and disadvantages. The modern approach was faster, allowing wizards to quickly learn spells, while Reese and Ravenclaw's method produced students with much higher potential. Wizards trained under the modern system rarely had the power to single-handedly slay a dragon, whereas among the students Reese and Ravenclaw taught, such feats were not uncommon. At the very least, those they brought into their exclusive classrooms were capable of such achievements. As usual, before starting the lesson, Reese gave Astoria a demonstration of advanced magic, leaving her completely astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. However, this time, Daphne, observing for the second time, noticed details she had missed before. For example, when Lord Slytherin fought the giant serpent Jormungandr, it seemed that he had also unfolded some sort of field around himself. This field looked very familiar, closely resembling something she had seen during the end of last school year. The only difference was that Slytherin's field didn't have as much mud, it appeared more like he was controlling water. Thanks to this field, he managed to neutralize many of the giant serpent's attacks. The first time Daphne witnessed it, unfamiliar with such a field, she had thought it was some sort of advanced spell. But with her broadened horizons, she now recognized that it was the field itself protecting him from the serpent's strikes. She shared her discovery with Reese, who confirmed her observations. 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 151, The Greengrass Sisters. If two wizards face off, and one has a domain while the other doesn't, the wizard without the domain has no chance of winning. If they manage to escape with their life, they are already outstanding, Rhys advised Daphne. He warned her that if she ever encountered a wizard with a domain, and she hadn't unlocked hers yet, his only suggestion would be to run or call for a wizard who has a domain. The power boost a domain provides to a wizard is terrifying. A wizard with a domain is essentially unbeatable unless they lose their sanity. When Rhys had previously fought Voldemort, although Voldemort's spellcasting skills were quite decent, the lack of a domain made him as easy to handle as a toy in Rhys' hands. If Voldemort had possessed a domain back then, Rhys wouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily, and Voldemort would likely have escaped. It was the same when Rhys faced off against Rowena Ravenclaw. Activating his domain was what allowed him to level the playing field despite the difference in their magical power, leading to a fierce and evenly matched battle. Without his domain, Rhys would have been sliced into pieces by Ravenclaw in no time. Domains are crucial for a wizard, but unfortunately, the unlocking of a domain requires a special opportunity, and no one can guarantee they will ever unlock theirs. So, Rhys felt it necessary to prepare Daphne and Astoria to avoid a future where one of them, without a domain, foolishly tries to duel a wizard who has one. Of course, Rhys had confidence in his two students. After all, he knew a bit about potion making, and if he could gather the right materials in the future, he could brew potions that would assist them in unlocking their domains. After giving the Greengrass sisters this warning, Rhys began his lesson. Focus your mana into the soles of your feet, and try to stabilize the output. Rhys repeated the instructions he had given to Daphne earlier, adding at the end that if Astoria had any questions, she could ask Daphne, who had a real talent for this. Rhys' words immediately made Daphne blush. She waved her hands repeatedly, insisting that she wasn't particularly talented. Daphne was being sincere, as she believed her sister's talents far surpassed her own. When it came to magical control, she figured Astoria would probably master it in less than 3 minutes. But the outcome was quite unexpected. Astoria struggled for several hours and still couldn't manage to float off the ground. In fact, many times, she would lose control due to an excess of magical output and end up falling flat on her backside. Daphne? Rhys. Rhys had a faint feeling that something was off. Could Astoria and Daphne be complete opposites? One might excel in spellcasting but struggle with magic control, while the other might be skilled in magical control but less adept at grasping spells. If only he could combine Astoria and Daphne into one person, the result would probably be a little witch with the greatest talent in 1,000 years. However, even if Rhys had the power to do that, he wouldn't. To him, such magic crossed a moral line. Daphne, not overthinking things like Rhys, earnestly shared her experience with her sister. Take off your shoes and let your feet touch the ground directly. It'll help a lot. And don't be afraid to fall. Just go for it. Ah. Astoria let out a burst of magic and fell hard, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Rhys sighed and covered his forehead. If things continued like this, he might have to start preparing potions for treating fractures. He stomped his foot lightly, and the marble floor of the chamber softened, becoming as comfortable to walk on as a beach. While Rhys couldn't directly help Astoria control her magical output, at least he could ensure her falls wouldn't hurt as much. Despite removing her shoes and carefully following the advice Daphne had given her, Astoria still couldn't manage to float like her sister. With the same amount of practice time in her first year, Daphne was already soaring gracefully through the chamber, while Astoria couldn't even manage to lift herself off the ground. Daphne began to feel a bit helpless. She couldn't understand why her sister was struggling, as flying came as naturally to her as breathing. Rhys, who had been observing from the sidelines, noticed something deeper. He suspected it was the impurities in Astoria's soul that were hindering her. These impurities were interfering with her ability to output and sense magic. At this point, there wasn't much Rhys could do. Until Astoria's soul was cleansed, controlling her magical output would require more than 10 times the effort of an ordinary person. Rhys did his best to explain the reason for Astoria's slow progress in simple terms to the sisters. After hearing his explanation, Astoria didn't appear saddened at all. In fact, she looked a little excited. On the other hand, Daphne seemed somewhat disheartened. This is great. I thought I didn't have any talent, and that would have been the real problem. Astoria said optimistically. Once my illness is cured in the future, there won't be anything holding me back. Rhys patted Astoria on the head, reassuring her that her illness would definitely be cured. After figuring out the reason behind her struggles, Rhys left Astoria to practice on her own. Neither he nor Daphne could help her now, softening the floor was the only thing he could do. As for Daphne, Rhys assigned her to practice the stasis field on the side. Rhys himself found a quiet spot to tinker with the Philosopher's Stone. After months of effort, he had made some progress in his research on it. He felt that the Philosopher's Stone must involve highly advanced magical transformations, and it was likely that a specific magic circle was required to create it. However, reverse engineering the magic circle used to craft the Philosopher's Stone was an incredibly difficult task. Reese had reached a bottleneck in his research, and to make further progress, he needed to actually ingest a small amount of the stone. He chipped off a small fragment from the Philosopher's Stone and began brewing the elixir of life using that piece. With the Philosopher's Stone as the key ingredient, the remaining steps weren't too complicated. In fact, they were surprisingly simple, not much harder than the scouring solution first-year students learned in their initial potions class. Soon enough, the elixir of life was ready. Looking at the potion, which was as vividly red as blood, Reese couldn't help but marvel at it. After some thought, he didn't drink it right away. Instead, he dropped a small pebble into the cauldron. Instantly, white steam billowed up, and after a short while, nearly half the liquid had evaporated. The small stone had turned into a piece of solid gold. Reese fished it out of the cauldron and split it open. Upon inspection, he found that the stone had been completely and thoroughly transformed into pure gold. After roughly calculating the conversion rate using the small stone, Reese understood why Nicholas Flamel was so wealthy. His fortune was so immense that Beauxbatons could become the richest magical school in Europe, sustained by his donations alone. People who don't know the truth would think that the Philosopher's Stone's ability to turn stone into gold is a one-to-one conversion of the stone and gold, but in fact it is not. Reese looked at the little gold beans in his hand and felt that the conversion ratio was close to 1 to 1,000. But this is not the core function of the Philosopher's Stone. Read 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 152, True Brave Men. Muggles have a saying, picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Reese thought this was the perfect description for those who use the Philosopher's Stone merely to turn things into gold. If you're capable of creating a Philosopher's Stone, how could you possibly be short of money? Reese found this idea absurd. For a highly skilled potions master or alchemist, the speed at which they earned money was only limited by their conscience. If he were heartless enough, Reese could sell the special cure for Astoria's illness to Mr. Jameson Henry for 1,000 galleons per dose. And Jameson would have no choice but to pay up because only Reese had the ability to cure Astoria. It wouldn't be difficult to reduce the Greengrass family's finances to the level of the Weasleys. But having just witnessed the process of the stone turning into gold, Reese confirmed his theory. The potion transformed stone into gold. Now, Reese suspected that the same potion might also be capable of transforming something else into nourishment for the soul. Now, it was time for the final step in the experiment, something every Podywaner must eventually face, testing the potion. Reese poured the contents of the cauldron into a goblet and gently swirled it, watching the blood-red liquid spin inside. After a brief moment of contemplation, he downed the potion in one gulp. As it entered his mouth, a strong metallic taste of blood filled his senses, making Reese feel as though he had just swallowed a mouthful of actual blood. After swallowing the elixir of life, Reese felt his stomach ignite as though it were on fire. The sensation lasted a few minutes before gradually subsiding, replaced by a warm current that surged toward his brain. It's a protection for the soul, Reese quickly deduced the Philosopher's Stone's method for granting immortality. It worked by forming a protective layer around the soul, shielding it from the ravages of time. As long as the soul remained youthful and untouched by the passage of years, the person would not die. However, the issue lay in the fact that the potion only protected the soul, not the physical body. Reese speculated that those who consumed the elixir of life over an extended period would eventually experience a severe decline in their physical bodies, aging to a terrifying extent. At that point, living would become more of a curse than a blessing. Reese rubbed his chin thoughtfully, revealing a contemplative expression. It seemed that this method of immortality was not as good as the one he had invented himself. His desire to reverse engineer the Philosopher's Stone diminished considerably. In his mind, it was merely a matter of using a magical array to convert different types of elements into soul-nourishing substances. With some research, he believed he could replicate it in a matter of years, or, if things went poorly, it might take a few decades or even a century. Having unraveled the mystery of the Philosopher's Stone, Reese was in high spirits. He even ventured outside the chamber to bring some food for the Greengrass sisters, who were working harder than ever. The two were pushing each other to their limits, competing in a relentless cycle of self-improvement. In Reese's view, this was a good thing. As time flew by, all three young witches, recognized by the founders, threw themselves into their studies with great diligence. Before long, the night of the full moon approached. The public discourse, which had somewhat died down, flared up again. Wizards across the British magical community were eager to know whose human restoration spell was truly effective, Henry's or Lockhart's. Was Lockhart a fraud or not? At this crucial moment, the Ministry of Magic found itself in turmoil, like ants on a hot pan. The reason was simple: they couldn't find any willing werewolves to participate in the experiment, except for the poor soul who worked in the Ministry's Werewolf Support Services department. Yes, a trial aimed at curing werewolves couldn't recruit any werewolf volunteers. The reason for this was equally simple. The discrimination against werewolves in the wizarding world was terrifyingly severe. Almost no employer would hire a werewolf. Once a werewolf's identity was exposed, they were certain to receive a termination letter, without exception. However, as a matter of unwritten rule, employers would not publicly announce that their dismissed employee was a werewolf. This was to prevent the werewolf from falling into complete despair and retaliating by spreading the curse. It was an unspoken agreement to leave each other some room. A dismissed werewolf could still look for another job and scrape by, though their life would be tough. But they could survive. Participating in the ministry's high-profile experiment, however, was another story. The attention surrounding the trial was so intense that the werewolf's identity would undoubtedly be broadcast across the entire magical community. Their future living conditions would become incredibly harsh. If the experiment succeeded and they were cured, perhaps things would be fine. But if the experiment failed, the already grim life of the werewolf volunteer would be utterly destroyed. You should know, while the Ministry of Magic has indeed created a few positions specifically for werewolves, nearly all werewolves would rather roam aimlessly than become ministry employees. The reason is that, once hired, they would face a lifetime of discrimination. Werewolves in these positions rarely lived long, often not even outlasting their homeless counterparts. This was precisely why the ministry couldn't find volunteers. Minister Fudge once considered taking werewolves imprisoned in Azkaban and using them as test subjects, but the moment the suggestion was made, it was met with a tidal wave of opposition and protests. The opposition was so overwhelming that Fudge was certain if he passed the decree in the morning, by the afternoon he'd be thrown out of his office as minister. The reason for such heavy opposition was simple. While werewolves living in the dark corners of the magical world might elicit some small degree of pity, the werewolves in Azkaban were indisputably vile. Every werewolf imprisoned in Azkaban had a history of deliberately attacking people. They were genuine threats to wizarding society. During the First Wizarding War, a large number of werewolves had joined Voldemort's ranks, infecting other wizards on his behalf, so the hatred ordinary wizards had for them was understandable. Most ministry employees held the view that the only question left about Azkaban werewolves was why the Dementors hadn't sucked the life out of them yet. Treating them for lycanthropy was, in their eyes, absurd, and this was why Fudge's suggestion sparked so much outrage. Without any werewolf volunteers, Fudge was deeply troubled. Finally, he came up with a less-than-ideal solution, placing an advertisement in the newspaper. This move was ridiculed by many. They believed it was impossible to recruit anyone, and even Cornelius Fudge himself thought the same. However, to their surprise, someone actually stepped forward. Remus Lupin, holding a copy of the Daily Prophet, knocked on the door of Dumbledore's office. When Dumbledore heard that Lupin had decided to volunteer for the human restoration spell experiment, a flash of shock crossed his eyes. "You are a true Gryffindor, Remus. But you must think carefully, you may pay a price you will never be able to recover from." Despite his deep admiration, Dumbledore still cautioned him, fully aware of the consequences Lupin would face by making this decision. _________________. 12 Advanced Chapters, Patreon/HornyFBI. Chapter 153, Nirvana and Judgment. "I understand, Professor Dumbledore," Lupin said calmly, as if the topic they were discussing had nothing to do with him. "But someone has to do it, right? If that spell proves to be effective, then the children infected by werewolves in the future will have hope." Remus. Dumbledore's expression became very complicated. After a few seconds of silence, he solemnly said to Lupin, "For you to volunteer so boldly, even if Jameson's spell doesn't work, I will still try my best. I believe the spell will be effective." Dumbledore gave his promise. No matter what, he would cure Lupin's lycanthropy. He had studied the Slytherin manuscript carefully and was convinced that the spell could indeed save werewolves. More importantly, Severus had already prepared the slow-release version of the Wolfsbane potion. With such advantages, if Dumbledore couldn't solve the problem of lycanthropy, he might as well resign and retire to Nurmengard. Dumbledore never once mentioned Lockhart. In his heart, he already had the answer to whether the author professor could truly turn a werewolf back into a human. Unlike the atmosphere in the headmaster's office, Lockhart was practically ready to set off fireworks in the hospital wing. He looked at the news in the Daily Prophet about the ministry's search for werewolf volunteers and couldn't stop grinning. He felt as if the heavens were smiling down on him. Originally, his plan was to feign a worsening illness to avoid dealing with it this month. He'd even prepared his excuse. While banishing the Banshee with Bane, he'd suffered terrible aftereffects, forcing him to step away from teaching and making it impossible for him to treat any werewolves. He had even started seeking out custom potions through private channels to induce specific symptoms. Lockhart thought it would be especially cool if he developed something like a giant eye growing on his back, giving him the perfect excuse to resign. But now, none of those tactics were necessary. He could now openly claim that there weren't enough werewolves, and thus, he couldn't participate in the experiment, a perfect excuse. Of course, it wouldn't look good to refuse publicly, so he could agree reluctantly when the ministry was desperate. Then, on the day of the experiment, he'd let Jameson Greengrass go first. This way, no matter what, he wouldn't lose, and he could still find a way to ride the wave of attention. Lockhart decided to take the most risky, but also the most rewarding, approach. After executing this plan, he was sure his public reputation would be completely transformed. Lockhart could already picture his glorious future. The next 2 weeks' headlines would belong to him, Gilderoy Lockhart. Such a brilliant turnaround, Britain's wizarding world, prepare to cheer and celebrate me, he thought, bursting into hearty laughter as he held the Daily Prophet. Just as Lockhart was reveling in his visions of future fame, Cornelius Fudge arrived at Hogwarts. Fudge's purpose was clear. He wanted to meet with Lockhart and ask if he was still willing to participate in the experiment, given that there was only one werewolf volunteer. Minister Fudge, that's truly unfortunate. After hearing Fudge's request, Lockhart furrowed his brow, putting on a face of deep concern, as if he too was troubled by the situation. Fudge felt a throbbing pain in his temples. The thing he feared most had happened. His old bureaucratic instincts told him that Lockhart and Mr. Greengrass absolutely had to participate in the experiment together. Otherwise, it would lead to endless trouble in the future. But they were short one werewolf. If kneeling and begging would make a werewolf fall from the sky, Minister Fudge would have already shattered the floor with his head. Seeing Fudge's troubled expression, Lockhart decided it was time to stop pushing. After all, his goal was to participate in the experiment, shift public opinion without revealing his true abilities, not to give the ministry more headaches. So he cleared his throat. Minister Fudge. I'm a werewolf. I volunteer to participate in the ministry's experiment for the human restoration spell. A calm voice interrupted Lockhart's words. Both Lockhart and Cornelius Fudge turned to the doorway, looking utterly bewildered. Their minds seemed to have short-circuited after hearing that sentence. All right, thank you for your contribution to the magical community. Wait, what did you say? Fudge, out of habit, muttered a formal line before suddenly realizing what the men in front of him had just said. I said I'm a werewolf, Minister, Lupin repeated, using the gentlest tone to deliver the most shocking news. Fudge. Wait, I haven't even started begging yet, and suddenly a werewolf shows up. Should I still be begging or not? An absurd thought popped into Fudge's head. No way. Absolutely not. A werewolf, a werewolf. Lockhart screamed in a near-hysterical tone. A werewolf, inside Hogwarts Castle. His mind had completely short-circuited. Nothing is impossible, Professor Lockhart, Dumbledore's voice sounded behind Lupin. It's precisely because of the advent of the human restoration spell that I hired Remus, a werewolf of great character. Yes, exactly right. Fudge's face flushed with excitement. You truly do have great character. Lupin's willingness to step forward had done Fudge a huge favor, so he kept showering Lupin with compliments, one after another. Lockhart was completely frozen in place. Now he wanted to use his illness as an excuse to escape, but with Dumbledore and Fudge present, how could that possibly happen? My bones still haven't fully healed. I know a very useful spell for that. I'm actually under a curse. Let me take a look. Nope, you're perfectly healthy. Lockhart tried every excuse he could think of, but Dumbledore calmly dispelled each one in front of everyone. By the end, Fudge's expression had grown dark, and Lockhart, sensing that he couldn't get away with his tricks any longer, reluctantly agreed. It settled, then, Fudge said, staring intently at Lockhart. In 2 days, on the night of the full moon, will be. Hogwarts Quidditch pitch would be an excellent location, Dumbledore reminded with a smile. Yes, it'll take place at the Quidditch pitch, Fudge said, his gaze turning meaningful. Mr. Lockhart, we're looking forward to your performance. Lockhart, fuck. 2 days passed quickly. Despite all his efforts, Lockhart couldn't stop the experiment from proceeding as scheduled. To him, it felt more like a trial than an experiment. His only hope was that Mr. Jameson's spell would fail. For the werewolf Lupin, however, this was his moment of rebirth. As news spread, the magical world was abuzz. Various magical ministries from around the world sent officials or reporters to witness the event. Perhaps, from this night onward, werewolves and lycanthropy would become a thing of the past. Under the eyes of the entire magical world, the night of the full moon finally arrived. Read 12 advanced chapters. Patreon, Horny FBI. Chapter 154, 154, Reese Unexpected Gain. Reese, the experiment for the human restoration spell is happening tonight at the Quidditch pitch. Daphne leaned on the desk, her eyes sparkling as she stared intently at Reese. I saw it in the papers, Reese replied absent-mindedly, not even bothering to lift his head. Seeing that Reese wasn't responding, Daphne had no choice but to awkwardly reveal her true intentions. She wanted to attend the experiment. It was bound to be a rare event, and missing it would be a real shame. Then go, Reese finally raised his head, a little confused. If the kid wanted to join the excitement, why stop her? But there's a curfew. They'll definitely be stricter tonight. Some older girls said that the professors might even check the dorms. Daphne looked at Reese pitifully. You know the disillusionment charm, right? And are you really sure Professor Snape would check the girls' dorm? Reese was speechless. Checking dorms? He hadn't even considered that might be a thing. How could a fellow Slytherin student think of such a tactic? Daphne clammed up, but her little face visibly puffed up in frustration. Seeing that Daphne was about to turn into a pufferfish, Reese scratched his head. He knew full well that Daphne wanted him to go with her to watch the experiment. To Reese, tonight's experiment was like a tasteless dish, neither worth eating nor worth discarding. He was indifferent about going or not, leaning towards not going because it seemed incredibly dull. Every wizard in the world will be there tonight. What if someone kidnaps me? Daphne was quiet for a moment before finally coming up with what she thought was a reasonable excuse. Reese glanced at her. Who could even manage to kidnap you? Stop joking around. But Daphne had a point. Tonight, Hogwarts was bound to be filled with all sorts of people, and maybe it wouldn't hurt for him to show up to keep things in check. Fine, I'll give her an out, he thought. But it depends on whether she can handle it. After all, staying up too late might stunt a kid's growth. Here's the deal. How's your practice with the stasis field spell? If you can maintain it for more than a minute, I'll take you to the Quidditch pitch to watch the experiment tonight. With me there, you won't have to worry about curfew or kidnappers anymore. Reese had noticed that Daphne's stasis field spell could hold for about 55 seconds at most. If she could stretch it to a minute before sunset, he'd take her along. Daphne's expression grew serious. This was a daunting challenge. Silently, she pulled out a smoke box and pointed her wand at it. Stasis field, activate. Seconds ticked by, and beads of sweat began to form on Daphne's forehead. 56, 57. Reese silently counted, astonished to see that she was actually about to hit the 1-minute mark. But judging by her expression, she was already at her limit. 59, 60. Ha! As soon as she hit 1 minute, Daphne instantly dropped the spell. She had gone beyond her usual ability. If she tried again, she wasn't sure she could manage it. Reese covered his forehead in disbelief. How badly does she want to go? She even pushed herself to the limit just to get to the Quidditch pitch. True to his word, Reese took Daphne to Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium. To avoid being spotted by the professors, Reese personally cast a disillusionment charm on both himself and Daphne. Relax, not even Dumbledore would be able to spot us in a crowd, Reese assured her, as they settled into a secluded corner of the stands. The event hadn't started yet, and the visiting wizards hadn't arrived, so they had their choice of seats. To avoid drawing attention, Reese deliberately picked a quiet spot in the corner. If you can't see or hear clearly, I have some spells that can help, he offered. Daphne shook her head. She didn't need them. Soon, it was time for the event. Wizards began arriving, transported to the school by thestral-drawn carriages. This was all part of Dumbledore's arrangements. He had mobilized the Thestrals from the Forbidden Forest, sending them to Hogsmeade to collect wizards who had traveled from all over the world. From there, they were brought to Hogwarts by the enchanted creatures. Wizards from all over the world gradually filled the Quidditch Stadium at Hogwarts. Even though Reese and Daphne had chosen a corner in the stands, 3 wizards with rather peculiar appearances arrived and sat nearby. The leading wizard wore a coarse linen robe, a style now extremely rare. Behind him was an elderly man with curly hair, dressed in robes so outdated they looked like costumes from a theater troupe. The last was a beautiful witch with a balanced figure, excellent posture, and the graceful demeanor of an ancient Greek statue. After sitting down, the linen-robed wizard glanced around and said to his companions, "There's no one else here." Reese chuckled quietly to himself. Do they really think they can see through my disillusionment charm that easily? However, what surprised him was that the man was speaking in Latin. These 3 are really strange, Reese thought. He gently squeezed Daphne's hand, signaling her to stay silent as he continued to carefully observe the trio. Meanwhile, Cornelius Fudge was startled by the sheer scale of the gathering upon his return to Hogwarts. He hadn't expected so many people to show up. At this moment, the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium was packed, resembling the venue for a World Cup final, filled with wizards from all over the world. As Cornelius Fudge scanned the crowd, he quickly recognized wizards from 6 or 7 different countries. French, Americans, Irish, Danes, Swedes or Norwegians, and even various private organizations, Fudge muttered to himself, counting on his fingers, marveling at how this experiment had truly gained global attention. However, one person was likely to gain infamy, Fudge thought with some schadenfreude. Having served as Minister of Magic for years, Cornelius Fudge was not intimidated by the large turnout. He pushed through the crowd and walked up to the commentary platform. Taking out his wand, he pointed it at his throat and cast, Sonorous. In the next instant, his voice echoed throughout the stadium, "Ladies and gentlemen." Clearly, the British Minister of Magic's long-winded opening speech failed to capture the interest of the gathered wizards. Many paid him no attention, continuing their conversations. The peculiar trio in the corner were no exception. Have you heard? This spell was invented by Salazar himself. Modern wizards can only rely on the relics of their ancestors, scraping by with what little they have. The decline of the magical world is visible to the naked eye. Humans, whether Muggles or wizards, are like a flock of sheep lost without their shepherd since losing the favor of the gods, said the linen-robed wizard, a smile on his face. But if one looked closely into his eyes, they would see a chilling lack of warmth or emotion. Reese's interest peaked immediately. Could there be an unexpected discovery today? _______________________ 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 155, 155, Dumbledore's Guarantee. The curly-haired old man squinted at Fudge, who was standing behind the podium in the Quidditch Stadium, and said in a flat tone, "Yes, someone like Cornelius can become the Minister of Magic, and before that, Voldemort had them in utter chaos. British wizards are so fallen they don't even dare to say his name aloud. Decades ago, Grindelwald made me think the wizards were going to rise again, but who would have thought it would be the last echo of the magical world?" The old man shook his head, clearly looking down on modern wizards. Fortunately, those 4 founders are long dead. It's hard to believe that just 4 people could stir up a Ragnarok. If they were still alive today, our plan would be nothing but a pipe dream, an illusion, said the witch. She briefly imagined the founders still alive, and the thought made her shudder. If they were still around, the organization's plan would be nearly impossible to execute. "What are you thinking?" the linen-robed wizard scoffed, glancing at the witch. "Who can live for 1,000 years? Relax, Virgo. The power of the secret order is stronger than you think. Even if those old relics came back from the dead, they'd just be remnants of a bygone era. They probably couldn't even withstand a single arrow from me." Reese, who had been eavesdropping on their entire conversation from the shadows, showed no change in his expression. Often, arrogance and ignorance go hand in hand like inseparable twins. When one appears, the other isn't far behind. When children misbehave, a good spanking teaches them. The witch named Virgo and the curly-haired old man both frowned upon hearing their companion's words. Sagittari, the wizard in the linen robe, was always so confident, overly so, he lacked the most basic respect for ancient wizards. More importantly, if you're going to belittle the 4 founders of Hogwarts, what does that make the gods they killed? The linen-robed wizard cleared his throat, signaling his companions to shut up and quietly observe the ceremony below. Seeing the trio stop talking, Reese also turned his attention, somewhat disinterested, to the experiment taking place on the Quidditch pitch. The experiment had already begun. Under Minister Fudge's orders, Lupin and another werewolf were brought to the center of the field. Although both of them were volunteers, they were tightly bound with numerous chains, and their feet shackled with heavy iron cuffs. The ministry's treatment of them seemed to clash with their supposed volunteer status. Of course, none of the wizards present thought this was a problem. After all, they were dealing with werewolves, and it was always wise to take extra precautions. Mr. Jameson, Henry Greengrass and Lockhart were already prepared. Today, Mr. Jameson wore a black wizard's robe with silver-green embroidery symbolizing Slytherin House on the cuffs, and a Greengrass family crest pinned to his chest. Lockhart, on the other hand, wore a forget-me-not blue robe and had carefully styled his hair. Internally, he was a nervous wreck, but outwardly, he maintained his composure, even managing to force what he believed was a charming smile. Snape entered the pitch, holding 2 goblets. He poured the potion into the mouths of the 2 werewolves, then asked Lockhart if he needed potion assistance. Lockhart hesitated for a moment before accepting Snape's help. Over the past few days, he had studied the human restoration charm that Jameson had published in the Daily Prophet and thought that with the help of the new Wolfsbane potion, he might just be able to pull it off. The sun gradually sank below the horizon, and the moon began to rise into the night sky. Under the moonlight, Lupin and the other werewolf started to transform, but the effects of the potion were immediately apparent. Once the 2 wizards in the field had fully transformed into wolves, they both rolled their eyes and promptly passed out. Instantly, the audience in the stadium stood up, creating an overwhelmingly noisy scene. Everyone was astonished by the effectiveness of the potion. Even if the subsequent restoration charm didn't work, the invention of the Wolfsbane potion alone was enough to be considered groundbreaking. With this potion, werewolves could remain harmless during the full moon, a huge relief for the wizarding world. Jameson Greengrass gestured toward Lockhart, signaling him to proceed, before stepping forward to stand in front of the wolf that Lupin had become. Drawing his wand, he cast the human restoration charm. Under the influence of the spell, Lupin's thick fur gradually receded, and his limbs slowly transformed back into human form. Within about a minute, Lupin had fully reverted to his human self. Even under the moonlight, he didn't transform back into a werewolf. The stadium erupted into cheers. Next, thousands of eyes focused on Lockhart, making him feel incredibly anxious. Nervously gripping his wand, he mimicked Jameson's actions and cast the revert to human charm he had created on the wolf lying on the ground. Nothing happened. Lockhart was completely frozen in place, mechanically waving his wand, attempting the revert to human charm a second and third time. Though wizards are generally atheists, if given the chance, Lockhart would have gladly prayed to Lady Luck at that moment. Unfortunately, even if the elusive gods did cast their gaze upon Lockhart, it wasn't Lady Luck smiling at him, but rather the god of mischief. Lockhart's spell took effect, the wolf on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. Lockhart! Exclamation point. Reese, watching from the stands, was equally stunned. This is unbelievable. Could Lockhart's spell actually counteract the effects of the wolfsbane potion? The awakened wolf, still groggy but now alert, instantly locked its eyes on the closest human, Lockhart. Baring its fangs, it leapt at Lockhart's throat. Save me. In the next instant, several ropes appeared out of thin air, binding the wolf tightly and slamming it back to the ground. Dumbledore, now standing in the center of the field, glanced briefly at Lockhart, then gave a flick of his wand. Watch carefully. This is how you cast the human restoration charm. The werewolf, which had been struggling and writhing on the ground, suddenly stiffened, and its thick fur began to recede. Eventually, it reverted back into the timid-looking ministry employee. The audience in the stands finally reacted. They applauded Dumbledore enthusiastically, though many of them shot curious and skeptical glances toward Lockhart. From this day forward, Lockhart's reputation would spread throughout the wizarding world, exactly in the way he least wanted. Lockhart collapsed to the ground in a daze, but no one was paying attention to him anymore. All eyes were now on Dumbledore, who had begun to speak. After casting a sonorous charm on himself, Dumbledore's voice echoed across the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just proven that Mr. Jameson's human restoration charm is indeed effective. The stadium erupted into thunderous applause. But what Dumbledore did next made everyone freeze in shock. He stretched out his hand, firmly scraped it against Lupin's teeth, and blood began to flow from the back of his thin, frail hand. Gasp. Chapter 156, 156, As long as Voldemort is resurrected, Dumbledore will have no time to bother us. Gasps echoed through the stadium as many witches and wizards instinctively covered their mouths in disbelief. In their understanding, being bitten by a werewolf was synonymous with being infected with lycanthropy, especially on a full moon night, when werewolves had transformed. A bite was almost a guaranteed infection. Tonight's werewolf, although forcibly reverted to human form by the human restoration charm, was still a werewolf, and tonight was still a full moon. A sense of shock spread through the air above the Quidditch stadium. The source of all this, Dumbledore, remained emotionally unperturbed. He simply tended to the wound on the back of his hand and, with the aid of the sonorous charm, addressed all the witches and wizards present. Once a werewolf has been treated with the human restoration charm, they are no different from any ordinary wizard. Contact with them will not result in infection. I, Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, am willing to personally guarantee this with my own actions. These unfortunate witches and wizards need only a few more applications of the charm, and they will fully recover. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, the witches and wizards present understood his intent. Dumbledore was offering his personal guarantee, endorsing the efficacy of the human restoration charm. From now on, the situation for werewolves was truly set to change. The greatest wizard of the current age had personally proven that werewolves treated with the human restoration charm were not contagious. Werewolves could finally live normal lives. A wizard with great foresight, the elderly man with curly hair muttered as he watched Dumbledore in the center of the field, his eyes filled with wariness. Today, the old man had personally experienced Dumbledore's methods. From the moment Dumbledore allowed the werewolf's teeth to graze and cut the skin on the back of his hand, the old man marked him as the Secret Order's primary adversary. The existence of someone like Dumbledore could greatly hinder the Secret Order's plans. Fortunately, Dumbledore was now extremely old. And, he seemed reluctant to leave Hogwarts. Whether it was Grindelwald before or Voldemort later, Dumbledore's behavior had been strikingly consistent in the face of these Dark Lords. He rarely left the confines of Hogwarts Castle. The old man with the curly hair began quietly calculating how to deal with this formidable enemy. He had no intention of engaging Dumbledore in direct conflict. Such an approach would be unwise. There had been a mishap during the organization's recent operation in northern Scotland, where an ancient divine corpse had escaped, and it was Dumbledore who had intervened to suppress it. From this, the old man deduced that Dumbledore's power was at least equal to his own. Fighting someone like that was too risky. That Voldemort fellow, he's probably not entirely dead, is he? The old man, Capricornus, closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, and a plan formed in his mind. The organization's investigations suggest that Voldemort used Horcruxes to cling to life. Excellent. The old man smiled in satisfaction. What? Capricornus, are you planning to resurrect that guy and recruit him into the organization? Sagittarius glanced at the old man in surprise. How could I possibly? His soul is incomplete. There's no way I'd allow someone like him to join the organization. Capricornus shook his head firmly. Wizards who used Horcruxes to split their souls were literally mad. Their souls were no longer stable. Even if they appeared normal, their inner selves had undergone significant changes. They became twisted, manic, and their intelligence would deteriorate. Bringing someone like that into the organization would be no different than planting a ticking time bomb inside. It's just to give Dumbledore some trouble, to keep him occupied, Capricornus explained. His plan was simple: help Voldemort come back to life, then let Voldemort distract Dumbledore. Aging naturally brings a decline in energy and stamina, and with Voldemort causing problems, Dumbledore wouldn't have the time or energy to interfere with the Secret Order's plans. Vigo was greatly impressed by Capricornus's plan. In the shadows, Daphne had overheard every word of the trio's conversation, and her mind was in turmoil. Over the past few days, she had been working hard to study Latin and had made impressive progress. By sheer luck, she had managed to understand the gist of the Mysticum trio's conversation. Although she couldn't grasp every detail, the general idea was clear: these three were planning to resurrect Voldemort. Even more terrifying was the fact that the sole purpose of resurrecting Voldemort was merely to distract Professor Dumbledore. That was horrifying. Who on earth were these three people? Daphne's body trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, Rhys gently placed his hand on her shoulder, and a wave of cold magic flowed into her, bringing a soothing calmness to her mind. This cool sensation, like a refreshing stream, washed away her anxiety. It circled around her head before dissipating from the top, taking her unease and worries along with it. She calmed down. With Rhys and Professor Dumbledore here, there was no way these three strange people's plan would succeed. Besides, resurrecting Voldemort couldn't be that easy. If it were, why hadn't any Death Eaters tried to bring him back over the past decade? Though Daphne had regained her composure, Rhys sighed quietly to himself. The topics these three were discussing were too advanced for a child like Daphne. Realizing that the conversation was inappropriate for her to overhear, Rhys decided to take her away from the scene. He took Daphne's hand, and without a sound, they floated into the air, silently drifting away from the spectator tower toward another secluded corner. The Secret Order's trio continued to eagerly discuss their plan to resurrect Voldemort, completely unaware of Rhys's departure. Only Capricornus glanced upward with a puzzled expression as Rhys flew away, sensing something strange for a brief moment. But just as quickly, his companions resumed their conversation, dispelling any lingering unease. As soon as they reappeared in a quiet corner, Daphne turned to Rhys and said, We should continue watching the experiment." Rhys interrupted her, staring directly into Daphne's eyes as he slowly and deliberately said, "Forget about those three. They have nothing to do with you. What are you planning to do?" Daphne persisted, unwilling to let it go. She was certain Rhys would take some sort of action. "I'll just send an anonymous letter to Dumbledore later," Rhys replied nonchalantly, gesturing for Daphne to pay attention to the unfolding events on the field. Daphne puffed out her cheeks in frustration again. She'd bet all her pocket money that Rhys was lying. There was no way he'd settle for something as simple as an anonymous letter. She knew Rhys too well. The full moon hung high in the sky, and the night in the Scottish Highlands was growing damp and cold. _______________________________________________________________________________________________ Chapter 157, 157, Rhys, I'm going to take a shower. Dumbledore's actions brought the atmosphere in the stadium to a fever pitch. Countless wizards made up their minds at that moment to return to their homeland and immediately contact their respective ministers of magic, urging them to begin distributing the Wolfsbane antidote and the human restoration spell. If they couldn't learn it, they could send people to the UK for further study. In any case, they were determined to eradicate lycanthropy, a disease that had plagued the wizarding world for over 1,000 years, in their generation. Wizards with quicker minds decided to start working on producing the Wolfsbane antidote immediately. In the next decade, this potion would be like a money tree. As soon as it was produced, there would be no shortage of buyers, with the Ministry of Magic being the first to acquire it. Seeing that Dumbledore had instantly become the center of attention, Cornelius Fudge couldn't hold back anymore. He rushed onto the field, standing next to Dumbledore, and pulled a bewildered Lupin to his side. Mimicking Dumbledore, he had Lupin bite the skin on the back of his own hand, drawing blood. Enduring the pain, Fudge raised his bleeding hand high and shouted to the wizards in the stands, "I, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic of the United Kingdom, also pledge to vouch for all werewolves treated with the human restoration spell." The wizards in the stadium were momentarily stunned, then burst into enthusiastic applause for the Minister of Magic. Hearing the waves of applause and the cheers interspersed throughout, Fudge's complexion visibly brightened, and the pain in his hand seemed to lessen. However, as the excitement drained from his head, Fudge couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. It should be fine, right? This werewolf shouldn't be infectious, right? After all, Dumbledore already did it, but he's Dumbledore. In the end, Fudge decided that after the gathering, he would seek someone to prepare a supply of the Wolfsbane antidote for him, planning to drink several doses to enhance his immunity. What Fudge didn't know was that taking the Wolfsbane antidote wouldn't work as a preventive measure. If someone were to be bitten by a werewolf, they would still transform regardless of how much Wolfsbane they had taken. Dumbledore. In the corner of the stands, the wizard in plain robes, the curly-haired old man, and the beautiful woman all frowned as they watched Dumbledore, who was now the center of attention on the field. Their expressions were complicated as they assessed the most powerful wizard among humans. Capricornus, are you confident you could defeat him? Sagittarius posed the question. I can't see through him, Capricornus shook his head. I'm not sure if he's mastered a domain. If he hasn't, I'm confident I could kill him. Sagittarius snorted, modern wizards can still master a domain. Do you really consider him part of the modern wizarding world? Vigo argued that a wizard like Dumbledore shouldn't be grouped with ordinary modern wizards. You're giving him too much credit. If the three of us attacked together, he wouldn't survive, Sagittarius said, unimpressed by the so-called strongest wizard of the age. Come back after you've mastered a domain yourself, Capricornus muttered in genuine disgust for Sagittarius. He swore to himself that he would never partner with someone like this again. Vigo nodded in agreement with Capricornus's comment. This infuriated Sagittarius. Amid this somewhat pleasant atmosphere, the Ministry of Magic's experiment came to an end. The wizards rose from their seats and began to make their way out of the stadium. The weather grew increasingly cold and damp, prompting many to clutch their robes tighter. The Scottish climate, it was absolutely ghastly. Interestingly, Rhys and Daphne were not the only shadowy figures sneaking around. At least a dozen students had slipped out of the castle to witness the spectacle. So, are we really not going to do anything? Daphne asked, puzzled by Rhys's single-minded focus on heading back. Aren't we already doing something? Our most important task right now is getting back to the common room as quickly as possible. Damn it, with so many students sneaking out to watch the experiment, the professors are probably going to increase patrols. Rhys quickened his pace while casting a disillusionment charm over Daphne. Just as Rhys had expected, the moment the group of young wizards stepped into the castle's entrance hall, the torches flared to life. Professor McGonagall, the other three heads of house, and Filch, the caretaker, all stepped out from the shadows, catching the rule-breaking students red-handed. Not only were the students who stepped into the entrance hall caught, but those still outside the castle were also rounded up by their respective heads of house. A line even started to form inside the hall. Professor McGonagall glanced at the group of students she had rounded up and called out loudly, Fred, George, no use hiding, I've spotted you. Even if you run back tonight, detention notices will still be waiting on your beds. Fred and George, who had been lurking in the shadows of the castle walls waiting for the coast to clear. Completely baffled, they walked into the hall and joined the lineup of captured students. You've got sharp eyes, I didn't see them at all, Professor Sprout praised McGonagall, who smiled without responding. Honestly, Fred and George missing out on such a spectacle. Not possible. Calling them was always a safe bet. Thanks to Rhys's impressive disillusionment charm, he and Daphne managed to avoid being caught by the heads of house and safely returned to the Slytherin common room. The professor set up their ambush in the wrong spot. They should have blocked the common rooms, then they'd catch everyone for sure, Rhys stretched and casually suggested, offering a sly tip. I'm off for a shower, good night. Rhys yawned and headed toward the bathroom. Daphne. You're really just going to do nothing about it, she asked in shock. Rhys turned his head back. I'll write the anonymous letter after my shower. After tossing that remark, he went straight into the bathroom. Like any ordinary student, Rhys entered the bathroom and turned on the faucet. Hot water gushed out, pouring onto his skin. Gradually, Rhys began to melt, merging with the water streaming from the showerhead until he completely disappeared. Finally, a thin stream of water, shaped like a finger, turned off the shower, leaving no trace of Rhys in the bathroom. At the same time, in the shadows outside the Quidditch pitch, Rhys opened his eyes and looked up at the bright moon in the night sky. Clear skies under the bright moon. What a nice night, he muttered as he slowly sank into the earth. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, Henry, and Fudge hadn't left the field yet. They were surrounded by enthusiastic wizards, stuck in the stadium. As for Lockhart, no one cared where he had gone or what he was doing. Good, everything is going according to plan. Let's proceed, we have 15 minutes, Capricorn said, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he watched Dumbledore, who was held up by the crowd. Gryffindor's relic, the sword of Godric Gryffindor, we must get it tonight. Chapter 158, aren't you also living on the inheritance from your ancestors? The three of them, like the other wizards, descended from the stands and walked slowly toward the castle. As they walked, Capricornus spoke, the reason Gryffindor was able to severely wound the god King Odin, known as the Father of the Gods, plunging the immortal into eternal slumber, was because he used the cursed sword of Gryffindor, which was enchanted by the Goblin King, Ragnarok. Once we get our hands on this sword, we too can possess the power to rival the gods. Rhys, overhearing Capricorn's words, could barely hold back his laughter. He had no idea how such rumors spread over time, but from what he'd seen, Gryffindor's sword was just an ordinary goblin-forged sword, nothing more. And seriously, the way they inflated the reputation of those Norse false gods. Eternal slumber. That was ridiculous. How had they even come up with that term? The God King must have had excellent sleep quality, he didn't even wake up when his skull was used to craft a crown. Rhys was baffled by how later generations always seemed to fantasize that an ordinary person wielding a particular weapon could suddenly become invincible. Gryffindor's sword had become a myth, and the same thing had happened with the so-called Elder Wand. One sword could supposedly slay gods the moment you picked it up, and the other was said to make its owner unbeatable forever. Rhys found both claims absurd. And then there were things like the sword in the stone, which was said to have done something earth-shattering at some point, just sitting in a stone, waiting for someone to pull it out and become king of the realm. Isn't this all just nonsense? It's like picking a support role in a game, then after winning, claiming the victory was only possible because you supported the carry. What's the difference? Legends always come first, and legendary items follow. Capricornus of the Secret Order thought Voldemort was mentally unstable and didn't want him in the group. Rhys viewed the cult members in a similar light, he thought all three of them were a bit unhinged. He moved silently underground, quietly following the trio. He planned to strike when they reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. By then, they would be far enough from both the stadium and the castle, so their confrontation wouldn't attract much attention. Daphne should be resting by now, Rhys figured. She was probably already deep in sleep. He had just pulled a little trick, using a transfigured fake version of himself to trick Daphne into returning to the Slytherin common room to rest. His intention was to keep her from getting involved in the fight with the Secret Order. These three members of the cult were still too dangerous for her. Rhys sighed inwardly, villains like Quirrell, with his middling power, were hard to come by. At the end of the previous school year, Rhys had actually wanted to spare Quirrell. Such a valuable teaching resource shouldn't have been wasted after just one use. If he could have kept him around, it would have provided Daphne with a few years' worth of training. Unfortunately, by the time Rhys found Quirrell, the men had already been drained dry by Voldemort. There was no saving him. At this moment, Daphne wasn't obediently going back to sleep as Rhys had expected. She had a sharp sense that something was wrong. So, she made a slightly silly but effective decision, to wait right outside the bathroom. She wasn't going to leave until she caught Rhys coming out. It turned out to be a good idea. Rhys had seemingly dissolved into the bath itself, he went in and never came back out. After waiting a long time without seeing Rhys, Daphne finally gathered her courage and quickly dashed into the bathroom. After looking around, she clenched her fists. Just as she suspected, Rhys had ditched her and snuck away. There was no trace of him anywhere in the bathroom. Rhys, unaware that his trick had been seen through, focused on the three members of the Secret Order ahead of him. They were not the kind of small-time characters that could be easily dealt with. The old man known as Capricornus had actually mastered a domain. But once Capricornus summoned his domain, Rhys suddenly smiled, feeling relieved. Capricornus stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, gently waving his arms. As he did so, a thin mist began to form at the forest's border. "Luck's on our side tonight, the air is very humid," Capricornus said, sounding particularly pleased. He was even in the mood to talk more than usual. Perfect conditions for deploying the fog domain. Vigo, Sagittarius, you two need to work harder and grasp your own domain soon. Without mastering a domain, you'll never truly be worth much. Capricornus's words deeply stung Sagittarius. Though he felt annoyed and frustrated, he couldn't argue because Capricornus was speaking the harsh truth. Vigo, on the other hand, nodded and said he would spend more time studying the divine remains, aiming to open his own domain as soon as possible. Seeing the attitude of his teammates, Sagittarius could only shrug helplessly. There's really nothing I can do about domains. If I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out. I've really been studying, though. Check the usage logs of the quiet room in the organization if you don't believe me, he added defensively. Yeah, whatever. Capricornus felt his good mood completely ruined by Sagittarius. Feeling annoyed, he sped up the activation of his domain. Soon, the thin mist covered the grass outside the castle entirely. Perhaps due to the rising moisture, delicate threads of rain began to fall from the sky, bringing a chilling sensation. The mist started to gather around the trio. According to Capricornus's plan, this mist would provide them with a convenient protective layer, making them undetectable by magical means. More importantly, their movement speed within the fog would become astonishingly fast, allowing them to escape quickly even if they were discovered by the school's teachers. But just as the mist began to close in around Capricornus, he suddenly sensed something was off. Even in the rain, the speed at which the mist was gathering seemed unnaturally fast. Something was wrong. Activate your divine remains fully, now. Capricornus shouted urgently. Sagittarius and Vigo, though unsure why Capricornus had suddenly panicked, respected his strength enough to immediately activate the divine remains fused into their bodies. Sagittarius's eyes instantly lost their luster, and his sclera turned a murky, dull color, while the veins on his face became an eerie purplish blue. Vigo's skin turned an ashen gray, like that of a corpse, and a faint stench of decay began to waft through the air. You're no different, living off the scraps of your ancestors. What's even more laughable is that those so-called false gods aren't even your ancestors. You're nothing more than grave robbers, a young voice echoed through the mist. What, who are? In the next moment, the mist in front of Capricornus's chest suddenly coalesced into an ice spike. Spilch. Before he could react, it pierced his heart, leaving him with an expression of utter disbelief. _________________. 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 159, Domain Restraint. Capricornus. Vigo was stunned by the sudden turn of events. She panicked, shouting Capricornus' name as she lunged toward him. However, Sagittarius, with more battle experience, quickly grabbed her hand and yanked her aside. Sa. Dozens of ice spikes crashed into the spot where she had just stood and the path she had taken toward Capricornus. If Sagittarius hadn't intervened, she would have been skewered by now. Thanks to Sagittarius' help, Vigo dodged Reese' attack, but Sagittarius wasn't as fortunate. UG. The rain falling from the sky turned into needle-like ice threads, striking one side of his body. Though he reacted swiftly and cast a shield charm above him, some of the ice threads still slipped through the edges of the spell, embedding themselves into his arm. Sagittarius felt a sudden chill in his arm, and then the entire limb went numb, becoming uncontrollable. The attack didn't stop there. The raindrops were continuously transforming into powerful ice needles, and the mist surrounding them had turned hostile, now causing them significant trouble. In an instant, Sagittarius and Vigo found themselves in a dire situation. Fortunately, a voice rang out from nearby. I'm not dead. Capricornus pulled the ice spike from his chest, leaving a gaping hole. The mist enveloped his wound, swiftly filling and mending the opening. Within his domain, even after suffering what would normally be a fatal wound, Capricornus was relatively unharmed. After all, when a wizard activates a domain, they essentially become part of it. This makes wizards with domains overwhelmingly powerful compared to those without them, a difference akin to a dimensional disparity. However, Capricornus could sense something was off. For some reason, he had lost the usual seamless control over his domain. The mist was still under his command, but manipulating it felt strangely awkward, difficult to describe. Seeing that Capricornus was unhurt, Sagittarius and Vigo felt a surge of renewed hope. If something had gone wrong with Capricornus, they would have been completely doomed tonight. But with him still maintaining his strength, they stood a chance. The two exchanged a glance, increasing their magic output, pouring all their power into the godly remains that parasitized their bodies. Vigo's skin grew even paler, making her seem like a true marble statue, not just in appearance, but in toughness as well. The ice needles could no longer pierce her skin. Sagittarius' transformation was even more startling. His eyes ignited with flames, and through the blaze, his perception of the world changed. Physical objects dissolved and deconstructed, leaving only colorful clusters of magic. On the surface, the three had completely reversed their disadvantaged situation. Considering Capricornus' large-scale domain in play, they seemed to hold every advantage. But despite this, Sagittarius wore an expression of fear, because the world he saw through his magic-enhanced vision starkly contradicted reality. The entire sky and ground were flooded with silver-green magic. Everywhere he looked, the world was drowned in this overpowering magic, consuming nearly everything, including Capricornus' domain, which spanned much of Hogwarts. In his magic vision, Capricornus' domain was almost entirely eroded by the silver-green energy. As for himself and Vigo, Sagittarius could only see their faint, flickering magical auras, as fragile as candles in the wind. They were like a lone boat adrift in a vast ocean, constantly on the verge of being swallowed whole. Sagittarius wanted to warn his teammates, but when he opened his mouth, not a single sound escaped. At the very moment he tried to speak, the numbness that had started in his arm spread throughout his entire body, leaving him completely paralyzed. Capricornus and Vigo were too focused on gathering power for a counterattack to notice Sagittarius' strange condition. Suddenly, the endless barrage of ice needles and the occasional ambushes by ice spikes stopped, and a figure appeared a short distance in front of them. Vigo wanted to charge forward and deliver a powerful elbow strike, but Capricornus stopped her. By this time, Capricornus had sealed the hole in his chest with mist, looking as though nothing had happened. Who are you? The old man warily scrutinized the person standing before him. His first impression of Reese was his youth, he looked unbelievably young. Salazar Slytherin, Reese answered truthfully. Vigo snorted in disbelief, and although Capricornus remained silent, his expression showed that he too didn't believe Reese' claim. If you're Slytherin, then I must be Athena, Vigo retorted sarcastically. Reese shrugged. Sometimes telling the truth just makes people less likely to believe you. Capricornus wanted to say something else, but Reese raised his hand to cut him off. I don't know if you have a teacher or if your teacher ever told you this, but the simpler a domain is, the stronger it will be. For example, water is stronger than rain, snow, frost, or mist, wind is stronger than smoke, and so on. In other words, try not to let your domain be a derivative of another. Even if you can't grasp a fundamental domain, you should at least aim for a combination of basic elements. For instance, magma, formed by combining fire and earth, is a great example. Of course, that's asking a bit much since those who can comprehend domains are already elite among wizards, Rhys rambled on, sounding almost like an old professor lecturing his students. Capricornus was listening intently, almost forgetting that they were in the midst of a life-and-death struggle. But soon, he realized something was terribly wrong. He had completely lost control of his domain. You see, this is how a basic domain crushes a derivative one. If you had mastered a different domain, I might have had to put in more effort. But since yours is missed, it's quite simple, Rhys said, waving his hand casually, and Capricornus' domain instantly dissipated. Now, all that remained was a light drizzle falling from the sky. Capricornus' face turned ashen. At that moment, Sagittarius, who had been frozen in place, suddenly burst into flames. If time were slowed down, one could see that his entire body had become fuel for those burning eyes of his. The fireball split into two, one half streaked toward Rhys like a shooting star, while the other half shot up into the sky. Facing an opponent so overwhelmingly powerful that it induced despair, Sagittarius chose to sacrifice himself, fully offering his body to the godly remains fused within him. His only hope was to delay Rhys for even a brief moment, while his soul attempted to escape. Boom. The fireball collided with Rhys, instantly reducing him to ashes. But before Vigo's face could fully register joy, another Rhys appeared just a few steps to their side. As for the other half of the fireball flying toward the sky, it gradually dimmed in the constant drizzle, and finally, after flying nearly 100 meters, it was extinguished. Plop. Two cloudy eyeballs fell onto the grass. Rhys glanced at them, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. They seemed strangely familiar, perhaps once belonging to an old acquaintance. Yes, I'm nothing more than a relic of a bygone era, Rhys said casually. His eyes drifted toward Vigo and Capricornus, and with a tone full of regret, he remarked, but the fact that you couldn't even deal with an outdated relic like me is truly disappointing. Capricornus opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. He felt something flowing from his chest. Looking down, he realized that the mist that had been sealing his wound had vanished, and blood was now trickling from the gaping hole. Capricornus could feel his strength rapidly draining away, and his vision began to blur and darken. ___________________. 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 160, Experiment Subject. Can't. I still need to. Capricornus made his choice just before his consciousness plunged completely into darkness. He chose to relinquish all control over the godly remains fused within his body and channeled the last bit of magic he could muster into them. This was a forbidden spell, strictly prohibited by the secret society, but at this point, Capricornus could no longer care about the rules. Thud. Capricornus collapsed to the ground, seemingly lifeless. Yet, his body began twitching in an eerie, unnatural way. His muscles contracted and swelled as though they had developed a mind of their own. Accompanied by the grating sound of bones shifting, Capricornus' corpse twisted into a grotesque ball of flesh, exuding an astonishing surge of magical energy. The magic radiating from him was suffused with decay and despair. Just one look at it, and it was clear this was something ominous. It's over, the godly remains have gone out of control. Vigo was utterly terrified, standing frozen in place, muttering to herself. Inserting magic into the parasitic fragments of a false god's corpse and then relinquishing all control over it, using one's own body as fuel to drive the remains into a frenzy. TSK. What a reckless spell, Rhys said, immediately seeing through Capricornus' intentions. In the face of death, Capricornus had chosen to drag others down with him, ensuring he would not face the Grim Reaper alone. What Sagittarius had done earlier, transforming into two fireballs, was somewhat similar to what Capricornus was doing now, but his case was more of a pseudo-loss of control. At that time, his consciousness was still intact, allowing him to split the fireball in two, attacking Rhys while attempting to escape in soul state. Capricornus, on the other hand, had died before activating the spell, resulting in complete loss of control, making his situation even more dangerous than Sagittarius. After hearing Rhys' calm explanation, Vigo completely lost her composure. She screamed, cursed at Rhys, and finally declared her intention to drag them all down together. She also decided to relinquish her control over the godly remains within her body. Rhys glanced at her, almost too indifferent to care. Unlike Sagittarius and Capricornus, Vigo had not yet achieved the same level of fusion with the godly remains. In other words, even if she self-destructed, her explosion wouldn't be as powerful as that of her companions. Her value as a newcomer was even lower than Sagittarius and Capricornus. The intelligence she could provide about the secret society was likely minimal. If Rhys had a choice, he would have preferred to keep Sagittarius alive. That guy was hot-headed and easily provoked, perfect for interrogation. His strength and rank were also just right, not too high to be uncontrollable like Capricornus and not too low to be irrelevant like Vigo. Unfortunately, he chose to end his own life. Given the strength of these three from the secret society, suicide in front of Reese was something they could achieve. But even so, it was a smart choice because the terror of surviving would far outweigh death. Reese glanced at Vigo again. Reese's gaze made Vigo shudder, and she hastened the output of her magic. Good, he's still at some distance. I have enough time, ah. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder, causing her body to freeze. Cold magic surged into her, and the magic flowing within her quickly stalled as if encountering numerous obstacles. She used all her strength to turn her head, only to see another Reese standing right beside her. Your companions were right. Without mastering a domain, you're ultimately just a second-rate wizard. Reese snapped his fingers, and the Reese standing in front of Vigo turned into a water bullet. As it turned out, the Reese she had been seeing was never his true form, or at least, it had been for a moment, but in the next instant, it was not. Reese could transfer his true self to any part of his domain at will. This was the strength of a domain. Stop trying to activate the remains inside you. I've already sealed your magic. My total magic reserves aren't very high, so I can only keep you sealed for half a day. But that should be more than enough, Reese calmly advised, hoping to dissuade Vigo from further pointless attempts. This would save both of them some trouble. The water bullet that Reese's decoy had turned into didn't go to waste. While talking to Vigo, Reese directed it towards the grotesque mass that Capricornus had turned into, blasting a large hole in the center of the fleshy ball. The flesh ball squirmed, and the hole blasted by the water bullet was quickly filled with newly grown flesh. What a hassle! Reese frowned. The flesh ball was constantly being restrained within his domain and was acting purely on instinct, so its danger level wasn't particularly high. Given enough time, he could slowly drain its magic reserves. But Reese lifted his head, sensing an intense magic force rapidly approaching. Didn't expect Dumbledore to be this perceptive, Reese muttered. Such sharp senses, and this scorching power, looks like he may have opened a domain too. During his fight with Capricornus, both sides had been restrained, making sure not to cause too much commotion. But this grotesque fleshball had no such awareness, it seemed eager to announce its presence to the world. And now, Dumbledore was being drawn in. For Reese, this wasn't a bad thing, he could just leave the fleshball for Dumbledore to handle. Let's go, yeah. Seeing that someone was coming to take over, Reese decided not to linger. Cheerfully, he grabbed Vigo's arm. The rain that had fallen onto her didn't flow off but instead formed a thin membrane, wrapping around her. Moments later, Reese and Vigo sank into the now muddy grass, softened by the rainwater. The dark, corrupt, and negative magic surged, and Dumbledore immediately lifted his head, sharply aware that something was very wrong. Sorry, I've got some matters to attend to. If you have any further questions, feel free to discuss them with Minister Fudge. With a smile, Dumbledore gently moved the wizards blocking his way aside and strode out of the Quidditch Stadium. Though no one knew exactly what Dumbledore was going to do, Cornelius Fudge, now the center of everyone's attention, was delighted. He warmly greeted the remaining wizards in the stadium, leading them to the Quidditch team's changing rooms to shelter from the rain while discussing the intricacies of the Animagus reversal spell. Reese emerged from the ground, dragging along the motionless Vigo. He had just made a swift escape, traveling underground from the edge of the Forbidden Forest all the way to the dungeons, skillfully avoiding the professor's patrols. As he opened the sealed door to the dungeons, he was startled. Ravenclaw's ghost was standing there with her body, right by the sealed entrance. What are you up to? I should be asking you the same thing. Why are you breaking into the seal in the middle of the night? Reese shoved Vigo forward. Here, I brought you a little experiment subject. Read 12 advanced chapters, Patreon/HornyFBI. Chapter 161, Intelligence of the Secret Order. Oh. Ravenclaw's excitement surged when she heard that an experimental subject had been brought to her. While the dark creatures in the dungeon were sufficient for her research, one could never have too many test subjects. What's more, judging by the looks of it, the subject Reese brought her this time was a living, breathing, speaking creature, which made it all the more valuable. Reese glanced at his old friend, whom he hadn't seen in a few months, and noticed she seemed to be in good spirits. Her soul appeared clearer, and the Horcrux of Voldemort on her shoulder had grown even darker. It seemed that since regaining her sanity, she had been diligently transferring the corruption from her own soul into Voldemort's. But why had she been lingering near the seal? Reese couldn't quite figure it out. Was there something special about this place? After taking Vigo, whose eyes were filled with terror, from Reese, Ravenclaw noticed something unusual about this test subject. Fusing a human with fragments of a false god's corpse to allow an otherwise mediocre wizard to comprehend advanced magic, what a genius idea. After observing for a moment, Ravenclaw reached a conclusion and couldn't help but praise it. In her eyes, the concept was incredibly creative. Killing powerful enemies and then using their corpses to enhance one's own forces, if she and her companions had possessed such wisdom 1,000 years ago, the situation for wizards would have been far better. After all, there were plenty of false god corpses back then. Thinking about it now, it seemed like a terrible waste to have used such precious materials just to make crowns and wands. It's called fusing with a god corpse, Vigo corrected Ravenclaw instinctively once Reese restored her ability to speak after bringing her into the sealed area. It's all the same, Ravenclaw waved dismissively, seeing no fundamental difference between their terms. How exactly did you fuse with the god corpse? Ravenclaw eagerly inquired. Vigo, of course, had no intention of answering that question. Ravenclaw glanced at Reese, who sighed and pulled a small vial from his pocket. Verita serum. Just a tiny bit left, so use it sparingly. Reese didn't believe the serum would be very effective. Any valuable information would likely be locked away by magic. Assuming the leaders of the cult of the Secret Order weren't complete fools, they would have taken such precautions. No problem, Ravenclaw said as she took control of her body and swiftly snatched the vial from Reese. She opened the vial and forced the Verita serum down Vigo's throat. After administering the serum, she didn't rush to interrogate Vigo but instead cast several spells on her. Ravenclaw froze in shock after casting the spells. There was no trace of any binding or restriction magic on her. How is this possible? Ravenclaw was perplexed. Salazar, didn't you say the cult would place binding spells on anyone they collaborated with, even their potion masters? Reese was equally stunned. He turned to look at Vigo, eyes filled with disbelief. Those who are blessed by the gods and fuse with the god corpse should not have the soul lock curse placed on them, Vigo explained honestly. Because those who inherit power from the gods are recognized by them, arbitrarily applying the curse would be an act of blasphemy. Reese frowned, interpreting this explanation in simpler terms. Any wizard capable of fusing with a god corpse belonged to the higher ranks of the Secret Order. The soul lock curse, a method of control, was only applied from above, meaning the higher-ups wouldn't place such a curse on themselves. Despite Vigo's relatively weak abilities and shallow experience, it was clear she was already considered part of the cult's upper echelons, and as such, wouldn't have the curse placed on her. Even if there had been a curse earlier, it would have been removed. Reese thought about it and found it fairly reasonable. Ravenclaw, however, wasn't interested in the technicalities. She only wanted to know how the cult members fused with the fragments of false gods. Each year, the trusted ones in the cult are taken to the organization's headquarters, where they are granted the opportunity to observe the god corpse. If they resonate with the corpse, they are allowed to remain at headquarters to spend more time with it and attempt fusion. Failing the fusion isn't an issue, they are still granted unrestricted access to observe the god corpse. Through this process, they can also learn advanced magic and increase their personal power. Once someone successfully fused with a god corpse, they would rise to the upper ranks of the organization and receive a title. The titles in the cult were all based on the zodiac signs. Of course, there are some god corpses that are different, ones passed down within families. The god corpse I carry is one of those. Compared to the ones stored by the organization, these family-inherited corpses are more likely to resonate with members of the family. When a god corpse is inherited in this way, the zodiac title is passed down as well. I am the 6th generation Virgo. Vigo slowly unveiled more of the cult's secrets to Reese and Ravenclaw. Reese described the small booklet he had received earlier to Vigo, and learned that it was a communication tool used by the lowest-level members of the organization. These lower-level members were generally referred to by the higher-ups as ants, meaning their contributions were as insignificant as those of ants. It took an extremely long time and sufficient contributions for someone to be promoted from an ant to a trusted one, a status that couldn't compare to members like Vigo, who were born into families tied to the organization. Vigo explained that both she and Sagittarius inherited their god corpse, while Capricorn had climbed up from the status of ant. He was a prodigy, not only capable of fusing with the god corpse but also having comprehended the fog domain, which earned him one of the 12 most valuable titles in the cult, placing him above both Vigo and Sagittarius in terms of rank. It seems this organization isn't as corrupt as we thought, Reese remarked with a shrug. The true measure of an organization's health was its ability to promote talent from within, its blood-making ability. In other words, the ability for internal members to climb the ranks. From Capricorn's experience, the Secret Order wasn't entirely rotten. While members from established families had higher starting points and better conditions, anyone who could fuse with or resonate with a god corpse was promoted immediately. This was not unlike the dynamic between pureblood and half-blood wizards in the magical world. It seems like brute force is the only method for fusing, Ravenclaw remarked, unsatisfied with Vigo's answers. The cult didn't have a secret formula for the fusion, members simply had to try and hope for success. But what is their ultimate goal in doing all of this? To allow the light of the gods to shine once again upon this land, Vigo responded, her face full of reverence, her tone filled with devotion. Reese and Ravenclaw both fell into silence. This organization cannot be allowed to continue, Reese and Ravenclaw agreed after a moment. I need you to provide information about the organization, its bases, its headquarters, and everything else. Reese demanded of Vigo. ______________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Read 12 advanced chapters, Patreon/HornyFBI. Chapter 162, 162, Ravenclaw lures the snake out of its hole. The bases of the organization I manage are. Vigo reported a string of addresses expressionlessly. Although her strength is mediocre, she is a wizard who has merged with the divine bone and has the hope of comprehending a certain field. In addition, her family has been high-ranking members of the secret society for generations, so Vigo knows a lot of information about the secret society and hence the secret order. Soon, she handed over the 3 bases under her management and the list of more than 10 trusted people to Reese and Ravenclaw. Unfortunately, she could not tell the location of her family. Shall I go find these little rats? Looking at the list in his hand, Reese thought he could work harder and visit the secret order's bases several times overnight. Ravenclaw agreed. In fact, even if we don't do anything, the cute little ones from the secret order will keep coming to Hogwarts because we have the remains of the 3 of them. Ravenclaw pointed at Vigo, who was standing not far away and had a dull expression due to the effect of the truth serum. All 3 of them carry the remains of false gods, and the remains of Vigo and Sagittarius are treasures inherited from their families. If they are lost in Hogwarts, the leaders of the secret society will be so heartbroken that they can't breathe. In addition, with the complete remains of the false god in Dumbledore's collection and the Gryffindor god-killing sword they covet, the secret society will definitely continue to try to infiltrate Hogwarts. Then Reese and Ravenclaw don't need to do anything, the people from the secret order will line up and come to them. But in this case, it is questionable whether Reese should clear out the strongholds controlled by Vigo. Do you have any other plans? I will definitely alert the enemy once I take action. Reese wanted to ask Ravenclaw if she had any other plans. If she did, she should tell him as soon as possible to prevent him from accidentally ruining her good thing. After the 3 of them disappear in Hogwarts, the secret order will surely be alerted. It's just a matter of time. If you go too late, those people will be transferred and the base will be abolished. Ravenclaw's meaning was also very straightforward. She suggested that Reese act as soon as possible, otherwise it would be too late. Also, I don't think the people from the secret order will rashly send people to investigate. Even if someone else comes, it won't be a high-level cadre who has merged with the divine remains. Reese said to Ravenclaw before leaving. Reese guessed that this action was probably instigated by the families behind Sagittarius and Vigo, with the purpose of gaining some credit for the 2 pillars of the family. But who would have thought that a person who had comprehended the domain and 2 wizards who had merged with the divine bone would be killed in Hogwarts at the same time, without even being able to escape? After suffering such a loss, the secret society would never send anyone to Hogwarts to die without certainty. At most, the people from the Sagittarius and Vigo's families would send some pawns to spy on the whereabouts of the 2 families' divine remains. I think the next focus of the secret order's actions should be on Voldemort. Reese gave his own judgment. Voldemort. The Dark Lord who caused so much trouble a few years ago. I remember he claimed to be your descendant. Ravenclaw heard a familiar name from Reese, and after careful recollection, he found out that it was the Dark Lord who had been very troublesome in recent years. Reese's face darkened. I have never acknowledged that he is my descendant. He is nothing but a ridiculous person who pretends to be my ancestor. If time could go back, Reese would never adopt the child named Gaunt. He and his descendants, I don't know how much trouble they have caused themselves. Looking at the rather exasperated Reese, Ravenclaw couldn't help laughing. It's not easy to see Salazar losing his composure like this. We can use Voldemort as bait to lure the members of the secret order out of their hole. After teasing her old friend for a while, Ravenclaw got to the point. The members of the secret order will not be so naive as to think that a mere Voldemort and his insignificant remnants can contain Hogwarts. They will definitely give Voldemort a lot of support and even turn Voldemort into their puppet force. Then we can deal with both parties at the same time. Ravenclaw thought that since the people of the secret order wanted to use Voldemort, they would have to find a way to resurrect him first. In that case, she and Salazar could just wait and see, and after Voldemort and the people of the secret order joined forces, they could close in and wipe out both forces together. As for whether the merger of the secret order and Voldemort's forces would make them too powerful to be controlled, Ravenclaw thought this idea was hilarious. Salazar had already tested the secret order's people tonight and found them to be nothing. And Salazar wasn't even strong in his childlike body. As the days go by, he will only return to his old self. No matter how many came, they would be nothing to Salazar. The 4 of them were best at fighting in groups, using the few to defeat the many. Slytherin in particular was a one-man army who had defeated Jormungandr by himself. If the secret society is only at the level of Capricornus, then they'd better forget about it. No matter how many people come, they won't be enough for him to defeat. Do you plan to set off now, or do you want to wait a little longer? The longer we delay, the more this girl's intelligence will become invalid. Ravenclaw pointed at Vigo who was standing aside, indicating that if Salazar wanted to take action, he'd better speed up. Reese thought for a moment and decided that he couldn't leave the castle through the main gate. The reason was simple. Outside the castle, a centenarian was cleaning up the mess left by Capricornus. If he left the castle now, the chances of being affected were not small. At this moment, the rain outside the castle had stopped. After taking Vigo into the dungeon, Reese immediately withdrew his domain to avoid affecting Dumbledore's performance. So when Dumbledore arrived at the scene, what fell from the sky was just ordinary rain, and the meatball, which had lost the suppression of the Reese field, also revealed its hideous face. It began to grow rapidly. Tentacles grew out of the flesh ball one after another and inserted into the grass. The land where the tentacles penetrated first became dry, then the grass on it withered, and the small insects in the soil also began to die in large areas. The originally fertile land gradually turned into a desert. In contrast, the volume of the meatball began to expand little by little, and it was savagely absorbing all the nutrients it could reach. Looking at the ball of flesh in front of him, Dumbledore's expression became extremely solemn. Reducto. Conf Ringo. Bombarda Maxima. After using 6 or 7 spells in a row, Dumbledore still failed to destroy the strange and evil meatball. Facing Dumbledore's attack, the meatball was just passively chopped into several pieces by the spells and shattered by magic, with no desire to fight back at all. But a shocking scene appeared. The shattered meatball did not die, but turned into small meatballs, continuing to absorb nutrients from the soil in a draining manner. Pieces of desert began to appear on the lawn outside Hogwarts Castle. Dumbledore gave up the idea of using ordinary spells. He sighed and said, "I can only try the latest spell I have learned." The next moment, a raging fire ignited on Dumbledore's body. ___________________________________________________________________ Read 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 163, Divine Fire Domain. The flames engulfed Dumbledore, and even from several meters away, the intense heat was palpable, distorting the air around him. Yet, in the very center of the blaze, Dumbledore felt no discomfort whatsoever. On the contrary, he only felt warmth, a pleasant heat that dispelled the chill that had clung to his robes from the earlier rain. Dry, comfortable, and perfectly tailored to his skin, his robes hugged him with an unusual ease. Unlike last time in his office, Dumbledore was now outdoors, where he could let loose and fully expand his domain without restraint. With a loud whoosh, the fireball swelled, expanding dozens of times over, and engulfed a nearby mass of flesh. In the next moment, the mass ignited, emitting a foul stench as it burned. Dumbledore watched everything unfold with a calm expression, intently sensing the nuances of this newly mastered magic. This spell felt different from any spell he had learned before. Typically, once a spell was cast, his connection to it was limited, and even if he could still control it, there was always a distinct separation between himself and the spell. But this time, it felt as though he had become the spell itself. His intuition told him that visually, he still appeared as the elderly figure at the center of the fireball, yet, in reality, he was the flame itself. The figure at the center was like a mere peanut shell, visible yet only a small part of the entire entity. In his 100 years of life, Dumbledore had never encountered such a wondrous spell. He didn't know its name, it could be a brand new spell of his own invention, or perhaps an ancient, long-lost enchantment. But that didn't matter. Now that the spell was fully unleashed and in action, Dumbledore had found the perfect name for it. Divine Fire Domain. Unlike his previously most powerful fire spell, Firestorm, this Divine Fire Domain had lower energy consumption, a longer duration, and a higher ceiling of potential power. The only downside was a slightly longer activation time compared to Firestorm. However, once initiated, the spell would expand autonomously, similar to Fiendfire, though with the difference that Divine Fire Domain was much more controllable, giving Dumbledore a sense of complete mastery. An ordinary Fiendfire spell of similar magnitude would be far harder to command. As he immersed himself in the experience of his Divine Fire Domain, Dumbledore allowed it to expand, encompassing every scattered piece of flesh around him, leaving none untouched. The flesh masses twisted and burned in the flames, their volume shrinking rapidly. Driven by a survival instinct, they began to scatter in all directions, attempting to escape the fire. But Dumbledore wouldn't allow it. The flames shifted continuously, following the flesh wherever it moved, enclosing each piece within. At the same time, he carefully restrained the domain's size, preventing it from becoming too conspicuous. However, even with Dumbledore's utmost efforts to minimize the domain's visibility, it still drew considerable attention. The rain had stopped, and Fudge emerged from the lounge with a large group of wizards. One bearded wizard was the first to notice the unusual phenomenon on the horizon. "Why is there a red glow flickering in the sky over there?" Fudge lifted his head and looked in the direction the wizard had indicated. He could see a faint red hue flickering in the night sky above Hogwarts Castle. More and more wizards noticed the shift in the night's colors, and eventually, an experienced wizard pinpointed the cause. "It's a fire. Could it be that the forest is burning? The Forbidden Forest on fire?" The thought alone startled Fudge. Hogwarts' Forbidden Forest was a treasure of the British magical world. It was home not only to various rare magical creatures but also to numerous rare and precious magical plants, many of which might only exist there. The forbidden forest was invaluable. He quickened his pace toward the dim red glow on the horizon, with the other wizards hurrying alongside him. Some were intent on helping put out the fire, but others held darker expressions, with different intentions brewing in their minds. Some began connecting the fire with Dumbledore's recent departure. If, just maybe, at a moment when Hogwarts was already overwhelmed with crises. Rumor had it that Hogwarts held treasures amassed over centuries, an endless library of books, and a forbidden forest filled with magical creatures like a living trove of riches. A fiery red glint appeared in the eyes of more than a few of them. If Fudge had been a capable leader, he would have escorted the group of wizards off the school grounds before addressing the fire. But, being of only average aptitude, he quickly lost his composure in the face of such chaos and failed to consider the hidden risks in his actions. By the time the group with their concealed intentions reached the lawn outside the castle, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Dumbledore, surrounded by flames, was controlling an enormous fireball large enough to cover the entire Quidditch pitch. The fireball spun effortlessly around him, with about a dozen small lumps desperately struggling within it. Those wizards with ulterior motives broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that those things in the fire were a person's flesh? Noticing the wizards within the school drawn by the commotion he had caused, Dumbledore turned his head, a kind smile on his face. "I'm terribly sorry for disturbing everyone. No need to worry, it's just a dark wizard trying to fish in troubled waters." A wave of polite responses arose from the crowd, with comments like, "Haha, then we're relieved," and "Professor Dumbledore's fire magic has truly reached new heights. The hour is late. Would any of you care to stay the night in Hogwarts Castle?" Dumbledore's expression remained gentle, like a grandfather inviting his grandchildren to spend the night. But as his gaze swept over the wizards behind Fudge, not one dared to meet his eyes, not even Fudge, who was drenched in a cold sweat. Dumbledore appeared so vigorous and youthful. Given his display tonight, who could believe he was over 100 years old? After hearing Dumbledore's implicit suggestion to leave, none of the wizards, except for a select few who were genuinely on good terms with him, dared to accept. Stay overnight at the school? No way, not after seeing that dark wizard's flesh trapped within that massive fireball. So, the visiting wizards all took their leave, exchanging goodbyes with Dumbledore, who waved them off one by one. During these exchanges, Dumbledore's hands never stopped moving, and the terrifying fireball continued burning the meat-like lumps inside. Some of the smaller ones had already turned to ash. As Cornelius Fudge led the wizards away from Hogwarts, Dumbledore turned his full attention back to the lumps that had yet to be completely incinerated. ____. Chapter 164, These are all Ravenclaw's evil tricks. While Dumbledore persisted in burning away the lump of flesh the Capricornus had turned into, Reese was preparing for departure in the dungeon alongside Ravenclaw. "I need you to help me create a body," Reese said to Ravenclaw. "Can't you do it yourself?" "I remember transfiguration isn't your weak point," Ravenclaw replied, a bit puzzled, not understanding why Reese needed her help. "Because I need to conserve my magic for the journey and to deal with those little rats. More importantly, this trip will take at least a day, so I need this body to be a bit more intelligent and able to convincingly play the role of Reese Lint." "I could control this body for you," Ravenclaw suggested, her lips curving into a slight smile. "Absolutely not." Upon seeing her smile, Reese declined her kind offer immediately. He wouldn't dare let Ravenclaw control his duplicate body, who knew what she might do. "I'll just stay in the library and attend classes. I won't cause any trouble." "Impossible." Though Ravenclaw's tone was entirely sincere, Reese wouldn't believe a single word of it. "I could swear by the Black Lake. Miss Ravenclaw, your credibility is bankrupt with me. Even if you swore by the Black Sea, it wouldn't matter." Reese refused Ravenclaw's request firmly. He would never allow Ravenclaw to meddle with his duplicate body. After several failed attempts, Ravenclaw finally accepted reality and joined Reese in using transfiguration to create the duplicate. As for playing tricks or leaving a hidden backdoor within the duplicate, Ravenclaw refrained. Attempting such things right in front of Salazar would truly be taking him for a fool. A few minutes later, a Reese duplicate, brimming with magic, was ready. Reese circled around the duplicate twice, then frowned. The face generally resembled his, but something felt slightly off. Yes, some details didn't look quite right. Reese looked at Ravenclaw. "Rowena, did you make changes to the facial structure?" Ravenclaw, "Of course." "Oh. Don't you think it looks more handsome? See, just a slight lift here on the nose, and a bit more contour on the cheekbones." Rowena Ravenclaw. Reese couldn't help but call Ravenclaw by her full name. "This is supposed to be a duplicate of me, not some decorative statue. Stop altering my appearance without permission. But it clearly looks better this way. Sorry to disappoint that I didn't grow up to your ideal image." Reese replied irritably, with a quick wave of his hand to restore the duplicate's appearance back to his own, undoing all of Ravenclaw's tweaks. Ravenclaw sighed. Reese noticed her subtle movements out of the corner of his eye. Turning to see what she was doing, he saw Ravenclaw conjuring a small, palm-sized green vortex in her hand. Reese decided not to argue with her for now. He pointed his wand at the duplicate, sending it off to walk around on the ground level. Crafted with the combined ingenuity of two founders, this duplicate had an impressive range of functionalities. Reese could even share its vision and hearing over a certain distance, and controlling it to speak was no problem. Once Reese left the school, the duplicate could answer questions with simple phrases and even cast spells, all according to the instructions he and Ravenclaw had programmed into it. Are you really not considering giving me a bit of control? If the duplicate's auto-response mechanism causes any issues, I could step in to handle it, Ravenclaw suggested. For a moment, Reese felt tempted, but he quickly came to his senses. This was just one of Ravenclaw's usual tricks, and he knew better than to fall for it. He knew Ravenclaw's nature far too well. If he handed over control of the duplicate, who knew if he'd find himself locked in a detention room upon returning? All right, Ravenclaw finally relented, shrugging her shoulders helplessly in the face of Salazar's complete lack of trust. For a brief moment, she wondered if maybe she'd overdone things, leading to this complete absence of trust between them after all these centuries as old friends. She pondered this for 2 seconds before confirming it wasn't her fault. They'd left their vulnerability so obviously open, it was clearly an invitation for her to tease them. Everyone enjoyed it, so how could it have gone too far? Watching Reese leave with his duplicate, Ravenclaw sighed. Salazar was getting harder and harder to fool. If she'd gotten control of the duplicate, she would have definitely taken the opportunity to browse through every book she'd wanted to read in the library. There were several new books in the restricted section that had caught her eye. Reese guided his duplicate back to the Slytherin common room. As soon as the door opened, a single oil lamp flared to life in the dark room. Daphne sat in a corner, expressionlessly watching Reese's duplicate at the doorway. Reese. Why aren't you asleep yet? Staying up this late will stunt your growth. Reese took control of his duplicate and spoke with mock concern. Blocking the common room door, huh? Makes it easy to catch young witches sneaking out after curfew, doesn't it? Daphne raised an eyebrow, perfectly mimicking Reese's tone. Reese thought to himself, this boomerang really came back fast. I walked right into that one. So, Mr. Lint, mind explaining how you managed to return from the bathroom to the common room entrance fully dressed? I'm really curious, Daphne said, her voice filled with feigned sincerity. Well, actually, there was a hidden teleportation array in the bathroom that activated and transported me out. Reese started spouting nonsense with a straight face. Even transported your clothes along with you. Daphne's comment made Reese fall silent. Good night. Reese decided to head straight to his dorm and avoid further banter with this sharp-tongued girl. Wait. Reese's duplicate stopped in its tracks. So, you went to deal with those 3 wizards, didn't you? Daphne asked urgently. She was very concerned about those 3 sinister outsider wizards. Reese thought for a moment and decided to fall back on his usual reliable excuse. Yes, I caused a bit of a commotion and attracted Professor Dumbledore. The intruders have been dealt with now. Finally hearing confirmation from Reese, Daphne let out a sigh of relief. She'd been somewhat afraid that Reese might actually ignore the situation. Seeing that he seemed to have reassured her, Reese withdrew his consciousness from the duplicate. The duplicate turned on its own and started heading to the dormitory to sleep. But Daphne, who was standing behind the fake body, narrowed her eyes. She felt that something was wrong with the Reese in front of her. The next moment, a spell pierced through the chest of the fake Reese. Read 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 165, It's okay to fool children. There's a Muggle saying, if something looks like a duck, sounds like a duck, and walks like a duck, then it's a duck. But this doesn't apply in the magical world, where magic can truly transform one species entirely into the likeness of another, even bridging the line between living and non-living. When Daphne was talking to this Reese, who had just returned to the dorm, she couldn't shake off a feeling that something was off. She suddenly realized that the flow of magic within this Reese was unusual. After careful observation, Daphne was certain that the Reese before her was a fake. And so, she acted without hesitation. Whether this fake was created by Reese himself or was a spy with ulterior motives infiltrating the Slytherin common room, Daphne was determined to strike hard. If it was truly an enemy spy, Daphne felt no guilt, and if Reese had made this counterfeit himself, then she would feel even more justified in giving him a beating. Daphne was thrilled to find that choosing to act had all advantages and no disadvantages, which instantly solidified her resolve. She wanted the enemy, or Reese, to know that Daphne was a capable witch in battle, too. She raised her hand and unleashed a basic offensive spell. Although basic, the spell's destructive power was no joke, and Daphne's speed was rapid enough that most wizards wouldn't have had time to react, let alone this nearly instinct-driven replica of Reese. In the next moment, the heart area of Rhys's replica body was pierced by a spell. For an ordinary wizard, this would have been a fatal injury, but since this was merely a body made of magic and clay, the replica could still move. Seeing that a single spell didn't defeat him, Daphne continued her assault without hesitation. However, Rhys managed to block her subsequent fierce attacks, because the moment the replica was hit, Rhys had immediately transferred his consciousness back to it and was now controlling it to fend off Daphne's rapid strikes. Great awareness, excellent attack methods, Daphne Greengrass. You need to stop now, Rhys said to her. Daphne gave no response, relentlessly maintaining her attacks. Rhys was exasperated. If this went on, the magical reserves in the replica would soon be depleted by her barrage. I'm really Rhys. Stop. I can explain, Rhys said as he intercepted several of her attack spells mid-air, feeling slightly irritated. If you keep this up, I'll really get angry. At last, Daphne ceased her attacks. With the continuous onslaught coming to a halt, Rhys's annoyance gradually faded, replaced by a sense of admiration for Daphne. Her vigilance was genuinely commendable. This was the level of awareness a wizard should have. However, Daphne's stopping didn't mean she had let her guard down. Her wand remained pointed at Rhys's replica, and her other hand gripped her necklace. It was obvious, if she detected anything suspicious, she'd unleash her most powerful attacks in full force, ensuring that the person before her would be thoroughly dealt with. If the attack spell embedded in the necklace Rhys had gifted her were triggered, only one of two things would be left standing, the replica or the Slytherin common room. Wait a second. Rhys suddenly realized something. Stay calm. Don't release the spell in the necklace here, he blurted out, now genuinely alarmed. The Slytherin common room lay beneath the Black Lake, and the attack spell he'd embedded in that necklace hadn't had its power reduced one bit. Though the castle walls and windows had been fortified by Hufflepuff with defensive enchantments, Rhys had never been reckless enough to test their strength. He had no clear idea of the defensive limits of the castle's walls or windows. More importantly, he doubted those defenses had been properly maintained over the centuries, understandable, considering how complex magical energy flow was for young wizards. Who knew how much strength was left in those defenses? If Daphne's spell accidentally hit a wall in the common room, or worse, struck a window. If luck ran out, the entire Slytherin house could be flooded by lake water, with everyone inside. At best, Slytherin would be forced to abandon its 1,000-year-old common room. The common room would become a dangerous ruin. Seeing that the figure in front of her knew the secret of the necklace, Daphne relaxed slightly. This meant it was likely something Rhys himself had created. But this also made her a bit annoyed. Rhys, that guy, he really didn't see her as an ally. She was more than capable of helping. Why else had she worked so hard to practice spells when she could have just coasted? Rhys thought for a moment, then made a decision. I'll be heading out for a couple of days. Could you manage this replica for me? Rhys decided to entrust the control of the replica to Daphne. Compared to Ravenclaw, whose credibility was completely shot in his eyes, Rhys trusted Daphne a bit more. What do why? It's not hard. It can operate on instinct and respond to simple questions. You'd only need to step in for special cases, which are very unlikely to happen. Without waiting for Daphne's response, Rhys continued, cutting her off. Daphne was tempted to refuse because she'd much rather join Rhys on an adventure than manage a replica. But his next words swayed her. You're the person I trust the most. I believe you can handle this task, right? Rhys played his trump card. The effect was immediate. Daphne's focus shifted from, you're going away for a few days, to, most trusted person, in an instant. Daphne, is that true? Am I really the one you trust the most? Of course. Rhys nodded without a moment's hesitation, not really lying either. When it came to looking after the replica, he did indeed trust Daphne the most. She was far more reliable than Ravenclaw. Daphne's cheeks flushed with excitement, and she eagerly accepted Rhys's request, agreeing to control the replica when necessary while he was away from the school. That's great, Rhys smiled slightly. He was beginning to get the hang of how to win over her. He first repaired the damage on the replica, then transferred control over it to Daphne. Do this, then that, and you'll be able to control this body. The procedure wasn't complicated, and after about 10 minutes, Daphne could smoothly control the replica Rhys had created through transfiguration. Perfect. Rhys praised Daphne, then severed his connection with the replica entirely. Now, he had to make the most of his time heading to the locations Vigo had mentioned. _______________________ 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 166, 166, Eyes in the Water Drops. In an inconspicuous old apartment on the outskirts of Cairo, Egypt, the bedroom light remained on even in the dead of night. A middle-aged, portly man with a large belly sat at his desk, writing furiously. Under the dim light, line after line of polished nonsense filled the parchment. In the small room, the only sounds were the scratch of the quill on parchment and the man's heavy breathing. Clearly, staying up late to write a stack of bureaucratic reports was an unpleasant task. After finishing an entire page of empty formalities, the man pounded his fist on the table. The reimbursement process just gets dumber by the day. Any expense over 30 galleons requires a top-level sign-off, might as well just say they don't want to reimburse it. Expenses under 30 galleons don't need top-level sign-off, sure, but they must be through the trusted vendors on the organization list, and there must be price comparisons from at least 2 suppliers. Vigo, that control freak, is seriously insufferable. Full of resentment, the man muttered under his breath, "What's so great about Vigo anyway? If I had her family background, I'd have unlocked my domain by now. Every single day, it's either a hygiene inspection or a cleanliness check. Only someone with no real skills would be obsessed with cleanliness. And soon that wretched woman will be here for an inspection again, another few days of production delays. The whole inspection's a show, every tool in the drawer has to be labeled and listed by quantity. Ha! Could you make our lives any harder? She's coming, which means I'll be working overtime again. This year's Christmas vacation. Gone. Just brilliant. Changing things constantly, piling all the pressure on those below. Humph. When an organization starts obsessing over hygiene and cleanliness, it's probably doomed. Heaven help us, someone, please just get rid of that wretched woman." The man muttered, stuffing the form-labeled parchment purchase request into a pile of documents in the drawer. After venting, he felt a bit better. Stretching, he leaned heavily into his worn-out office chair, which let out a loud, unpleasant creak. He picked up his wand and pointed it at a coffee pot nearby. Steam began to rise, and soon a cup of frothy coffee was brewed. The small cup of coffee floated gently to his desk. Instead of drinking it right away, the man rubbed a ring on his index finger. The ring was ivory-colored and unadorned, appearing at first glance to be just an ordinary band. But on closer inspection, it became clear the ring was made of bone. "My future, all depends on you," he murmured, staring at the ring. If he could merge with the remains of a deity, he could escape this wretched swamp and rise to the true upper ranks of the secret society. And if he one day attained a domain of his own like Lord Capricornus, he could teach that madwoman Vigo a real lesson of adults, grind her down beneath him mercilessly. It was evident the man harbored deep resentment toward his immediate superior, Vigo. Tick-tap. Just as he was obsessing over his ring, a sudden drop of water dripped onto his neck, jolting him. The man looked up in shock and saw countless tiny droplets forming on the ceiling. "This is Egypt, for crying out loud," he muttered, only to realize something was very wrong. Within each water droplet on the ceiling, he could faintly see an eye. Instinctively, he grabbed the nearest object, a coffee cup full of coffee, and hurled it at the ceiling. The cup shattered on impact, sending fragments all over the room, and coffee splattered across the ceiling, leaving a large stain. He collapsed back into his chair, one hand gripping his wand tightly, while the thumb of his other hand nervously rubbed the deity's bone ring on his index finger. The scent of coffee filled the room, and he sat there panting, staring intently at the ceiling, his heart pounding. But the water droplets filled with ice had vanished, as if it had all been a hallucination. Ha, ha. Huff. Could it be that he'd overworked himself into hallucinating? The organization had records showing that prolonged exposure to relics of divinity could indeed cause hallucinations. According to the regulations of the esoteric order, he should now remove the bone ring from his finger, close his eyes, and rest, refraining from observing any relics for the next 24 to 48 hours. But the man recalled what Capricornus had once told him: moments of hallucination presented the best opportunity to attempt fusion with a relic. It was extremely risky, but fortune favored the bold. He made up his mind, removed the ring, clenched it tightly in his fist, and began trying to fuse with it. Minutes ticked by, the scent of coffee in the room gradually faded, and the man's nerves slowly settled. The water droplets with eyes on the ceiling felt as if they really had been nothing more than his imagination. During his attempt to fuse with the relic, he didn't notice that nearly 100 bead-sized drops of sweat had surfaced on his skin, each drop with the eerie semblance of a tiny eye. Several hours later, as the first light of dawn appeared, the man reluctantly opened his eyes. He hadn't managed to fuse with the relic. Cough. "So thirsty," he muttered, feeling parched. But he thought little of it. Spending the night in the desert often had that effect. He picked up a glass of water and drank it in one gulp. But that small amount of water didn't satisfy his need at all. He was still desperately thirsty, as though all the moisture in his body had drained away. The man drank every available liquid in the room, but his parched mouth felt no relief. Frustrated, he went to the kitchen and turned on the faucet, but the pipe seemed blocked, with not a drop coming out. Utterly disappointed, he decided to go to the local division of the order, where there would be plenty of water. He lit the fireplace, threw in a handful of flu powder, and vanished in a flash of green flames. Emerging from the division's fireplace, he hurried toward the storeroom, knowing that the lot of rascals here had stashed a fair amount of alcohol in there, and now was the perfect time to put it to use. "B-boss," a voice full of horror rang out. The men turned impatiently, seeing one of his subordinates, and waved him off, wanting to be left alone to drink. But the subordinate didn't leave. Instead, his face filled with fear as he stared at the men. The leader standing before him had turned into a moving corpse, a shriveled, dried-out husk, a moving mummy. Read 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 167, Badgerhead Copper Cup. Seeing the terror on his subordinate's face, the men instinctively sensed something was wrong, but he had already lost the ability to think. His thirst for water overwhelmed all else. Opening his mouth, he managed to say, "You look so juicy." He lunged at his subordinate, sinking his teeth into the man's throat, greedily draining his blood. Hot blood flowed down his throat, bringing a brief moment of vitality back to him. But as a red mist slowly rose from his body, he reverted to his corpse-like state. This time, though, he completely lost the strength to move, slumping against the wall as his consciousness grew faint and faded away. Water droplets began to form on the wall, coalescing and gathering until they took on a human shape. Rhys emerged from the wall itself. "Egypt is rather excessively dry," Rhys muttered, waving his hand in discomfort at the arid air surrounding him. He glanced at the corpse in the corner, then murmured, "With this, the trap is set." Snapping his fingers, everyone in the Order's base started writhing in agony. They couldn't breathe, and their skin visibly dried, their bodies rapidly dehydrating, transforming into withered corpses. The water, controlled by Rhys, filled their lungs. In the future, if the Secret Order examined their fallen members, they would find that each corpse had drowned. Rhys considered this method extremely efficient. He had targeted the men while he was busy writing reports, embedding his magic into him. By the time the men reached the base, his body's water content had already been evaporating under Rhys's magical influence. Unknowingly, the other people in the base inhaled this water, infused with Rhys's magic, which allowed him to control their bodily fluids too, capturing them all in one sweep. This approach meant Rhys didn't have to clear each room individually, ensuring none of the Esoteric Order's adherents could escape, making it exceptionally efficient. After eliminating the Order's adherents in the base, Rhys began his search of the premises. He had already reviewed the documents the men had left behind in his apartment, mostly useless reports and sanitation inspection records. From these files, Rhys confirmed that this base was far less valuable to the Order than he and Ravenclaw had previously estimated. Ironically, the base's most valuable assets to the Order were likely the adherents worn out by Vigo's demands. Unfortunately, the 6th-degree adherent had entirely misunderstood the true foundation of the Order. Relics, spells, and collected magic books were undoubtedly essential, but the most crucial asset was people. The core of the Order's system, fusing with relics to attain mastery, required sufficient numbers, something that family lineages alone could not sustain. Vigo was a prime example. Once she was trapped at Hogwarts, her family's defenses would crumble immediately, as she and her family's treasured relic had been lost together in Hogwarts. In contrast, Secret Order members like Capricornus, who had risen from the lower ranks, were the most troublesome. These individuals often possessed impressive natural talent, and with the aid of relics, could potentially overpower anyone at Hogwarts, excluding Rhys and Ravenclaw, Dumbledore being the only possible exception. Thus, by eliminating a significant number of adherents, the Secret Order would eventually collapse. This was exactly what Rhys was now carrying out. Not only did he eradicate every adherent within the base, but he also left inconspicuous traps behind, ensuring this base would become a black hole for Secret Order members, one where anyone who entered would perish. While relics and accumulated items didn't hold the same value as skilled members, Rhys still saw no reason to ignore the base's inventory. He had already packed up all the documents and magical books, ignoring the food and liquor in storage. The remaining magical artifacts and remnants of divine bone relics, however, were worth a thorough check. Following the traces of magical flow, Rhys easily located the Esoteric Order's vault within this base. Upon opening the vault door, Rhys noted that the space was limited, with only a few items stored inside. This was expected, as this was just an ordinary, unremarkable base of the Secret Order, of which there were likely more than 30. It would have been odd if it had a wealth of stored items. Rhys examined the 2 relics within, finding them less effective than the bones he had extracted from the man's own body. The only relic of interest was the bone ring worn by the man. Apart from the relics, the small storage room also contained some potion ingredients, with a distinctly North African style. Rhys unceremoniously accepted them all. After collecting the raw potion materials, Rhys turned his attention to the last item in the small warehouse, a small bronze cup. The cup was tarnished with verdigris, showing signs of considerable age. Initially, Rhys hadn't paid much attention to the unassuming little cup, which was tucked away in the corner of a cabinet. Without a careful search, it would have been easy to overlook. This was another aspect Rhys found particularly amusing. Everything in the vault had its designated spot, complete with positioning labels and name tags. Nearby, one could even find a brief description of each item. To anyone who knew, this was the vault of a secret organization. To anyone who didn't, it could easily be mistaken for a museum display. Rhys felt the urge to complain, "What's the point of all this? Is it supposed to help an intruder like me identify their treasures? It was almost too considerate. Bringing treasures to his doorstep with attached descriptions was something he'd never seen or heard of before. Vigo was indeed a marvel. However, when Rhys picked up the bronze cup, he quickly noticed something unusual about it, something only he would recognize. The cup had a handle, and the tip of the handle was carved into the head of a small animal. As time went by, the handle was covered with rust, which was why Rhys didn't notice the copper cup at first. But he looked at it carefully, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that the animal head looked like a badger. He took out his wand and carefully cleaned the rust on the copper cup. After the copper cup was cleaned, Rhys' eyes became complicated, because the handle of the cup was really carved with a badger head. He would never mistake this style. ________________________ Patreon/HornyFBI. Chapter 168. In the future, I want to build a magic school. Rhys's gaze deepened, filled with a profound and distant memory. Outside, the wind and snow howled, battering the walls and door of the wooden cabin. The dilapidated hut looked as though it might collapse at any moment, yet under the protection of 4 young wizards, it would remain unscathed even in the fiercest of storms. So, we can enchant the cabin to make it indestructible, but we can't use magic to make it warm inside. Helga questioned, looking at her friends who were busy starting a fire and chopping wood. That's the nature of magic. Salazar Slytherin said with a grin as he fiddled with the firewood. Just because we can reinforce the cabin doesn't mean we've mastered heating spells. But you could ask Godric, he's the fire expert. Helga turned to look at Gryffindor, but the young knight simply shook his head, indicating he couldn't help. In such a blizzard, a magically conjured flame wasn't enough to fend off the cold, and if Gryffindor were to exert his full magical strength, it would exhaust him quickly. One misstep, and he might even set the whole cabin on fire. So, in the end, using regular firewood to keep warm was the safest option. I didn't know you were good at carving, Helga remarked, noticing 2 intricately carved wooden animals, a lion and a snake, next to Salazar. She moved closer to examine them, marveling at how lifelike they were, with a pile of wood shavings nearby that could be used to kindle the fire. Salazar gave her a peculiar look, saying nothing, then picked up another piece of wood. He drew out his wand and pointed its tip toward it. Wood shavings floated down from the piece of wood, and soon a lifelike little badger appeared in Salazar's hand. Pfft. I'm a wizard, Helga. Salazar said, handing the carved badger to Hufflepuff. In Salazar's view, if they didn't need shavings for kindling, he could have simply transformed the wood directly into little animals. Of course, at the heart of it, he was just bored. The 4 of them were trapped by magic and the snowstorm with nothing else to do. Helga's face reddened. She said nothing more, taking Salazar's carved figure and bringing it over by the fireplace. Better to burn them for warmth, she muttered to herself, though her gaze drifted back toward Slytherin, sitting nearby. Salazar didn't react, just continued fiddling with the logs Godric had chopped, pondering what to carve next, maybe another animal, or perhaps even a human figure. Hey, I'm really going to burn it, you know. Maybe I'll start with this little snake. Salazar, Firewood is meant to be burned, you know. He looked up, giving Hufflepuff a rather confused glance, entirely unsure what she was trying to do. Helga furrowed her brows. Salazar's words left her speechless. Even though Slytherin had said it was fine, she didn't end up burning his carvings as firewood. Instead, she carefully set the small wooden sculptures aside and used regular logs to start the fire. Once the fire was crackling, Helga started cooking. Soon, the cozy cabin was filled with the aroma of stew. As they waited for the food to cook, Helga spoke up. Salazar, could you teach me that spell you just used? I can trade one of my food-related spells in exchange, a charm to keep meat fresh. Salazar looked at her in shock. Helga, as talented a witch as you are, and you don't know basic transfiguration. I really don't. Helga's face turned even redder. All I know are some food spells passed down by my mother and a few basic earth charms. Hearing this, the other 3 let out a collective sigh. Helga's struggle was no different from theirs. Each of the teenagers had gaps in their magical knowledge. Salazar only knew potion making, some basic transfiguration, and a few offensive and defensive spells. Ravenclaw, for all her wisdom, had hardly any experience in real combat, and her magic outside transfiguration was limited to things she had seen or heard of. As for Gryffindor, his skill set was even more limited. As he put it, he was simply a knight who could enchant a sword and shield with flames. This was the state of wizarding knowledge at the time. Beyond family-taught magic, learning new spells was incredibly difficult. The only real avenues to gain knowledge were through equal exchange or through violence. Most magical families understood this and passed down spells orally. Very few wizarding families dared to record their spells in books in this chaotic era. It was said that some young witches, just to learn a spell or a potion recipe, would willingly serve old wizards, half buried in the ground, for years as their literal servants. Other wizards found this understandable, and some even thought she was getting a good deal. Going north or south to seek out deities was also an option, but that was far worse than serving an old wizard. The old wizards would eventually let you go, but nearly immortal deities would enslave you for life, an existence you could never escape. After a long pause, Slytherin agreed to Helga's proposal. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw both stood up, ready to step outside to give them privacy. That's not necessary. Surprisingly, Slytherin stopped them, gesturing for them to sit down and listen as well. This is a clumsy little trick. There's no need for you to leave, we'd lose all the warmth we finally managed to gather in here. Slytherin pulled his robe tighter, suggesting they save themselves the trouble. Gryffindor chuckled sheepishly and returned to his seat, while Ravenclaw remained standing, looking thoughtful. Slytherin paid her no mind and began explaining. Of course, he wasn't as selfless as he appeared. Slytherin had his own calculations. Gryffindor was his close friend, with whom he shared everything freely. As for Ravenclaw, a master of transfiguration, there was no way she didn't know such a basic trick, so letting her listen wouldn't matter. After Slytherin's explanation, Hufflepuff's eyes lit up with understanding. She picked up a piece of wood and quickly carved it into the shape of a little badger. Amazing. Slytherin couldn't help but admire someone who could pick up a spell after hearing it just once. It's because you explained it well. Hufflepuff blushed again. It could be done like this too, Ravenclaw said as she moved between them, took out her wand, and tapped the wooden badger in Hufflepuff's hand, making it come to life. The principle is actually quite simple. She then shared a small transfiguration trick, leaving Slytherin and Hufflepuff in awe. Gryffindor, watching from the side, felt deeply moved. Through this exchange, the four of them had each learned something valuable, more than what a year of solitary adventure could have taught them. If there ever were a wizard skilled in dueling like me, knowledgeable in potions like Slytherin, proficient in transfiguration like Ravenclaw, and with Hufflepuff's expertise in food magic, that wizard would be unstoppable, young Gryffindor said, genuinely impressed. Slytherin, sitting beside him, chuckled. We could take on an apprentice, teach them all our spells, and then produce the strongest wizard. It was the most amusing idea, and both Gryffindor and Slytherin burst out laughing. The thought was too idealistic. Why would they ever share their painstakingly collected spells with a stranger? In the wizarding world, only family bonds could foster that kind of sharing. To truly create what Slytherin described, that child would practically have to be a child shared by the four of them. The speaker had no intention, but the listeners took it to heart. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff both lowered their heads, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, Hufflepuff suddenly raised her head and told her three friends that she wanted to establish a magic school someday, to pass on her food magic. Gryffindor and Slytherin looked up at her, utterly stunned, unable to understand why Hufflepuff would make such a choice. Even more surprising, Ravenclaw actually supported Hufflepuff's decision. Did you put some mushrooms in that soup that shouldn't have been there? Slytherin finally asked, after a long pause. _______________________________________________________ Read 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 169, Reese, thanks again Vigo. There were certainly no inedible mushrooms in Hufflepuff's stew. She explained her reasons for wanting to establish a school of magic to her friends. I believe the current situation isn't right. Only through more exchanges can magic advance faster, like what we just did. If everyone keeps their magical knowledge locked up in their family vaults, how can we ever? She glanced northward as she spoke, leaving the rest unsaid, but her friends understood. If all wizard families hoarded their knowledge, the gods would forever hang over them like a sword. The gods had been growing more active in recent decades. With the support of the Nordic gods, the Vikings had pushed southward, sweeping through England, France, Spain, and Italy, all the way to the Greek peninsula. They had also navigated rivers and estuaries into Russia and Eastern Europe, discovered Iceland and Greenland to the west, and ultimately reached North America. Eastward, they'd even made it to the Caspian Sea. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before wizards became the servants of the Norse gods. And opening a school could encourage other families to share their magic too, which would benefit us as well, added Ravenclaw, reinforcing Hufflepuff's argument on the need for a magical school. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw's words began to sway Gryffindor, but Slytherin promptly threw a bucket of cold water on the idea. Even if we tried, our school wouldn't last long before greedy wizards brought it down. They'd sneak in to steal our magic, or even capture our students to force us to reveal all the spells we know. To establish a magic school, we can't do it as we are now. We'd need each of us to have significant fame, enough to deter those greedy eyes. The other three fell silent. They had to admit that Slytherin's prediction was the most likely outcome. Then let's wait until we've become renowned wizards, and then start our magic school. Hufflepuff didn't press her friends further, knowing it was unrealistic to start a school right now. Gryffindor voiced his support for Hufflepuff's vision. He stated that fighting was his strength, and even single-handedly taking down a fire dragon was no issue. If anyone dared covet their school in the future, he'd nail them one by one to stakes. Slytherin laughed and shook his head, becoming world-famous wizards. That could take decades. By then, how many of the four of them would still be alive? All right, the stew is ready, wild mushrooms with partridge, and an egg for each of you. Hufflepuff's words brought them back to reality. They quickly grabbed their utensils and scooped the chicken and mushrooms from the pot into their bread bowls. The bread, serving as their rations, was as hard as stone. Experienced diners knew to carve out a hole in the bottom to hold the stew, that way, by the time they'd finished the stew, the bread had softened. After they'd eaten their fill, Hufflepuff began practicing the wood transfiguration spell she'd just learned. One lively little badger after another appeared from the wood she carved, filling the floor, as Slytherin watched them with drooping eyelids. Eventually, he drifted off to sleep. Reese pulled himself out of his memories, and the wooden badger from the past gradually overlapped with the badger on the handle of the copper cup. Such a distinct personal style, despite weathering 1,000 years, Reese recognized the cup's maker at a glance. He was certain this had to be Hufflepuff's handiwork. Helga Hufflepuff, why is a cup you crafted here? Reese needed to date the cup, to determine which period of Hufflepuff's life it was from. If it was one of her later works, its value would be immeasurable. Dating it was simple enough, Reese just needed to examine the cup's background. Thanks to Vigo, her systematic reforms had truly helped him. Inside the drawer below the cup lay a complete set of records for it, detailing everything from its acquisition to its functions and usage logs. Taking out the documents and carefully reading them over, Reese traced the cup's origin. The artifact had been unearthed by the secret order from a 12th century wizard's tomb. Remarkably, the tomb owner had noted on his epitaph exactly how he'd acquired it. The cup's earliest known owner was the grandfather of the tomb's occupant. This man had met an elderly witch while traveling through Alexandria, a witch possessing godlike powers. From a basket she carried, she could endlessly draw out cheese, bread, smoked meat, and fresh fish. Even more wondrously, she could alter their taste. She could transform the texture of bread into tender roast beef or make gourmet delicacies taste bland. In other words, with just a piece of cheese and a loaf of bread, this old witch could experience the flavors of all the world's finest foods. The witch also had a cup that could transform water into rich wine, which greatly intrigued the grandfather. After much persuasion, he finally managed to trade for this holy grail from the old witch, exchanging it for a piece of classified intelligence. So, this was the origin of the copper cup with the badger emblem. However, after obtaining the cup, the grandfather of the tomb's occupant drank himself to death, eventually passing away drunk in bed. The tomb owner's father then inherited the cup, becoming equally obsessed with the wine it produced until he succumbed to liver disease. Convinced the cup was cursed, the tomb owner chose to bury it with himself to prevent it from harming his descendants. When the order unearthed it, they discovered that, perhaps due to the passage of time, the enchantment on the cup had deteriorated. It could no longer produce fine wine, only a sour, vinegary liquid. Thus, it was tucked away in the storage room's corner, in the hope that one day, someone might restore it. The turn water into wine effect still had a certain allure. After reading the account, Reese was certain that the elderly witch mentioned on the epitaph was none other than Hufflepuff herself. According to Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff had set off on her own travels after he and Godric left the school, never to return. It now seemed that she had indeed reached Egypt and had significantly advanced her food-related magic. Reese distinctly remembered that when he left Hogwarts, Helga was far from achieving the feats described in the epitaph. But that wasn't the most important point. The real question was what kind of information the tomb owner's grandfather had traded. That could give Reese a new lead in tracing Hufflepuff's whereabouts. Remarkably, the Order had done an analysis for him. Read 12 ADV chaps, Patreon/HornyFBI. Chapter 170, Come and Give Me a Back Massage. According to research, the tomb owner was a descendant of the ancient Egyptian pharaoh's keeper of secrets. The keepers of secrets had protected the pharaoh's tombs for generations, but by the 12th century, Egypt's magical community had completely declined, and the wizarding population in Egypt had entirely changed. This led to the degeneration of the keeper lineage, with many descendants resorting to selling off the pharaoh's funerary artifacts for a living. Therefore, we reasonably deduce that the grandfather of the tomb owner traded the knowledge of a particular pharaoh's tomb in exchange for this cup. A pharaoh's tomb. Reese read the Order's analysis and found it quite plausible. If it was an unopened pharaoh's tomb, it would certainly attract Hufflepuff's interest for exploration. As the leaders of the first wizards, the earliest pharaohs would surely have powers comparable to the Norse gods, meaning their tombs would undoubtedly contain remarkable treasures. But it would have to be an ancient enough pharaoh. Reese thought there was hardly any point in excavating tombs from the 20th dynasty onward, when Egypt had already been conquered by Persia, and certainly not those of Ptolemaic Egypt, whose links to ancient Egypt were tenuous at best. The tomb must be ancient enough and unplundered, yet even with these conditions, there's still a thick veil of mystery. Reese sighed. There was too little reliable information. All he'd found were faint traces of Hufflepuff's past. The bigger challenge was that he couldn't be sure whether Helga had wandered off to other places after visiting the pharaoh's tomb. Still, a lead was better than nothing. From this information, it seemed Hufflepuff had been living well enough after leaving Hogwarts, with her magical abilities even advancing. Reassuring himself with that thought, Reese tucked both the Badgerhead cup and the Order's compiled information into his robes, planning to share it with Ravenclaw when he returned to the school. Since the information was unclear, Reese wasn't in any rush to search for Hufflepuff. Instead, he focused on clearing out the various Order of Secrets outposts on his list. On the bright side, if he stumbled across more clues about Hufflepuff, it would be an unexpected bonus. With that thought, Reese set out. While Reese was busy tracking down the Order's little rats around the world, turning them one by one into drowned corpses, Hogwarts enjoyed yet another peaceful day. Daphne, rubbing the sleep from her eyes, left her dormitory and soon spotted Reese in his usual corner of the common room, reading a book. "Morning, Reese," she said, trailing off halfway through, realizing with a jolt that this was an imposter. Reese wouldn't be reading A History of Magic. "Seriously, the execution is way too sloppy," Daphne muttered. Reese reading A History of Magic. That's an obvious giveaway. She walked over and plucked the History of Magic from Reese's hands. The false Reese didn't react with anger to being interrupted. He looked up and greeted her calmly with a gentle, "Good morning, Daphne." As he sat quietly on the bench, looking at her with a friendly expression, Daphne narrowed her eyes. A thought struck her: didn't she have control over this Reese? Could she make him do anything she wanted, or were there limits? Once the idea took root, it grew like a wildfire. Daphne found herself unable to resist the urge to make this fake Reese do something. "Reese, could you bring me some breakfast?" Daphne asked tentatively. "Of course, my friend." Without a second thought, Reese duplicate stood up and walked to the Great Hall. Daphne, Omega. It actually worked. Excitement bubbled up in her. Apparently, the permissions Reese had granted her were more extensive than she'd expected. Sensing Reese reaching the Great Hall, Daphne tried taking over his sight, selecting her favorite breakfast items from the tables. A few minutes later, as Reese returned with a pile of breakfast food and sat down, Daphne couldn't help but giggle quietly to herself. Leaning back in her chair with her feet up, she opened the freshly delivered Daily Prophet. After flipping through a few pages, she glanced over at the Reese duplicate next to her, who was calmly eating his own breakfast. "Reese, I'm busy reading the paper, so feed me breakfast." "Understood." The duplicate set down his sandwich and began preparing Daphne's breakfast. "Daphne, ring in equal to he he he." Reese duplicate prepared a bacon and egg sandwich, then used a spell to cut it into small pieces, holding a fork up to Daphne's mouth. As she took a bite of the breakfast offered to her by the duplicate, Daphne felt a deep sense of delight. This was so much fun. She continued giving orders, and the duplicate continued feeding her bite after bite. When Astoria entered the common room, she was stunned by what she saw: her sister, lounging like a decadent Roman noble, while Reese was standing beside her, leaning down to feed her with a fork. Astoria woke up too fast, seeing things. "Daphne, Reese, what's going on?" Astoria looked at them with an extremely puzzled expression. "Oh, it's you, Astoria, hold on a sec." Daphne shifted her position and then ordered. "Reese." "Yes, my friend Daphne." "Reese, I'm a little stiff, give me a back massage." "Understood." Without hesitation, Reese knelt beside Daphne and dutifully began massaging her back. Astoria's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sis, do you have some dirt on Reese or something?" After enjoying the massage for a while, Daphne slowly explained to Astoria that this Reese was a duplicate, created by Reese himself and entrusted to her care. "Astoria, so this is how you're taking care of it?" Daphne shot her a look. "You're not going to tell Reese, right?" "Of course not," Astoria replied, feigning loyalty. Inside, however, she was already calculating what kind of reward Reese might give her for ratting her sister out. She'd been eyeing that duplicate spell for a while now, and if it came with a necklace just like her sister's, that would be even better. After all, it was her sister, she had to get a good price. She certainly wasn't going to spill the beans right in front of Daphne, though. No, she'd find an opportunity to tell Reese later, and when Daphne asked, she could just blame it on some other student in their house. Serves her right for being so showy, Astoria thought smugly. Playing innocent, she stepped forward and spoke earnestly. "Sister, isn't this a bit too flashy? If someone notices, Reese might find out someday." Daphne thought it over and felt her sister had a point. She was only this bold because it was just a duplicate that Reese had made, no different from a plush toy he'd given her. She'd never dare boss the real Reese around like this. If he ever found out. A chill ran down Daphne's spine, and at that moment, a voice echoed that made Daphne's brow furrow while Astoria's face lit up with delight. _________________________________________________ 12 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 171, 171, Reese became a house elf. Reese Lynt, how much did the green grasses pay you to be her personal house elf? A slick, drawling voice sounded. Just hearing the voice, Daphne knew Malfoy had arrived. Her expression immediately darkened. Malfoy had found out things he shouldn't know. Worse, judging by his tone, he'd probably bring this up every time he saw Reese from now on. What she'd been doing wasn't anything serious, but she definitely didn't want Reese to find out. Astoria, on the other hand, had a rather amused look on her face. She stifled a laugh, quickly hiding her reaction so her sister wouldn't notice. She'd been wondering who'd make the perfect scapegoat, and Malfoy had offered himself up. He was so thoughtful. As Malfoy continued to taunt Reese, he was actually a little envious. He envied how Reese could be so close to Daphne, always around her. It stirred his jealousy. What if Daphne asked me to give her a massage? The thought flashed through his mind, though he didn't dare dwell on it. Yet that didn't stop him from mocking Reese. When Malfoy spoke, Reese stopped what he was doing and turned his head, calmly looking at him. Reese's gaze made Malfoy uneasy. He wanted to step forward, yank Reese's filthy hands off Daphne, but memories of their unpleasant encounters in first year made him hesitate. Draco, Daphne started to say something but was cut off by Reese. She didn't pay me. What? Daphne didn't pay to hire me as her house elf. She asked me to give her a back massage, so I gave her one. Massaging helps relax muscles, relieve fatigue, boost blood flow, and even aid in the circulation of magical energy. Daphne. Malfoy. Did Reese seriously just answer his question? Could he not tell it was meant as a taunt? Or was he just pretending to brush it off? In reality, the fake Reese couldn't tell at all. Given how quickly this all happened, Reese and Ravenclaw had done a remarkable job making the duplicate as intelligent as it was, but they hadn't bothered to program it with emotional awareness. So the duplicate was genuinely answering Malfoy's question seriously. She asked for a massage, and you gave her one. So, if she asked you to kneel down and lick her feet, you'd do that too. Malfoy raised an eyebrow, continuing to provoke him. But after saying this, he subtly took a step back in case Reese lunged at him. If Daphne had a reasonable purpose, I would, Reese replied, his expression entirely serious as he answered Malfoy's question. The three of them fell silent. After a moment, Daphne was the first to react. She clenched her fist and shook it in front of Malfoy. Draco, if you say one more word, I promise your nose will end up broken. Honestly, though Daphne was clearly furious, her pleasant voice and adorable expression made her threat seem far less intimidating. But Malfoy, knowing her well, still obediently turned around to leave. He knew that Daphne was like an African black-footed cat, charming on the outside but highly skilled at doing damage. It was best to take her words seriously. Anyway, he'd just tease Reese again later, keeping his distance, of course. Just as Malfoy was about to walk away, Daphne suddenly drew her wand and whispered, "Obliviate." Malfoy froze, his eyes glazing over as Daphne's memory charm took effect. "Did Reese teach you that spell?" Astoria asked in surprise. She had no idea her sister could cast a memory charm. The revelation left her speechless. Hey, Daphne glanced at her, smiling but giving no answer. Reese hadn't taught her the memory charm, she'd learned it on her own. Today was the first time she'd ever used it on an actual person. Astoria. Sister, I think he didn't teach you this. She had a bad feeling about this. Daphne responded with another sweet smile. Now was a perfect time for just a smile. He could end up a complete idiot because of this. Astoria was genuinely worried. Unlike other curses, the memory charm directly tampered with a person's mind, making it incredibly difficult to reverse. Some wizards skilled in the memory charm could even make the altered memories permanently unrecoverable. Daphne's decision to test a spell she'd just learned on a real person was bold, to say the least. So what? He's already an idiot. Daphne didn't care about the consequences. As far as she was concerned, what happened to Malfoy had nothing to do with her. And if trouble ever came her way, like Lucius Malfoy trying to get her arrested, she could always hide in the Chamber of Secrets. Reese had taught her things far more useful than what any professor taught. After dismissing her sister's worries, Daphne turned to Malfoy, who stood dazed beside her. Hey, Draco, you're just standing there, do you need something? At the sound of his name, Malfoy's vacant eyes gradually regained focus, and he scratched the back of his head. I was about to go have breakfast. Daphne, want to come along? Absolutely not. I'm eating in the common room today. Satisfied that Malfoy hadn't turned into a total fool, Daphne motioned for Astoria to sit beside her and join her for breakfast. Ugh. Malfoy, having been brushed off, sensed the atmosphere and left. Daphne winked at her sister and then picked up a slightly cold sausage from the table, eating it slowly. Astoria sighed, picked up the daily prophet that her sister had set aside, and began reading the day's news. On the front page was an article about yesterday's century experiment at the Quidditch pitch. The Daily Prophet's editors were optimistically claiming that lycanthropy will soon be history, and also noted Professor Lockhart's true colors. Sure enough, with the paper's distribution, Lockhart's reputation would likely crumble. In fact, in an obscure corner of the newspaper, there was a brief announcement of his resignation. According to him, it was due to worsening health, which forced him to resign from the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Astoria wasn't particularly surprised by Lockhart's departure. It was actually the second news article that caught her attention. Dumbledore sets dark wizard ablaze. Chapter 172, Reese, Daphne, you're a true Gryffindor. The article on the Daily Prophet's second page described how Dumbledore had used an awe-inspiring spell the previous night to incinerate several dark wizards who had sinister intentions, reducing them to ashes. The flames reportedly burned for a full quarter of an hour, with numerous witnesses observing Dumbledore's fiery punishment. Naturally, his method sparked controversy, though there were many who supported Dumbledore. After all, those dark wizards had been attempting to infiltrate Hogwarts, and no one could be certain of their true intentions. As Astoria read the paper, Daphne watched her, contemplating whether to erase her sister's memory. One less person knowing meant one less risk. But after a moment of thought, she abandoned the idea. After all, Astoria was her sister, and it wasn't as if Daphne's actions were truly significant secrets. Why bother targeting her sister over it? Astoria, oblivious to her sister's musings, sat beside her, engrossed in the news and occasionally making remarks with Daphne about the arrogance of those dark wizards. Then, she suddenly realized something. Sister, why did Reese leave? Was it because of those dark wizards? Daphne pursed her lips. The perceptive little brat. So what if it was, and so what if it wasn't? His whereabouts don't concern you. Hearing her sister's response, Astoria puffed up her cheeks. Daphne's words clearly implied that Reese's departure was related to the dark wizards who had infiltrated the school, yet she made it clear that this had nothing to do with Astoria. But I've studied magic with Reese too. I have a right to know where he's gone. Maybe I could even help. Astoria argued defiantly. Seeing her sister so flustered filled Daphne with delight and a sense of superiority, making her completely forget that she, too, had initially been left in the dark by Reese. If she hadn't been observant enough to see through the fake Reese, she would be in the exact same position as Astoria. With a smile creeping onto her face, Daphne replied, "This isn't something you need to know. I'm the one helping Reese handle things. I'm the person he trusts most, otherwise, why would he have me controlling his stand-in?" Astoria's face turned visibly red with frustration. "All right, it's getting late. I have class to attend. Reese, let's go." Feeling thoroughly superior, Daphne rose from her armchair and headed to class with the fake Reese by her side. Initially, Daphne had been a bit worried the fake Reese might give itself away during class, but his capabilities exceeded her expectations. He could perform simple spells independently, and though complex tasks required her intervention, a full day of classes passed without encountering anything the stand-in deemed complex. After finishing dinner, Daphne and the stand-in went to the library together. They had only been seated for a short while when Reese appeared, dropping into the chair beside Daphne with a long, contented sigh. Although the three bases Vigo managed were all located in North Africa, they were still very far from each other. Besides the one in Egypt, one was near the Persian Gulf, and the other was by the Atlantic Ocean, with thousands of kilometers between them. Reese also had to remove informants who had been directly reporting to Vigo. The journey was exhausting, even for him. "You're back. So soon?" Daphne was surprised and a bit flustered, wondering if her antics from that morning might have been exposed. Astoria wasn't around, and she had erased Malfoy's memory. No, there shouldn't be any issues. Daphne regained her confidence. Reese glanced at her briefly without further reaction and immediately altered the face of his stand-in, who sat across from him, to avoid any risk of others seeing two Reeses together. "How did it go?" Daphne eagerly asked, dying to know what Reese had been up to. "Destroyed 3 hideouts and uncovered a bunch of informants, but not much valuable information," Reese answered honestly. First, he thought it would be good for the girl to learn some of the Order's secrets. Fighting or direct contact could wait, but knowledge was always helpful. Second, he sensed Rowena Ravenclaw's presence nearby and thought he might as well tell Daphne here rather than make a trip to the dungeons later. The only valuable thing was this, which is related to one of the 4 founders, Helga Hufflepuff's whereabouts. Reese took out a small bronze cup. As soon as Reese spoke, he sensed Rowena Ravenclaw's eagerness. Her figure emerged from the bookshelves behind Daphne, her gaze fixed intently on the bronze cup on the table. Daphne, meanwhile, was completely captivated by the curious little cup before her, entirely oblivious to Ravenclaw's appearance. It was clear that Ravenclaw was deeply concerned about her old friend's whereabouts, and Daphne was also very intrigued by the missing founder. "Unfortunately, it's a very indirect clue. All I know is that she once visited a certain pharaoh's tomb," Reese said. The moment he finished, Ravenclaw vanished. She understood, too, that this level of information was little more than a comfort, making it highly unlikely they could track down Hufflepuff with it. So, this cup can really turn water into wine? Daphne asked, imagining the cup's function and recalling a well-known figure among Muggles with similar powers. It could once, but now it's damaged, Rhys replied, demonstrating as clear spring water swirled inside the cup before turning into a sour, dark liquid. Even in its broken state, the cup fascinated Daphne. She picked it up, examining it closely from every angle. By the way, did you know the stand-in has a recall function? Rhys asked casually, introducing her to one of the stand-in's hidden features as she was engrossed with the cup. What? Daphne's smile vanished, and she nearly jumped in surprise. Following the law of smile conservation, her expression had now transferred onto Rhys's face. It seems you really didn't know. Here, let me show you, Rhys said, standing up and placing his hand on the stand-in's shoulder. No, no. Daphne shook her head weakly, but couldn't think of a reason to stop him. Daphne's reaction practically had, "I did something bad," written all over her face, sparking Rhys's curiosity about what exactly she had done to his stand-in. So he promptly activated the recall function. Rhys, bring me breakfast. Rhys, feed me breakfast. Rhys. A string of commands spilled from the stand-in's mouth, leaving Rhys in silence for a long while. What the? Daphne, you're a true Gryffindor at heart. Rhys finally exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 173, 173, Gryffindor's Teaching Method. Watching her sister run laps around the chamber, Astoria was certain that Rhys had uncovered what Daphne had done. As a good little sister, Astoria used all her strength to control her facial muscles, barely stopping herself from laughing out loud. A good witch or wizard needs a strong physique, or at the very least should be in good health, Rhys said with a serious expression. This was a teaching method left by Gryffindor himself. 1,000 years ago, every Hogwarts student had to take it as a required course, but in this era, both professors and students have cast it aside. I don't think that's right. Even while gasping for breath, Daphne managed to grit out a reply. Did you read about this in ancient wizards' letters too? Of course. Plenty of students back then mentioned it in letters to their families, Rhys responded without hesitation. And those students had to run in armor. Daphne, would you like to give that a try? No. Daphne shouted before stopping, clutching her side, she had a stitch. Rhys sighed and walked over, using magic to help ease her breathing. He did this without any hint of ulterior motive from her previous antics, genuinely hoping that his student would develop a healthy body. But clearly, Daphne still had a long way to go. In the days that followed, recent events continued to escalate. Ministries of magic worldwide began introducing, or preparing to introduce, policies related to werewolves, offering spells to help those affected by full moon transformations regain human form and providing Wolfsbane potion free of charge. Though the creation of the potion requires resources, preventing lycanthropy is something that must be pursued regardless of cost. With Dumbledore backing the project with his own reputation, plus the endorsement of the British Minister of Magic, many werewolves who had recently transformed during the full moon began to consider visiting the ministry to try the human restoration charm. More importantly, numerous ministries of magic announced they would keep the identities of werewolves seeking the spell strictly confidential. All they needed to do was send a letter of appointment to the ministry before the full moon, then arrive at the ministry on the night of the full moon. This policy greatly inspired the werewolves, as they realized they could receive the human restoration charm in another country's Ministry of Magic, minimizing the risk of exposing their identities. As a result, the British ministry, where the charm originated, was quickly overwhelmed with appointment requests. Most werewolves wanted to come to Britain for treatment, since where could be more trustworthy. In just 1 week, the British ministry's appointment requests for the human restoration charm exceeded capacity by over threefold, fully booking October, November, and December. Initially, the ministry considered announcing that no more appointments would be accepted until after December, but after consulting with Dumbledore and learning of his willingness to help, the ministry boldly decided to accommodate all the reserved werewolves in October. With Dumbledore's support, their confidence soared. After the experiment, Mr. Greengrass's reputation surged, even earning him a title. Most newspapers now referred to him respectfully as the generous Mr. Greengrass or the selfless Jameson Henry. The once discreet Greengrass family suddenly found themselves in the spotlight, with countless people praising their selflessness, and many envying the family's deep roots and wealth. Salazar Slytherin's ancient magic. To bring out such a legendary treasure truly befits a family with a millennia-old heritage. To bear the crown, one must also bear its weight. This was the price the Greengrass family had to pay after Rhys attributed his improved spell to their name. Some celebrated, while others despaired. Lockhart was the second biggest victim of this experiment. Afterward, his entire persona crumbled. Nearly everyone worldwide now knew him as a fraud, the storyline in Wandering with Werewolves was completely fabricated. Fortunately for him, Lockhart still had a sizable fan base, and some insisted that Lockhart was simply a novelist. Shouldn't a story just be interesting? Why demand he master various spells? That was just unreasonable. As for his past claims, well, they argued, those were only part of his author persona to immerse readers in the stories. While Lockhart was thankful for these fans, he desperately wished they would stop making things worse. But they were beyond his control. The situation led to severe consequences, as more and more wizards began to ask, if Lockhart made this all up, why are the stories so vividly detailed? And if he based it on real accounts, where are the real heroes? As the matter escalated, shocking revelations emerged. One wizard claimed that the plot of Lockhart's book bore an uncanny resemblance to an adventure his friend once had. When he visited this friend to confirm if Lockhart had obtained permission, he found his friend could not remember the adventure at all. This news quickly made headlines in local newspapers. Riding the wave of publicity around the werewolf experiment, the story spread worldwide, causing an uproar across the wizarding community. Under immense public pressure, the British Ministry of Magic summoned and arrested Lockhart, who now faced an investigation and trial by the Wisengamot. This development officially made Lupin, the interim professor, a permanent professor at Hogwarts, marking him as another beneficiary of the situation. While Lockhart was the second most affected, the top victim was undeniably the secret society. What started as a simple reconnaissance mission ended with the loss of 3 constellation-level monks and the sacrifice of 3 sacred relics. In retaliation, they had 3 bases destroyed and dozens of covert agents eliminated. The attacks were so precise that even the bases and agents under the control of Capricornus and Sagittarius had to be relocated, creating significant turmoil for the cult. In response, the Order summoned all constellation-ranked monks back to headquarters to discuss their next steps. After all, they couldn't let 3 sacred relics remain lost at Hogwarts. Vigo family and the family of Sagittarius were especially agitated, pushing the Order to launch an expedition against Hogwarts to reclaim their treasures. However, most Constellation monks refused. Their reasoning was straightforward: if they went through with it, they would be facing Dumbledore, who had single-handedly defeated 3 of their strongest in one encounter. Did they really want to oppose such a monstrous figure? Nonetheless, Hogwarts' allure continued to grow, now housing 3 sacred relics, a complete divine corpse, and Gryffindor's god-slaying sword. Now, they needed a carefully crafted plan for how to deal with Hogwarts. Read 12 ADV chapters. Chapter 174, let me tell you about Daphne's interesting first-year experience. When October arrived, Hogwarts was enveloped in a damp chill, causing many students to catch colds. Astoria was one of them. However, with Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary and Rhys Lint, a master of potions, at her side, her cold was hardly a concern. After drinking a specially formulated energizing potion from Rhys, 2 large jets of steam shot out from Astoria's nostrils. The minute-long steam cleared her discomfort, allowing her nasal passages to breathe freely. With a bit more stamina potion later, she would be fully recovered. Daphne, on the other hand, benefited from Gryffindor's rigorous training methods. Her daily runs around the Chamber of Secrets had strengthened her immune system, allowing her to fend off this wave of illness. The damp weather and rain didn't dampen the spirits of the Quidditch team captains. Gryffindor's captain, Wood, and Slytherin's captain, Marcus, seemed to be locked in an arms race, pushing their teams to extreme training sessions, come rain or shine, much to their teammates' misery. Malfoy, in particular, struggled to keep up with Marcus at first and even tried to resist. However, after a private conversation between them, Malfoy suddenly accepted Marcus's grueling regimen. No one knew exactly what Marcus had said to him. Quidditch training, however, had little to do with Rhys. After his sweeping operations against the secret society bases in North Africa, life returned to calm until Halloween approached. Last Halloween, a troll was let loose in the castle. On a stormy Saturday evening, Rhys accompanied Daphne and Astoria to the library until closing. The 3 walked slowly through the corridors back to their common room. "Oh, I heard about that." "Apparently, the troll ended up dead inside the castle for unknown reasons," replied Astoria, who, though only a first year, was well versed in school gossip. "Your sister killed it." Astoria fell silent. Then she was shocked. She couldn't believe that her sister had single-handedly taken down a troll. A troll. Trolls might be ugly, dirty, and incredibly dumb, but they were formidable wizard killers. It wasn't uncommon for wizards to meet their end when encountering a troll in the wild. These creatures had physical strength, endurance, explosive speed, and even some magical resistance, making them a nightmare for any wizard who couldn't maintain distance or break through their defenses. Astoria knew her sister was strong, but she hadn't expected her to be this strong. Don't be too surprised. When she was facing the troll at that time, Rhys began, intending to share the amusing details of Daphne's encounter with the troll so Astoria would realize she and her sister weren't so far apart in strength. "Look." Rhys had barely started when Daphne sensed something amiss. She immediately cut him off, skillfully diverting the conversation. If he kept talking, how could she maintain her sisterly authority? Isn't that Harry over there? Why is he still outside so late? Rhys and Astoria both turned their attention to where Daphne was pointing, only to feel disappointed. Harry was trudging along, visibly exhausted, carrying his broomstick and walking slowly. Clearly, he had just finished a grueling Quidditch practice. It was perfectly reasonable, hardly worth getting worked up over. Rhys caught a flicker of realization. Daphne had a bit of a prideful streak. Glancing at her as she shifted her eyes nervously, he decided to give her a break and not call her out. Sis, isn't that Potter the Seeker on the Quidditch team? Isn't it normal for him to be training this late? They're really dedicated, training even in this weather. Astoria, oblivious to Daphne's intentions, chided her for the unnecessary alarm. Daphne sneaked a look at Rhys's reaction. Her sister's opinion wasn't too important, but Rhys's was crucial. Luckily, Rhys didn't seem to mind her behavior and didn't pursue the topic of the troll. Wait, it looks like Harry's about to get into trouble, Rhys said, noticing that Filch had silently crept up behind Harry. Sure enough, Harry was taken away by an irate Filch for dirtying the floor. Is that really necessary? It's just a dirty floor, a simple cleaning charm could fix it, Astoria muttered, feeling that Filch was making a fuss over nothing. He's a squib, Daphne explained, offering some context on Filch's situation. He had his own struggles, tasks that were simple for most young wizards took him 10 or even 100 times the effort. Worse yet, after spending most of his life in the magical world, he couldn't be unaware of spells like the cleaning charm. Knowing the solution but not being able to use it, that was the curse of a squib. Filch's harsh treatment of students was likely tied to his squib status, as it had warped his mindset. Astoria's eyes widened. She hadn't expected that the caretaker, who was always picking on students, would turn out to be a squib. Squib. Astoria murmured, repeating the term. She knew of such people, those born into wizarding families but tragically devoid of magical ability. For squibs, the most compassionate thing to do was often to send them to Muggle schools, encouraging them to integrate into Muggle society. I heard once that all Muggle-born wizards are actually descendants of squibs and Muggles, Daphne added, sharing a bit of trivia she knew. Rhys shook his head. This theory didn't fully align with what they had concluded back in his time. From his discussions with Ravenclaw, they believed that everyone on Earth had the potential to awaken magical abilities, it was simply that wizarding descendants had a slightly higher chance. The difference between squibs and regular wizards isn't that large, Rhys explained to the Greengrass sisters, offering his own analysis of why squibs might be unable to use magic. Ordinary wizards, even if they don't understand how magic flows, can instinctively use it. Squibs, on the other hand, may be unable to channel magic due to a natural deficiency, blocked magical pathways, insensitivity to the magic in their surroundings, or perhaps simply because their magic is too weak. Whatever the reason, they just can't drive magic the way other wizards can. Astoria gasped, so if you teach them how magic flows, could squibs regain their ability to be wizards? Possibly, Rhys replied nonchalantly. Astoria and Daphne. Underscore. Read 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 175, Raindrops and Eyeballs. In the magical world, being a squib is universally recognized as an incurable condition. The so-called squib training courses, advertised in various tabloids, are essentially scams designed to swindle money. So when Rhys said it was possible to cure this condition, the impact on the two people was profound. Given Rhys' long-standing reputation, the two believed he wasn't just making baseless claims but genuinely had a way to treat it. So, if you... Astoria trailed off, implying that if Rhys taught Filch how to control magic flow, wouldn't he regain his magical abilities? If Filch could shed his identity as a squib, wouldn't he become more amicable and less harsh on students? And after experiencing a new lease on life, shouldn't he channel his energy into delving deeper into the study of magic? Rhys and Daphne glanced at Astoria in unison, and then Rhys looked at Daphne again, sensing the gap between the two sisters. Astoria had clearly been well protected by her sister and father. Yes, Rhys said after thinking it over, answering decisively, but I don't have that much energy. I can only teach 2 students at a time. You and Daphne can discuss it and decide who won't come to my lessons anymore. Astoria immediately closed her mouth. She didn't mind lending Filch a hand, as long as it didn't come at the expense of her own interests. But if it meant giving up her place in Rhys' lessons, she would definitely stand aside and do nothing. What Rhys didn't tell the Greengrass sisters was that even if Filch regained his ability to perform magic, his potential would remain capped. No matter how hard he worked, he would only ever be a mediocre wizard at best. The inherent flaws of being a squib were not something that could be remedied through teaching methods. Even if I could restore his casting ability with a mere wave of my hand, I wouldn't do it, Rhys said seriously. Rhys didn't trust the mental state of squibs. Years of repression might have gradually warped their psyche, even turning them into deranged individuals. If they suddenly gained the ability to perform magic, their behavior could become highly unpredictable. Such people could cause unimaginable destruction to the magical world. In Reese's opinion, hiring squibs as caretakers was already a mistake. But, as he always said, Dumbledore was the current headmaster, and he was willing to respect Dumbledore's decisions. If he, as one of the founders, had to micromanage every detail, Hogwarts would truly be doomed. Reese wasn't particularly afraid of future generations making mistakes, what he feared was an unwillingness to act at all. Of course, he also hoped they wouldn't create disasters too big to clean up, there were some things even he couldn't fix. Yes, squibs are very dangerous, Astoria. Don't develop any strange sense of sympathy for them, Daphne warned her sister. Phew. Reese leaned against the railing, extending his hand out of the window to let the raindrops fall into his palm. People and raindrops are no different, really. Look, raindrops fall from the same cloud, yet some land in the Black Lake, merging with trillions of others, some land on the roof, roll off, and are absorbed by the walls halfway down, others fall onto the grass, becoming muddy and filthy, part of the dirt. And then, a lucky few are caught by me, resting in the palm of my hand. Reese pulled his hand back inside, the raindrops in his palm merging into a single bead of water. It slowly rose into the air, morphing into various shapes under his control as it floated weightlessly. You see, though all are merely raindrops, their fates diverge entirely under the whims of destiny, Reese remarked. The sphere of water above his palm transformed into a glistening block of ice, then morphed into a snake flicking its tongue. With a wave of his hand, the ice snake shattered into thousands of fragments, vanishing swiftly into the air. But there are always those who can determine the fate of others, just as you determine the fate of these raindrops, Daphne responded with a smile. To her, she was the luckiest of raindrops, perhaps destined so from birth. And in the future, she believed she was bound to become one of those who decided the fates of other raindrops. It's not something determined at birth, Reese said softly, as though he had read her mind. Some raindrops, even if they fall into muddy ground, can still make themselves stand out through their own efforts. Reese extended his hand and caught a few droplets from the courtyard of the castle not far away. Very clever magic. Coming near Hogwarts, projecting your magical power into the clouds, forming small clusters of magical convergences, and then letting them drift naturally. When the rain falls, the droplets carrying your magic land in the castle unnoticed. Ingenious. Creative. Reese praised as he observed the raindrops in his hand, wriggling as though they were alive. He was genuinely impressed by the invader's ingenuity. This method required exceptionally fine control over magic and acute sensory abilities. Thus, either the infiltrator resonated with something within the castle, or their individual magical prowess was extraordinary. Considering the way they had infiltrated the school, Reese leaned toward the former. Is it a relic from the same god? If the relics originated from the same deity, it was perfectly normal for there to be resonance between them. Reese decided to lend this little guest a hand and artificially accelerate the process. Under Reese's influence, the rain outside suddenly intensified, and the magic-infused droplets began falling around Hogwarts Castle at a faster rate. The droplets Reese had collected earlier merged together, creating an attraction that drew other droplets toward them. Reese cast a disillusionment charm on himself, Daphne, and Astoria, then stepped aside to observe as the crystalline form in front of them grew larger and gradually took on the appearance of an eye. Once the eye was fully formed, it began spinning, and a few tiny tendrils sprouted from its underside. Ugh. Daphne and Astoria both made faces of utter disgust simultaneously. At this point, Reese was certain that the infiltrator was a spy from the Secret Order, using the power of a divine relic to observe Hogwarts. The eye before him carried a familiar aura, strikingly similar to the relic associated with Sagittarius that had previously surfaced. All right, let me show you a little trick, Reese said, deciding to impress Daphne and Astoria with a demonstration. This intruder used a specific method to send one of their eyes into Hogwarts. It's an excellent tool for reconnaissance but also exposes their vulnerability. It's practically a perfect conduit for counterattacks. As he spoke, Reese retrieved his wand, revealed himself, and pressed the tip of the wand against the floating eye. As soon as the wand touched the surface of the eye, bulging bubbles appeared, as though the liquid inside was boiling. Reese applied a little pressure, and with a soft pop, the eye burst into fragments. At the same moment, in a dark corner of the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade, a wizard wrapped tightly in a cloak let out a scream of agony. This wizard had only one eye, the other socket an empty black void. Blood gushed like a fountain from the hollow cavity where the missing eye had been. Within moments, the wizard collapsed to the ground, motionless, save for the occasional twitching of their hands and feet. ____________________________________________________________________________________________________________________h Too foolish, Reese shook his head. It's as if he didn't even consider the staff and students of Hogwarts as people. A simple spell was all it took to end his life. What was that just now? Daphne asked curiously. Reese explained to Daphne the monk's method of infiltration. Daphne and Astoria both covered their mouths in shock. Using rainfall to infiltrate Hogwarts. Such a method was unheard of and nearly impossible to defend against. It's not a big problem because this kind of entry method requires a special tool to work, and they probably don't have a second one, Reese replied. Even if they had a second one, they likely wouldn't be able to find someone capable of using it, Reese added in his mind. While Reese severed the Secret Order's attempt to extend their reach into Hogwarts, Harry was busy finding a way to escape Filch's office and managed to return to the hallway. There, he encountered Gryffindor's house ghost, nearly headless Nick. Harry struck up a conversation with him. This year's Halloween will mark the 500th anniversary of my death, Nick said, sounding quite proud. I'm hosting a party in a rather spacious dungeon classroom. Friends from all across the 7 seas will be attending. If you could join us, I'd be most honored. Mr. Weasley and any other living guests are always the most welcome. But I dare say you'd rather attend the school's feast, wouldn't you? Oh no, I'll come, Harry accepted Nick's invitation. Harry's conversation with Nick caught Reese's attention. Noticing that Reese was observing the Gryffindor ghost, Daphne took the initiative to explain the ghost story and how he got his nickname. He's the ghost of Gryffindor House. Unlike the Bloody Baron of our house, nearly headless Nick is quite an outgoing figure. His real name is Sir Nicholas de Mimsy-Porpington. He studied in Gryffindor during his lifetime and, after graduating, became a court wizard. However, due to a magical mishap, Sir Nicholas was sentenced to execution. The executioner's axe was incredibly dull, it took 45 blows, and even then, his head wasn't completely severed from his neck, Daphne said softly. Reese frowned. Clearly, this wasn't a story that would please most wizards. And that is the importance of the statute of secrecy, Reese remarked after a moment of silence, drawing this conclusion. To many proponents of pureblood ideology, the statute of secrecy was considered an insult and a disgrace to wizard kind. However, Reese, who was regarded by pureblood supremacists as a founding figure, saw the statute as a form of protection for wizards. The reason was simple: wizards had never established their own government or created something akin to a magical state. As a result, they had always existed as a dependent class to Muggles. A vine may cling to a tree for survival, but it can never replace the tree. There were indeed governments established by those who wielded magic. Ancient Egypt, ancient Greece, and the Norse pantheon were such examples. But all of them had vanished into the currents of history, with the Norse gods even being overthrown by wizards themselves. The moment wizards refused to remain slaves to the gods and initiated Ragnarok, the statute of secrecy became the only option for those unwilling to integrate into the Muggle world. In Reese's view, even his awakening could not change the reality of wizards being overwhelmingly weaker compared to the Muggle world, not even with the help of his 3 old friends. Wizards today were far too unimpressive. For that matter, even the wizards of 5 centuries ago had been embarrassingly lacking in capability. A Hogwarts graduate who didn't even understand basic transfiguration, disarmed and captured by Muggles, held overnight, and publicly executed the next day with no one coming to his rescue. Reese truly had no words to describe the incompetence. Given the vast disparity in power, it was better to remain hidden. The good news was that wizards were remarkably skilled at playing hide and seek. As for the idea of merging the magical and Muggle worlds, Reese believed it was impossible under the current magical world's public opinion. Wizards were far more conservative than they had been in his time, too afraid to even interact with Muggles. At that moment, nearly headless Nick floated cheerfully past Reese, Daphne, and Astoria. He seemed to be in high spirits, likely because he had secured the attendance of the boy who lived at his death day party. Suddenly recalling something, Reese called out to Nick. Sir Nicholas, have you invited the Bloody Baron to your death day party? Do you think he will attend? Nearly headless Nick seemed quite surprised to be called upon. He paused mid-air, glancing at Reese and the other 2, then recalled that they were Slytherin students. Of course. Nick said proudly. This will be the grandest death day party of the century. No ghost can resist such an event, not even the Bloody Baron. Reese nodded. That was ideal. He had wanted to talk to the Baron but hadn't had the opportunity before. Nick's words also reminded Reese of Ravenclaw, trapped within the seal. If she were free, she surely wouldn't miss such a gathering, would she? May I attend your death day party, Sir Nicholas? Reese asked, hoping to use Nick's event as a chance to have a proper conversation with his student, the Baron. He was deeply curious about the Baron's inner journey. To this day, Reese could hardly believe that the Baron had killed Ravenclaw's daughter. Hearing that Reese wanted to attend his death day party, Nick was momentarily stunned. Then, a delighted expression spread across his face, so much so that his nearly detached head wobbled precariously. Absolutely. It would be my greatest honor. The 2 young ladies, as lovely as white roses, are equally welcome. Of course. Delighted to join. Daphne and Astoria chimed in eagerly. Seeing Reese take the initiative to attend the party, both sisters were quick to accept Nick's invitation as well. The unique nature of an event hosted exclusively by ghosts had sparked their intense curiosity. As for the school's Halloween feast, that was an annual affair. A ghost's death day party, however, was a far rarer occasion. There was no telling when the next one might occur. By then, they themselves might already be ghosts. Fantastic. Nearly headless Nick was ecstatic at having casually recruited 3 more living attendees for his party. However, before leaving, he sheepishly made a small request. He asked Rhys and the sisters to affirm, in front of Sir Patrick, the head of the Headless Hunt, that Nick was an exceptionally impressive and fearsome ghost. Perhaps, for ghosts, inspiring fear in the living was a matter of great pride. This was no issue at all, and Rhys readily agreed. Before long, Halloween arrived. Chapter 177, Baron, it's been a while. The Great Hall had been decorated as it was in previous years, with live bats and enormous Hogwarts-grown pumpkins, filling the castle with a tantalizing aroma. Rumor had it that Dumbledore had arranged for a skeleton dance troupe to entertain everyone. In the Slytherin common room, Rhys waited for the Greengrass sisters, who were dressed to the nines. When the two appeared in the common room, Rhys was visibly stunned. To attend the Death Day party, Daphne and Astoria each wore a long dress robe, both grey in base color and identical in style. The only difference was that Daphne's robe featured green silk accents on the front, while Astoria's was trimmed in silver grey. They also wore matching lace-up boots, distinguished only by the color of the laces. Rhys noticed that Daphne had prominently displayed the necklace he had given her. Astoria, who hadn't received a necklace from him, clearly felt slighted, but there wasn't much she could do. She opted to wear an emerald necklace in its place. You too. Rhys shook his head, a wry smile appearing on his face. The sisters' formal attire made him look rather underdressed by comparison. After a moment's thought, Rhys cast a transfiguration spell on his wizard's robe, transforming it into something more like formal evening wear. Magic makes everything so convenient. Shall we? Daphne didn't rush to leave but first asked a question, do you think this outfit looks good? It looks great, Rhys nodded. It was clear at a glance that Daphne and Astoria's outfits were expensive. Rhys's response made Daphne visibly happy. Just as the three were about to leave the common room, Astoria asked the exact same question. Rhys squinted slightly. His instincts told him that Astoria's question might be leading somewhere tricky. Daphne's outfit looks great, so of course yours does too. Is there even any difference between your outfit and your sister's? They're identical, Rhys replied with a sly smile. He preemptively shut down any potential follow-up question like, whose outfit looks better, mine or my sister's? Dealing with kids trying to outshine each other could be exhausting, so it was best to nip it in the bud early. If I were you too, I'd bring some food along, Rhys said as they left the common room, deliberately leading them to the entrance of the Great Hall. The dead won't prepare food for the living. Daphne was sensible. Hearing Rhys's advice, she promptly took out a food container she had prepared earlier and went into the Great Hall to pack some food. With steaming food in tow, the three made their way down a narrow passage to the underground classroom where the Death Day party was being held. Unlike the grandeur of the Great Hall, the walls of the passage were lined with tiny, flickering candles that emitted a faint bluish glow. Perhaps they had been chosen specifically for the eerie Halloween atmosphere. The closer they got to the underground classroom, the colder the air became. Strange music could be heard, a sound reminiscent of fingernails scraping against a giant blackboard. Everything here seemed completely out of place in the world of the living. As the three turned a corner, they saw nearly headless Nick standing at the entrance to the underground classroom, draped in black velvet. Harry and Ron had already arrived. Good evening, Harry greeted them with a forced, bitter smile, clearly regretting his decision to accept Nick's invitation. Standing next to him, Ron wore the same constipated expression. They showed no surprise at Rhys and his companion's arrival. It seemed Nick had already informed them that Rhys and the others would be attending as well. Once everyone was present, Nick removed his feathered hat, bowed deeply, and said in a mournful tone, "My dear friends, welcome. I'm so delighted you could come." He stepped aside to allow them to enter. Inside the underground classroom, hundreds of ghostly, translucent figures milky white in color crowded the space. Most floated in the center of the room, dancing to the unsettling music. The classroom's temperature was well below freezing, and with every breath the living took, mist would form in front of their faces. "Take this," Rhys said, summoning 5 flames that floated over to each person's chest and attached themselves to their robes. Though the flames burned brightly and provided warmth, they miraculously didn't set the clothing ablaze. "This is a lifesaver," Ron said gratefully. The warmth made everyone feel much better. "A small favor," Rhys replied nonchalantly, brushing off Ron's thanks as his eyes swept across the hundreds of ghosts in the room, searching for the Bloody Baron. It didn't take long to spot his target. The Baron stood out easily, other ghosts seemed to fear the blood-soaked figure, giving him a wide berth that left a noticeable empty space around him. "I have something to take care of. You all can explore on your own. Just remember not to touch any of the food here," Rhys instructed the younger wizards before heading straight for the Bloody Baron. "Wait, Daphne tried to follow, but the flame on her chest suddenly flared up intensely. It was clear Rhys didn't want her eavesdropping on his conversation with the Baron. Daphne pouted in dissatisfaction at Rhys's arrangement. She instinctively wanted to pursue him, but out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Astoria obediently walking in the opposite direction. Daphne. She was stunned. In this situation, shouldn't they stand united and insist on following Rhys? Why was her little sister retreating instead of pressing forward? Daphne suddenly came to a realization, with me as the contrast, my sister looks so obedient. So calculating. Daphne clenched her fists, then immediately turned around to catch up with Harry and Ron. I can be a good too. Astoria, just you wait. Rhys, oblivious to Daphne's complex inner thoughts, walked up to the Bloody Baron and greeted him. Baron, it's been a while. The Bloody Baron, ? Who are you? The Baron was confused. The young wizard before him looked somewhat familiar, probably a Hogwarts student, and one with decent grades at that. But he couldn't recall ever exchanging a single word with this student. Why did the boy seem so familiar with him? More unsettlingly, the Baron caught a trace of affection in Rhys's gaze. It was as if Rhys was looking at a junior or a loved one. And there was something about the boy, a strange yet familiar aura radiating from him. The Bloody Baron was utterly baffled. The surrounding ghosts were equally perplexed, unable to discern the relationship between this young wizard and the fearsome Baron. __________________________________________ Chapter 178, The way to prove that I am me is very simple. Seeing that the Baron couldn't recognize him, Rhys clicked his tongue in mild frustration. Still, he didn't blame the poor lad. After all, when Rhys had taken him on as a student, Rhys had already been an old man. If even Ravenclaw, who had known him longer and better, couldn't recognize him at first, it was perfectly reasonable for the Baron to fail to recognize his much younger self. Fortunately, Rhys had come prepared. He reached into his robes and pulled out a silver cross pendant. Unlike the crosses typically associated with Muggles, this one was entwined with a serpent, giving it a bizarre and slightly sinister appearance. The Bloody Baron narrowed his eyes as he caught sight of the pendant. The unusual design stirred memories deep within him. This was a gift he had once given his teacher. Though it wasn't particularly valuable, it held significant sentimental meaning. The cross itself had been confiscated from a bishop, a keepsake of considerable significance. The fact that this young wizard now held the pendant meant he might be a descendant of his teacher or at least someone with a connection to him. This was reason enough for the Baron to show a little more patience toward the boy. Let's talk somewhere else. There are too many people here, Rhys suggested. The Baron nodded in agreement. He didn't like the prying gazes of the surrounding ghosts and had no desire for them to eavesdrop on his conversation with Rhys. He was well aware of his poor reputation among the ghostly crowd, but he didn't care, nor did he have any intention of improving his relationships. In life, the Baron had been quite skilled at socializing, but ever since becoming a ghost, he had truly let himself go. The surrounding ghosts began whispering among themselves, but none dared to follow. The Baron's infamy was too great for anyone to risk crossing him, especially not to eavesdrop. Even Peeves, the castle's notorious poltergeist, wouldn't dare. Indeed, Peeves had made an appearance at the event. However, the moment he spotted the Bloody Baron from afar, he immediately hid under a table. Rhys and the Baron left through the back door of the underground classroom, finding a secluded spot just outside. Once they stopped, Rhys took a moment to carefully and thoroughly study his former student. Compared to how he had looked when Rhys left the school, the Baron was thinner, his appearance haggard and disheveled. His features hadn't changed much, but the large bloodstains on his robes stood out starkly, making for a striking sight. The last time I saw you was 1,000 years ago, Rhys said softly. I thought that was our farewell. I never expected to have the chance to see you again in this life. The Bloody Baron. What are you talking about? Why do you have the necklace I gave to my teacher? What's your connection to Professor Slytherin? I am Slytherin. The Bloody Baron. In the near millennium since he had become a ghost, the Baron had never felt such absurdity. The young wizard before him had just claimed to be his teacher, Salazar Slytherin. Did he even realize what he was saying? Slytherin had lived 1,000 years ago. And yet. The Baron hesitated. After all, if someone like himself could persist in this world for so long, wasn't it possible that someone as extraordinary as his teacher could have survived for a millennium as well? Rhys felt a bit troubled. It was difficult to prove that he was who he claimed to be. However, he did know certain secrets about the Baron, things no one else could possibly know. Though the story might embarrass the child, it would surely convince him of Rhys's identity. Once upon a time, there was a young wizard named Barrow who wanted to give a unique birthday gift to a witch he admired, Rhys began. But the little witch's mother was a very powerful witch, and she lacked for nothing. So, he came up with the idea of capturing a unicorn foal from the Forbidden Forest, an idea suggested to him by a senior student whose head wasn't exactly screwed on straight. Reese had barely finished half the story when the Bloody Baron's expression began to change. His pale, translucent ghostly form seemed to grow less transparent, as though some sediment were stirring within his spectral body. What Reese had just recounted was a memory from the Baron's youth. Back then, he had been a young man experiencing the first stirrings of love. He had fallen hopelessly for a senior student 2 years his elder, the daughter of the great Rowena Ravenclaw herself, a shining star of Ravenclaw House and the pride of Hogwarts. She had drawn him in, like a moth to a flame, with a fatal attraction. As for the unicorn foal incident, better left unsaid. He had overestimated his abilities and underestimated the unicorns. His backside had been skewered like a pincushion by several adult unicorns, leaving him unable to sit or lie down for months. If not for the unicorn's generally peaceful nature, he might have been buried in the Forbidden Forest long ago. The Baron had assumed that everyone who knew about this humiliation had long since turned to dust. Yet here it was, dragged into the light of day 1,000 years later by a child. No, if this boy knew about that incident, combined with the fact that he possessed the necklace the Baron had given his teacher, 2 clues intersected and pointed to one conclusion. This boy standing before him truly was his teacher, Salazar Slytherin. The Bloody Baron's expression shifted rapidly before finally settling into one of reverence. He straightened his posture, bowed formally to Reese, and said respectfully, "Teacher, it has been a long time." Seeing that the Baron finally believed him, Reese let out a sigh of relief. If the Baron hadn't accepted the truth, Reese would have had to divulge even more shocking revelations. "Fate is indeed strange," Reese said, filled with emotion as he faced his once prized student. 1,000 years ago, he could never have imagined that he and Barrow would one day be able to converse like this again, a millennium later. "You've lost weight," Reese remarked. At these words, a bitter look came over the Baron's face. "After you left the school." The Baron's lips trembled as though he had much to say, but in the end, all of it condensed into a single sentence: "A lot happened." Reese fell silent. After he had fallen out with the other 3 founders and stormed out of Hogwarts in a rage, he could only imagine how difficult the days must have been for the students he had left behind. Reese believed that someone as magnanimous as Rowena Ravenclaw would have directed any anger at him, rather than targeting the students. However, the mutual hostility and divisions between ordinary students were not something even the other founders could have easily erased. "My methods back then were indeed a bit extreme," Reese said with a sigh. "Though they were necessary, I admit they brought unintended trouble to you all." The Baron quickly shook his head and waved his hands dismissively. "The students in the house supported you, Professor. The ones who were wrong were Professor Gryffindor and the others. After the Smith uprising, the school really shouldn't have continued admitting Muggle-born students. That lot had mediocre talent and no gratitude. Not only did they fail to live up to the professor's teachings, but they also squandered Professor Hufflepuff's efforts. All you did was take precautions against future troubles. Underscore. Chapter 179, the day Barrow could not remember. Listening to Barrow's words, Reese sighed again. Looking down from his vantage point, Barrow observed Reese's every change in expression before speaking. "Teacher, you've changed." "Oh." Reese raised an eyebrow. "Has your vision drastically worsened after becoming a ghost?" "Look at what you're saying." "I've turned into a child, so of course, I've changed." "It's not your appearance," Barrow shook his head. "It's your personality has changed significantly." Reese thought for a moment. Rowena said the same thing. She claimed it was because my body became younger. Rowena. Hearing that name, Barrow had a bold thought. The very Rowena you're thinking of." Barrow's eyes widened. "Professor Ravenclaw is still alive. She's dead, but like you, she chose to become a ghost." The Bloody Baron was even more surprised. If Professor Ravenclaw had become a ghost, why had he never seen her in 1,000 years? Could it be she hadn't been at Hogwarts all this time? Reese explained his confusion. He told Barrow that Rowena had chosen to seal herself within the dungeons, using her specially prepared body and her ghostly presence together to suppress the dark creatures lurking there. Barrow became even more remorseful. If not for his recklessness, Professor Ravenclaw wouldn't have had to endure so much hardship. Though the school's talent pool had dwindled in her later years, with his and Helena's efforts, they could have supported the school until the new generation matured. "Since we're on this topic, tell me what happened between you and Helena." Reese steered the conversation to the heart of the matter. He was deeply curious about what had occurred that day to drive these 2 outstanding students to kill each other. Barrow's spectral form turned even paler, whiter than a typical ghost. His hands trembled violently with emotion. Reese heard the clinking of chains. The Bloody Baron raised his left hand and slid the blood-stained robe partially off his shoulder. Reese saw the source of the sound. A pitch-black chain pierced through Barrow's right shoulder blade and ribs, welded into the wrist of his right hand. Every movement of Barrow's right arm, every breath he took, brought with it excruciating pain, if ghosts could feel pain. Considering the person who had affixed the chain had the skill to drill holes and lock chains into a ghostly body, they likely also ensured Barrow could feel the agony. Teacher, this is my sin, my eternal sin. Barrow's tone suddenly grew shrill. I sought out the blacksmith and begged him to bind this chain to me, to subject me to endless torment, as penance, yes, repentance. Because I killed her. This is my crime, my curse. Barrow's emotions were wildly unstable, milky white tears streaming from his eyes. I loved her so much, yet I committed an unforgivable crime. Compared to the emotional Barrow, Rhys remained exceptionally calm, standing still and coldly observing as Barrow vented his feelings. After a long while, Barrow's emotions gradually stabilized. Ha. Thank you, teacher. It does feel better to talk about it, Barrow said with a sense of relief, as if a burden had been lifted. Rhys, don't thank me just yet. I hope you can describe what happened that day in as much detail as possible, Rhys requested, his tone firm. It was an unreasonably demanding request. For the Bloody Baron, that day was the most painful and darkest in his life. Now, someone was forcing him to recall the details of that traumatic event. It was undeniably cruel. If it had been anyone else, Barrow would have ignored them entirely and likely threatened the audacious individual. But the person before him was his teacher, the one who had opened the door to the magical world for him. Even as a ghost, he could not refuse Rhys's request. Barrow's lips moved, but no words came out. He was astonished to find that he could not remember the details of that day at all. In the end, his expression turned bewildered. Teacher, I can't recall clearly. I only remember getting a lead that Helena and her companion were hiding in a forest in Albania. I found her there, and then, we had a conflict. Helena she just died. She died. Barrow's emotions grew unstable again, his soul visibly trembling. Rhys also noticed that while Barrow was recalling the events of that day, a faint layer of black mist emerged within his spectral form. It took a long while for Barrow to calm down once more. When he finally did, the black mist within him disappeared without a trace. Rhys narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. I used the knife that killed Helena to take my own life. After becoming a ghost, I sought out the smith and had these shackles forged for myself. It's what I deserve. As for the specific details of that day, I truly cannot remember. Teacher, if you insist on knowing, you can ask Helena herself, she's also at Hogwarts. She's here too. Rhys exclaimed, surprised. Yes, she became the ghost of Ravenclaw House, Barrow replied wearily. Haven't you seen her? My life here is rather monotonous, mainly my designated classroom, the library, and the common room, with occasional visits to other classrooms, Rhys explained. That explains it. Helena prefers to linger near the Ravenclaw Tower. After providing Helena's location, Barrow fell silent. All right, I'll go find her, Rhys said. I won't go, Barrow replied bitterly. Even after all this time, he still couldn't face Helena. Rhys paused for a moment before offering a gentle persuasion. Come with me. It's been nearly 1,000 years. You have to find a way to face her eventually. How much longer will you keep running away? Another 1,000 years. Barrow fell silent again. His teacher was right. He had been avoiding Helena for almost a millennium. Maybe it was time to try facing her. And at least now, his teacher would be there to support him, right? There's something else, Rhys said softly, you might not be the one who killed Helena. I need to meet her to be sure. He added this almost casually, but it left Barrow utterly stunned. Not the killer. Me. For what felt like the 100th time that day, Barrow was bewildered. If not him, then who could have killed Helena? When you were recalling the events of that day, your state became unusual. I suspect someone tampered with your memories. It's a very advanced form of magic, so powerful that even as a ghost, you can't recall the truth. Barrow. So, are you now willing to come with me to find Helena and figure out what really happened that day? Rhys asked again. Chapter 180, Helena Ravenclaw. Barrow was tempted. By the way, don't call me teacher when there are people around. Just call me Rhys. My name is now Rhys Chazsala Lynt, Rhys reminded Barrow before they returned to the underground classroom, ensuring he wouldn't accidentally reveal his identity. Barrow. Teacher, your naming sense is quite unique, Barrow couldn't help but remark. I think it's fantastic, Rhys said, clearly satisfied with his chosen name. When the two returned to the underground classroom, they found that the atmosphere of the Death Day party had reached its climax. However, none of this seemed to have anything to do with nearly headless Nick. At that moment, Nick stood pitifully in the middle of the dance floor, watching a group of hunters, dressed in costume, playing a game of head hockey while riding ghostly steeds. The uninvited guests had completely stolen the spotlight. The phrase, stealing the show, fit this situation perfectly. Barrow was anxious. He was desperate to uncover the truth of that day, so he moved quickly, floating at a brisk pace with Reese close behind. Due to Barrow's formidable presence, every ghost he passed immediately gave way, creating a clear path for him through the crowded underground classroom. Reese was more than happy with the arrangement, closely following behind Barrow. Though he could technically pass through the ghosts' bodies, the sensation of being submerged in ice water was far from pleasant. As they moved, Reese noticed something happening on the other side of the classroom. Daphne and her companions were being cornered at a table by a rather peculiar ghost. Despite the fact that ghosts couldn't eat, nearly headless Nick had still prepared a lavish banquet for the guests. Of course, none of this food was fit for the living, as every item was rotting, spoiled, and deadly enough to send any young wizard to meet the Hogwarts founders in person. The ghost blocking Daphne and her friends was unlike the others in the room. He wasn't a pale and transparent spirit but rather a solid, tangible entity. This odd ghost wore a brightly colored, orange party hat, a bow tie spinning ceaselessly around his neck, and an insidious grin lighting up his mischievous face. Reese immediately recognized him. His name was Peeves, a prankster poltergeist and an old acquaintance of Reese. This mischievous specter had been around since the school's inception. To be precise, he had appeared alongside the building itself and had gained unique powers distinct from ordinary ghosts after the arrival of so many children at Hogwarts. Initially, Reese and his friends hadn't noticed anything unusual about Peeves, assuming him to be just another magical nuisance. But after repeatedly attempting to vanquish him, only for him to reappear as if nothing had happened the next morning, the founders began to suspect something was amiss. They eventually gave up on trying to destroy Peeves and instead turned their efforts towards sealing him away. Yet no matter how hard the founders worked, Peeves would always return to Hogwarts, and each time, his pranks became even more chaotic and destructive. In the end, Reese and his friends concluded that Peeves was not a mere ghost but a spirit born from the collective emotions of Hogwarts children. The only way to remove him permanently would be to evacuate every single student from Hogwarts. And so, the idea of banishing Peeves from the school was abandoned for good. The founders, having given up on driving Peeves out of Hogwarts, decided to take a more pragmatic approach. They hired a caretaker named Hankerton Humble to engage in a battle of wits with Peeves. Thus began a 1,000-year-long struggle between the castle's caretakers and its mischievous poltergeist. The tales of Peeves and Hankerton, the first caretaker, were so numerous that Reese could talk about them for days on end. Ironically, last year, after Daphne defeated the troll, many students speculated that the spirit of the castle had manifested to protect them. But if one were to truly consider what most closely fit the definition of a castle spirit, it was, amusingly enough, Peeves himself. The revelation would surely leave countless people dumbfounded. At this moment, Peeves was sweetly offering Daphne a bowl of moldy peanuts. "Would you like some?" he asked in a syrupy tone, pushing the rancid snack toward her. "No, thank you," Daphne replied, utterly repulsed by the sight of the peanuts. However, she knew better than to offend Peeves outright. Keeping her composure, she responded with polite restraint, her tone measured and formal. But Peeves, clearly looking for trouble, was not so easily dissuaded. He decided to teach these little wizards a lesson and made up his mind that, by the end of the evening, these students would eat the peanuts no matter what. Noticing Reese's gaze, the bloody Baron followed it and spotted Peeves harassing the young wizards. He let out a soft but deliberate humph. Reese then witnessed an astonishing sight. Peeves shuddered visibly and immediately dove under the table to hide. Seeing that Daphne's predicament had been resolved, Reese didn't linger. He swiftly left the underground classroom before the young wizards could react. "Peeves seems quite afraid of you." Reese glanced at his student as they exited. Not bad. He never expected that something his student couldn't achieve in life had somehow been accomplished after death. Yes. Occasionally, some clever students imitate my voice to scare Peeves away. It works exceptionally well. What exactly did you do to Peeves? As they chatted, Reese and the Baron hurried toward the Ravenclaw Tower at top speed. Where's Helena? I don't know. The Baron's spectral form became noticeably less transparent. He was far more nervous than Reese had anticipated. She might be inside the tower. Reese turned his gaze toward the door knocker at the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. This door knocker was personally crafted by Rowena Ravenclaw and enchanted with profound magic. It possessed a certain level of intelligence. The only other artifact at Hogwarts with similar sentience was Gryffindor's sorting hat. Reese knocked on the door knocker, which immediately posed him a question. Only by answering it correctly would he be granted entry to the Ravenclaw Tower. A young wizard has 2 jugs, one large and one small. The large jug can hold 6 pints of water, and the small jug can hold 5 pints. How can he use these 2 jugs to collect exactly 3 pints of water from the Black Lake? Reese pondered for a moment before providing his answer. The door swung open, revealing the Ravenclaw common room behind it. The Ravenclaw common room was a vast, circular room adorned with an ethereal charm. Elegant arched windows lined the walls, draped in blue and bronze silk. Stars were the central theme of the room, the domed ceiling was painted with a celestial chart, and the deep blue carpet beneath their feet was embroidered with countless stars. Unlike the Slytherin common room, this space featured numerous bookshelves, and opposite the entrance, a tall niche housed a white marble statue. Standing before the statue was a ghost with waist-length hair and floor-length robes. Answer. The first step is to fill the 5-pint jug and pour it into the 6-pint jug. Now there are 5 pints of water in the 6-pint jug. 2. Fill the small pot again, and then use the small pot to fill the large pot. Now there is 4 pints of water left in the 5-pint pot. 3. Pour out the water in the large pot and pour the remaining water in the 5-pint pot into the 6-pint pot. Now there are 4 pints of water in the 6-pint pot. 4. Fill the 5-pint jug and pour into the 6-pint jug. The remaining water in the small jug is 3 pints. Chapter 181. I am your Uncle Salazar. Reese recognized the ghost of Helena Ravenclaw the moment he saw her back. Thinking of Barrow, who stood behind him, he couldn't help but sigh, pitiful, truly pitiful. He still remembered what they were like when they attended Hogwarts. One was a child adopted by Ravenclaw from her relatives, while Barrow was an orphaned wizard adopted by Helga Hufflepuff and later sorted into Slytherin. Both had shown extraordinary magical talent upon entering the school. Unfortunately, neither of these promising seeds had grown into the great trees that could have sheltered the school. If given a choice, neither Barrow nor Helena would have wanted to become ghosts. After a wizard dies, as long as their soul remains intact, they can choose to become a ghost, lingering in the mortal world and wandering places they frequented in life. However, very few wizards would willingly make that choice. Choosing to become a ghost meant forever losing the possibility of reincarnation. Without exception, the underworld would no longer accept their soul, and they would remain out of sync with the world of the living, unable to eat, restricted in movement, and incapable of influencing the physical world. Rather than calling them immortal ghosts, it would be more fitting to describe them as prisoners trapped in an open-air prison or echoes of the dead lingering in the mortal realm. Only those with unresolved regrets would choose such a fate. Ravenclaw's brilliance allowed her to find a loophole, retaining some of her magical abilities and surpassing other ghosts in her exploration of death. Still, in a way, if these two hadn't become ghosts, Reese wouldn't have had the chance to see them again. For him, perhaps this was a fortunate turn of events. Hearing the sound of the common room door opening, Helena turned her head and saw Reese standing in the doorway. Reese finally got a good look at Helena's face. Compared to the Bloody Baron, Helena seemed in much better shape. Her beauty had changed little since he last left Hogwarts, and the arrogance in her eyes was just as it had always been. This is the Ravenclaw common room, student of Slytherin. Why have you come here? Helena asked coldly, her gaze fixed on Reese. Then her lips curled into a disdainful smirk. If you're here to inquire about the whereabouts of the diadem, you can turn around and leave. She turned her back to him again, resuming her stance in front of the Ravenclaw statue, her thoughts a mystery. Clearly, she had no intention of spending even a second more on someone like Reese. As Helena said those words to Reese, the Bloody Baron took several steps back, making sure to stay well out of Helena's line of sight. At that moment, he even entertained the thought of leaving his teacher behind and running off. After all, he had already found Helena, hadn't he? But in the end, he didn't dare abandon Reese here alone. Reese had been prepared for Helena's cold demeanor. In fact, this was a relatively good start. Who knew what would happen if Helena's first sight had been of Barrow instead? Reese stepped closer, stopping in front of the Ravenclaw statue. He squinted, carefully examining the marble sculpture. The statue was exquisitely crafted, yet it exuded an air of detachment. From below, it seemed as if Ravenclaw was gazing down at him, her face bearing a faint, mocking smile. Atop her head was a finely detailed marble reproduction of a circular headpiece, the diadem of Ravenclaw. Seeing Reese follow her, Helena's expression turned impatient. This young wizard was utterly clueless. If it had been the Helena of her youth, a simple flick of her wand would have left him dangling from the common room chandelier. But as she was now, there was little she could do to deal with such an obnoxious child. Helena, her mood disrupted, decided to leave. But the voice of that young wizard drifted into her ears. TSK. This statue, aside from the diadem, doesn't resemble Rowena at all. Helena halted mid-step, turned her head, and narrowed her eyes. You've neither met Rowena nor touched the diadem. What do you know? I have, Nana. Helena froze, her expression stunned. What did you call me? Nana. Oh, but you're a big girl now, so perhaps I should call you Helena instead. Or wait, didn't you take on an alias? Gray. Should I call you Gray instead? As she listened to Reese speak, Helena could only think the boy had lost his mind. Absurd. Completely absurd. Not only have I seen and touched the diadem, but I also know it was forged from the skull of the god King Odin. The look in Helena's eyes shifted to one of pure disbelief. She stared at Rhys intently, her voice low and deliberate. Do you even know what you're saying? Of course. After all, I contributed to the creation of the diadem, specifically in providing some of the materials, Rhys said casually before turning his head toward the entrance of the common room. Hey! Barrow, how much longer are you going to stand outside? He called out impatiently. At last, the bloody Baron phased through the wall and entered the room. The moment Helena saw him, her expression changed dramatically. But before she could lash out, Rhys spoke again, completely diverting her attention. Allow me to reintroduce myself, I am Salazar Slytherin. You can call me Uncle Salazar like you did when you were little, or Professor Slytherin, as you did when you were older. Helena. A torrent of shocking revelations left her dazed. After several seconds, she finally managed to ask in a stunned voice, You're saying you're Uncle Salazar? Do you have any proof? In truth, the moment the words left her mouth, she was already 70% convinced. Our Barrow can vouch for me, Rhys replied. Helena turned toward the bloody Baron, who stood silently in the corner of the common room. He nodded wordlessly. Helena felt her world spinning. A powerful sense of unreality overwhelmed her. This impossibly young boy standing before her was Uncle Salazar. Absurd. Incomprehensible. And yet, somehow believable. Did you make a Horcrux? She blurted out instinctively. Rhys. Mind your language. Rhys snapped, visibly displeased. Do you think so little of me as a wizard? Only the most disgraceful scoundrels use Horcruxes to seek immortality. I am sorry. Faced with that all-too-familiar tone, Helena instinctively apologized. Rhys's rebuke completely derailed Helena's focus, and she temporarily forgot all about Barrow's presence. What she was now desperate to understand was why Uncle Salazar had appeared here, and more importantly. I need to know what happened after you took Rowena's diadem. Rhys's words struck Helena like a thunderclap, reverberating in her ears and causing her body to tremble involuntarily. So you knew. Rowena told me, Rhys interrupted. Something as powerful as the diadem cannot be left unaccounted for, right? Underscore. Chapter 182, Different Memories. Helena misunderstood Rhys's words, thinking that her mother must have somehow found Uncle Salazar before her death and confessed everything she had hidden from him. To her, this seemed like the most reasonable explanation, and she didn't dare even to speculate about the true nature of events. After a moment of silence, Helena confessed everything to Rhys. After stealing the diadem from her mother, she fled eastward and eventually arrived in a desolate forest in Albania. She believed that even someone as powerful as her mother could not reach her in such a distant place. Helena was right. Rowena Ravenclaw indeed couldn't reach her, as an obligation far heavier than familial love weighed on her shoulders. After revealing everything, Helena completely let down her guard before Uncle Salazar. Her words poured out like a flood breaching a dam. I wanted to be smarter than my mother, more renowned than her. Uncle Salazar, you wouldn't understand. Because I'm Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter, because of my surname, every achievement I make is seen as something I was born to have, no matter how much effort I put in. Yet every tiny mistake I make is unforgivable because it tarnishes the name. You can't possibly understand. Rhys could more or less empathize with the pain of Helena living under Rowena's shadow. Fragments of brief memories surfaced in his mind. Isn't she Ravenclaw's daughter? How could she not know this spell? Hey, why are you nudging me? Oh no, it's Professor Slytherin. She only became a prefect because of her mother, right? If I had the same background, I'd do just as well. Alright, don't be upset. It's perfectly normal for Professor Ravenclaw to pick her, she is her daughter, after all. You losing out is just natural. These were just the comments Rhys happened to overhear. Who knew how much passive-aggressive gossip Helena had to endure in her daily life? No wonder she was so desperate to escape her mother's shadow. Unfortunately, in her confusion, the child chose to steal the diadem. Even if the diadem really granted her a bit of wisdom, wasn't that still achieving success by standing on her mother's shoulders? To truly surpass Rowena, Helena would need to leave home with nothing but a wand and a few books, then carve out her own reputation alongside like-minded friends. Foolish child, sigh, Rhys said, looking at Helena with sympathy. He shared his thoughts with her truthfully. If you had set out and achieved something remarkable on your own, then built a magic school with your friends that surpassed Hogwarts, wouldn't that have been a true way to surpass Rowena? Isn't that much better than running around with a dangerous diadem? Helena froze, and pearly white tears began streaming silently from her eyes. The idea had crossed her mind before, but she knew all too well how difficult it would be. She simply couldn't do it. In other words, she would never be capable of becoming as great a witch as her mother. It's hard for anyone to accept their own mediocrity, especially for someone as proud and ambitious as Helena. Still, calling her mediocre was a bit unfair. Helena was like a bright, shimmering star in the night sky. But the issue circled back to the beginning. Her mother was the great Rowena Ravenclaw. Beside the brilliance of the full moon, even the most dazzling stars appeared dim. "All right, stop crying," Rhys said gently, offering words of comfort. At the same time, he shot a sharp glance at Barrow. Barrow understood immediately. He floated quickly over to Helena's side, pulling a blood-stained handkerchief from his robes and beginning to dab at her tears. "Rhys. Never mind, some things just can't be taught by a teacher." Fortunately, Helena was too overwhelmed to notice Barrow's blood-stained handkerchief. She simply sniffled and took the handkerchief, wiping at her own tears. Judging by Barrow's expression, he seemed more than content with the situation. Normally, he wouldn't even have the courage to stay in the same room as Helena. But now, he stood beside her, offering a handkerchief for her tears and providing her emotional comfort. Wasn't that a significant step forward for him? After a while, Helena's tears subsided. "Now, can you tell me, wait. I'd rather hear your story somewhere else. Meet me at the astronomy tower," she said. Rhys glanced at the clock on the wall and noticed the school's Halloween feast was nearing its end. This wasn't a good place to linger. If Ravenclaw students stumbled upon them, it would be a disaster. Rhys opened the window of the common room and flew directly to the nearby astronomy tower. Helena glanced at Barrow, said nothing, and turned to disappear into the wall. Barrow silently followed her, vanishing as well. When Helena and Barrow arrived at the astronomy tower, Rhys was already there waiting for them. "So, what happened after you left Hogwarts?" Rhys couldn't contain his curiosity about Helena's story after her departure. "First, I headed east, crossing the Channel. Then, I traveled through France, went south to Spain, took a ship across the Mediterranean to Venice, detoured to Byzantium, and finally ended up in Albania, where I found a desolate forest to live in seclusion," Helena recounted. Rhys glanced at Barrow, who immediately understood and explained how he had tracked down Helena. People leave traces wherever they go, and wizards are no exception. A young, beautiful lone traveler like Helena naturally left a strong impression on others. Barrow followed the testimonies of eyewitnesses all the way to Spain. There, he came into contact with someone who had traveled with Helena, and this person informed Barrow that Helena's final destination was Albania. "Traveled with someone?" Helena exclaimed in shock. "I was traveling alone the whole time." "Ah. Weren't you hiding in the forest with a companion, studying Professor Ravenclaw's diadem?" Barrow was bewildered by Helena's denial. "Then why don't you tell me, who was I supposedly hiding with?" After Helena posed this question, Barrow froze. He couldn't, for the life of him, remember the name of the person who had given him Helena's whereabouts. Watching Barrow's expression and noting the contradiction between his testimony and Helena's words, Rhys grew certain that the events of that year weren't as simple as Barrow's temper flaring and accidentally killing Helena. Helena, too, was puzzled by Barrow's apparent confusion. She couldn't understand how he could misremember something like this. But Rhys didn't give her time to dwell on it. Instead, he jumped straight to his next question. "Nana, can you tell me what happened that day, when Barrow found you?" "Of course." Helena brushed aside the strange feeling in her heart and shot a venomous glare at Barrow. "I heard him stumbling and calling my name as he made his way through the forest. I walked out of my secluded cabin and hid my mother's diadem in a hollow tree. When he found me, I refused to go back with him, and he flew into a rage." At this point, Helena's expression twisted with anger. She shot another sharp glare at Barrow. "He hated that I rejected him, envied my freedom, and stabbed me to death." Rhys nodded thoughtfully, then asked a pivotal question, "So, why did you hide the diadem?" Read 12 ADV chapters. Chapter 183, Fate, Indescribable. Hearing Rhys's question, Helena frowned slightly, then slowly said, "It should be, maybe because I didn't want him to see my mother's diadem. He was sent by Rowena to find you. How could he not know you had taken her diadem? Maybe I was afraid he'd take the diadem from me." Helena thought of another possibility. Before Rhys could respond, Barrow quickly defended himself. "I wouldn't. I wasn't after the diadem, I just wanted to bring you back to Hogwarts after all." Then try to recall the details of what happened that day, Rhys said, raising an eyebrow. "I'm curious, why would an argument between two wizards end with you stabbing her to death with a dagger, Barrow?" At this, both Helena and the agitated Barrow fell silent, faint wisps of black mist swirling faintly around their ghostly forms. Helena seemed to be earnestly trying to recall, but in the end, she simply shook her head weakly and admitted to Rhys that she couldn't remember the details of that day at all. After Helena came to the same conclusion as himself, Barrow's expression grew pensive, as if he'd sensed something amiss. "See," Rhys said with a smile. "Full of doubts, isn't it?" Helena pressed her lips together tightly. Rhys's series of pointed questions had made her realize there was indeed something wrong. Her death seemed far less simple than she remembered. The diadem is an extremely dangerous artifact. Your mother cast several spells on it to restrict its power, concealing its sharp edge. But ultimately, it was crafted from the skull of the king of the gods. Do you understand what that means? Helena uneasily nodded. In truth, she didn't understand. She had been born after the end of Ragnarok. Having never experienced the age of the gods, Helena had no idea how formidable those deities truly were. To her, the so-called king of the gods and the other deities were nothing more than foes defeated by her mother, uncle, and aunt. She could only see the enormous potential benefits the diadem held but was blind to the dangers lurking behind it. And as for the friend Barrow mentioned. I think I now understand how you managed to break the diadem's seal. According to Rowena Ravenclaw's estimation, Helena didn't possess the ability to break the protective spells on the diadem. But if you added one or more scheming friends to the mix, that changed everything. Helena fleeing Hogwarts with the diadem was like carrying a treasure trove on her back. A child holding gold while walking through a bustling market, was it any wonder that others would covet it? The most likely scenario was that the friend or friends who succeeded in undoing the diadem's seals had used its power to control Helena. It was crucial to understand that wielding the diadem and being controlled by it to gain power were entirely different levels of difficulty. No matter how rebellious Helena was, she wouldn't willingly become a slave to the diadem, so she must have suffered greatly. The murderer had used the power of the diadem to alter Helena's memory. When Barrow arrived, the same trick was applied to him, tampering with his recollections as well. The culprit then escalated matters, manipulating their emotions until it culminated in both of their deaths. With Helena and Barrow eliminated, the murderer gained complete control over Ravenclaw's diadem. As for Helena's memory of hiding the diadem in the hollow tree, it was likely nothing more than a smokescreen fabricated by the perpetrator. The real diadem had already been taken, leaving only a well-crafted replica in the tree to mislead anyone searching for it. Even if someone were to follow the trail left by Helena and Barrow to the forest, the fake diadem planted by the murderer would easily fool them. A counterfeit diadem, of course, could not grant wisdom. But whoever found it would only blame themselves for being unable to unlock its power. Who would ever question the authenticity of a diadem supposedly hidden by Ravenclaw's own daughter? As for the subtle inconsistencies in the memories of the two ghosts, who else in the world but Rhys could have noticed them? One ghost was famously short-tempered, while the other was aloof and disdainful, considering even a single word with others a favor. Who could possibly compel Helena and Barrow to relive the most painful day of their lives? Only Rhys. He clenched his fists tightly. The culprit from back then may have long since turned to dust, but their descendants would pay the debt owed. No matter who held the diadem now, they were guilty. The diadem belonged to Ravenclaw, this was a fact universally known. To possess it while feigning ignorance was unforgivable. Did they truly think Rhys had infinite patience? The three, one man and two ghosts, fell into silence. After a while, the Bloody Baron turned to Rhys and asked, "Professor, should we make a trip to Albania? Ravenclaw's diadem is still there." "It's probably gone," Helena interrupted quickly, cutting off Barrow before Rhys could respond. "What?" Barrow asked in confusion, staring blankly. "Did some Muggle find it and take it away?" Helena closed her eyes, took several deep breaths, and then made the decision to reveal another secret she had been keeping. "Uncle Salazar, I hope Barrow can step aside for this," she said. "Barrow and Rhys." After a moment of thought, Rhys shooed Barrow away. "Now can you tell me?" Rhys asked, his curiosity piqued. Even though he was convinced the diadem in the hollow tree was a fake, he was eager to know what Helena had been hiding and why the diadem was no longer there. Well, there was a student. I told him the location where I hid the diadem." This time, Helena spoke in a whisper so soft that if the wind outside the tower had been slightly louder, Rhys would not have been able to hear her. "What?" He was very charming. He seemed understanding, empathetic. Rhys's expression began to turn strange. A situation like this? He thought. Unbelievable. Truly, you live long enough, you see everything. Sometimes, Rhys couldn't help but be amazed by the creativity of future generations of wizards. First, there was the secret order infiltrating Hogwarts in stages, and now, an unknown young wizard had come up with such an ingenious way to locate the diadem. He managed to make our Nana fall for him so. Who was that student? Rhys was eager to know the name of this genius. Tom Riddle. As far as I know, he later became a dark wizard and went by the name Voldemort. Rhys. It's you again. Rhys couldn't help but marvel at the mysterious twists of fate. The last time he had encountered Tom inside the third floor's trapdoor, the boy had been a great help to him. With his soul fragment, Rhys cured Ravenclaw of her madness. At that time, Rhys had already noticed that the boy was using Horcruxes in his pursuit of immortality. Was he seeking the diadem to use its wisdom to achieve immortality? Had he fallen to using Horcruxes because the diadem was a fake and incapable of providing him with the wisdom he sought? Rhys pondered and speculated, then sighed, Voldemort. This child really seems to share a deep connection with us. Helena, your mother's illness was cured thanks to him. Helena, what? Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 184, 184, Don't Call Me Teacher. I want to take a moment to thank you for your incredible support and love. May your Christmas Eve be filled with laughter, warmth, and magical moments. Wishing you joy, peace, and endless adventures in the coming year, Heartsuit. Underscore 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 underscore. Helena was completely stunned. Her brain, which had effectively crashed, left her unable to think, so she instinctively asked Reese a question. Which mother? Reese. Seeing Reese's expression, Helena's mouth dropped open. You mean my mother, Rowena? Reese nodded. But how is that possible? I mean, oh my god. Helena suddenly realized something. She rubbed her cheeks with both hands and ran her fingers through her hair. What Uncle Salazar had said was almost unbelievable to her, but the information came from Salazar Slytherin, after all. I told you, it was your mother who told me about you fleeing Hogwarts with the diadem, Reese said, spreading his hands helplessly. I thought Mother told you this when she was alive. If that were the case, the person sent to find you wouldn't have been the Baron, Reese clarified. He explained to Helena that if Rowena Ravenclaw had managed to contact him or reveal the truth to him while she was still alive, it would have been either himself or one of the other founders who came to find her. If Rowena had wanted to go in person, the other three wouldn't have stopped her. Neither Reese, Godric, nor Helga would have allowed the diadem to be taken from the school. Helena lowered her head. If it had been Slytherin who set out to find her at the time, her fate might have been entirely different. So, is my mother still alive, like you? Compared to the vague what-ifs, she was more concerned with real, tangible questions. Of course, though we need to redefine what alive means. In Reese's view, Rowena Ravenclaw was stuck at the boundary between life and death, closer to life than a ghost would be. Helena, what the? She didn't quite understand what Uncle Salazar meant. She's like you now, but she's managed to retain her magical abilities. After becoming a ghost, Helena had once thought she had lost the emotions of a normal person, but today she realized it had been an illusion. So where is she? Helena asked urgently. Before leaving, she had sworn never to return to the school unless she had achieved something significant. During her wandering days, she often felt lost, unsure of how to face her mother. But after becoming a ghost and spending some time roaming the forests of Albania, those emotions gradually faded. In their place grew regret that she had not managed to see her mother one last time before her death. Summoning her courage as a ghost, she returned to Hogwarts, only to be met with devastating news. The school's founder, the great Lady Ravenclaw, had passed away. When she later learned from Reese that her mother had also become a ghost, the impulsive desire to see her surfaced once more. Now, she wanted to see her mother again. She sealed herself beneath the dungeons. If you want to see her, I can take you there, Reese offered. Yes. But. Helena initially agreed eagerly, but hesitation quickly crept in. The impulse that had surged so strongly quickly faded. When faced with the prospect, her burning desire to see her mother quietly slipped away, taking her courage with it. She was unsure if she could earn her mother's forgiveness. What Helena feared most was meeting her mother only to find that she could not forgive her, a daughter who had been so unfilial and unrighteous. Take your time to think it through. When you've made up your mind, come find me, Reese said, not rushing her. He didn't think Ravenclaw harbored any particular eagerness to see her daughter either. After all, 1,000 years had passed, what difference would a few more days or months make? But there were still some things that needed to be said. You should go see her. I don't think Rowena blames you, Reese said after thinking for a moment, speaking a few kind words on Ravenclaw's behalf. Look, even the bloody Baron had the courage to come see you. Are you saying you don't have the courage to face your own mother? Helena lowered her head. I just need a little time to prepare myself. Once I'm ready, I'll definitely go to her. Seeing Helena's determination, Reese decided not to push further. He turned and headed downstairs. As he rounded the corner of the staircase, he caught sight of the forlorn-looking bloody Baron. Reese gave him a disappointed look, full of unspoken reproach. Some people could charm even ghosts into their arms. Others, after spending years in school together and nearly 1,000 years in death, still couldn't even hold hands. Who that person was, Reese didn't need to say. If the collective romantic luck of all his students added up to 10 pounds, Adrian alone would have taken a full stone, leaving everyone else in debt by 4 pounds. If only Adrian could have shared a bit of his talent with the Baron, things between him and Helena might not have. Ugh. Some thoughts were better left unexamined. Given the Baron's fragile state of mind, Reese decided not to tell him anything about Helena, Voldemort, or the diadem. Teacher. In the school, call me Reese. Yes, teacher, the bloody Baron nodded repeatedly. The fearsome bloody baron, notorious in the ghostly realm, was utterly meek and obedient in front of his teacher. I'm heading back to the common room. Tonight's been quite fruitful, Reese said, heading down the stairs on his own. As he reached the bottom, he seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to the baron, who was still frozen halfway up the stairs. Oh, I almost forgot to remind Helena. Pass a message for me, from now on, in the school, everything should proceed as usual. I am Reese now. Understood. A trace of joy appeared on the baron's face, and he quickly floated upward toward the tower. Reese let out a deep sigh. That's why I don't like love. Sight, what a mess this is. Afterward, he made his way to the Great Hall. There was still a chance he could grab some dessert. When the baron floated up to the astronomy tower, he found that Helena hadn't left yet. His heart leapt with excitement, and he hurriedly floated to her side. But as he got closer, he hesitated again, unsure of how to start the conversation. It was Helena who spoke first, breaking the silence and allowing them to finally connect. Do you need something? Helena's tone was still cool, but she was at least willing to initiate a conversation. This was already the most cordial moment between the two in nearly 1,000 years. Such progress couldn't help but lift the baron's spirits. Well, the teacher asked me to remind you. If you run into him at school from now on, just call him Reese. His exact words were, everything as usual. The more critical the moment, the more nervous the baron became, and his speech grew stilted. Do all you Slytherins enjoy rearranging the letters of your names so much? What? Never mind. After saying this, Helena fell silent and stared blankly at the night sky, dark blue like a velvet curtain. The baron decided not to disturb her further. Quietly, he turned to leave, just about to descend the stairs, when he heard a voice behind him. Stay and watch the stars with me. Chapter 185, The Hogwarts Dining Table. Reese hurried down the stairs, hoping that the desserts in the Great Hall hadn't been cleared away yet. If he moved quickly, he might still snag a bowl of pudding. As for the food Daphne had brought, Reese wasn't holding out hope. There was nothing edible for the living at the Death Day party, and there were 4 young wizards left behind at the scene. The meat soup in the lunchbox was probably already gone. Halfway down, Reese realized he was too late. A deep, rumbling murmur rose from below, resembling distant thunder. It was followed by the sound of hundreds of footsteps ascending the stairs, signs that the feast had ended. Moments later, the students appeared, flowing past Reese like a dense school of fish. He could faintly catch the aroma of roasted meat and pumpkin in the air. Sighing inwardly, Reese pushed his way against the crowd to head downstairs. He considered fishing in the Black Lake to roast something for dinner and silently regretted not figuring out the kitchen's location from the Hufflepuffs back in the day. Surely, a few recipes could have solved his hunger problem. When Hogwarts Castle was being built, each of the 4 founders was responsible for designing specific areas. For instance, Rowena Ravenclaw designed the library, while Reese handled the potions classroom. The responsibility of designing the kitchen and dining area, however, fell to Helga Hufflepuff. In the end, she combined the dining area and the Great Hall into one and kept the kitchen's location a secret from the other founders. She didn't want them interfering with the meal preparation process. Meals are of utmost importance. Considering the castle's size and the functional division of other areas, I see no need to build a separate Great Hall. A dining room is sufficient. Both students and teachers can hold assemblies there, Hufflepuff explained, pointing at the model of Hogwarts Castle. All right. Sounds good. Slytherin and Ravenclaw had no objections. They both found Hufflepuff's 2-in-1 approach rather clever. Ravenclaw was delighted at the prospect of using the saved space to expand the library, while Slytherin simply didn't care one way or the other. Are we going to set up a long table on one side of the hall and have the students line up to get their food? Gryffindor, ever mindful of meals, asked. To him, a person couldn't build a strong body without eating properly. The serving line method Gryffindor proposed was the most common meal distribution practice of their era. In castles, cooks would prepare food in large tubs, and servants would queue up to serve themselves, staples, stews, and soups. If the meal was lavish, there might even be meat. For simpler fare, stews and soups were combined into a single bucket of mush. I have another idea, Hufflepuff said with a mysterious smile. What if, with a single command, plates of sumptuous food magically appeared on the students' tables? What do you think of that scene? That would be awesome. Gryffindor was instantly excited. In his eyes, this serving method was the epitome of cool. But it would place high demands on the kitchen, Slytherin remarked, focusing on the feasibility of the idea. Ravenclaw chimed in with a practical suggestion for a friend: we could have students sit with their respective houses. That way, we'd only need to set up 4 long tables and 1 for the teachers, which would significantly reduce the complexity of serving. But wouldn't this lead to divisions between the houses? It might psychologically suggest to students that the houses are fundamentally separate, which goes against our intentions, doesn't it? After all, the only differences between them are just due to our personal preferences. Helga voiced her concerns about the future. The other three founders remained silent. Godric didn't give the matter much thought. To him, whether the houses ate separately or together made no difference. As for potential divisions, he dismissed Helga's worry as overthinking. Rowena, however, was fully aware that divisions between the four houses were inevitable. Even if their generation remained united, once the four founders and the second generation of students they personally taught were gone or retired, divisions between the houses were bound to emerge. When the founders decided to split admissions by house, the creation of inter-house divisions became a foregone conclusion, whether shallow or deep. With good fortune, it might just result in stereotypes and labels. With bad luck, Hogwarts could split into four separate factions. Compared to the possibility of the school fracturing, whether students sat by house for meals was a trivial issue. As Rowena had predicted, divisions eventually formed among the four houses, and students naturally chose to dine exclusively with members of their own house. Salazar, on the other hand, remained silent because he agreed with Helga. He believed students shouldn't sit by house for meals, but for a unique reason. In his view, mixing houses during meals could prevent someone from targeting an entire house with poison. If every member of a house sat at the same table, wouldn't that make them an easy target for mass poisoning? As for Helga's claim about students' only difference, Salazar did not agree. Were Muggle-born students the same as those from wizarding families? He had always opposed admitting children from Muggle families into Hogwarts. In his view, at least one of a student's parents needed to be a wizard to ensure loyalty, otherwise, their natural allegiance would lie with Muggle lords, which could one day bring disaster to the school. Unfortunately, Helga and Godric wouldn't listen to reason, and Rowena's stance was ambiguous. With the support or acquiescence of the other three founders, the Hogwarts dining hall was ultimately designed by Helga to include 4 long student tables and 1 for the staff. She also enchanted the dining hall with ingenious magic, allowing the house elves in the kitchen to transport dish after dish directly to the long tables. However, this was not solely due to Helga's magic. The house elves, a remarkable group the 4 founders had rescued from Odin's palace, played an essential role. These magical creatures had an extraordinary talent for spatial magic, enabling them to transport food to its proper place. Initially, Helga had stationed the elves at the ruins of Odin's palace to clean up the aftermath. But now that the castle was complete, it was time to summon them to Hogwarts to serve the school. As Rhys recalled this, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. While it was true that the elves were adept at spatial magic, wouldn't it make more sense, logically and practically, to place a room directly beneath the Great Hall and arrange 5 tables in alignment with the ones above? Then the elves would only need to place the food correctly before transporting it straight upward, ensuring each dish landed perfectly on the tables above. Pondering the layout of the castle, Rhys felt he might have just figured out where the Hogwarts kitchen was located. Underscore. Chapter 186, The Most Suitable House for Neville. Rhys headed straight for the Great Hall, which was now completely empty. The students, full and content, had returned to their respective common rooms. The tidy ones were washing up, the playful ones were enjoying games with friends, and the rest had already retreated to their dormitories to sleep. Rhys descended the marble staircase into the entrance hall, then turned left and entered a side door. Having a thorough understanding of the castle's layout, Rhys knew this was the only passage that could possibly lead to the area directly below the Great Hall. The other routes wouldn't work. Behind the door was a stone staircase that led down to a wide, well-lit stone corridor. The walls of the corridor were decorated with paintings of food. After noticing the theme of the artwork, Rhys immediately knew he was in the right place. To his surprise, Rhys encountered a familiar face in the corridor. Neville. What are you doing here? And what happened to you? Rhys asked, clearly startled as he looked at Neville, who stood in the corridor drenched in what seemed like vinegar. Neville gave Rhys a bewildered look, as though silently questioning, shouldn't I be the one asking you that? This was, after all, the location of the Hufflepuff common room. What was a Slytherin doing here? I forgot how to. Neville started to speak but abruptly stopped mid-sentence. He had been about to admit that he'd forgotten how to enter the Hufflepuff common room but suddenly remembered that this was a closely guarded secret of the entire house, passed down for centuries. He couldn't let it slip. That would indeed be utterly mortifying. The common rooms of Gryffindor and Slytherin required a password for entry, while Ravenclaw's required answering a riddle posed by the door knocker. Hufflepuff's method was similar but with its own unique twist. One had to correctly identify the right barrel among a set of large wooden barrels placed in a dimly lit stone alcove and tap out the correct rhythm on the bottom of the chosen barrel. Only then would the lid open, granting access to the common room. However, unlike the other 3 houses, Hufflepuff's entrance was equipped with a repellent mechanism. If someone seeking entry tapped the wrong barrel or used the incorrect rhythm, another barrel would burst open, dousing the would-be intruder with vinegar. Clearly, Neville, with his notoriously poor memory, had fallen victim to this mechanism and ended up drenched in vinegar. Normally, Neville moved as part of a group with the friendly and tight-knit Hufflepuff students, who were well aware of his forgetfulness and always made sure to guide him. But tonight, just before the feast ended, Neville had an upset stomach and went to the restroom. By the time he returned, the Great Hall was deserted, leaving him stranded outside the common room. "You tapped the wrong barrel, didn't you?" "How do you, I don't know what you're saying." Neville nearly spilled the secret but managed to stop himself just in time. Seeing Neville's expression, Reese easily pieced together what had happened. He even knew how to open the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, but given the house's traditions, he felt it wouldn't be appropriate to reveal the method to Neville. "I know what happens when you try the wrong entry method. Do you need help cleaning all this off? The smell is really strong." "Oh, thank you." Neville awkwardly took a couple of steps forward, letting Reese cast a cleaning charm to remove the vinegar stains from his robes. After cleaning Neville's robes, Reese waved his wand again, dispelling the lingering vinegar smell from the hallway. "You see." The cleaning charm, one of the most practical everyday spells wizards ever invented. Before this spell existed, wizards had a whole collection of household magic. Things like a spell to remove dust from the floor, a spell to get rid of water stains, or a spell to clean grease off dishes. Hundreds of them, all scattered and specific. Whoever condensed those into one simple scour jiffy spell was a genius, Reese said, marveling with genuine admiration. This was the charm of magic, complex spells condensed into a few movements and incantations, allowing even those without deep knowledge of magical flow to cast them. No wonder, in the end, there wasn't a single wizard left at Hogwarts who truly understood the workings of magical currents. Neville stood by, listening in a daze, completely bewildered as to why Reese was waxing poetic over a cleaning charm. "So, why are you here in the first place?" Neville decided to steer the conversation back on track. "I'm looking for the Hogwarts kitchen. I missed dinner tonight and need to find something to fill my stomach." Reese explained his theory about the kitchen's location to Neville. Merlin's beard. "Your intuition is spot on." Neville gave Reese a thumbs up, then led him to a painting, a massive silver bowl overflowing with fruit. "The kitchen is right behind this painting. Here's what you need to do." Neville extended his index finger and gently tickled the pear in the silver bowl. The pear squirmed, chuckling softly, and then transformed into a large green doorknob. Hufflepuff students all know where the kitchen is. When we get hungry at night, we come here to grab something to eat. Neville revealed the method to enter the kitchen to Reese. Before opening the door, however, he cautioned Reese to keep the kitchen's location to himself. If too many students learned about it, it would overwhelm this corridor as well as the workings of the kitchen. If that ever happens and the kitchen gets closed to students, it would ruin things for everyone, Neville warned. Grasping the doorknob, Neville gave it a firm pull, opening the door to reveal a large, high-ceilinged room. The room was as spacious as the Great Hall above it, with numerous gleaming copper pots and pans stacked against the stone walls. On the wall opposite the door, a massive brick fireplace stood proudly. No sooner had the two entered the kitchen than a house elf darted toward them at lightning speed, squeaking in its high-pitched voice, "Mr. Longbottom." "Is it Neville Longbottom, sir?" Neville grinned sheepishly. "I come here often with my friends to grab food." Before he could finish speaking, a voice echoed from the hallway outside, "Neville, are you in the kitchen? Did you forget the way in again?" "Ha ha ha, and why did it took you so long to notice?" Neville laughed heartily, his joy evident. He poked his head out from the kitchen door, calling back loudly to his friend, then ducked back into the kitchen and said to Reese, "How long I stay stuck outside usually depends on how quickly my friends realize I'm missing. All right, I'll head back to the common room now. If there's anything you want to eat, just tell the house elves, they're very accommodating." With that, Neville left the kitchen and rejoined his friends on the way back to the Hufflepuff common room. Damn. The kid has really changed. After witnessing Neville's ordeal, Reese couldn't help but feel that Hufflepuff truly was the most fitting house for him. Chapter 187, Riddle's Confusion. After Neville left, a house elf who had been waiting nearby stepped forward. He bowed so deeply that his nose almost touched the kitchen floor, then respectfully asked, "Honorable sir, is there anything I can assist you with?" Behind him, hundreds of house elves were busy around the long tables, cleaning the dishes and leftovers from the Great Hall. "I missed the Halloween feast and was hoping to grab something to eat." "Just a little something will do," Reese explained. "Oh. That's such a pity. Would you mind waiting for a moment?" Upon hearing Reese's reply that he didn't mind, the house elf bowed again before turning and rushing off. Several other elves paused their tasks at the tables and joined him in the preparation area, busily working together. A veal shank was brought out, expertly sliced into portions, coated in flour, and pan-seared over low heat. Once the meat browned, they poured in whiskey to flambe. Simultaneously, they prepared sauces, side dishes, and stews to accompany the meal. Of course, the enthusiastic house elves didn't stop at just one dish. They also prepared lamb tongue and a pork loin. While Rhys waited, they served him a plate of dessert and a jug of pumpkin juice to stave off his hunger. Rhys initially intended to tell them to stop, not to go overboard, as he was in a hurry. But seeing their skilled cooking techniques and smelling the enticing aroma of the ingredients, he changed his mind. Perhaps Daphne hadn't eaten her fill either. He might as well bring her something extra. After a while, the house elves returned, carrying a large three-tiered food box. Osso buco, lamb tongue with mushroom sauce and oyster mushrooms, and pork loin with Cumberland sauce. Happy Halloween, sir. Good work. Rhys nodded and the elves were on the verge of collapsing due to happiness. Rhys carried the heavy food box out of the kitchen, feeling a brief flicker of envy for the young wizards of Hufflepuff. Modern young wizards had it so much better when it came to food compared to what they had in the past. 1,000 years ago, although the founders occasionally dined on rare and exotic animals, rarity didn't always equate to deliciousness. The medieval nobles' fondness for peacock meat was a prime example. More significantly, the lack of spices and outdated farming techniques meant that the overall quality of food lagged far behind modern standards. As Rhys passed through the Great Hall, he suddenly heard a voice. Hungry, so hungry. I need to eat, now. Kill, kill. Rhys abruptly stopped in his tracks, startled by the cold, murderous voice. He stood still for a moment, ensuring no one else was nearby, then immediately hissed in Parseltongue, Oi Basilisk, what are you doing? The icy voice instantly vanished, as though someone had strangled it mid-sentence. After a few seconds, the Basilisk's voice filtered through the wall. Hungry. Looking for food. Rats, small, fast, not enough. Rhys glanced at the bags of food he'd brought from the kitchen, feeling he wasn't in much of a position to chastise the Basilisk. Fine, just be careful. Don't let anyone see you, and definitely don't harm anyone, Rhys instructed after a moment of thought. I'll head to the Forbidden Forest later to find you something to eat. Yes, Master. The Basilisk's heightened activity was, at least partially, Rhys's responsibility. The Basilisk was usually in a state of dormancy, consuming very little energy and staying quietly in the Chamber of Secrets. However, over the past 2 years, Rhys had awakened it more frequently than usual, even causing it to suffer significant injuries at one point. On top of that, he had failed to provide it with timely sustenance. This combination of factors led to the rare occurrence of the Basilisk feeling hunger, prompting it to leave the chamber in search of food. It had nearly wiped out all the easily caught rats in the castle. The few remaining rodents had, through the process of natural selection, become significantly more cunning and harder to catch, plunging the Basilisk into a vicious cycle. Fortunately, the Basilisk had finally communicated its plight to Rhys, who resolved the food crisis. As the Basilisk, now satisfied, prepared to return to the Chamber of Secrets, and Rhys readied himself to head back to the dormitory, another voice echoed faintly in their ears from a distance. I, heir of Slytherin, beseech the Serpent King to heed my command. The Basilisk, ? Rhys, ? Rhys immediately recalled the previous attempt by that Weasley girl to awaken and control the Basilisk. She was at it again, still unwilling to give up, trying to command his Basilisk. You little girl, I was so occupied with the underground seal and reviving Ravenclaw that I almost forgot about you. Considering the general tendencies of the Weasley family, Rhys suspected she was likely under the influence of something sinister. It could be the work of a secret cultist, an encounter with some malevolent spirit or dark creature, or possibly one of the countless dark wizards who seemed to spring up endlessly like mushrooms after the rain. And now that the secret society is also quiet, I should look into her. Regardless of the source, since this threat had emerged within the bounds of Hogwarts, Rhys knew he couldn't turn a blind eye. Resolving to address the issue swiftly and decisively, he decided to tackle whatever was affecting Ginny head-on. You, go and engage that one in conversation, then lead it to the chamber, Rhys ordered the Basilisk directly. He needed the Basilisk to help him handle some thorny problems, like calming down the mastermind controlling Ginny's mind and bringing them straight to him. The Basilisk was like bait on a fishing hook, though admittedly an oversized one. The Basilisk, which had intended to return to the chamber for a long nap, reluctantly slithered toward the source of the voice. Meanwhile, Tom Riddle found himself in utter confusion. Throughout the summer, he had been chatting with Ginny, gradually taking control of her soul. Once he could manipulate her body, he wasted no time performing the incantation to summon the Serpent King. However, something baffling happened. Unlike decades ago, the Basilisk now refused to obey his commands. Riddle was completely at a loss. Before he could figure out the reason, his plans had been interrupted by 2 individuals, forcing him into hiding. To make matters worse, after that encounter, young Ginny seemed to develop a hint of curiosity and even a sliver of trust toward a boy named Rhys. Fortunately, Riddle's silver tongue prevailed. He persuaded Ginny, like a sweet-talking bird, to abandon the idea of confiding in Rhys. Instead, he redirected her focus toward him, becoming even more devoted. Thanks to Ginny's tireless efforts, Riddle's strength had been rapidly restored. He could now take full control of Ginny's body and even manifest his physical form near the diary. As Riddle's power returned, so did his confidence. On Halloween night, taking advantage of the end of the feast, he once again seized control of Ginny's body. This time, he intended to summon the Serpent King anew. If the summon failed, he would go directly to the chamber and confront the Basilisk in person, demanding an explanation for its defiance of Salazar Slytherin's pact. But tonight, fortune seemed to favor him. The Serpent King had actively responded to his call. Though its tone was icy and laced with resentment, a response was better than the cold indifference he had faced before. Right. __________________. Chapter 188, Riddle, I don't know how to lose. Great Snake King, you finally responded to my call. After failing once, Riddle adjusted his attitude slightly. Previously, he had truly seen himself as the Basilisk's master, issuing commands at will. But after being ignored, he learned his lesson and began treating the Basilisk with respect. Hungry. The Basilisk didn't particularly want to deal with Riddle, but it had to follow Reese's orders, so it simply shouted out its truest thought. Riddle suddenly understood, so that was it. The reason he couldn't control the Snake King before was that he hadn't provided it with enough benefits. Everything made sense to Riddle now. I am willing to offer a sacrifice to you. Please forgive my rudeness. He immediately began painting a grand vision for the Basilisk. And to its surprise, it was a pretty appealing vision. The Basilisk figured that if there were sacrifices involved, it wouldn't mind chatting with this little guy for a while, even without Reese's command. It quickly seized the opportunity, agreeing to Riddle's proposal and suggesting they return to the Chamber of Secrets for further discussion. Riddle naturally had no reason to refuse. However, he was somewhat conflicted about who to sacrifice. Ginny hadn't been completely drained of her usefulness yet, and handing her over to the Basilisk now felt like a waste. But at the moment, soothing the Snake King was the priority. Children as gullible as Ginny could be easily replaced. He directly controlled Ginny and headed toward the girls' bathroom on the second floor. While Riddle was conversing with the Basilisk, Reese had already locked onto his location. When he saw him walking towards the bathroom, Rice suddenly remembered a trivial matter. Riddle soon arrived in the girls' bathroom on the first floor of the castle. Decades ago, he had opened the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets here, accidentally killing a foolish girl. Fortunately, he had been clever enough to frame that big oaf and convince all the professors, except Dumbledore, of his innocence. But that damn Dumbledore had refused to believe him. Why? Why? Even after all this time, Riddle still couldn't let it go. On one side was him, impoverished but extraordinarily intelligent, an orphan but brave and resourceful, and an exemplary student who excelled in both academics and character as a prefect. On the other side was Hagrid, clumsy and reckless, constantly getting into trouble, causing incidents every other week, and obsessed with raising dangerous magical creatures. Why would Dumbledore choose to believe the latter? Of course, the notion that someone like Hagrid was the heir of Slytherin was a stretch, but it was still the most plausible explanation at the time. After the incident, Dumbledore had increased his surveillance of Riddle, forcing him to abandon his plans to open the chamber. Instead, he continued to act as a model student to lull Dumbledore into a false sense of security. However, Riddle hadn't been idle during the following 2 years. He created a Horcrux using his diary, preserving the 16-year-old version of himself within it. That way, one day, he could guide another person to follow in his footsteps and complete his unfinished work. Riddle shook his head, driving those chaotic thoughts out of his mind, and began reciting the command to open the Chamber of Secrets in Parseltongue. Open. The bathroom was silent. Nothing happened. Frowning, Riddle repeated the command. Still, nothing. A flicker of confusion and bewilderment appeared in Riddle's eyes. Why has everything changed? The Basilisk, which had followed behind Riddle and arrived nearby, overheard everything happening outside. Suddenly, it remembered that its master, Reese, had sealed the original entrance. While this didn't affect the Basilisk's movements, a regular human could no longer use it to enter. It had forgotten to inform the little guy outside about this. To be fair, the Basilisk didn't think it was relevant to it. After recalling the locations of the alternative entrances left behind by its master, the Basilisk relayed this information to Riddle. Riddle. What is going on here? Riddle couldn't help but ask. The Basilisk ignored him, silently slithering back toward the Chamber of Secrets. It informed Riddle to hurry and follow, promising to wait for him inside. Having no other choice, Riddle swallowed his frustration and turned to head toward the entrance the Basilisk had indicated. As he exited the bathroom, his eyes lit up. He spotted a lone boy walking toward him. Riddle immediately recognized him. It was Reese, the boy who had thwarted his plans earlier. Perfect. A wave of delight washed over Riddle. Now he had the ideal offering for the Basilisk. And not just anyone, it was Reese, the very one who had ruined his previous effort. This was practically a double victory. The moment Riddle saw Reese, he drew Ginny's wand and cast a disarming charm. As expected, Reese's wand spun into the air and flew out of his grasp. Triumphant, Riddle broke into a satisfied grin. "So, what exactly are you trying to do?" Reese asked. His tone was very calm. He stood there quietly, gazing at Riddle as if watching a child playing a harmless prank. That look in Reese's eyes irritated Riddle. However, remembering that he was currently using Ginny's body to confront Reese, he let it slide. After all, a young witch like Ginny did have an inherently deceptive appearance. But Reese Lint, a skilled wizard, would surely never lower his guard against anyone. "This will be your first lesson, taught by me, the price being your life." Riddle sneered inwardly. Despite having successfully disarmed Reese, Riddle remained cautious. With a flick of Ginny's wand, he conjured a rope that bound Reese's hands tightly. "You want to know what I'm doing? Then come with me." Riddle gestured with the wand, forcing Reese to follow. To Riddle's surprise, Reese was remarkably cooperative. He neither resisted nor asked any questions along the way. Is he just pretending to stay calm, or does he think this is some kind of child's game? Riddle wondered. But it didn't trouble him much. From Riddle's perspective, Reese had no wand, his hands were tied, and the odds were completely stacked against him. As long as Riddle kept a safe distance and avoided any physical attacks, there was no way for him to lose. And so, with Ginny's body under his control, he led Reese into the Chamber of Secrets, following the directions provided by the Basilisk. Though the method of entry had changed, Riddle had to admit, the new entrance was far more dignified than the original. Stepping into the Chamber of Secrets once again, Riddle felt a surge of exhilaration. He was on the brink of realizing the shared dream of himself and Salazar Slytherin. This wave of excitement caused him to overlook some subtle changes in the chamber, such as the noticeably improved lighting, or the much cleaner state of the place compared to before. Reese, however, remained utterly unperturbed as he entered the chamber. To Riddle, this lack of reaction could only mean one thing: this poor, naive boy must have been completely awestruck by the grandeur of the Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 189, Do you understand Slytherin better than me? Riddle smiled faintly at Reese. Then, the body of Ginny, whom he had possessed, collapsed straight onto the ground, her face turning deathly pale in an instant. "Hey, if you do that, what if the kid gets hurt from the fall?" Reese frowned slightly, hearing the dull thud as Ginny hit the marble floor. This was the first thing Riddle heard Reese say after manifesting his physical form. He couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. "I didn't expect you to still be concerned about others at a time like this, Reese." Riddle's figure glowed faintly with an eerie, misty light, and he wore a peculiar smile. "Aren't you curious about what this place is?" "Reese, I probably know this place better than you do." Seeing Reese remain silent, Riddle felt like he had hit a wall, which irked him considerably. "Aren't you curious why I brought you here? Or about my identity? And why little Ginny ended up in this state?" Reese's calmness, or perhaps indifference, made Riddle feel bored. If he simply handed Reese over to the Basilisk as a sacrifice, it would be too dull. He had originally intended to have a proper conversation about those grand ideals of his, ideals he had never shared with anyone. Riddle had a strong desire to share his story. To him, inheriting such a grand cause but being forced to keep it all to himself was nothing short of torture. "If I must ask a question," Reese said, his wrists twisting slightly as if his blood circulation had been cut off from being tied up too long, "I want to know who you are." "My name is Tom Riddle," Riddle declared. As he announced his name, Riddle wasn't expecting Reese to recognize it. Through his conversations with Ginny, he had already learned that his name wasn't widely known in the future. It made sense, Tom Riddle hadn't accomplished many things worth commemorating. And with Albus Dumbledore taking charge of the school, there was no way anyone would promote his name. However, what surprised Riddle was that when Reese heard his name, his eyes revealed a look of astonishment. He clearly recognized it. Reese was indeed shocked to hear Riddle's name because he had just heard it earlier that evening from Helena. He couldn't help but think, why is it always you? Tom Riddle was Voldemort, which meant he had been involved in last year's Philosopher's Stone heist, this year's possession of Ginny, and the diadem incident decades ago. Such a persistent knack for stirring trouble, it was unmatched, even by the most mischievous of Gryffindors. "You've heard of my name?" This time, it was Riddle's turn to be curious. Reese nodded firmly. "You've really stirred up quite a bit of trouble," Reese remarked with some amusement. "Even more than the Gryffindors I've met who specialize in causing chaos." "What?" This comment seemed to hit a nerve with Riddle. He snarled in anger, "Nonsense. I am the noble heir to Salazar Slytherin's great legacy, the true heir of Slytherin, and you dare insult me like this?" Reese. He felt utterly dumbfounded. If he had to pick an heir to Slytherin, surely it would be either Adrian or the Bloody Baron, not some random upstart from 1,000 years later. This guy claiming the title. Puffed. Ridiculous. Reese was so exasperated he actually started laughing. "You are not Slytherin's heir," Reese said bluntly. "You don't even bear the Slytherin name. And as far as I know, there isn't any wizarding family with the surname Riddle, either." Reese's unvarnished truth immediately infuriated Riddle. Lies might not sting, but the truth often cuts straight to the core. Reese's words struck directly at Riddle's deepest insecurity. Riddle's face darkened in an instant. "Riddle." His face twitched, and through clenched teeth, he spat out his words, "Yes, ha. My foolish Muggle father is indeed a stain upon me, I admit it. But flowing through my veins is the blood of Salazar Slytherin himself, passed down through his daughter." "You are not," Reese said calmly. "I am. I'm a descendant of the Gaunt family. My mother was the daughter of the Gaunt family." Riddle roared in frustration. "The Gaunts were adopted by Slytherin. They aren't his bloodline at all." Reese countered bluntly. "Rubbish. How could you possibly know more about Slytherin than I do? I'll prove it to you right now, evidence that I am the true heir of Slytherin." Riddle was utterly enraged. He opened his mouth and shouted in Parseltongue, "Great Serpent King, devour the sacrifice I offer you." Reese, however, turned his head and calmly issued his own command in Parseltongue to the basilisk resting inside the chamber's pipes. "Oi, go back to sleep. Your task is complete, and I'll bring you food tomorrow." Riddle's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Reese speak Parseltongue. "You can speak Parseltongue," he exclaimed, stunned. Then, as if a light had gone on in his mind, everything fell into place. Now he understood why things had gone awry after his revival. Reese had gotten to the basilisk first, wresting control away from him and sealing off the original chamber entrance. Clever. No wonder Reese had shown no reaction to the grandeur of the chamber earlier. But it didn't matter, Riddle thought, his confidence surging again. He still had the upper hand now. Tightening his grip on the wand in his hand, he subtly took 2 steps closer to the unconscious Ginny lying on the ground. "See. Being able to speak Parseltongue doesn't prove you're Slytherin's heir. Neither does knowing the location of the Chamber of Secrets," Reese said, his voice calm and even. As though critiquing a stranger. "There is no such thing as a bloodline heir to Slytherin." Although Riddle currently existed in a state somewhere between ghost and corporeal form, his face flushed as Reese spoke, reminiscent of a raw prawn scalded with boiling water. "You." Riddle could feel his temples throbbing painfully as rage coursed through him. He wanted to denounce Reese's absurd words as madness but found himself unable to muster a proper rebuttal. This was because Parseltongue wasn't exclusively Slytherin's legacy. Many dark wizards were also Parselmouths, including the infamous Herpo the Foul. There was even a prevailing theory that Parseltongue, like Troll or Mermish, was a learnable, foreign language. In Slytherin's time, any young wizard with sufficient talent would be granted access to the Chamber of Secrets for study, Reese continued, explaining the chamber's history with an air of calm indifference. By the standards of that era, you wouldn't have been deemed worthy to enter the chamber. It was a perfect opportunity to twist the knife. Avada Kedavra. Riddle, finally pushed past his breaking point, unleashed a killing curse at Reese. The spell, however, vanished inexplicably just a few feet away from Reese, dissipating into thin air. Riddle froze. "What? Compared to your future self, your current form is weaker in every aspect, magical power, spell proficiency, even temperament," Reese observed, his commentary continuing without pause. His tone was detached, as if critiquing 2 paintings. "But that's a good thing, isn't it? It shows you've improved over time." For a moment, Riddle's fury was swallowed by confusion and unease. He didn't have time to be angry anymore. Underscore. Chapter 190, please, don't mention Slytherin's great cause, okay? Reese's blunt truth remained hurtful, but Riddle had no time to feel angry. He was utterly baffled and confused. Why had his killing curse failed? It felt as though he had thrown an icicle into a vat of molten steel, where it had vaporized halfway through. "You seem perplexed. Are you wondering why your killing curse vanished?" Reese's voice rang out at just the right moment. Riddle, pushing aside all other emotions, nodded at Reese. He wanted to understand how Reese had done it. The strength of a spell is tied to emotions, you understand that much, don't you? Reese didn't hold back, even though he didn't have a high opinion of Riddle. He earnestly began explaining the disintegration spell he had just used. Tom nodded again. He did understand the relationship between spells and emotions. Without sufficient intensity and the right emotions, even a deadly curse like the killing curse would amount to little more than causing a nosebleed. But spells are ultimately powered by magic itself. I hope you can grasp this. Wizards either draw upon their internal magic or harness the magic in their surroundings. Then they mix it with emotions and various auxiliary methods to create all kinds of unique spells. If you understand this much, you should be able to comprehend the disintegration magic I just used. The expression on Riddle's face changed to one of surprise as he stood opposite Reese. So, you mean to say you constructed a wall of magic in front of yourself and forcibly broke down my killing curse? More or less, Rhys replied casually, but this requires me to have a deep understanding of the spell you cast. Otherwise, such a thin layer of magical barrier wouldn't have enough time to disassemble your spell. Compared to this, the shield charm and its prototypes are more reliable. When did you? Riddle couldn't help but mutter to himself. The boy before him clearly didn't have a wand, and his hands were still bound, yet he had managed to conjure a magical barrier right in front of him. Even more shocking, Riddle hadn't sensed it at all. This is the gap in skill, as well as in knowledge, Rhys said calmly. I've always believed that the current wizarding world's neglect of teaching magical flow is a colossal mistake. You're so dull to it that you couldn't even feel me setting up a magical barrier in front of you. It's almost visible to the naked eye. As Rhys channeled his magic to his eyes, a faint, translucent blue wall, barely a finger's thickness, shimmered into existence in front of him. Riddle sighed. He could feel the vast difference between himself and Rhys. I didn't expect that after my slumber, the wizarding world would make such astonishing advancements in magic. It's unbelievable. Rhys. Riddle's words felt like they had cast a silencing charm on Rhys, leaving him momentarily speechless. Tom Riddle glanced at Rhys, his expression unreadable. He decided to employ another method to deal with him, a method that had never failed him before. It was the most powerful magic he had discovered during his weaker years, words. Let me reintroduce myself, Riddle said softly, his voice dripping with friendliness. This is my true name, past, present, and future, Rhys Lynth. Riddle pulled Ginny's wand from his pocket and waved it through the air, tracing out 3 gleaming words, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then, with another flick of the wand, the letters rearranged themselves, forming, I am Lord Voldemort. You should have heard this name before, Riddle said with a touch of regret. Heard of my struggles to carry on Slytherin's legacy. Unfortunately, according to Ginny, I failed. But then, his tone shifted, now laced with temptation and allure. Things are different now. I've met you. This is fate, no, it is Slytherin's divine will from beyond the grave that has brought us together. There is indeed a unique bond between us, Rhys interrupted calmly, one that means you'll be of great help to me, past, present, and future. A/N, LOL. Riddle's spirits lifted at Rhys's words, excellent, he seemed to be taking the bait. Considering Rhys's apparent connection to Slytherin, Riddle decided to use the sort of rhetoric Slytherins love to hear. The truth was, Riddle had no real ideals. If he genuinely cared about fulfilling Slytherin's cause, why would he even consider murdering Ginny Weasley, a pureblood witch? From start to finish, he was an opportunist. All his talk of Slytherin's legacy and restoring the glory of purebloods was nothing more than a facade. He tailored his words to his audience, whatever worked to achieve his goals. To him, Rhys seemed like someone tied to Slytherin, so naturally, Riddle leaned on the rhetoric of pureblood supremacy. Together, we can achieve the grand vision Slytherin himself could not accomplish. Riddle declared fervently. Hearing Riddle's words, Rhys couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Surely not, was he really about to say that? Eradicate every single Muggle-born wizard. Restore Hogwarts to its purity. Rhys, of course. In that moment, his expression hovered on the edge of composure, teetering between barely holding it together and completely breaking. Please, I beg you all, can we stop using Slytherin's name for this nonsense? It's utterly embarrassing. Back in his own time, while Rhys had opposed admitting students with no wizarding lineage, he had still treated those who were admitted fairly. At most, he'd kept an eye on their rhetoric and monitored their ideological leanings. But this? Killing all of them outright. What even was this logic? For a moment, Rhys didn't know how to respond. Noticing how his words had seemingly shocked Rhys into silence, Riddle nodded in satisfaction. Then, he launched into a fervent and passionate speech. Chapter 191, Hold Up. I'm Salazar Slytherin. The moment Rhys pointed at him, Riddle felt an ominous chill rising in his heart, as if the next second he would be torn apart by a howling spell. He immediately dodged to the side, and the spot where he had just been standing erupted with a loud bang. Riddle was certain that if that spell had hit him, while he wouldn't have died, he would definitely have been forced back into the diary to recuperate. Why had the situation suddenly turned this way? Riddle couldn't comprehend it. Weren't he and Rhys having a pleasant conversation? Why had Rhys suddenly unleashed a torrent of harsh words and then started attacking him? Although Rhys's sudden attack surprised him, Riddle wasn't about to just stand there and serve as a target. In his view, he could still maneuver against Rhys and find an opportunity to escape. Without hesitation, he used Ginny's wand to retaliate. Serpensortia. A torrent of magic burst forth as though it cost nothing, and Riddle unleashed all the power he had extracted from Ginny over the past months. Regardless of the outcome of this fight, he knew he would need a good deal of time to recover, ideally, finding another young witch or wizard to drain for strength. Dozens of black serpents poured from the tip of Ginny's wand, hissing and flicking their tongues as they slithered toward Reese. That's enough. How dare you use a spell I invented against me? Reese sneered. Although his wand had been disarmed by Riddle's Expelliarmus, he still had a backup. However, little Riddle, in his current state, hardly warranted the use of a wand, especially not the spare one Reese had, an artifact of Hufflepuff's, which he preferred to keep pristine. Looking at the swarm of black snakes slithering toward him, Reese merely snapped his fingers, and they dissolved into wisps of black smoke. Go, Reese commanded, sending the smoke drifting toward Riddle. Though unsure what would happen if the smoke reached him, Riddle instinctively widened the distance between himself and the advancing haze. With a wave of Ginny's wand, a gust of wind swept through the chamber, dispersing the black smoke into fragmented wisps that quickly dissipated. Riddle intended to seize the opportunity to counterattack, but Reese's relentless spells came at him like an inescapable plague, giving him no room to breathe, let alone strike back. It took everything Riddle had to barely fend off Reese's assaults. He utilized every trick in his arsenal, leveraging his quasi-spiritual form to its fullest. Several spells managed to hit him, but his ghost-like state allowed him to shrug off damage that would have incapacitated any normal mortal. As long as he had enough life force, he could endure these attacks. Even worse, Riddle vaguely sensed that Reese seemed to be holding back. Several times, Reese's spells could have caused far greater damage, yet he intentionally chose to go easy on him. It felt as though Reese was testing him. Boom. Riddle unleashed a massive blasting curse, reducing dozens of floor tiles to fine dust. Using the explosion as cover, the now semi-transparent Riddle swiftly reattached himself to Ginny's body and bolted in the direction farthest from Reese. What an overwhelming sense of oppression. I need to. Reese merely stood there, casting spells barehanded, and Riddle felt like he was suffocating. The last time he experienced this level of pressure was from Albus Dumbledore. No, even then it was different. When he first encountered Dumbledore, he had been an 11-year-old orphan, reliant on instinctive magic to intimidate other children. Now, he was vastly more powerful, hundreds of times stronger than he had been back then. Yet within Reese's line of sight, he felt as helpless as an infant in swaddling clothes. Who on earth was this boy? Hey, stop destroying the floor tiles. Reese's slightly annoyed voice rang out through the explosion smoke. In the next moment, Ginny's body, now possessed by Riddle, slammed heavily to the ground. He suddenly found himself unable to move. Ugh. A petrification charm. When did he cast it? Reese ignored the sprawled Riddle and summoned Ginny's wand into his hand. Then, with calm efficiency, he began repairing the floor tiles Riddle had destroyed. Fortunately, the damage wasn't irreparable. With a simple repairing charm, Reese restored the floor to its original state. After fixing the floor tiles that Riddle had shattered, Reese glanced toward the spot where Ginny had fallen. He locked eyes with her, or rather, with him. In the next moment, Reese found himself standing in a withered field of dandelions. He immediately understood that Riddle had pulled him into Ginny's soulscape. That suited Reese just fine, it saved him the trouble of doing it himself. This place should have been beautiful, Reese said as he knelt to pluck a withered dandelion from the ground, watching as it crumbled into ash in his palm. What exactly are you? Came Riddle's voice, filled with shock, from a short distance away. Reese lifted his head lazily, and his gaze fell upon Riddle. In the soulscape, Riddle appeared drastically different from his physical self. While his face remained the same, his body was only half intact, as though it had been violently cleaved in two. From the jagged opening of his body, hundreds of root-like tendrils extended, burrowing into the desolate flower field to absorb its nutrients. TCH Horcrux. Reese sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. How utterly grotesque. You've got the nerve to say that to me? Riddle snapped, unable to keep his composure. To him, Reese looked far more monstrous. At least half of Riddle still resembled a human. The figure standing before him, however, was a creature covered entirely in serpentine scales. What made it worse was the strange face beneath those scales. One half looked like a young man, while the other resembled an elderly man. Along the boundary between the youthful and aged halves, the two sides appeared to be locked in a slow battle. Occasionally, one would gain the upper hand, forming a protrusion on the other side, only to be gradually overwhelmed and absorbed again. Tom, there is no such thing as a perfect path to immortality, Reese said, glancing at his own appearance. With a shrug, he continued, but I dare say my method comes the closest to perfection. Riddle stared at him, incredulous. You're actually proud of this? And what are you, exactly? He demanded for the second time, unable to suppress his curiosity. Reese cast him a sidelong glance and raised his hand. In the air, the name Reese Chisara Lint appeared written in the ancient text, glowing faintly. Allow me to reintroduce myself, Reese said softly, his voice steady. I am Salazar Slytherin. As Reese spoke, the ancient letters forming the name Reese Chisara Lint rapidly shifted, finally rearranging themselves into Salazar Slytherin and then got translated into the English of today's time. Riddle felt as though his head had been struck heavily with a hammer. This is impossible, he stammered, repeating the same phrase over and over like a madman. Why would it be impossible? Reese replied with a chuckle. If a wretch like you can cling to life, it's only natural that I've managed to stick around for a few more years, don't you think? _______. Chapter 192, Thanks Riddle. Riddle was completely thrown into chaos. The person before him claimed to be Salazar Slytherin. And judging by his demeanor, there was a very high likelihood he was telling the truth. So, this little wizard named Reese might actually be his ancestor. Considering the benefits of acknowledging Reese as an ancestor, coupled with the fact that he was no match for him, Riddle made his decision in less than a second. Honorable Salazar Slytherin, I offer you my highest respect. You are a living legend, and the blood flowing through my veins that belongs to you is my eternal pride, Riddle said in an extremely earnest and serious tone, as if reciting an ode, paying his respects to Reese. I, Tom Marvolo Gaunt, in my arrogance and ignorance, have offended you. Please, great ancestor, punish me for the sins I have committed. Tom's tone was full of sincerity, as though he truly welcomed any punishment Reese might give him. Reese. Enough already, Reese said, his face contorting the moment he heard the name Gaunt. Gaunt was my foster child. The blood in your veins is not mine. No matter what punishment you choose, my heart will be full of gratitude because I have finally, wait what? Riddle's words stopped abruptly. Reese's statement hit him harder than 1,000 blasting curses. With Slytherin's personal confirmation, how could there be any room for denial? Now, the blood in his veins was nothing but the filthy lineage of Muggles and the blood of thieves and liars. He is a pure-blood ideologist. At this rate, he'll kill me. However, Riddle quickly devised the best possible way to respond. His expression turned sorrowful, and his voice took on a sobbing tone. Oh, great Slytherin, you may not know this, but I grew up in an orphanage. In concise and poignant words, Riddle narrated his childhood in the orphanage to Reese. Orphanages in the 1930s were far from kind places. Overcrowded due to the war and with government funding stretched thin, the children endured harsh living conditions and a lack of care or attention. It was a survival of the fittest world. The ultimate goal for the orphans was to be adopted. Whenever a family came to the orphanage looking to adopt, the children would become as eager and excited as puppies in a pet shop, trying their hardest to show themselves in the best light. At this point, Riddle's tone grew indignant. I was no different, and I put in immense effort. But a mere small rumor was enough to destroy everything. He talks to snakes. Riddle mimicked a child's voice with a sneer. All those damned brats had to do was casually bring up this fact during conversations with prospective adopters, and all my merits were erased. No family was willing to take in a child who might be able to talk to snakes. After detailing his miserable childhood, Riddle changed his tone. The first 16 years of my life were bleak. But after meeting you, I finally have a family again. You, the great Slytherin, are the father of all students in Slytherin House. I, Tom Gaunt, have finally found a father. Please, let me be your adopted son. From this moment on, your commands will be my life's purpose. At this emotional peak, Riddle even shed tears. Reese interrupted Riddle's performance and kindly reminded him that he indeed had a father, the Muggle named Riddle. Tom Riddle. The thing he despised most was the Muggle bloodline he inherited from his father. He wanted to say more, but Reese had no interest in wasting further time on him. Through their exchanges, Reese had seen through Riddle's true nature. As he initially concluded, Riddle was nothing more than a beast wearing human skin, and language was just another weapon in his arsenal. Earlier, I shared with you the mysteries of separation magic. Now, let me teach you another lesson. Reese stretched his upper body and cracked his neck, the joints in his body emitting a series of sharp pops. And that lesson is to be cautious when using soul-level magic, especially when you can't ascertain the opponent's level. He loosened his control over his own soul. Before Reese had even finished speaking, Riddle already had a bad feeling. What followed quickly confirmed his intuition. The ground of the flower-covered landscape, previously dry sand and stone, now began seeping with moisture. The air grew humid, and the unmistakable scent of water lingered everywhere. Riddle instinctively wiped the beads of dew forming on his forehead, only to notice fine scales appearing on his palms. What? He looked toward where Reese stood and saw that Reese's body was undergoing a drastic transformation. The scales on his skin swelled and flattened repeatedly until green serpents began slithering out from him. In no time, his lower body was entirely concealed by the writhing mass of slick snakes. The snakes coiled and intertwined, forming a tail beneath Reese's waist. At a glance, it looked like a massive green serpent several meters long. Meanwhile, his upper body stabilized, though all the scales on it turned silver, and his face took on an even more serpentine appearance. Noticing Riddle staring at him, Reese grinned widely. Don't look at things you're not supposed to. A raspy voice whispered in Riddle's ear. Riddle suddenly felt as if thousands of needles were stabbing into every inch of his body. He let out a pained scream, swelling like a balloon before bursting with a loud pop. Most of Riddle's soul fragmented into countless specks of light, drifting through the air. Only a faint, thin wisp of light floated upward toward the sky. Reese did not stop it and allowed it to vanish into the air. Riddle had already coughed up all the benefits he had extracted from Ginny, even losing a significant portion of his own essence in the process. It was time to send him back into the diary. If he continued to harm Riddle, Reese genuinely worried he might accidentally destroy this Horcrux, and it still had an important role to play. It couldn't afford to be damaged. After all, finding another Horcrux wasn't an option. Reese was rather thankful to Riddle, who had provided him with a wealth of precious materials. Riddle's contributions had yielded the best treatment solutions for both Ravenclaw and Astoria's ailments. As Reese reverted to his original appearance, the flower field's ground also returned to its dry state, as if the water from moments ago had never existed. A single droplet of water fell into the field, followed by a second, then a third. Rain began to fall from the sky, merging with the glowing specks of light that floated in the air and soaking into the field, nourishing the previously arid soil. Reese remained in the flower field until the rain stopped. By then, the land had transformed into fertile black soil, and the withered dandelions were gone, replaced by countless tiny sprouts just breaking through the surface. The dandelion field will bloom again, though it may take a few days, Reese said, confirming that Ginny's soul world had returned to a healthy state. With that assurance, Reese exited her soul world. Chapter 193, Amnesiac Riddle. Reese stood once again on the floor of the Chamber of Secrets. He glanced at Ginny, who was lying unconscious on the ground. She was still out cold, but her complexion had improved significantly, it was no longer deathly pale as before. A small, tattered notebook lay quietly on the floor beside her hand, as if it had slipped out of her sleeve. Reese picked up the notebook and immediately sensed a well-hidden aura of malevolence emanating from it. Clearly, this was the vessel for Riddle's fragment of soul. Using a notebook you can find in any Muggle shop as a Horcrux, nice, quite creative, Reese remarked, giving Riddle a rare compliment. The selection and concealment of Horcruxes were practically essential lessons for any dark wizard aspiring to immortality but lacking the necessary power. They could hide their Horcruxes in desolate wildernesses or use inconspicuous vessels. After all, a Horcrux was typically protected by sophisticated enchantments that could withstand ordinary wear and tear, weather, or even fire and flood, as long as the creator didn't mind the aesthetic unpleasantness. The central principle was simple: make it impossible for enemies to locate your Horcrux. The diary Riddle had chosen as his Horcrux was indeed inconspicuous. Toss it into a second-hand bookshop, and unless it actively caused trouble, it might go unnoticed for decades, if not centuries. Reese opened the diary and wrote a line on its pages: I am Adrian Greengrass. The ink lingered on the paper for a second before being absorbed completely, disappearing without a trace. Soon, the diary responded. A faint, scrawled line of text appeared on the page. Hello, Adrian. I am, ###@###. The writing abruptly stopped, followed by a string of meaningless gibberish, as though the writer had suddenly lost their mind. After a moment, the gibberish vanished, replaced by another sentence. Sorry, I've forgotten who I am. I need your help. Reese smiled in satisfaction. The diary's reaction indicated that Riddle's soul had been severely damaged, to the point that even his memories were gone. This was exactly the state Reese wanted. Ignoring Riddle's pleas for help from within the diary, Reese tucked it into his robes and cast a levitation spell on the unconscious Ginny. She floated behind him as he left the Chamber of Secrets. Once out of the chamber, Reese glanced back at Ginny, who was still hovering behind him, and sighed in mild frustration. He wasn't worried about being caught wandering the castle in the middle of the night with a young girl in tow. What bothered him was that the chamber's entrance was quite far from the Gryffindor common room. Counting the return trip, it meant climbing from the castle's base to the top and back, a trek Reese wasn't keen on making. Maybe I should just leave her somewhere clean and warm. Reese thought the idea was rather good. If Ginny were discovered by one of the patrolling professors, she might suffer a little and gain an opportunity for self-reflection. Still, it would require some effort to find a suitable spot for her. Wait a minute. Out of the corner of his eye, Reese noticed a shadow. He immediately stopped in his tracks and called out loudly. Peeves. A small, mischievous spirit wearing a bright orange party hat popped out from behind a suit of armor. He seemed annoyed that someone had dared to call him out directly, juggling the armor's helmet as he muttered. Which little brat dares to call the great? Peeves abruptly cut himself off as he caught a clear view of Reese's face. At the Death Day party, Peeves had seen it all. This young wizard had been hanging out with the Bloody Baron, their relationship clearly unusual. Peeves knew better than to tangle with someone like that. Deciding it was best to pretend he hadn't seen anything, Peeves was ready to flee. But Reese obviously wasn't about to let him off so easily. Seeing Peeves about to bolt, Reese called his name again, this time with a sharper tone. Now irritated, Peeves spun around, about to retort, but Reese was quicker. With a swift motion, he floated Ginny over and deposited her right in front of Peeves. "Take this girl to the Gryffindor common room," Reese commanded. "If you refuse, the next one to come looking for you will be the Baron." Peeves' countless retorts and complaints were swallowed down. He stared at Reese for a moment, then silently took Ginny and rushed upstairs with her. "Endure. Just endure. It's all for the bloody Baron's sake, kid." Having handed Ginny off to Peeves, Reese nodded in satisfaction and turned to head for the second-floor bathroom. He needed to retrieve his wand and lunchbox. "Can't sleep, just can't sleep." Harry tossed and turned on his bed as his stomach let out a loud growl. While he was no stranger to hunger at the Dursleys, Hogwarts' unlimited food had greatly weakened his tolerance for it. Skipping dinner had left him so hungry he couldn't fall asleep. Getting out of bed, he rummaged through his trunk for a while before finally pulling out 2 boxes of chocolate frogs. Just as he was about to eat them to quiet his stomach, Harry suddenly felt like someone was watching him. He looked up and jumped in surprise. A pair of bright, eager eyes were staring straight at the chocolate frogs in his hands. He quickly realized it was Ron. Like Harry, Ron had missed dinner due to attending nearly headless Nick's death day party and was now too hungry to sleep. Following the unspoken rule of sharing food with friends, Harry handed Ron one of the chocolate frogs. One chocolate frog down, and the 2 were even hungrier. "Do you have anything else to eat?" "I've got a small bag of Scabbers rat food. So why don't you 2 just go to the kitchen?" Seamus' voice came from behind the curtains of his bed. "Harry, Ron. You know where the kitchen is?" "Fred told me," Seamus replied, surprised at their reaction. "You don't know where the kitchen is?" "Ron, you're Fred and George's brother." "Ron. They only ever interact with me when they're pranking me, so why would they tell you about it?" Seamus cleared his throat awkwardly and explained that he'd helped Fred with something before. As a reward, they'd shared this little secret with him. As for what the favor was, he refused to say. So, where's the kitchen? Ron couldn't be bothered to delve into what favor Seamus had done for Fred. All he wanted was to get to the kitchen quickly and have a feast. "I gave a lot for this information." Seamus put on a troubled expression. A full set of this year's History of Magic notes, written by Hermione from Ravenclaw. Guaranteed quality. And this week's potions essay on top of that. "I'm going to bed." Fine, just the notes will do." Seamus finally caved and wrote the location of the kitchen and the way to enter on a slip of paper, handing it to Harry. Harry and Ron quickly got dressed, grabbed the invisibility cloak, and left the common room. However, midway through their journey, Harry suddenly heard a faint, indistinct voice. It was cold and full of malice. "Feed, kill, kill. Calling for a sacrifice." "Harry, what the? Underscore. Chapter 194, Weird Food Box. "Ron, did you hear that?" Harry stopped and asked Ron. "Hear what?" Ron, still absorbed in the pleasant thought of soon reaching the kitchen for a feast, didn't immediately understand. Harry ignored him, pressing his ear against the stone wall and listening intently. But the voice seemed to have faded away, so much so that he could only barely hear a sound but couldn't make out what it was saying. Harry made a snap decision and ran in the direction the voice had come from. "Harry, what are you doing?" Ron was baffled, initially thinking Harry was hearing things due to hunger, but he had to quickly follow. Harry had the invisibility cloak. If they got separated and Filch caught him, he'd be in trouble. Harry dashed down flights of stairs, raced past the entrance hall, and finally made his way to the vicinity of the second-floor bathroom. Once there, Harry felt a bit confused. Too much time had passed, so he couldn't be sure this was where the voice had originated, only that it was the right general area. "You really didn't hear anything?" Harry asked Ron, who was out of breath and trailing behind him, with frustration. "I didn't hear a thing, Harry. What's going on?" Ron wiped the sweat from his forehead. A look of confusion flashed across Harry's face. Ron's confident tone was enough to make him start doubting himself. At that moment, Ron sniffed the air. He caught a faint whiff of food. "Do you smell that?" "Huh?" Ron's sudden question caught Harry off guard. The banquet had long ended, so how could there still be the scent of food lingering? Was Ron so hungry that he was imagining it? If it was just traces of dinner left in the air, then Ron's nose might be a little too sensitive. "There's definitely food around here. Let me check." Ron's nostrils flared as he sniffed around the hallway. After 2 laps, he finally discovered a heavy food container hidden beneath a vase stand. Knew it. Ron had already shoved aside any thoughts of Harry's voice. What could be more important than food? He placed the container on the windowsill and opened its lid. Inside was a dish of red wine braised veal shanks, glistening and irresistibly aromatic. Ron's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed hard. The dish looked absolutely tantalizing, completely different in style from the typical English fare served at their usual meals. Harry, there really is food in here. And it's so refined and appetizing. This must be Merlin's blessing. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. Why was there a food container here? Its presence alone was highly suspicious. Could it be one of Peeve's pranks? He glanced around, scanning the seemingly ordinary hallway for anything unusual. To his surprise, he did spot something that shouldn't have been there, a wand, lying quietly in the crack between the wall and the floor. It was easy to overlook unless you were paying close attention. Ron, look. Harry gave Ron's shoulder a hard shove, forcing him to tear his gaze away from the food container. There's a wand over there. Ron raised his eyebrows in surprise. Really? Fortune truly favored him tonight. He could definitely use a new wand right now. Ever since their flying car crashed into the Whomping Willow, Ron's wand had been broken. Though he'd wrapped it with layers of magical tape, it was clearly beyond repair and had been malfunctioning ever since. Ron had been worrying about his wand for weeks, and now, to his astonishment, he'd stumbled across a new one right here at Hogwarts. Seeing Ron's expression, Harry could easily guess what he was thinking. He grabbed Ron's shoulders and shook him firmly, trying to snap him out of it. Think, Ron. It's late at night, in a magical castle, on an empty corridor, with a food container filled with a feast and a discarded wand just lying around. Ron, how are you not suspicious? Even I, a kid raised by Muggles, can tell something's off here. Harry's interruption brought Ron back to his senses. The excitement of food and finding a wand had clouded his judgment. Thinking it over carefully, he realized it really was quite strange. Do you think there's something wrong with the food in this box? Like, if some greedy student ate it, they'd disappear or turn into some kind of animal. Harry suggested, drawing from the darker fairy tales he'd read. His chilling hypothesis sent a shiver down Ron's spine. Ron immediately set the food container aside and took several steps back. But he couldn't help muttering, it shouldn't be that bad. I mean, I haven't heard of any curses like that. Still, he couldn't be entirely sure. With thousands of spells and curses in the wizarding world, who was to say there wasn't one that matched Harry's theory? He knew his twin brothers, Fred and George, were working on some joke candies that caused bizarre effects when eaten. It wasn't impossible that this food had been tampered with or cursed. Then a realization struck him. If that's the case, doesn't that mean someone's already been caught in the trap? Shouldn't we take this wand to Professor McGonagall? There's no need for that. Thank you for finding my wand. Ah, who? A voice suddenly came from behind them, startling both Ron and Harry. They jumped apart instinctively, wands raised. Ron even brandished both his broken wand and the one they'd found. Relax, it's me, Reese, Reese quickly said, his tone calm and reassuring, hoping to defuse the tension before anyone accidentally fired a spell. Reese wasn't worried about Harry and Ron's spells hurting him. His main concern was avoiding any commotion that might attract Filch. If that happened, he'd have to waste more energy dealing with it. Too much had happened tonight, and all he wanted now was to return to his dormitory quietly and enjoy his meal. Reese, it's you. What are you doing here? Harry breathed a sigh of relief, still shaken by the tense atmosphere from moments ago. This is my wand and my food container. I made some food but suddenly got a stomachache and had to make a quick stop at the restroom. When I came back out, well, I saw you two here. Reese casually fabricated an explanation, delivering it with just the right amount of plausibility. Both Harry and Ron nodded in understanding. Harry felt a vague sense of unease, as though something was off, but Reese's story seemed reasonable enough to dismiss his doubts. What's with your wand? Reese asked as he took his wand back from Ron, noticing the tape wrapped around Ron's own wand. Ron explained the situation, recounting how his wand had been damaged when their enchanted car crashed into the Whomping Willow. Reese examined Ron's wand for a moment, then gave a small nod. Would you mind if I tried to fix it? Go ahead, can't make it worse than it already is, Ron replied, handing his wand to Reese without hesitation. Reese carefully peeled off the tape from Ron's wand, only to frown deeply. In his opinion, was this wand even worth repairing? It would be better to replace it as soon as possible. The damage to the outer wood was minor, but the core inside was also damaged. Fortunately, the situation wasn't too severe. After some repairs, Ron would at least be able to make do with it for now. With great care, Reese adjusted the unicorn tail hair inside the wand to its proper position. He then realigned the broken parts of the wand's body and cast a mending charm. The fractured pieces seamlessly fused back together, leaving the wand as good as he could make it. Here, it's usable for now, but I strongly recommend replacing it as soon as you can, Reese said as he handed the wand back to Ron. Chapter 195, 195, Fortunately, I am not the headmaster anymore. Thank you, Ron took his wand from Reese's hands and sincerely expressed his gratitude. At least now his wand appeared to be in good shape. When Ron had initially tried to repair it himself, he couldn't even restore its appearance. Ron picked up his wand and gave it a gentle shake. A shower of sparks shot out from the tip. "It's fixed!" Ron exclaimed in delight. Reese. "Not exactly fixed. You still need to be cautious when casting spells. If you use too much force, it'll break again," Reese warned him, trying to curb Ron's excitement. In Reese's opinion, the wand was far from truly repaired, it was merely usable for now. In actual use, it would probably overload and explode after a few spells. "Yeah, I'll be careful," Ron nodded repeatedly. As for Reese's suggestion to replace the wand when possible, Ron simply pretended not to hear. Where would he get the money for a new wand? Reese could tell what Ron was thinking just by his expression. He sighed inwardly. The Weasley family was a pureblood family, after all. How had they ended up in such a state? And as for Ron, the boy had absolutely no sense of resourcefulness. Didn't he realize that sometimes, getting what you need doesn't necessarily require spending money? "You know, getting a wand doesn't always mean you have to pay for it," Reese said. Huh. Ron's interest was immediately piqued. "The key lies in two words, you and buy," Reese said, raising two fingers. "The price of a wand isn't actually that high. If I remember correctly, a wand at Mr. Ollivander's shop costs about 7 galleons. Even if the price varies slightly due to the materials used, it won't stray too far from that. I'm sure your twin brothers can afford that amount." Reese saw Ron about to say something and quickly waved his hand to stop him. "Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch. You can borrow the money from them. As for how to repay it, well, you can negotiate. There are plenty of ways to earn money even within the school, you could look into some of those." Reese glanced at Ron and considered warning him not to take up Daphne's offers to ghostwrite homework for other students. But given Ron's academic abilities, Reese decided it wasn't worth mentioning. Ron nodded thoughtfully. However, knowing his two brothers' temperaments, he felt it was best to avoid involving them if possible. Fred and George had already left him with plenty of psychological scars. And the second method? A wand doesn't necessarily have to be purchased with money. You could trade something for it, Reese said, spreading his hands to emphasize one of humanity's oldest forms of exchange, bartering. Ollivander always needs materials to craft wands. You could send him a letter and ask if you could trade magical creature materials for a new wand. Ron was dumbfounded. Where am I supposed to find materials that meet Ollivander's requirements? Should I just pick them up in the Forbidden Forest? That's exactly it, picking them up in the Forbidden Forest. But you could ask Hagrid. He's got plenty of treasures there. As for how you get the materials from him, that's up to you, Reese replied casually. Ron took a deep breath. Come to think of it, Reese's suggestion sounded pretty feasible. Besides, dealing with Hagrid seemed far more reliable than negotiating with Fred and George. He needed to think carefully about whether to borrow money from his unreliable brothers or try his luck with Hagrid. As for borrowing money from his brothers and not paying it back, that was Fred and George's money. Ron still wanted to keep studying at Hogwarts without getting pranked to death. All right, thanks for finding my wand. It's getting late, so I'll head back now. Be careful not to get caught by Filch. After helping Ron with his wand and offering him some advice, Reese was eager to return to the common room. Wait a minute, Harry suddenly remembered something and stopped Reese just as he was about to leave. Is something wrong? When you were in the bathroom, did you hear any strange noises? I mean. Harry trailed off. What did you hear? Reese asked, looking completely baffled, his reaction identical to Ron's earlier one. Harry hesitated for a moment before stammering out that he had heard a voice, an evil-sounding one at that, talking about things like eating and sacrifices. Doesn't sound like anything good, Reese said, scratching his head. But it could be portraits whispering, or maybe Peeves or some ghosts messing around. So, you didn't hear anything either? Harry asked. Reese chuckled. Hogwarts is the safest place in the wizarding world. Don't worry so much. After calming Harry down, Reese picked up his food box and walked away. On his way back to the common room, Reese narrowed his eyes in thought. Things were getting more and more interesting. Harry Potter was a Parselmouth. The Potters had lived in Godric's Hollow for generations. For someone from such a family to naturally possess the ability to speak Parseltongue, Reese didn't buy it. That left only one explanation: it had to be a result of some external influence. Judging by Harry's clueless expression, it was clear he hadn't deliberately learned Parseltongue as a foreign language. Coupled with that faint, almost imperceptible aura emanating from him, this was getting far too intriguing. If his guess was correct, then Dumbledore was going to face quite the conundrum. At this moment, Reese felt extremely fortunate that he wasn't the current headmaster of Hogwarts. Any troublesome matters could be comfortably handed off to the old guy. After parting ways with Reese, Harry and Ron followed Seamus's directions to the kitchen, where they were greeted with a bounty of food. By the time the two emerged from the painting, each was carrying a food box identical to Reese's. "I've never seen these dishes on the table before," Ron exclaimed, feeling as though he had opened the door to a whole new world. "Yeah," Harry responded with a distracted nod, looking preoccupied. Ron didn't notice Harry's change in mood. His attention was entirely captured by the delicious offerings in his food box. "Something's not right." Harry suddenly stopped in his tracks, his brow furrowed as he finally grasped the unsettling feeling that had been lingering in his mind. "What's not right? Is it Filch?" Ron asked nervously, glancing around in alarm. Ron quickly added, "I really don't want to get detention." "It's Reese," Harry said, turning to look at Ron. "Do you really think Reese is the kind of person who would just drop his wand on the ground?" Ron's eyes widened. "Well, not really. But maybe even he has moments of carelessness. And he never directly answered my question. He didn't explicitly say that he didn't hear the voice. Didn't he, though?" Ron frowned. "I'm not sure I remember clearly anymore. Honestly, I think you're overthinking this. If you ask me, you were just so hungry that you started hearing things. It's a common symptom, easily solved with a sandwich." Harry fell silent. Ron's explanation did make sense, but Harry still couldn't shake the feeling that his judgment was correct. Chapter 196, Courage to Call Him Voldemort. When Reese entered the Slytherin common room and saw the two delicate figures in the corner, he couldn't help but feel a sense of inevitability. Honestly, if the Greengrass sisters weren't waiting here for him, that would have been unusual. "I hope you both had fun at the Death Day party," Reese said as he sat across from them, placing his food box on the table. "The fact that you can say something like that means you barely stayed at the party," Daphne couldn't help but retort. Her sister chimed in agreement. "That was definitely the worst party I've ever been to." "For the dead, though, it was probably quite well done," Reese said, offering a fair defense on behalf of poor nearly headless Nick. Daphne and Astoria both laughed. The Death Day party had indeed been a great success, except for one flaw: Sir Nicholas had been a bit too noisy, distracting everyone from enjoying the Headless Hunt's performances. "Oh, right. The food you asked us to pack for you earlier should still be warm. Hurry up and eat." Daphne suddenly remembered, quickly retrieving a food box from under the table. Reese was a bit surprised. He had assumed they'd already eaten everything themselves. To his surprise, they'd saved it for him. Reese felt a small sense of satisfaction. Some people, without thinking, would eat up every scrap of food and then dash into the Forbidden Forest to hunt once their stomachs started growling again. "I also brought a few dishes from the kitchen," Reese said. Since Daphne and Astoria were so generous, he wasn't going to keep everything for himself. He opened his food box and laid out the exquisite dishes it contained. "Wow. That smells amazing." Daphne and Astoria couldn't tear their eyes away. The level of refinement in these 3 dishes rivaled the meals served at their own family dinners. For 2 girls who were starving, the temptation was impossible to resist. "Go ahead and eat, I brought them for you," Reese said, conjuring 3 sets of tableware with a casual flick of his wand. Hearing this, Daphne and Astoria didn't hold back. They picked up the knives and forks and quickly began devouring the food on their plates. "So, what did you and the Bloody Baron talk about?" Daphne asked after swallowing a bite of lamb tongue, her curiosity piqued. "Some old stories. The Bloody Baron was one of the first ghosts to move in after Hogwarts was founded, a living relic. You can get a lot of interesting information from him," Reese replied. Daphne appeared thoughtful. Reese, on the other hand, felt secretly relieved. With today's stories as groundwork, he could use the Bloody Baron as a shield in the future whenever he shared bits of obscure wizarding lore. "Anything about ancient wizards?" "Of course, I heard it all from the Bloody Baron. Now there is one more shield other than mentioning the ancient letters." Thinking this made Reese rather pleased. As he chewed on a piece of tender veal, Reese glanced over at Astoria. The little girl was carefully using her fork to pick out the olives from the side dishes and place them onto her plate. Noticing Reese's gaze, Astoria blushed slightly before hesitantly moving one of the olives from her plate to his. "Reese. I swear, I wasn't eyeing your olives. How have you been feeling lately?" Reese asked, switching the topic to Astoria's health. "MHN. Not bad. I've been taking the potions on time, and I can sleep well now," Astoria said. Her practiced ease in discussing her illness tugged at Reese's heartstrings. "Good sleep quality is a positive sign," Reese said, nodding with satisfaction at the efficacy of his potions. Noticing that the two had shifted to discussing treatment, Daphne put down her knife and fork, wiping the sauce from the corner of her mouth with a napkin. "What's going on? Is it time to prepare new potions?" Daphne asked, her gaze fixed intently on Reese. "Yes. I acquired a rare and precious ingredient today, Rhys replied, not hiding the good news from the sisters and sharing it with them right away. The riddle in the diary had been weakened to its limits, making it an opportune time to use it to absorb the taint affecting Astoria's soul. Rhys was extremely cautious when dealing with a dark wizard's Horcrux. He had no personal concerns, but when it came to using it for Astoria, he knew he had to be doubly careful. If the Horcrux were directly used to draw out the curse on Astoria's soul, there was a risk that her soul could merge with Voldemort's. In such a case, Voldemort's soul fragment could gradually take over, turning Astoria into a vessel under his control, ending in the same tragic fate as Quirrell. Rhys suspected that Quirrell had not initially intended to revive Voldemort. Quirrell wasn't a Death Eater, what reason would he have to resurrect the Dark Lord? Most likely, he had tried to exploit Voldemort for personal gain but ended up playing with fire, becoming a vessel step by step. So, how are you planning to treat me? Astoria asked, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity. Well, it's like this. Rhys began to explain the basic principles of his plan. It's a bit like putting activated charcoal into dirty water to absorb the impurities. So, you're saying? Daphne seemed to have a vague guess. Rhys must have gotten hold of a soul fragment. Yes. Isn't that too cruel? Astoria hesitated, her heart uneasy at the thought of an innocent soul being tainted by her own curse. Huh. Rhys quickly realized that the two girls seemed entirely clueless about Horcruxes. Taking the opportunity, he explained the concept in detail. Then, whose Horcrux is this? After listening to Rhys' explanation, Daphne immediately understood that his evening's activities were far more complex than merely chatting with Barrow. His name is Tom Riddle, though he goes by the name Voldemort. Puffed. Splat. Both Daphne and Astoria simultaneously sprayed their food out of their mouths. What is it? Rhys couldn't quite understand their reaction. That's the Dark Lord's Horcrux. Oh my gosh, does that mean he's really still alive? Astoria finally realized the implications, covering her mouth in shock as goosebumps rose all over her body. Using the Dark Lord as medicine. This was absolutely insane. You two seem really afraid of him. Rhys raised an eyebrow. Of course we are, he's the Dark Lord. Astoria was much more agitated than Daphne, after all, she was the one who would be taking the medicine. The Dark Lord. Rhys sneered dismissively. He'd noticed when reading before that the modern wizarding world avoided saying Voldemort's name, preferring to call him the Dark Lord. Originally, Rhys had assumed this figure must be someone extraordinary. But after actually encountering him, he was thoroughly disappointed, just an average dark wizard. Well, quite suitable as a medicinal ingredient. I want the two of you to start saying his name, Voldemort. He's not some invincible figure, and there's no reason to fear him. If all goes well, your sister should be capable of taking him on by the time she graduates. Astoria and Daphne stared at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. Chapter 197, Talent for Potions. Rhys, you're joking, right? Daphne had always thought she was quite strong, but even at her most confident, she'd never dared to put herself on the same level as the Dark Lord, no, Voldemort. Of course, I'm not joking. Although your talent isn't as good as your little sister's, you'll still learn magic from me for 7 years till you graduate. If you can't even deal with Voldemort. Rhys gave Daphne a glance and said leisurely, then when people ask where you learned magic, make sure you don't mention me. Actually, even if you win, it's better not to bring me up. Daphne. Hearing Rhys's confidence in her, Daphne felt happy. But what did he mean by saying her talent wasn't as good as her sister's? She was clearly leagues ahead of Astoria in magical control. So, by your logic, you could definitely beat the Dark Lord, Voldemort right now. Daphne retorted instinctively. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized she'd misspoken, her question was too sharp. Comparing someone as young as Rhys to Voldemort was completely unfair. Besides, who in the wizarding world would dare claim they could easily defeat Voldemort? Well, maybe that Gilderoy Lockhart, but he didn't count. What Daphne didn't realize, however, was that deep in a hidden corner of her heart, a small hope lingered, a hope that Rhys truly could defeat Voldemort. After all, from the moment she'd met him until now, Rhys had seemed almost omnipotent. Rhys glanced at Daphne. I've already used Voldemort's Horcruxes as medicinal ingredients, what do you think, who's stronger? Maybe Voldemort at his peak could have walked away unscathed from me, but now. Even if Voldemort really does make a comeback, sister, with Rhys and me by your side, we can definitely defeat him. Seeing that her sister might have said the wrong thing, Astoria quickly stepped in to smooth things over, deftly steering the conversation away. As for why the two sisters had taken to viewing Voldemort as their hypothetical enemy, the moment Rhys decided to use Voldemort's Horcrux to treat Astoria, the Greengrass family had been destined to stand on the opposite side of Voldemort. Daphne and Astoria's lack of confidence in their own abilities didn't bother Rhys much. What he cared about was their courage in addressing Voldemort by name. Seeing them both call him Voldemort without hesitation, Reese felt satisfied. If his apprentices couldn't even say a defeated dark wizard's name, that would be an embarrassing reflection on him. I'll prepare a few supplementary potions, and then you'll be ready for treatment, Reese said. Astoria nodded silently. Considering the unique nature of the main ingredient, she couldn't help but feel a heavy mental burden. Reese was well aware of the pressure she was under. Perhaps keeping her in the dark might make the treatment process easier, but Reese believed that exposing her to the truth would benefit her growth. A greenhouse might produce excellent witches and wizards, but it would never cultivate great ones. After Astoria's treatment, the used fragment of Riddle would still be recoverable and reusable, which Reese planned to utilize for treating Ravenclaw. Let's hope he can absorb enough power from the curse attached to Astoria's soul. The Ravenclaw case would require a stronger soul. If the soul strength wasn't sufficient, the connection might collapse outright. Of course, after these two procedures, the fragment of Riddle in the diary would be completely destroyed. Even with Reese's skills, it would be impossible to restore Riddle's consciousness. But what did that matter? After all, it was just the price being paid by that deranged dark wizard. In Reese's eyes, as long as he could heal his old friend and apprentice, no price was too high. From then on, Reese stopped talking and focused on eating the dishes in front of him. By the time the last plate was emptied, it was time to wash up and go to bed. The next day, Slytherin students had potions class with the Gryffindors. In the smoky potions dungeon, Snape paced between the students' desks, inspecting their progress on brewing a swelling solution antidote. This antidote, a remedy for swelling solutions, could also be used sparingly in daily life to reduce puffiness and expel dampness. You'd better take brewing your potions seriously, because in the next lesson, I'll be teaching you how to prepare swelling solutions. Snape announced, his voice cold and sharp. And at that time, I'll pick a lucky little wizard to test it. Though Snape mentioned picking someone at random, his gaze never left Harry. The Malfoy trio couldn't help but snicker. Other Slytherin students watched with amused expressions, thoroughly enjoying the scene. Testing potions on students. Daphne muttered, her lips pursed, clearly unimpressed with this teaching approach. It's an excellent teaching method. Reese remarked approvingly. Though it's a pity Snape mixes too much personal grudge into it. Think about it, would you dare use a potion that even the brewer is afraid to test? This is a responsible teaching practice, if he truly chose students randomly. The role of a Podiwaner during travels and adventures is incredibly important, Reese added, a hint of nostalgia flickering across his face. In the days when he adventured with Godric, he had been responsible for everything, from battle-assisting potions to cough syrups. Whenever he brewed something, he'd always find a way to test it first. He'd personally try the ones he was confident in, and for the uncertain ones, he'd find a Muggle. No, not a Muggle. Definitely a toad to experiment on. Once you finish brewing your potion, would you dare to test it yourself? Reese asked Daphne, glancing at her. Of course, no problem. Daphne replied, brimming with confidence in her abilities. Very good, Reese said with a satisfied smile. If you succeed, I'll reward you with a spell, an enchantment to reinforce a house. How does that sound? After teaching Daphne the foundational knowledge, Reese decided to switch to a reward-based system. He would only teach her the spells not found in books if she performed exceptionally well. This approach was also a way to cultivate her interest in learning, preventing her from assuming that sharing knowledge came without any cost. Reese was already being very generous. These spells were either painstakingly collected or personally developed by him and his friends. Offering them as rewards for simple tasks would have made him a benevolent figure 1,000 years ago. Can it be an offensive spell? Daphne asked. Sure. How about a spell that temporarily animates the land? After a brief negotiation, Reese and Daphne reached an agreement. Daphne then began to focus intently on the notes Snape had left on the blackboard. Hey, elderberries only need to have their juice extracted, right? So, technically, there's no need to chop them up with a knife, she suddenly whispered. Of course, Reese replied. And since there's a filtering step later, it means that the filter cloth coming into contact with the potion won't be an issue either, right? A bold glint flashed in Daphne's eyes. Seeing Reese nod in affirmation, she didn't hesitate, she bent down and removed her shoe. Reese? He watched as Daphne took out a handkerchief and dumped all the elderberries needed for the potion onto it. Then, she wrapped them up tightly in the handkerchief. After completing this, she picked up her shoe and began pounding the handkerchief forcefully with the heel. Once the berries inside had been smashed into a pulp, she tossed the handkerchief directly into the cauldron. Daphne, hee. Reese, damn. Reese couldn't help but genuinely marvel, Daphne, you truly have a talent for potion making. _________________________________________________ Chapter 198, Duel Club. Reese wasn't being sarcastic or mocking Daphne, he genuinely believed at this moment that the girl had a talent for potion making. Previously, Daphne had always followed instructions from either himself or Snape. Whatever was written on the board or verbally explained, she would replicate exactly as instructed. This wasn't to say she lacked ability. Many young wizards couldn't even manage to follow instructions correctly, but to become a true potions master, relying solely on a teacher's notes wouldn't suffice. If one always depended on written instructions or notes, their ultimate achievement would be no more than that of an outstanding apothecary. Snape had noticed Daphne's actions. He quickly walked over to her table, watching as she retrieved the handkerchief, which had been boiling in the cauldron for nearly a minute. "Miss Greengrass, I need to understand the reasoning behind your recent actions," Snape said, looking at her. His face betrayed no emotion, making it difficult to discern what he was thinking. "This method takes less time, is more efficient in extracting juice, and avoids the effort of slicing the berries," Daphne explained, pointing to the small pile of berries on the cutting board of the young wizard at the next table. If they were cut one by one, it would take at least 15 minutes. In potion making, most of the time spent preparing ingredients went into slicing berries. Daphne's approach had indeed saved a considerable amount of time. Snape's gaze shifted to the soggy handkerchief. For a brief moment, Daphne felt a pang of panic. However, remembering that Reese had tacitly approved her actions, she steadied herself. "Since the potion is filtered at the end anyway, I believe boiling the handkerchief directly in the cauldron is not an issue. It also improves the efficiency of extracting the berry juice." Snape nodded slightly, then took the shoe from Daphne's hand, flipped it over, and motioned for her to inspect the condition of the heel. "During the pounding process, dirt from your shoe adhered to the handkerchief, which you then threw into your cauldron. Your potion has been contaminated," Snape said softly, placing her shoe gently back on the table. "Daphne, Sigma, degree winky face. It will have some impact, but not a significant one on the potion's efficacy. The idea is good, but next time, think more carefully before acting. You're a Slytherin. Learn to use your brain and don't act recklessly like certain others," Snape added, offering some advice while subtly mocking the Gryffindor students nearby. Then he walked away. Daphne had her house to thank for this outcome. If she had been in Gryffindor, points would undoubtedly have been deducted. Following Daphne's demonstration, the other students began to imitate her method. They found various objects to wrap the elderberries, then devised ways to crush them. Perhaps due to Daphne's method saving a great deal of time and effort, today's potions class was unusually free of major accidents. By the end of the class, even Snape's expression seemed noticeably calmer. Very creative. "Potion making does require some innovative thinking, but it's always better to think things through first," Reese said, reviewing the recent class experience with Daphne as they walked out of the potions classroom. Passing by the notice board in the entrance hall, Reese noticed a small group of students gathered around, reading a newly posted piece of parchment. A few Gryffindor students looked particularly excited, calling out to Harry and Ron to join them. Curious, Reese walked over and saw that it was an announcement. The parchment detailed plans for a dueling club being established at the school, with the first meeting scheduled for that evening. Any interested students were invited to attend. Interesting. Is the school finally focusing on developing the students' combat abilities? Reese remarked, genuinely pleased by the news of the Dueling Club's creation. What Reese didn't realize was that this new initiative was indirectly tied to him. Previously, when a spy from the Secret Order tried infiltrating Hogwarts by water magic, Reese had discovered and dealt with them. Following the trail, he eliminated the spy and left the body to be delivered to Dumbledore by the Hog's Head's enigmatic bartender. The repeated attempts by suspicious individuals to breach the school's defenses, coupled with Dumbledore's own experience, made it clear that such intrusions were unlikely to cease anytime soon. This was an unprecedented level of attention aimed at Hogwarts. Raising the students' self-defense capabilities had quickly become a priority. It just so happens that Hogwarts now has the most reliable defense against the dark arts professor in recent years. Thus, under Dumbledore's suggestion, the Dueling Club was established. "This looks interesting," Daphne said thoughtfully as she read the notice on the board. "Let's participate," Reese decided. It was a perfect opportunity to assess the current combat skills of Hogwarts' young wizards and witches. He didn't set his expectations too high, just as long as it wasn't two people firing sparks at each other or as dull as watching Muggles set off fireworks, he figured it would be acceptable. By 8 p.m., nearly the entire student body had shown up. The words, Dueling Club, had an allure for these energetic young wizards almost equal to Quidditch. Whether it was the chance to engage in a spirited duel with someone from a rival house without risking detention, to impress a young lady with one's magical prowess, or to learn practical spells for combat, everyone had their reasons. The Great Hall quickly filled as students poured in, all heading for the same destination. Reese and the Greengrass sisters were no exception. They followed the crowd into the hall, where the club's first meeting was being held. The long house tables had been moved aside, leaving the vast space open. The ceiling above was velvet black, illuminated by the soft glow of 1,000 floating candles. At the center of the hall stood a circular platform. Its height and design ensured that students in every corner could clearly see what would unfold on stage. In one corner of the Great Hall, a pile of hundreds of cushions lay stacked, while a thick, plush carpet covered the floor. It was evident that tonight's lesson wouldn't just involve theory. Students gathered eagerly around the circular platform, wands in hand, their faces alight with excitement. The area around the stage was packed tight, resembling a tin of sardines, as everyone vied for a closer view. "Who do you think will be teaching us how to duel?" Reese overheard Astoria ask. Daphne replied, "It's likely Professor Flitwick. He was a dueling champion in his youth. But I'm sure other professors will be involved too. There's no way they'd let Professor Flitwick duel the students himself." Reese turned to glance at Daphne. She looked ready to spring into action, clutching her wand so tightly that her knuckles had turned white. "Little girl, are you sure you're not just a tiny bit more eager than you're letting on?" Chapter 199, Snape vs. Lupin. Daphne was spot on with her guess. The professors soon made their appearance. Flitwick, Lupin, and Snape stepped onto the circular platform, standing side by side in a line. The crowd fell silent at once, the students' excitement palpable as they eagerly awaited the professor's performance for the evening. Lupin and Snape looked as they usually did, one in a simple robe, the other dressed like a giant bat. Flitwick, however, had swapped his usual tailcoat, which always made him resemble a band conductor, for a vest, shirt, and suspenders. He appeared exceptionally agile and ready for action. It was clear that agility and evasion were crucial traits in dueling. Either you could take hits like Hagrid, or you needed to be as nimble as Professor Flitwick. Pleased by the students' prompt silence, the three professors each turned to face a different direction and gave a slight bow of acknowledgement to the crowd. Then, Professor Flitwick took the lead in opening the first session of the Dueling Club. "Gather around, children." "Oh. Mr. Weasley, you're far too close. You're practically halfway onto the stage, and poor Miss Patil in front of you looks like she's suffocating. Keep this up, and I might have to swap places with Severus." At Flitwick's remark, Fred and George, perfectly in sync, took 2 steps back. "I don't expect every student to be able to see me, but can everyone hear my voice?" A ripple of low laughter ran through the crowd. Seeing that the students had responded, Professor Flitwick began explaining the reason behind the creation of the Dueling Club. As Flitwick spoke, the expressions on the young wizards' faces gradually turned serious. Who would dare to try and infiltrate Hogwarts? Could it be remnants of you-know-who's followers? But hadn't the most fanatical of them already been locked up in Azkaban? Some students from families with more complicated backgrounds even considered sending letters home to ask their fathers if they and their old friends had been up to anything lately. I believe everyone here can learn something valuable from this club. Personally, I hope you'll never have to use what you learn here. However, if the day comes when you must defend yourselves, what you gain here might prove useful. The students broke into applause for the professors. Now, I'd like to introduce my assistants, Professor Snape and Professor Lupin. Both are highly skilled duelists. Before we begin, let's have them demonstrate a proper duel for you. They'll show you the full process of a formal duel. According to Flitwick, having Lupin, the defense against the dark arts professor, as an assistant was sufficient. However, before the session began, Snape had approached him, expressing a desire to assist as well. Flitwick thought for a moment before agreeing. He understood perfectly well what Severus had in mind, but Flitwick believed that having him participate would make the opening of the Dueling Club far more exciting. Besides, a proper duel did require a referee. When they saw the malicious grin on Snape's face, many students silently began to worry for Professor Lupin. "This is bad. Oh, Merlin, I hope Professor Lupin wins," Ron mumbled under his breath. Standing ahead of him, Fred and George heard their younger brother's comment and exchanged a knowing smile. Lupin had been at Hogwarts for a while now, and it was painfully obvious how Snape felt about him, even to those who were the least observant. If Harry Potter topped Snape's blacklist, Lupin undoubtedly held the second spot. As the students whispered among themselves, Snape stepped to face Lupin. Snape's expression was icy and severe, while Lupin maintained his usual genial smile. "Duelists, bow to each other." Flitwick stood between the two and called out loudly. Snape and Lupin gave each other the bare minimum of a bow, a quick nod more than anything. 3, 2, 1, begin. Flitwick's shout signaled the start of the duel. Both men raised their wands sharply over their shoulders. Expelliarmus. Protego. A brilliant red light shot from the tip of Snape's wand but was deflected by the translucent shield conjured by Lupin. Lupin prepared to counterattack, but Snape's second spell arrived almost immediately. A plume of black smoke erupted from Snape's wand, coalescing into a large serpent that lunged at Lupin. Impedimenta. The serpent struck an invisible barrier midair, halting its advance. Initially, to accommodate the younger students present, both professors limited themselves to basic spells. However, after a few exchanges, the duel began to heat up. Snape cast a spell that blasted a crater into the ground at Lupin's feet, sending shards of stone flying and striking Lupin's thigh. Lupin retaliated with a sweeping motion of his wand, and it looked as though an invisible fist had slammed into Snape's face. Blood immediately began streaming from Snape's hooked nose. Levi Corpus. When Lupin shouted this spell, a flicker of irritation crossed Snape's face. Just as he braced himself to defend against the spell, he realized Lupin hadn't cast it at all. Instead, Lupin seized the moment to toss a black, egg-shaped object near Snape. Bang. The black egg exploded, releasing a dense, nauseating stench that instantly enveloped Snape. While Snape could dodge a curse or reflect an incoming spell, he was caught off guard and had no immediate solution for this kind of area effect attack. Brilliant. Just as Snape was forcing himself to stay composed and preparing to pinch his nose and counterattack, Flitwick stepped in decisively. He conjured a barrier of air between the two, abruptly halting the duel. Excellent quick thinking. Students, unless explicitly prohibited, using magical tools during a duel is perfectly allowed, Flitwick said, his gaze sweeping over Fred and George's faces. If I'm not mistaken, that was a dung bomb, wasn't it? The hall erupted into laughter from the young witches and wizards. Snape stood stiffly beside Flitwick's right hand, his expression dark and his figure radiating a foul smell. It was evident he was keen to continue the duel, but he hadn't anticipated Flitwick would intervene and call it off so decisively. So, Snape made his choice. He didn't bother to clean off the stench clinging to his robes. After all, it was mostly on the hem of his cloak, and Flitwick would find it far more unpleasant than he would. Humph. Sure enough, Flitwick's expression froze for a moment. Without saying another word, he pulled out his wand and cast a cleaning charm to rid Snape's robes of the offensive smell. Once Snape was no longer emanating any foul odor, Lupin, still limping slightly but wearing a cheerful smile, made his way to Flitwick's left side. No laughing, Flitwick said, taking a couple of deep breaths of the now fresh air before continuing. If Professor Lupin had created a poisonous fog instead of using a dung bomb, the outcome of the battle would have been decided immediately. Children, this truly has been a duel full of valuable lessons. The students erupted into applause in appreciation for the two professors. __. Chapter 200, Fishing in Troubled Waters. After the exhibition duel between the two professors, it was time for the instructional segment. Professor Flitwick conjured a wooden dummy holding a stick and proceeded to demonstrate how to use the disarming charm. A highly practical defensive spell, and simple enough to master, Flitwick remarked as he summoned a blackboard and began writing down the key points for casting the disarming charm. While Flitwick's explanation floated through the air, Reese found himself recalling the history of the disarming charm. He had read modern magic textbooks and knew that wizard historians still debated the origin of the disarming charm. Some believed it was invented by Merlin, while others said it was already widely used in Madagascar in the 11th century. According to Miranda Goshawk, author of the Standard Book of Spells, the charm's inventor was a witch named Elizabeth Smudgeling, based on evidence of her using it in a dueling tournament in 1379. Reese leaned toward the last theory. In the era when he had been active, there was no such spell as the disarming charm, as wizards of that time considered it too impractical. Why go through the trouble of disarming an enemy? If he is the enemy, just kill him, and if you want to capture someone, why not use a spell like the stunning spell? The theories of Madagascar or Merlin as the origin didn't seem credible to him. In the 11th century, Madagascar was still largely covered by untamed forests, with few wizards settled on the island. Those who were there would have been reclusive hermits at best, hardly the context for widespread use. Furthermore, in such a harsh survival environment, spells would naturally prioritize practicality, and something as niche as the disarming charm would not have gained much traction. The second theory was even less credible. By the time Reese and his peers were young, Merlin was already a legendary figure in magical history. If he had truly invented the disarming charm and passed it down through the ages, Reese and his contemporaries would undoubtedly have heard of it. There was a minuscule chance that Merlin had created the spell and then hidden it away in a labyrinthine secret realm, placing the magical book containing the spell as a reward in a treasure chest for anyone who completed the maze. And even if that were the case, Reese could only conclude that Merlin must have had far too much time on his hands. That said, it wasn't entirely accurate to claim that no disarming magic existed in that era. There were spells such as the drop weapon spell and the weapon expulsion spell, either of which might have evolved into the modern disarming charm. Many court wizards liked to use the drop weapon spell to check whether visitors were concealing weapons. The weapon expulsion spell was more violent. If you could convince yourself that part of your opponent's body was a weapon, the spell could forcibly eject that weapon. For instance, if you were utterly convinced that your opponent's fist was a weapon, this spell would sever their fist from their body. Still, it was largely impractical. If your spell could hit the enemy, wouldn't it make more sense to use a spell with greater destructive power? Incidentally, there was a persistent rumor in Slytherin House that Merlin had once studied there. Reese suspected it was a fabrication. It was more likely that a student named Merlin had attended Slytherin, and centuries later, some Slytherin students, flipping through old student rosters, mistakenly assumed it referred to the legendary wizard. While Reese's mind wandered, Professor Flitwick had already begun demonstrating the disarming charm for the students. Expelliarmus. The wooden stick held by the wooden dummy flew out of its grip, and the dummy was knocked to the ground. Watching the effect of the disarming charm, Reese confirmed that the spell was most likely a combination of multiple spells. He could see traces of many different magical principles in it. After explaining the theory and performing the demonstration, it was time for practical exercises. Professor Flitwick gestured for the students to spread out across the hall. With a wave of his wand, he conjured a group of wooden roly-poly dolls, equal in number to the students. Each roly-poly doll held a stick roughly the size of a wand. Flitwick had given the choice of teaching aides a great deal of thought. Initially, he considered pairing the students to practice with each other. However, given the little troll's actual skill levels, he quickly abandoned the idea. You could never underestimate the destructive power of young witches and wizards. Then he discovered that roly-poly dolls were excellent training aids. Even if a spell missed its mark, the dolls were difficult to knock over or send flying, effectively keeping the situation under control and preventing chaos. All right, I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Once every student had found their designated roly-poly doll, Flitwick announced the start of practice. The moment his words fell, the hall was filled with a cacophony of Expelliarmus. Sticks flew in all directions, signaling that many young witches and wizards had already grasped the simple charm. However, some struggled with accuracy. Errant spells either struck another student's roly-poly doll or, worse, accidentally hit classmates standing nearby. Reese yawned and half-heartedly used the disarming charm to knock the stick out of the hand of the roly-poly doll in front of him. Flitwick's roly-poly dolls had an ingenious little design. A flexible cord was attached to the bottom of each stick. When the stick was disarmed and flew away, it would return to the doll's hand, allowing students to practice casting the spell repeatedly. Just as Reese was idly observing the spell-casting skills of the young wizards around him, he suddenly felt a twinge of something amiss. Instinctively, he sidestepped, and a streak of red light narrowly grazed his robes, striking the roly-poly doll diagonally in front of him and causing it to wobble unsteadily. Reese turned his gaze in the direction of the spell and saw Malfoy, standing behind him, suddenly take an intense interest in the floor of Hogwarts. Raising an eyebrow, Reese turned back and resumed practicing the disarming charm as if dismissing the earlier event as a mere accident. Malfoy's eyes narrowed at once. Reese had let his guard down, his golden opportunity had arrived. The previous disarming charm had narrowly missed, but this time, Malfoy was determined not to fail. Glancing at Marcus, who stood beside him, Malfoy gave a subtle signal. Marcus caught on immediately, aligning his wand slightly off-center from Malfoy's to cut off Reese's escape route. Not far away, Daphne noticed the entire exchange. A glint flickered in her eyes as she discreetly adjusted the angle of her own wand. Reese, seemingly oblivious to the scheming duo behind him, continued his practice. Expelliarmus. 2 streaks of red light shot toward Reese from both sides, but just as they were about to hit his back, they mysteriously disappeared. A moment later, the same disarming charms reappeared, reversing their trajectory and flying back toward their casters, simultaneously blasting Malfoy and Marcus off their feet. At the same time, another spell hit Malfoy from a cunning angle. As Malfoy crashed heavily to the ground, a wave of nausea surged through him. Struggling to sit up, he turned slightly, only to let out a loud hiccup, and a massive, slimy slug erupted from his mouth. The nearby students leapt away in disgust, their faces contorted in revulsion. Seeing this, Daphne smiled happily.